Your father is the second in command of Dragon Country, your mother is a renowned tycoon from a powerful conglomerate, and your family members are the top elites of Kyoto. As the Crown Prince of Kyoto, you were sent by your father to Zhangzhou School for a year of training to temper your aggressive demeanor, all because you've been arrogant and domineering since childhood, even slapping the neighborhood huskies when they passed by. Yet, you never expected to endure endless bullying and mockery from school tyrants here, even being humiliated under the feet of the underworld princess. At this moment, as you turned around with your meal tray, you accidentally spilled the food on Qiao Na's bodycon dress. The next second, a thunderous slap rang out as the other person directly struck you across the face. School bully Zhao Peng even kicked you to the ground. You lay on the ground with a fierce glare in your eyes. You've endured for a year. What's 5 more minutes? You knew your father's temperament well, unyielding and strict. The moment the time was up, he would let you return immediately. But if you broke the rules, the punishment would undoubtedly be extended. I'm sorry. How much do I need to pay? I'll compensate you. The next second, Qiao Na's 10 centimeters Valentino heel stomp directly on your face. Let me tell you, this outfit of mine costs at least 30,000 yuan. Can a poor loser like you, eating in the cafeteria, even afford to pay? Kneel down and apologize right now, and I'll let this go today. If you don't apologize, I'll make sure you can't stay in this university. Time ticks away second by second, and the onlookers hold their breath. Will he back down? Will he kneel and apologize? If he really kneels down, he'll become famous throughout Zhang University. Wait, it's already spread all over the internet. At that moment, a sudden alarm rang through the entire cafeteria exactly 12 o'clock. Your eyes instantly turned icy, filled with killing intent. You think you're worthy of an apology from me? You suddenly flipped over, grabbing the opponent's ankle and yanking it hard. Joanna was caught completely off guard. In full view of everyone, she lost her balance and was pulled into a perfect split. Her long black stockinged legs stretched into a straight line, taut against the cold floor. The onlookers all gasped in shock. This guy is insane. Doesn't he know Joanna, the mafia princess? However, some of the male students' expressions gradually turned. Inappropriate, this angle, this position, it was social suicide. You dare. Ouch! Joanna's face twisted in pain as she supported herself with both hands on the ground. But the agony from her torn leg ligaments made it impossible for her to stand up. Zhao Peng, Wang Shuai, beat him to death. Joanna shrieked in fury. Only then did Zhao Peng and Wang Shuai snap out of their shock, swinging their massive fists at you. Bastard! How dare you treat Sister Qiao like this? Today, we'll show you why the flowers are so red. Your gaze turned sharp as you slightly retreated your foot, executing a 360-degree spinning kick that squarely struck Zhao Peng's face. A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed distinctly. Zhao Peng's face instantly contorted as his entire body was sent flying 2 to 3 meters backward, crashing into a dining table and knocking it over before he lost consciousness on the spot. The explosive power behind your kick was astonishing. After all, you had undergone the ultra-high-intensity combat training of the Dragon Guard. Brother Peng, Wang Shuai, who had already raised his fist to deliver a heavy blow to you, quickly withdrew his arm upon seeing Zhao Peng, who had charged ahead, being kicked away. He then pretended to look over with feigned concern. But you wouldn't give him time for nonsense. You were the one who hit me the hardest just now. With a lightning-fast jab, you strike his face with pinpoint accuracy. Wang Shuai is sent flying by the punch, his body sliding uncontrollably several meters backward as blood gushes from his nose. The surrounding students are completely stunned. This is insane. These two were boxing club members, and they got taken down just like that. Joanna's face also changed, and for the first time, panic appeared in her eyes. And you roared angrily, stepping forward and delivering a whip-like kick to her face. Joanna, who was sitting on the ground, was also sent flying, tumbling several times after hitting the floor. At that moment, an abrupt phone ringtone suddenly sounded. You took out your phone and answered, hearing a familiar and teasing voice. Kid, not bad. You've changed a lot this past year. I planted 3,000 informants around you, and they all highly approve of your performance. Even your uncle, the governor of Handong province, said your progress is unbelievable. When are you planning to return to Kyoto? At your father's words, your face darkened, and you couldn't be bothered to argue with him. 3,000 informants? What's this old man bragging about? And your uncle, just to secure that position, he actually colluded with your father. I'll head back to Kyoto soon, but right now I need to go to the hospital to treat some wounds. The voice on the other end of the line paused. What? You're injured. You couldn't help rolling your eyes, this so-called big sister? And these two thugs were clearly arranged by your father, weren't they? Yeah, I got beaten up. I'm used to getting beaten every day. Where were you hit? Is it serious? Send me a picture quickly. Fine, I'll send it to you. After saying this, you hung up the phone directly and casually took a selfie to send over. The photo not only captured your bruised and swollen face, it also captured Zhao Peng and Wang Shuai's miserable faces. Show Pops what kind of NPCs he sends in to get his ass kicked. Onlookers? This guy beat up Jonah and the others like this, and now he has the heart to take a selfie? Is this leaving a posthumous photo of yourself? If Qiao Laosan knew, he would definitely dismantle him. Just as everyone was whispering in horror, someone finally just couldn't look away. Classmate, do you know who you just hit? He's the eldest miss of the Qiao family in Jiangzhou City. You hurry up and go to your department advisor to apply for a withdrawal, then buy a train ticket overnight to another city. These people are not to be messed with. When this student finished, he even subconsciously looked around, very nervous. What? The Jiangzhou Qiao family? There's a family power in a ING city? Gu Tian looked at the crowd of onlookers with a bit of doubt, waiting for confirmation. The onlookers nodded frantically. Yeah, run. You're going to have a real problem with this. It's really going to be the end if we don't run. Zhou Laosan is a black evil. In response to the crowd's reminder, Gu Tian froze for 2 seconds, and then he could reveal a meaningful smile. The Zhous? Dark forces? Hee. Uncle Tu, you really let me catch you in the act. Since you're in cahoots with my old man, I'll have to give you a nice big present. Chapter 3. Reporting to Mr. Gu, we're late. Inside a mysterious villa in Kyoto. Clang! A valuable rosewood table was slammed. A majestic figure in the main seat rose violently. Guyun. That's what the manpower you put in place overseas, right? You're telling me that this is controlled bullying? This is ING killing my son. How can he go back to Kyoto like this? Your sister-in-law will skin you alive. Such an angry voice shook the handful of parliamentarians on the stage and bowed their heads, not daring to utter a single breath. The secretary in the executive jacket calmly distributed the photos of Gu Tian's nose and face in front of the crowd. The man who was called Gu Jun at this moment was pale with fear. How did his own great-nephew get beaten up like this? It's ING completely outside the original planning. Huh? The original plan was to arrange for controlled bullying. The main thing is for the great-nephew to suffer a little, to experience social beatings, to learn to be patient and to curb his sharpness. He also purposely chose the more remote city of Jiangzhou for the sake of caution. But now, the way it looks in this photo, it's obviously to the death. Gu Yun. Aren't you supposed to give me an explanation? The man in the main seat let out a roar that startled him, and a cold sweat soaked his back. If explains that this is an NPC he arranged, it's just a bit heavy-handed. Then what you get in return is surely a reprimand from your big brother and a couple of earfuls from your sister-in-law. What about explaining that you had no idea? Even less. Wouldn't that be a disguised admission that something is terribly wrong with the municipalities under his jurisdiction? A blatant vicious brawl at a university and he sits in the seat uninformed? Just as Gu Jun's brain was running at high speed, Gu Tian of JNU swaggered into the guide's office. In fact, he could have just walked away. But after thinking about it, I had to say hello to the guide. Most importantly, he wanted to see if the guide was also an NPC arranged by Pops, which had just entered the door. He hasn't even opened his mouth yet. Guide Fong Ting's entire face instantly turned pale upon seeing him, and she backed away in shock. You, don't you come over, ha? I've approved the withdrawal request. It's on the desk. You can take it and go, haha. Get out there. Don't tell me you're my student. I don't know you. Guten? He didn't say anything, so how did the guide put him on? What kind of efficiency is this? Do you want to leave so badly? Fontaine was almost broken inside. She had just heard that her student had beaten up the Qianjin of the Jiangzhou Qiao family. People's Jonah's father, Zhou San, is a member of the JNU board of directors. In other words, they're getting a paycheck from someone else's father, Jonah. So how dare she delay this? If Director Zhou found her class, wouldn't there have to be a death in her class? If it doesn't work out, even she, the counselor, will get a beating? The other principal, when he learned of the situation, came scurrying straight over and that speed bolt would have to be silent to watch. It took less than 2 seconds to sign the withdrawal form. Huh? Guide, you know all about it, ah? Gu Tian raised an eyebrow, originally still suspecting that the guide was also an NPC. But now it seemed that it was purely his own self that had overthought it. This Zhangzhou Qiao family is quite powerful. Gu Tian shrugged, then picked up the withdrawal application on the table, snorted out the door and threw it directly into the trash. Goodbye, JDU. The afternoon sun is extraordinarily lazy, stretched a lazy waist. The mood has never been lighter. His card mom has recovered and gave him $1 billion in pocket money as a reward. Next it was straight to the airport for the earliest flight back to Kyoto for some good food and drink. As for the Joes, Gu Tian narrowed his eyes, a coldness flashing under his eyes. He would go back to Zhangzhou again afterward and investigate this what's-her-name Qiao's family properly, and make a clean sweep. It's also a great gift for Uncle too. It was when Gu Tian was preparing to walk towards the campus entrance. Brat! Don't run! A sharp chortle exploded from behind. Gu Tian looked back, only to see Jonah with a bandaged face, followed by a large circle of social youths carrying sticks and clubs, was killing them aggressively. It's pretty hard to kill. Gu Tian laughed to himself. Get him for me! Jonah roared and waved her hand, and the minions behind her rushed up with a wail. One time, a large number of students all flocked over to the inactive in studies, first place in eating melons. If it isn't Jonah, what's gotten into her? OMG. Jonah's organizing her staff so quickly. Maru Spice. This kid hasn't left yet. This is not a fight. It's a real-life threatening situation. Hey. Fighting and killing. Into what body? The corner of Gu Tian's mouth hooked into a sneer as he slowly squeezed his knuckles. The hearts of the crowd of onlookers beat wildly and held their breath. Even the grandpa in the security booth slowly poked his head out of the window. But just the next second, Gu Tian turned around violently and scampered away. Slipped and slipped. Owner. No. I thought this kid was tough. This. Just run away. Holy. Learned. Now that's a real bigot. Gu Tian was incredibly fast on the soles of his feet. He's a smart guy. You'd have to be sick in the head to do that at a time like this. He had just regained his identity and had a few small goals on his bank card, so who was he to play with and with a bunch of groundlings? Afterwards, leading the inspection team over from the mayor of Zhangzhou to these hooligans, directly according to the genealogy to kill on the line. Running is the best option at this point. Give chase. Stop him. Jonah stomped her feet in anger, her face green. Get after him. Get him. The minions wailed after him again, just as Gu Tian was about to run out of the campus. Suddenly, a large number of students also came in from outside the campus, carrying their backpacks in an aggressive manner. Not a crunchy college student at first glance. The big hand at the head had murderous eyes and waved his hand violently. All of them. Protect Gu Xiao. The rest follow me. Yes. Next. Everyone reached back in unison and yanked. Snap. A crisp metallic locking sound exploded in the air, and a black stab-proof plate instantly hung on their chests. The book bag unlocked into a tactical backpack, and a black throwing stick snapped out. All of the onlookers' pupils were seismic, frantically retreating. This. ING Special Forces. I'll go. This is no ordinary student. This is clearly a professional combatant. Is this the outside help this kid hired? Jonah's minions were just halfway through their charge when they saw this scene and their feet gave out. But it was too late. The opponents throwing sticks had already smashed down like rain. The punks who had just wailed were instantly broken up in brotherly love by 3 sticks. It's not a punk who can take 3 strokes. It's these guys who come up with 3 sticks. 3 sticks a second wasn't their limit, it was so that Gu Xiao could see. Ah, my head. Aya, who the hell is all this? Ah, brother. Being punched in the face. They're all gangsters. Sister Joe. Run. There were screams up ahead. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd of onlookers, the rear squad leader walked up to Gu Tian and snapped an upright position. Reporting to Gu Xiao. We're late. With such a standardized stance and resounding voice, the crowd of onlookers was shocked. Chapter 4. Is there any law left? Meanwhile, the story about Gu Tian's fight with Zhangzhou Qiao family's daughter, Qiao Na, was spreading wildly throughout Zhangzhou City. In just a few hours, social media platforms and major short video apps have been completely screened by this event. Some videos have even made it to the hot list of major video platforms. Hashtag student brawl at River State University hashtag. Hashtag fight breaks out in JNU cafeteria. Woman stomps boy on floor to humiliate him. Hashtag JNU beater's identity revealed. No wonder boys are afraid to fight back. Hashtag JNU beatings follow up. Battered man has dropped out. Woman's identity a mystery. These powerful headlines have completely set the internet on fire. All the major forums and social media, the talk is coming in like a tidal wave. The netizens exploded with heated discussions. I'll go. How is this a student beating each other up? This is a gangster movie set, right? This woman is too fierce, isn't she? Stomping on someone's face in public? Nice guy. You still make people kowtow after stepping on them? So arrogant. Hush, hush, hush. This woman seems to be a member of the Zhangzhou Qiao family. Very powerful in Zhangzhou. Yona? Isn't this our Zhangzhou Qiao sister? Later that night, the Zhangzhou City office building is lit up. Wang City and Secretary Li stood at the gate, rubbing their hands together nervously. The counselors behind them were even more tense and murmured. How did it get to this point? That is, the Qiao family this girl before not also hit people, are not made to this extent Yeah. What's with the instant outburst this time? Didn't the one who hit him drop out of school and didn't go to the police station? What alarmed them the most was this. The governor of Handong province had actually rushed over overnight because of this matter. Just as the crowd waited anxiously, several black A8 sedans drove slowly into the compound. Handong-gu province is here. The brass stepped in. Wang City and Secretary Li looked at each other, but they couldn't stop exclaiming in their eyes. They are local officials in Zhangzhou. By rights, an incident of this level should not have alerted the province. As a result, now, the governor is coming directly and personally. Soon the car door opened. A tall, middle-aged man, surrounded by several secretaries, walked down. But it wasn't his aura that stood out the most. Rather, it was the unmistakable slap mark. Not. What's going on in Gu province? Why are there slap marks on your face? This is beaten by your wife? Or what's going on? Misreading or? That's right. Regarding the beating of his great-nephew, Gu Jun explained that it was the people he had arranged, and he had just hit a little harder. And so, just got slapped twice by my sister-in-law. As the governor of Handong province, Gu Jun's identity is also highly classified, and very few people know about it. The most important thing is that he got to this position solely because he climbed up from below little by little. No one would associate him with Big Brother. After all, there are a lot of people with the last name Gu. As for why he came over overnight, it was to investigate properly and see who dared to bully his great-nephew. If it's really the kind of dark force the internet says it is, he had to run it all the way down to the end, from the city clerk of the city of Gangtok to the police department below. The other thing is, personally came to pick up my great-nephew and bring him home. Office. You should have all seen what happened online, with that big brawl at the JNU cafeteria. I won't ask anything else. Come and tell me about your findings. Gu Jun sat in his office and coldly swept a glance at Wang Shi and Secretary Li, who were standing in front of the table. These two members of parliament in Zhangzhou, who have their eyes on the world, are now meeting Gu Jun like elementary school students meeting their homeroom teacher. Gu province. We have investigated this matter clearly. It's just a small conflict between students. Wang Shi accompanied with a smile and said carefully, he didn't know Gu Tian's identity. Yeah, Gu province. It's just a small conflict between students. That boy accidentally spilled rice on the other person when he was playing, and was not willing to pay for it, but also slandered the other person with his words. So the girl got mad and called her classmates and friends to beat the other up. Secretary Li also added fuel to the fire. Big things come in small packages. In response to the duo's remarks, Gu Jun pondered for 2 seconds and slowly nodded his head. To put it that way, the genus is somewhat in keeping with the character of one's great-nephew. Plus, he's already explained to Big Brother that it's a script he's put together. Okay, what is the outcome of your handling of this matter? Results. Wang Shi's heart clenched violently. This came out at noon, public opinion festered in the afternoon, and Gu province came in the evening. How do they have time to deal with it? Besides, what can be done about it? The batterer, Jonah, is the daughter of Zhou Laosan. In other words, if they dare to deal with Qiao Laosan would dare to have all the businesses in Zhangzhou move out tomorrow, devastating Zhangzhou's economy. To put it bluntly, The two of them had to look at the Qiao family's face a lot of the time to make plans for Zhangzhou. Secretary Li's brain reacted the fastest, and he stepped forward and compensated with a smile. Province Gu, it's been taken care of. The ones involved are all under control, and are currently under investigation at the police station. Only the announcement hasn't had time to be sent out yet. When Mayor Wang heard this, he immediately understood what he meant and quickly agreed. Yeah, it's already being taken care of. It's all just a bunch of uneducated student jerks, ganging up on the school and having a bad influence. Today, we are also going to interview the president of JNU to thoroughly investigate the campus management issues. Look at the determined eyes of the two. Gu Jun slowly lowered his heart. Since it was the other side that had taken care of it, he didn't need to ask anything more. And he was genuinely surprised by his great-nephew's performance. Being stomped on and humiliated but did not rage is really curbed his violent temper. It seems like this year has really made him grow up completely. Well, since that's the case, I won't ask any more questions about this matter, so if you should be arrested, you should be arrested, and if you should be sentenced, you should be sentenced. Gu Jun slowly stood up and swept a glance at the duo in front of him. Mayor Wang and Secretary Li were instantly relieved and hurriedly bowed their heads and nodded their heads. Yes. Don't worry, Province Gu. We will deal with it seriously and give the public an explanation. After leaving the city compound, Gu Jun immediately dialed Gu Tian's number. Hey, where are you, great-nephew? I personally came to Zhangzhou to pick you up. What? You're at the airport? Then come pick me up at the Beijing Capital Airport. Gu Tian's tone on the other end of the phone was light. Okay, I'll pick you up at the Kyoto airport then. After hanging up, Gu Jun immediately called the administrative secretary. He certainly couldn't make it back now, and the matter would have to be passed over to the secretary. In the meantime, inside the Qiao family mansion in Zhangzhou, looking at my daughter's pretty face covered in bruises and the nose-swollen horseman behind her, Qiao Laosan was furious. Who did this? Is there any king's law? Is there any justice in heaven? Chapter 5 The Pressure from Qiao Laosan. The servants walked in with tub after tub of ice and medicinal patches. When they saw what Jonah looked like, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. The googly-eyed face was beaten to a pig's head. His legs and arms were covered in bruises. His wrists were still bandaged, and he walked with a straight-up limp. The one who knows is Miss Zhou. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a stray from the garbage dump. Can't even protect a girl. What use do I have for you guys? Qiao Laosan slammed the coffee table, scaring the snotty horsemen all to shrink their necks. Seeing her father so angry, tears sprang from Jonah's panda eyes. Whoa, Dad, you don't have to scold them. They're all on. It's that guy who called a lot of people and is good at fighting. He kicked me to the ground in front of the whole school, and let me. Splits in public. Jonah cried her eyes out, covering her swollen face, aggravated to the core. She was the eldest miss of the Qiao family in Zhangzhou. When had she ever lost such a person? Not only were they beaten, they were socially dead. How could she possibly swallow this? Dad, you must help me get revenge. Dare to hit my daughter? Give me the investigation. Find this man even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. If he's a tiger, he'll lie down for me. If it's a dragon, he'll have to coiled it for me. Qiao Laosan stood up violently, his body radiating monstrous anger. The girl in front of him, who had been beaten into a pig's face, although he didn't want to recognize her, but this is indeed his precious daughter, who has been in the palm of his hand since she was a child. When were you bullied like this? If he didn't take this revenge, he, Qiao Laosan, would have to lose face in Zhangzhou. It's happening right now. Mr. Qiao. Wang Shi is here. One of his men ran in hurriedly. He came just in time. Just in time for him to see what my daughter has been beaten up to. Qiao Laosan sat straight back on the Taisher chair, just like a mob lord sitting in Zhangzhou. Wang City will either give himself an explanation, or this isn't over today. There has to be a clear attitude as to who is the talker in Gangtok. Mr. Qiao, your daughter is in trouble this time. It's all over the internet. Wang Shi came in panting, picking up the tea on the table in his hand and pouring a mouthful of it. Make a scene. Snap. Elder Zhou slammed the table and raised his hand to point at Jonah on the couch, his entire body exploding. My daughter was 110 pounds. Now she's beaten to 130 pounds. There's 20 pounds of Angie bruises alone. Are you telling me that this is a big deal on the internet? Looking at the creature on the couch, Wang Shi's eyes glazed over. Ah? Chen Jin is here too. Qiao Na struggled to squeeze out a smile with the corners of her red and swollen mouth. Hello, Uncle Wang. Hello. Hello. The Qiao family's daughter, Qiao Na, was used to being arrogant in Zhangzhou, and she had beaten people up much more seriously than this before. There was even a fatality, and the person was compensated more than $2 million at that time. Now being beaten into a pig's head in return. To be honest, Wang Shi didn't sympathize at all and could only awkwardly wave his hand. Mr. Qiao, I understand your feelings, but the most crucial issue now is how to give this matter a result. The above attache's great importance to this matter must come up with an announcement tonight. Can't let the public opinion fester, otherwise King City stopped talking halfway through. Looking at the other party's meaningful eyes, Elder Joe slowly raised his head after a few seconds of contemplation. Okay, I can hand a few people out, but I have one condition. On what terms? This guy called Lin Chen, you guys must help me find him as well, and after you guys are done with him, he must be handed over to me to deal with. Looking at Qiao Laosan's fierce eyes, and then thinking about the urgency of the announcement, Wang Shi finally nodded. Good. Jianda. Hey. What are you guys doing? Do you guys know who my boss is? Ah, don't grab me. With a large number of police officers pouring into the school, Zhao Peng, Wang Shui and others, whose faces were covered with bandages, were all taken away. An hour later, the River State Police then issued a public notice. Briefing on the JNU cafeteria brawl. Jangha campus in a vicious brawl after investigating the people involved in the school students Zhao Mao, Wang Mao, Li Mao, Chen Mao and others due to the period of playing meals, and Lin Mao had a verbal dispute and ultimately rose to a physical conflict. Now all the members of the case has been to accept the investigation. Another online rumors of black forces. Big families are purely false. Please do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors, do not make up rumors. As soon as the announcement came out, the entire internet exploded. Ha 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 ha. It's really a student fight. As a result, those marketing numbers froze and made up a gang fight. I'm going. The light of justice. Haha. Not arrogant now. Wait a minute. Why no Jonah? Brothers, keep your eyes peeled. There's not even a Joe on the bulletin. Unfortunately, such a sound is very small. Coupled with the official media editor of Zhangzhou wildly dumped dozens of propaganda Zhangzhou overnight, and soon such a video was covered up. As for Gu Tian, at this moment, he was sitting in the first-class cabin of the flight from Zhangzhou to Kyoto, elegantly holding up a red wine. Two very pretty black silk stewardesses. One half kneeled beside his leg, his slender white hand cupping his leg, still stealing glances at Gu Tian's expression from time to time, afraid of where the force was wrong. The other stood behind him with her hands gently pressing gently on his shoulders, occasionally leaning over to whisper questions in his ear. Gu Xiao, is this strength okay? But compared to these two incredibly attentive stewardesses, the co-pilot who was standing by was the one who really winced. Just before getting ready to take off, the airline manager called out of the blue to say that an incredibly distinguished guest was about to fly on their flight and had contracted the entire first-class cabin. For them, top VIPs like this one have their identifying information entered into the system in advance and shared among other airlines. However, when they tried to inquire about the guest named Lin Chen, they were surprised to find that. Not at all. So during the flight, the crew chief gave the other person impeccable care and tried to introduce the person to their company's membership system card. They have bronze, silver, gold, and platinum memberships. Normally with the platinum card, it's time for the flight attendant as well as the captain to come out and say hello and introduce the flight, which had been a slight smile from the other man, indicating that he already had a membership card. In the midst of the crew chief's confusion, the other party backhandedly pulled out the extremely valuable and long discontinued black and gold card of their airline. Chapter 6: The Return of the Crown Prince. He was in the cockpit at the time when he heard a crew chief scream from the first-class cabin. Coco then got a horrified call from the other side. Captain, pilot, come out to reception. Come out to reception. This guest's identity is not to be missed. Black gold card. 3 short words that made his and the captain's hands shake and almost pulled the plane down a little. Black and gold card? The highest level of membership in the entire airline. They hadn't seen a single one until now at work. Let's not talk about them. Even the chairman of the airline had to personally receive and nod his head when he saw the black and gold card VIPs. But they had, today, actually encountered it. So without saying a word, he ran straight out of the cockpit. Two of the most beautiful flight attendants, who didn't even have time to put on their shoes, ran over to receive them with bare black silk jade feet. You don't know until you ask. The other party said his last name was not Lin and his real name was Gu. That last name alone made the stewardess's legs go weak right then and there. The two prettiest flight attendants, who were just respectfully pouring tea and handing out water, put down the teacups in their hands and directly whacked each other's legs and rubbed their shoulders the moment they heard this last name. Gu's last name, black and gold card, young to the core. The entire Dragon Kingdom. Who else? The Prince of Kyoto, Gu Qiao, must have no doubt about it. The biggest shareholder behind their airline is the Qian Group, which is helmed by his mother. As for people's real fathers, they are not even qualified to mention it. Just as the co-pilot's heart burst into tears, how could he have met such a heavyweight guest? Suddenly, don't press there. It hurts. Gu Tian frowned and let out a muffled grunt violently. The bruise on his back from being punched hadn't dissipated yet, and it just happened to be pressed by the stewardess, and the pain belonged to the bones. The crew chief and the other leg presser were so horrified by the sight that they even thought about where they would have to be buried when they got back. The stewardess who massaged the back was even scared and cried on the spot, crying and bowing continuously. I'm sorry, Gu Qiao. I'm sorry, Xiao Gu. I didn't know where not to press. I'm sorry, Xiao Gu. The co-pilot's face went white and he roared out in anger. You go down. Go back and write me a 300,000-word review. I'll call the manager. Don't come to work tomorrow. Such a scene made Gu Tian's face full of bitterness, and he hurriedly put down his wine glass to explain. Don't panic. Don't panic. It's fine. I bumped my back. Just a couple bruises. It's fine. The words just fell. The tears instantly came to an abrupt end as the stewardess cried her eyes out. Huh? Okay, Gu Qiao. I understand. With that, he rushed to the workroom with his bare black silk feet, almost jogging to get ice and ointment. Seeing that the prince didn't get angry, the co-pilot breathed a slow sigh of relief. Luckily, Gu Qiao had a good temper. Otherwise, this flight. Guess it'll have to be out of service for good. Interrogation room at the River State Police Station. Zhao Peng Wang Shui and the others originally had a stiff upper lip. After a big memory restoration set, the confession was all in the brother's name. Under normal circumstances, this matter is completely closed. It's the guy that Jonah bullies that's no slouch either. Jonah bullies people and they can't stand to fight back. But then it was still too angry to get another group of people from off campus. Just in time to meet up with Jonah's two groups and take Jonah and the others by surprise. But two suspicions suddenly surfaced. First, they checked the beaten man Lin Chen's information in the police department's files, but surprisingly they found nothing. JNU said they could find out before, but now they can't find out anything. It was as if it had evaporated into thin air. The second suspicion is this. Based on the confessions of these punks, this group of people Lin Chen had called in were too professional in their fights. Judging from the few scattered videos of the scene, these people don't look like ordinary social gangsters at all. The throwing stick is so well used that it can be thrown 6 or 7 times a second, hitting the stump. All attacks are non-lethal, but precise enough to incapacitate people. It's really kind of unbelievable. Good. Now here's the problem. What was the origin of this Lin Chen and this group? Why don't they have any clues or leads? The entire interrogation room had a horribly stagnant atmosphere. Early morning, Kyoto Airport. The day dawned with a mist enveloping the 1,000-year-old capital. Tall buildings loomed in the distance, and the terminal was packed with people. Shoo away. A flight from Jiangzhou landed slowly, the moment the tires touched the ground, bringing up a slight shudder as it glided steadily into the tarmac. The moment the cabin door opened, a young man in a tailored suit walked out with one hand in his pocket. Finally back. Gu Tian took a deep breath, and the light morning mist carried a slightly wet and sour flavor. He was still more used to the scent of Kyoto than the humid heat of Jiangzhou. And behind him, the flight attendants, stewardesses, captains and others breathed a long sigh of relief. If the hospitality is not good enough. Gu Qiao got off the plane, but they got off the post. Tic-tac-toe. In the distance, several Audi A8s sped up and came to a steady stop in front of the tarmac. The doors opened and officers in black suits and sunglasses quickly exited the car and stood in 2 rows, heads bowed in solemnity. But what stood out the most was the series of license plate numbers. Dragon A88888, Dragon A99999, Dragon A77777. Not only were they all Panther numbers, but there were even a couple of cars that actually had some small flags on them. I'll go. This license plate is awesome. Holy, are we on the same flight as Big Brother? Who's this to pick up? Nice guy. An official car driving right up to the tarmac to pick someone up. Bull, that license plate is awesome. When did I ever get this? In your next life. Travelers were so stunned that they rushed to grab their cell phones to try to capture the scene. However, sir, please don't take pictures. A black-clad man wearing headphones had stood beside them at some point and pressed their cell phones with an expressionless face. An invisible pressure that made one's scalp go numb. Just then, not far away, another Ferrari SF90 drove over, and a drift and tail swing steadily stopped in front of Gu Tian. Such a scene. Looking at Secretary Wang, his brows furrowed violently. Nice guy. Whose general is this? He's here to pick up the prince? Din. As soon as the car door opened, a young man with an inch head greeted him with a face full of excitement. Gu, Haozi, why have you come to pick me up? Gu Tian was slightly stunned, then revealed a look of surprise. I didn't expect Wang Hao to get the news that he was going back to Kyoto today, and even ran over to pick him up. Wang Hao was his hairdresser and had played with him since he was a child. Hey, my dad was drunk last night and I snuck a peek at his cell phone. Chapter 7 Kyoto Highly Classified. Wang Hao hemmed and hawed, taking Gu Tian by the shoulders and saying, this whole thing about you coming back is surprisingly highly classified? I still peeked at my dad's cell phone to know. The whole time you've been in Jiangzhou, the two hadn't seen each other for a year. Since Tian was sent away, he kept asking his friends to find each other. However, nothing has been found, and there is no record in the social worker's file, as if the whole person has evaporated. How was Kyoto this year? How's the club business? Gu Tian sized up his good brother Wang Hao in front of him with interest. A year gone, Wang Hao has changed quite a bit. The face didn't have that hangdog look on it before. It's more of a is kind of calm and collected. Wang Hao scratched his head with emotion. What else? Rules and regulations. Club business has been slow since you left. Wang Hao spoke of this clubhouse. Gu Tian is the biggest shareholder behind it. In the beginning, he was like any other son of a powerful nobleman, hanging around all day long in all the high-end clubs, bars and clubs, living a life of drunkenness. Every time I drink too much, I always get into all sorts of trouble. In the end, his mother of the Chen group could not stand to watch and simply took 200 million in the most prosperous prime location in Kyoto, specifically for him to open a private club. The clubhouse is positioned in a very specific way, neither open to the public nor some kind of messy pin-up. Rather, it is the social center of Kyoto's truly top second-generation circle. This is not a place to earn traffic and make money, but to eat on connections and status. Want to get into the clubhouse? Sorry, gotta qualify. Not the second generation of the rich, but the real descendants of the powerful. Not boomers, but people with deep family roots. The purpose of this move was for Gu Tian to make some real friends. Meanwhile, get away and be happy in your own clubhouse with less fuss. But ever since Gu Tian was sent away, the wind had completely changed. Even Gu Lao dared to make a move to fix his own son, let alone them. If you're targeted, won't you have to kill your whole family? The year you were sent away, everyone was like turtles, cowering in fear of moving. But you're back. That means... Wang Hao's palm gently gripped on the steering wheel, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Tian playfully. As the spokesperson of the Kyoto social circle, as soon as Tian returned to release a positive signal, then everyone would surely become active as quickly as before. It's only been a year. I'm not dead. What? All of them have lowered their profile to this. The corner of Gu Tian's mouth rose slightly as he took the huazi handed over by Wang Hao, which was clearly printed with internal exclusive. Wang Hao took a deep breath, then shook his head. You really don't know. Your old man's hand in that. He's got the whole Kyoto circle in a tizzy. After you left, the Qin family, the Du family, the Zhao family, those arrogant and accustomed families all tightened up. Even the little brothers who were the most bouncy in our clubhouse have honestly gone back to business. Aren't they arrogant? Gu Tian let out a light laugh and casually opened the car window. Some of the Qin, Du, and Zhao families were in positions of power and some were engaged in business. But it's all brother before him. Who can carry your old man's thunderbolt? Wang Hao sighed. As soon as you left, that old master of the Qin family directly held a family meeting, forbidding all the sons and daughters of the Qin family to cause trouble, and whoever wants to cause trouble will be directly kicked out of the house. The Du family and the Zhao family have also all been acting like crazy, sending a few of their playboys out for further studies, and some of them have even been directly snowed in and prevented from appearing in the public eye. That's nothing. The most ruthless is the Shay family. Gu Tian raised an eyebrow. Xie family? Xie Juanhao. Xie Juanhao's old man, Xie Yong. Before that, it was kind of a rivalry with Pops. But Pop made a comeback in the final stages with 3 votes. Wang Hao nodded his head and said with a complicated expression, "You just left that meeting? The Xie family hadn't reacted yet. And that guy Xie Juanhao got drunk with a group of friends at a bar. And after drinking, he even said in front of other people that after Gu Tian left, that Kyoto circle he, Xie Juanhao, would be the man of the hour. And then, Gu Tian asked with interest. That's something he would have heard before. The next day a sack will appear in the moat. And then, Wang Hao gulped. Early the next morning, he was put on a plane to the North Pole. The North Pole. Gu Tian froze for a moment and couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're kidding me, Ma. Xie Yong is old enough to have a son. Where would he be so cruel? What am I lying to you for? Wang Hao smiled bitterly. When the cabinet meeting was held the next morning, I heard my dad say that Xie Yong was extra careful and respectful in front of your dad. Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh and shake his head after hearing this. I can't imagine that Pops was ruthless with him. Really knocking the entire Kyoto circle of power and nobility. It's really getting interesting. It was when Wang Hao was about to start the car. Secretary Wang ran over panting. Gu Xiao, take my car back. Your second uncle personally asked me to come and pick you up. My second uncle? Gu Tian lengthened his tone and looked at Secretary Wang with a smirk. TSK. It really surprises me. My second uncle is hitting me with a stick. And now he's backtracking to give me a sweet date. And he's even personally letting you come over to pick me up. Growing up, Uncle Tu favored him. Even if he fought with second uncle's daughter, Gu Tong, second uncle would still turn toward him. But what he didn't expect was this exile from Pops. Second uncle actually also in the middle of the scheme, which has really let him a little. Can't help it, even the feeling of betraying him. Secretary Wang's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained, Xiao Gu, you're mistaken. Your second uncle has always cared about you. He's been observing you from time to time in the shadows over the past year, and he even shed tears when he saw you suffer. And on more than one occasion Jean has persuaded your father to take you home, but has been refused by your father. Oh? Care. Gu Tian narrowed his eyes playfully. There was certainly no way for him to go to Pops about it, much less throw his weight around in front of him. But it's okay in front of Uncle Tu. Okay. Thanks for my second uncle's concern. My friend here came to pick me up. I'll just go straight back in his car. Gu Tian glanced at Wang Hao. Wang Hao understood for a second, and the car slowly began to move. And you go back and tell my second uncle that I quite like the city he chose for me in Jiangzhou. It's such a great city. Also tell his daughter, Gu Tong, not to come to the capital to play recently. Or I'll see her once and beat her. After saying this, Gu Tian closed the car window with satisfaction. With a roar, the Ferrari sailed away. Only Secretary Wang was left with a pale face, frozen in place. Maru Spice. Gu Province has really upset his great-nephew this time. He knew this young master in front of him too well. Gu Xiao was never one to talk. If the crazy bloodthirsty ruthlessness comes up, a whole mixed little devil. Even those within the Gu family are still punched without mercy. Once pretended to take Gu Tong on a trip and ended up throwing the other person to the South Pole. He ran back alone. Chapter 8 Xiao Gu's Private Club. The duo drove around Kyoto Boulevard in their Ferrari. Right in the middle of rush hour. There were quite a few vehicles on the road and even more luxury cars. What with Maybach and Bentley all over the place. But upon seeing this fiery red Ferrari, one by one, they all hurried to deliberately pull away. Who dares to block or overtake the car of the son of Secretary Wang? I'll go. If it isn't Mr. Wang. Good fellow. It's really an honor to meet young Wang early in the morning. My goodness. Young Wang got up early enough today, just as a number of limo drivers lamented. The young figure in the passenger seat caught their attention. That familiar silhouette, that air, and the way he always leaned casually on the seat. Holy, fierce. It's ing. It's Mom. Who else but that one could make young Wong a chauffeur? My goodness, that guy showed up? It's really him. Before they had time to take a closer look, Wang Hao sensed something strange about the nearby vehicles and disappeared directly into sight with a kick of the gas pedal. 40 minutes later, the car slowly drove into the busiest part of Kyoto, in front of the luxury clubhouse. Gu Tian got out of the car ahead of time and walked slowly towards the clubhouse gate, and Wang Hao drove his car directly to the parking lot not far away. He doesn't usually come here much, and his exclusive parking space is given to guests. Gee whiz, do you call that a lull in business? Looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Tian grunted and laughed. Obviously Wang Hao said that business was lukewarm, so he probably hadn't misappropriated the money in his account, even though it's broad daylight. But the front of the clubhouse has long been filled with all kinds of luxury cars, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Maybach. The young men and women coming in and out of the doorway are, at a glance, non-rich or expensive circles. Haven't seen you for a year. There are quite a few new faces here. Gu Tian stood at the entrance of the clubhouse, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scanned the unfamiliar faces coming in and out. Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment? Two young ladies in professional black silk uniforms greeted them with smiles and elegant demeanor. The biggest difference between an official kiln and a private kiln is in the welcoming. The ballad will only be mechanical. Agu, brother inside. Agu, little brother, you're here. I missed you so much. Help your sister set the stage. But the official kiln is not the same, not only to receive but also the identity of the screener. Not only do they have to know how to entertain the powerful and wealthy, but they also have to be good at reading people's words and recognizing their guest status, and even judging the other person's tier in the Kyoto circle by the way he or she dresses and talks and behaves. Hearing the duo's question, Gu Tian's footsteps lurched as he raised his head to look at the two new arrivals. An appointment? Casually, he patted his suit jacket lightly. I've been here before and never needed an appointment. The two welcoming ladies froze for a moment, and their gazes subconsciously started sizing up Gu Tian, their minds searching rapidly for this person's identity. This person had not been seen before and was not on the guest list. The other side wears world-class luxury brands Zegna or Brioni. A piece of minimum is 600,000 to start. However, this style is not in the official, so it should be a customized model and must be worth over $1 million. The leather shoes are the not-so-common Baruti brand. It's a much more understated and luxurious brand with a price tag of at least $300,000 or more. The total value of this man's clothing alone is around $2 million. What kind of crowd comes here in suits? What kind of crowd has millions of dollars for a casual outfit? Why didn't you drive? So there must be an exclusive driver? Various judgments suggest that this person was definitely not an ordinary rich second generation, but a real young master and extremely low-key. The most crucial thing is that this person is standing at the entrance of this top club in Kyoto. His face is not red and his heart is not jumping. His expression is calm and with a bit of playfulness. What does this mean? At this instant, the heartbeats of the two welcoming ladies both sped up so fast that they almost instinctively reacted to go and bend over. Sir, welcome. May I ask if you're here to see Mr. Wang? This statement was made. Gu Tianyi was confused throughout. The tiger is not at home. The monkey is the king of the mountain. At this point, Wang Hao parked his car and jogged over. Once he saw that Gu Tian seemed to be chatting with the two welcoming ladies, he instantly let out a long breath. Inside the clubhouse, he remodeled it slightly and added a dance floor for dancing and bouncing. And the barriers to entry have been lowered. So all the way there, I was wondering how to explain it to Tian. But now, it seems that the lady at the door to welcome the guests seems to be very suitable for Tian's taste. Tian, why don't you go in? This statement was made. Brother Tin. The two young ladies' smiles froze violently on their faces. Guten. The owner of the clubhouse? The legendary Mr. Gu. They had never actually met Gu Tian though, but they had heard too many legends about this prince. Their manager, Sister Su, had mentioned Gu Tian's name countless times, each time with a tone of awe. Mr. Wang also said more than once in private who the real owner of this club would be. Not to mention, the powerful sons and daughters who came here to spend their money would talk about Gushao's scenery back then from time to time. But who would have thought? This man who only lived in legends, today actually stood in front of them alive. They just went so far as to ask if he had an appointment? Gosh! The welcoming young lady's legs went soft and she almost directly knelt down. her long legs trembling slightly. Gu Xiao.
I'm sorry.
That. We didn't mean to. We. However, Gu Tian wasn't angry in the slightest and turned to Wang Hao and explained, these two have a pretty good service attitude. Give out some bonuses, 50,000 each. This statement was made. The two welcoming tiny sisters' bodies trembled and froze directly in place. 50,000. Send 50,000 because of a welcome reception? Their monthly salary is only less than 30,000 yuan. Usually receive even more important VIP. The most is to get a little tip. 1,000 or 2,000 are considered more. But now, Gu Xiao casually said that he would directly give each of them 50,000. Wang Hao froze, then laughed. Why don't you hurry up and thank Mr. Gu? Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu. The two women hurriedly bent down and saluted, thanking them one by one. All right, take it easy. Do a good job. Gu Tian smiled faintly and waved his hand, then turned around and stepped into the clubhouse leisurely with his hands in his pockets. May Clubhouse Hall. The moment Gu Tian stepped into the hall of the clubhouse, his entire body froze. The lights dazzle and neon flashes. The heavy bass drums of the DJ booth shook the heart. The center of the dance floor was densely packed with handsome men and women who were bouncing madly. There's a whole paper-thin atmosphere in the air. Wait, Howsy, you told this is my ING clubhouse from before? He clearly remembered that before he left, this was the most private and socialized place for the powerful sons and daughters of Kyoto. Quiet, luxurious, and secluded. Now what? The whole hall became an unabashedly luxurious nightclub? According to this atmosphere, wouldn't there be a foot massage inside? Tian, take it easy. Listen to me explain. Listen to me explain. No sooner had Wang Hao waved his hand back and forth. Gu Tianke then gave him a saucy chestnut. Chapter 9. The sultry and realistic manager Su. Under Gu Tian's angry gaze, Wang Hao explained mournfully. To put it bluntly, after Gu Tian left, the Kyoto circle all tightened up, causing the clubhouse to be very ineffective. So, you changed this place into a nightclub? Gu Tian looked at the paper-drunk scene in front of him with a complicated gaze. The one dancing in the middle of the dance floor seems to be wearing nothing but underwear. If Mom found out about this, she'd kill him. The clubhouse was open partly so he could have a place to play, and partly to see how well he could start a business. But now, how dare you? Wang Hao quickly waved his hand. This is your clubhouse without your word. How would I dare to change it casually? But it can't be helped, no one comes, so it's not like we're going to lose money, and if we go out of business, you and I won't have a place to play, and Auntie will laugh at you for not having entrepreneurial talent. So I had to lower the threshold, lowered the membership criteria, and allowed the children of other rich second generation, coal bosses, and king diamonds to come in and play. At the same time, I've added a bar hopping program that's open 24 hours a day. As Wang Hao said these words, he pointed around the hall again. I just remodeled it a little bit. The soundproofing is 100%. You can't hear anything inside at all from outside. With 24-hour oxygen inside the hall and no sense of time, people who come here tend to stay for a day or two at a time. A lot of these people you're seeing right now, a lot of them came in last night and didn't go out at all. I'm telling you, these guys can really not be bad with money. They can drop several $1,000,000 in a random night, throwing it around. Guten. Haoko. You're really criminal. Wang Hao helplessly smiled and shrugged. Brother Tian, times have changed. Business, you have to follow the market. And I can guarantee that this is definitely one of the most profitable clubs in Kyoto at the moment. The daily water flow now easily breaks $5 million. And who is this guest? Can you talk to Mr. Wang for so long? Manager Su tugged on her wrap-around skirt and stepped forward with her long black silk legs enchantingly. Mr. Wang, you go about your business. Leave this guest to me. But the moment he saw Gu Tian's face, ah! A scream fell. Manager Su's entire body jumped up and directly hugged Gu Tian, crying like a pear. Gu Xiao, you're finally back. You don't know that. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. Now he's letting me use sex to attract customers. What I wore before. You see what I am wearing now. He said I wasn't wearing enough character and asked me to be more daring. Manager Su. Let's loosen it up a bit. I can't breathe. Gu Tian's face flushed red. Manager Su's body was very proud. The waves of curves separated him from breathing. The cold-toos who were throwing away thousands of dollars stopped the glasses in their hands and stared dumbfounded at the image in front of them. Manager Sue is crazy?
No.
What the hell? She actually jumped on a guy in public. No way. Manager Sue just hugged him like that? Who the hell is that guy? For these second-generation coal guys. There are quite a few, but they are salivating over Manager Sue's beauty. Manager Sue is responsible for the management of the clubhouse and high-end hospitality. But she's never been a chaperone, let alone had any physical contact. Even if they smashed more money, the most she could do was to serve tea and chat with them, and don't even think about anything else. Inside the office, the huge, aquarium-like fish tank was striking, housing many ferocious fish. Gu Tian sat in his boss chair, browsing through the ledger. Manager Sue was still talking about Wang Hao's sins in a rainy voice. Gu Xiao, you are not aware of it. Mr. Wang has been practically lawless these years. As soon as you left, he immediately transformed the clubhouse into a 24-hour non-stop pin-up. Not only did he lower the bar, but he forced me to wear black silk, high heels, and hip-hugging dresses every day, saying something about adding beauty and increasing customer satisfaction. I'm still asked to chat with those people late at night every day, good night and good morning every day, and daintily voice over people. He also said that in another 10 years or so I'll be old enough that no one will even look at me, so I have to make the best use of what I have now. You see, where am I the manager who manages the clubhouse? It's practically no different from an escort. Brother Tian, injustice. You can't listen to this woman's nonsense. Wang Hao's forehead was sweating as he cried out in injustice with a sincere face. I'm doing this for the sake of the employee. She works standing for a long time and her blood circulation is not good. Black silk can effectively prevent varicose veins. As for the wraparound skirt, that's to take into account the advantages of her figure, show off the enchanting temperament, and add to the overall high-end feel of the clubhouse. Besides, Brother Tian, you know, which one of the female employees in our clubhouse is not a top-notch beauty? Snap. Gu Tian violently closed the ledger with a satisfied expression. He's not short of money, but the proceeds from the clubhouse were the only way he could prove to his mom that he was capable of doing business. Manager Sue, if you're not satisfied, you'll still change into your previous clothes. The previous dress of Manager Sue was typical of a workplace business manager, which was once thought. Manager Sue wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked shyly at Gu Tian. Not Gu Xiao. Not that. Not satisfied. Rather what? Gu Tian crossed his legs with interest. Rather, gotta add money. The words came out. The air stood still for an instant. The tea that Wang Hao had just drank into his mouth almost sprayed out. Pest. I'll go.
Sister Sue.
You're so realistic. Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. I thought the other party had been wronged in some heavenly way, but I didn't realize it was just this. Manager Sue ruffled her long hair, pointing at Wang Hao with a pasty but righteous voice. Why so realistic? Mr. Wang, you still have the nerve to say that? Deduct me 1,000 for not wearing black silk? Deduct me 1,000 for not wearing high heels, and deduct me another 1,000 for bad makeup. I get paid $70,000 a month, and you were able to deduct over 20,000 from me. Ha 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 ha.
Plus processing wage.
It has to be increased. Gu Tian laughed bashfully and casually pulled open the drawer, directly yanking out a pile of banknotes and throwing them to Manager Sue without hesitation. Salary toward 100,000 plus a commission for exclusive services. Manager Sue was confused throughout. Gu Xiao. Are you serious? Her monthly base salary is $70,000, and her exclusive service commission works out to at least $100,000 per month, with a $30,000 bonus. That's $200,000 a month when you do the math. Plus, there's the year-end bonus. When you do the math. Nice guy. Yearly income is several $1,000,000. Gu Xiao is too atmospheric. Now you've gotten your way, you've gotten what you wanted. Wang Hao glanced sadly at Manager Sue. Seriously, of course I'm serious. The words just fell. Manager Sue took a hard breath and once again lunged forward, hugging Gu Tian again. Gu Xiao. Sue will work under your hand for the rest of her life, forever loyal to you. The dainty and soft voice was tingling to the ear. Looking at Wang Hao, he swallowed his saliva hard. Okay. Perfume chokes the eyes. Gu Tian pushed away the other party's choppy body. He had gotten used to Manager Su's enthusiasm and didn't feel anything. It's happening right now. Bang, bang, bang. A sharp knock came at the door. Come in, Wang Hao said in a deep voice. It's not good, Mr. Wang. The door was pushed open and a waiter nervously ran in, subconsciously looking to the boss's chair. The result was the sight of that all-too-familiar face. Holy, Mr. Gu is back. General Manager Gu. Mr. Gu, there's a disturbance outside, and they want Manager Su to go over to accompany them. Manager Su's face sank, instantly turning from a small woman into a cold imperial sister. Good. After saying that, she stepped on her high heels and clattered out, and the whole scene of popularity was pulled straight to full capacity. Gu Xiao had just returned today, so she wanted to see which guest was so ungrateful. Come on, let's go together. Gu Tian slowly stood up and pulled open the drawer with his hand. Next, snap, a silver and black beretta was placed in the table. Brother Sky. You this. Wang Hao instantly changed. Equivalent to the Tian brother, this went out for a year, and did not have any changes. Chapter 10. Answer me. Old me has spent over $1 million here. Not even a special service. Not even the manager will come over for a drink. He is still standing up, only to see a fat man with a bloated body and dyed yellow hair on the card table below, cursing and slapping the table. I'm sorry, we don't have the kind of special service you're talking about here. The waiter explained one by one, which was once thought. Fatty picked up 2 bottles of Ace of Spades and poured them over his opponent's head at once. If you don't have it, you won't find it? Just now your pretty manageress threw herself at someone else. Can't you come out for a drink now? If she doesn't come out today, I'll smash this place in minutes. When he finished, he flung the bottle straight to the ground. Such a scene. The guests in the surrounding decks sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this fat guy really crazy? Making trouble here? Does he really not know whose territory this is? Spending $1 million and you think you're a big brother? These decks they were sitting in at the moment. It's actually the cheapest area in the entire clubhouse. We all know it in our hearts, but we just pretend we don't. Including these Ace of Spades and Divine Dragon sets were all made by this clubhouse especially for them people. The purpose is to fear that they can't afford to spend. The real power elite are in the clubhouse private box as well as inside to enjoy the top service. A bottle of red wine bottom is $500,000 to start. Agu, this guest, why are you so angry? A flirty voice came out, only to see Manager Su stepping on black silk high heels, twisting her slender waist and slowly walking down the steps. It's still Manager Su who has a pattern. TSK. Manager Su's pattern is really different. Surprisingly, he doesn't see eye to eye with this kind of generalization. Manager Su is so beautiful, just as the people at the card table were flirting. Next, I'm going. Wait. A cardholder's eyes snapped wide open, and the hand holding his wine glass trembled as he looked behind Manager Su. Ilea damn. Gu Xiao. Almost the same second. Many of the guests in the booths stood up with a start, their faces instantly pale. It's really Gu Xiao. Holy, Master Prince. I've seen the honored one. I'll go. This is the Prince of Kyoto. The Prince. It's really the Prince. There were handsome men and women who knew about Gu Tian who wanted to rush over and say hello at this moment. However, looking at Gu Tian's gloomy face, they all froze in place, not daring to utter a single breath. Sound engineers, DJs, lighting technicians, and even more quickly paused the entire room and stand on the stage for an entire still. The fat yellow-haired man didn't know and thought it was his anger roaring across the room. Manager Su stepped forward with her red lips slightly raised. A hand picked up the fat man's chin. For me to drink with you, you'd have to get a membership at least. So flirty and teasing. The fat man's throat knots rolled frantically and his cheeks flushed like a choking animal. Mamya, this is too much of a meeting. That's what I love to eat. Do it. It must be done. Do the top membership. What's the harm in being able to enjoy the company of such a beautiful woman? What's the harm in being a member of the district? Watch as the fat man pulls his wallet out of his pocket with trembling hands. Wang Hao raised his chin and kept giving Gu Tian thumbs up to show off. The entire Gu Tiani was speechless. Manager Su is the one he got from his mom's group. Previously, he was a supervisor of marketing management in the following company, a real workplace elite. How is it that, in a year's time, Wang Hao has brought him to such a crooked state. The waiter pressed the amount and handed the swipe machine forward. Yes, sir. Please swipe your card. Brush. Must brush. The fat man's eyes were dead set on the delicate and flirtatious manager Su, and he took his card and snapped it to the swipe machine. Genuinely give a person a sense of the family mine more, not bad money. Drops. Balance is low. So prompted, the guests around the card table instantly burst into laughter as if they had expected it. The membership card of the Heavenly Seal Clubhouse was not something that ordinary people could get. Trying to successfully fake it here, they really couldn't think of anything other than capturing the aliens alive and carrying them over. Fatty's brain instantly went down and his face froze. Nanny? What? Not enough balance. He can't be broke. Can he? There's still over $4 million in the card. How is it possible to have a low balance? As a result, he raised his head and met Manager Su's teasingly beautiful eyes. What is it, sir? It's not like you're out of money, is it? Hearing the mocking laughter around him, Fatty shook his head violently and roared. How much do you members pay? There's no way this can't be swiped. Manager Su gently waved his hand, and another waiter immediately walked over with the membership documents. Fatty took a look, and his entire body stumbled violently, almost falling to the ground. Top black and gold membership. Consumption levels start at 100 million. The trashiest bronze member that spends $10 million. Fatty completely breaks defense.
No.
No way. You guys are robbing me. Black store. Black store ah. Who is your boss? Black-hearted boss. Looking at the other party's broken defense, Manager Su gently smiled and slowly approached the fat man's ear. The voice was so flirtatious it sounded like he was coaxing a loser. Mister, if you really want me to drink with you, how about save up $100 million first? This statement was made. Fatty instantly exploded. Pretending didn't work. Didn't even get to touch his hand and was mocked like crazy in general? Uncle can tolerate it, but Auntie can't. I'm going to smash this store of yours. While the other hissed to transform, Gu Tian backhandedly pulled out the Beretta at his waist and disliked the muzzle of the gun into his mouth as he directly interrupted his spell casting. Such a scene scared the jaws of all the guests. I was already afraid to move, but now I'm even more afraid to move. The fat man reacted with a whole soul. Wait a minute. Truth? No. Scream. Why don't you keep screaming? Answer me. Gu Tian raised Truth with one hand and grabbed the fat man's collar with the other and shook it frantically. Weren't you arrogant just now? Aren't you going to trash my place? Go ahead. Answer me. Woo-hoo. The fat man's mouth was gagged by the muzzle of the gun, so all he could do was shake his head in horror and make whimpering noises. But it was too late. Gu Tian gave a look. The full house music blew right up. Goodbye my love, I want. The lights went out momentarily, to the sound of powerful music. The gunshot was muffled and all that could be seen was a spray of fire in the darkness. Wait for the lights to come on. Only Gu Tian took the tissue handed over by the waiter and slowly wiped the blood from his face. As for the fat guy, it's good to be young and fall asleep. Take this guy away and pick a deluxe furnace. Gu Tian handed the Truth over to Manager Su and ordered casually. Okay, Mr. Gu. Manager Su obediently and knowingly received the Truth, her beautiful eyes flashing with adoration and awe. Back to the office. Wang Haoke then held up the tablet and walked over. The information about the little fat guy just now has been checked to the last detail. Cannot day brother, this kid is really damned. The family is Hanshi-side, his father to get coal mine, before the accident caused a human life, only to compensate people $10,000.
¿Cuál mine?
Gu Tian's eyes were once again momentarily playful. Go on. Get some men and blow up his father's mine. All right, no problem. Wang Hao was very excited. Since Tian hadn't changed, he could continue to juggle again after following in the future. At this point, the cell phone suddenly rang. Strange caller. Belongs to Jiangzhou, Handong. Gu Tian thought it was Uncle Air's new cell phone number and slid directly to answer, resulting in a connection. There was a hysterical rant from a girl right on the other end of the line. Grass mud horse Lin Chun. I'll find you even if you run to the ends of the earth. If you have the guts to come out and fight. I'm telling you, if you let me find you, I'll kill you. You know who gave me your cell phone number, right? Humph. Xinyao. That girl was beaten up by me. For that matter, she still won't give it to me. I directly pushed her house. Ha ha. Listen to the sound of a woman's eerie, maniacal laughter coming from the speakers. Wang Hao was a whole lot confused. Not. Tian will be exiled for a year. How did he get into trouble with the affair debt? Chapter 11 Jonah's Crazy Provocations. Your name is Jonah, right? Gu Tian said one sentence, and the hysterical voice on the other end came to an abrupt end. 3 seconds later. In hell. You don't even know who I am you. I'm telling you, this is not over. My father is going to chop you up. I'll chop you up too. In the face of the other party's threat, Gu Tian smiled faintly and turned on the speakerphone in passing. If he didn't put it on speakerphone, Wang Hao's ear would be on his face. What's your father's name? My dad's name is Qiao Laosan. Ask around in Jiangzhou. Who doesn't know my dad? This matter is useless even if you kneel with me. My father has issued an order to hunt down and kill people in the Jianghu. As long as you dare to show your head in Jiangzhou, black and white will inform my father. This statement was made. Gu Tian and Wang Hao looked at each other in unison. Especially Wang Hao's eyes were like Columbus discovering a new continent. That's a bit of an informative statement, haha. The black one is ready. And now a white one. In other words, Tian and he just have to want to take the career path now. Isn't this a good political achievement? It just depends on whether it's a big fish or a small fish involved in the call. Okay. I know. I'll show my head in Jiangzhou in a few days. You come and chop me then, haha. Gu Tian hung up directly after saying these flirtatious words. Turn on flight mode again and throw the phone straight into the fish tank. Snap. Splash. A large alligator eel snapped at the phone and swallowed it straight down. What's the deal, Tin? Your ex-girlfriend or some crazy woman somewhere? Is this a big fish or a little fish? Wang Hao, a whole lot confused, tugged on the chair can and came over. Gu Tian could only tell the experience of the last day of his exile one by one, including this Shen Yao. He was fake miserable in Gangtok. But this Shen Yao is really miserable, growing up in an orphanage without a father or a mother. Although her appearance was pure and compassionate, and she was known as the little school flower in Jiangnan University. Low self-esteem is hardwired to be overwhelmingly non-existent. When he first came to Jiangzhou University, he was at the same table with the other. He's a nice guy, he doesn't have a heart, he looks like a silly sweetie, and he takes care of him in his daily life and studies. So Qiao Na was able to find Shen Yao, the genus investigated.
No tin.
Wang Hao slapped his thighs and said with a face full of heartache, why didn't you help this Shen Yao at the time? Just give someone $3 to $5 million, even if you don't let her live too luxuriously. At least she won't be violently beaten up because of a contact, right? Upon hearing this, Gu Tian got anxious and went up and disliked Wang Hao's head with a sauce-popping chestnut. You think I don't want to help? I was poorer than Shen Yao at the time. She still has a scholarship. I'll go pick up cardboard bottles on the street and sell them. You don't understand the situation I was in. Stand and talk. He did want to help Shen Yao at that time, but his heart was not enough. But it's okay now. Having a bright reason to help the other guy who got his ass kicked by Jonah for him. Even though his old mom always taught him not to just get involved in other people's karma. What did you say? Wang Hao's pupils contracted violently, his face full of shock. I said. Gu Tian repeated it word for word, gritting his teeth. Me. Go. Street. Up. Pick up. Rags. Sell. Money. Ordinary cardboard is 60 cents a pound. Better cardboard 75 cents. Mineral water bottles for 30 cents each. Boom. Wang Hao felt like his brain was going to explode, and with his hands full, he started searching online for scrap prices. 5 seconds later. Holy, you really picked it up, Tian. Gu Weather laughed. For a moment, he really wanted to chop up Wang Hao and throw him in the fish tank to feed the fish. And what are you going to do about this, Jonah? This is obviously a black force. It's a proper political achievement. Brother Tian, why don't you settle them and just use this incident to step into the career path? And then you transfer the clubhouse to me. The more Wang Hao talked, the more excited he became, and he began to think about the dream of getting rich. Let's go official and businessman from now on. Great guy. Perfect. Can't stand it. I'm going to Niet. Be quiet. Gu Tian raised his leg and kicked it, and Wang Hao fell to the ground on all fours with his chair. Ouch. Ouch. It hurts. No, Tian. I'm doing this for your own good. My parents have cut me off from my allowance for a few years now, and they've even drawn a line in the sand with me. What if your parents cut off your allowance one day? I'm thinking of your future, brother. Gu Tian didn't say anything and picked up the previous cell phone from the drawer and fiddled with it. Wang Hao's family situation is different from his. His father has no background, step by step. Climb to this position is comparable to heaven. Nowadays, they are not only conscientious, but also walk on thin ice and know the official world well. In terms of children's education, it can be described as strict to the extreme, for fear of being dragged down by Wang Hao, the rebellious son. No pocket money is given so that he learns to let him learn to be self-supporting, avoiding the vice of extravagance, and at the same time drawing a clear line of demarcation. If he hadn't brought Wang Hao to play, Wang Hao's life would probably have been all over the place. In the midst of Wang Hao's wife-like babbling, Gu Tian opened WeChat. Moment. Ding. 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 Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Countless messages came in like a torrent. Brother Sky, turn off the network. Turn off the network. Don't blow up your cell phone. Amidst Wang Hao's panicked voice, Gu Tian hurriedly turned off the mobile data. But the few messages that reflected on his brow instantly made him frown. Lu Ruiqi, Brother Tian, when did you come back? I just heard from my little brother that he saw you at the clubhouse.
Su Hinchen, Broter Tian.
See, this is you? From my little brother in Jiangzhou. Image JPG. Image JPG. Su Wan Yu, Brother Tian. This is from my sister in Jiangzhou. It looks like you. Is it you? Image JPG. Lu Qinwei. I'm going to Tian. I'm not sure if you're in Jiangzhou or not. I see this beaten like you, but I hope it's not you plus shivering emoticon package. Image JPG. The old man is ING all over the internet. Gu Tian let out an angry cry and reached for the tablet on the table and searched for it. Sure enough, once you search for the words, the video of him getting beat up at the JNU cafeteria went viral. But with his nose and face, it was hard to associate him with the crown prince of the capital circle. Holy, that's a hell of a fight. The guy didn't cheat on his wife. Caught in the act. Well played. This guy must be cheap to make such a pretty girl angry. If it isn't my sister Jo. My sister Qiao is so handsome. Looking at the comments underneath the video, Gu Tianyi was enraged throughout. What the is this ethos? Victim guilt theory? Chapter 12. Fermentation of public opinion. Brother Sky, you don't have to go over there. Just leave this to me. Wang Hao also searched for these videos, and a whole lot of anger gnashed his teeth. It's ING bullying. Even if Tin is a little trashy, he can't be like this. It's practically trampling on each other's dignity. Speaking here, Wang Hao suddenly changed his words and came over in a manner. Dan, what was in your mind when you were stepped on by her? Was it humiliation or... Qiao immediately lifted his size 43 big foot. What do you think I'm thinking? UNG try? Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly retreated 3 meters away with a flash, fearing that Gu Tian would give him another kick. Brother Tian, what are you going to do? I see that this Jonah in the comment section is still clamoring that her family has a Yakuza background. Oh, mob background? The corner of Gu Tian's mouth hooked into a cruel smile. The last person who claimed to have a mob background in front of him is still soaking in the river. There's another one here? That's just right. He was just about out of feed for this tank of fish anyway. Since the video is spreading in Jiangzhou, it might as well let it continue to spread a bit, giving me a crowning reason to exterminate them. Lest someone pick on me again afterward. Having said that, Gu Tian backhandedly picked up the phone on the table and called. Hello there. This is the Douyin Exclusive Administration Center. Do you have an appointment? A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. No appointment. I'm looking for Zhang Ming, your director. This statement was made. Huh? Well, would it be possible to leave your name? I'll have Dong Zhang call you back later. The voice on the other end quivered noticeably. I guess I've never met a customer in such a situation, and with such a tone of voice. My last name is Gu. My first name is Tian. The words fell. Snap! The sound of a phone dropping onto the table came from the other end. It was followed by a rush of voices. Huh? Okay. Okay, Xiao Gu. Wait a moment. I'll have Zhang Dong call you back right away. Hanging up in less than 3 seconds. The phone call from the chapter manager could have come through. The tone of voice was so respectful. Behind their group there is also the investment of the Chen group, which where dare to neglect Aya Gu Xiao. This is all trivial. No problem. Give me a minute. I'll have this video and topic on the list in no time. By the way, Gu Xiao, you can just call me directly if you need anything in the future. My phone is always on for you 24 hours a day. Sorry, I forgot to save it, Gu Tian said indifferently. These words made the other end of the phone silent for a second. It's fine, Gu Xiao. My number is probably not easy to remember. It's too normal for you to forget. Well, everything else is fine, thanks haha. Oops, no need. It's all minor, look when we… Snap. Gu Tian directly hung up the phone. The whole thing made Wang Hao full of surprise, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Tian's personality was such that he never talked much when interacting with people from different circles. You help me, I'll help you later. It's that simple. Sure enough. When the boss makes a move, you know if it's there or not. 1 minute over. The JNU beating went straight to the top of the list. JNU shocks the whole internet. School bullying viciousness exposed. Shocker. Black forces invade colleges? A girl from Jiangzhou University dares to step on people's faces in public. Qiao's daughter, Qiao Na. A school demoness? The family background is exposed, and the Yakuza background is calling out. A lot of marketing numbers are starting to chime in. A lot of media editorial pencils swung flying, frantically began to rub this hot spot. There are even legal bloggers who have started analyzing how many years in prison this is going to be in all seriousness. Tian. 1 minute 1 minute It's ing straight to the top of the Hot 100. Wang Hao looked at the cell phone screen incredulously. Gu Tian elegantly took a sip of red wine and smiled faintly. I can't take this beating for nothing. He let public opinion fester big time. Let those legislators in Kyoto who had previously targeted him, and who had used him to pressure his father, open their eyes properly. He was arrogant and bossy though. But there are plenty of people who are more arrogant and domineering than him in small, obscure cities. Though he was known as the little devil and the king of living hell. But he's never been reckless, much less actively bullying the weaker ones. To put it bluntly, none of the people he's run have been wrongly accused. But how many little devils are there in those little cities and places? They run amok in corners that are out of the public eye. By relying on various powers to bully the weak and small, they have stirred up an otherwise peaceful place and jeopardized the party. That's what these legislators should be focusing on, not on him alone specifically. The moment, Zhangzhou City office building, brightly lit. Mayor Wang kept swiping the news on his cell phone, the flickering screen as dark and bright as his career. After Secretary Li received the accountability call from above, the whole person was even more confused. Many of the office bearers jumped out of their blankets, put on their clothes and went to the meeting. Inside the conference room, someone tell me, Wang City slammed the table. How in the world did this fester? Didn't we already send out the announcement? I thought the effects of this incident had dissipated. Now how about going straight to hot search? The secretary shakily handed over the data report.
Mayor.
This public outcry is festering too fast. Our back-end monitors thousands of media accounts pushing. At the same time, starting a minute ago, there are tons of marketing numbers, legal bloggers, and media reporters speaking out in tandem. And it's not just civil opinion this time. And the official media followed up. Wang sure froze and slumped straight into his chair. Maru spicy. Maru spice. Gangzhou. This is going to be a big deal. Go. Find me the person in question. Lin Chun. Find me another one. Make sure to find him and try to fulfill whatever he asks for. He must be made to release a clarification video. Just say that the matter is not that serious. No more. Make it up or make it up for me. Just say it's scripted. Script hype. After hanging up the phone on King City, Qiao Laosan's face was grim as he violently smashed a teacup. How dare you threaten me? I, Qiao Laosan, wasn't scared to come this far. King City's meaning on the phone was pretty obvious. This is something that is sure to stir up more trouble as it festers in public opinion. This period of time must ask Qiao Laosan to lay low. The hand of the Project Demolition Mine and other projects should be stopped on the stop. In case the investigation team comes down, their years of hard work and unseen collusion will be revealed. What angered him even more was this. The one who assaulted his daughter, Wang Shi, hadn't been found yet, and now instead, he was asking him to hand over some more of the members who had assaulted Lin Chen, preferably the kind who had a bit of a case in hand. Some of these members were the ones who had followed him in life and in death, and had fought for him in the land of Jangha. What's the difference between that and unloading? Chapter 13: The Mysterious Convoy. In the meantime, provincial offices. Gu Jun was equally pale. How long has he been in office? That's what's happening in the city below. It was his great-nephew who got beat up. The other legislators don't know, but he does. The most important thing was that he had explained it to his big brother. It's all about setting up a test for the great-nephew. But now how the hell did this Zhou family power come up? This lie can't really be hidden as public opinion festers. While Gu Jun was fuming, the cell phone suddenly rang. The first time I saw the caller was Big Brother. It's over. Gu Jun's heart thumped, and he quickly stood up and walked quickly to the door to unlock the office. Hey, brother. It's so late. Have you not rested yet? A laughing voice came from the other end of the phone. Heh, why do you think I'm still awake? Boom. With these words, Gu Jun's entire body almost didn't kneel down. In all fairness, his career journey over the years has been a smooth one. Others may not know, but he does. Much of this is due to the support of Big Brother. When I learned that my older brother was interested in remodeling my great-nephew, but was worried about where to put it, he immediately volunteered to place his great-nephew in Jiangzhou under his own jurisdiction, full of hope that he would pass this experience. It's a great way to let your great-nephew grow and show off your ability to get things done in front of your big brother. As he envisioned it, if he could successfully complete his great-nephew's transformation, his elder brother would surely appreciate him enough to casually mention his name twice in cabinet meetings. Then he's bound to go to the next level. And the result? The original Simple Experience program had involved the forces of darkness. And he lied to Big Brother. Brother, let me explain. This thing is totally out of my expectation. Gu Jun's usual calm official voice is completely gone at this moment. In the official field climbed and rolled for many years, this has been practiced in front of the mountain collapsed without changing the color of the calm, not to mention that he also has a strong background hidden. But at the moment, facing his big brother, he was like a child who had made a mistake. That one in Jiangzhou, what Qiao family? I really didn't expect them to be so bold and act so wildly. Gu Jun continued to explain sharply, the florid white hair at his temples even more stained with a few drops of sweat. Brother, don't worry. I definitely won't let my great-nephew suffer for nothing. I will definitely investigate this matter to the end. Who knows? The caller actually laughed. Gu Jun, nah. Why are you so nervous? This statement was made. Gu Jun is a bit confused. Can it be that Big Brother is not the one asking for the crime? Gu Feng's next words directly made Gu Jun's eyes widen. Gu Jun, nah, you have just assumed new duties. I have been thinking about the appropriate congratulatory gift for you. Now it seems this Jiangzhou will be my right to give you a generous gift to Jiangzhou as a brevet point, and gradually expand to the whole of the Handong province. As for the specific matters, you need to break the painting by hand. Tomorrow morning, I expect to receive a submission from the secretary at the cabinet meeting on the special proposal that you have submitted to carry out the anti-gang storm. Do you understand what I mean? The words came out. Gu Jun's mouth opened wide in direct shock. So to speak, Big Brother knows it all. So wouldn't public opinion. Hiss, how is this a makeover for a great-nephew? Big Brother, this is clearly even he also transformed. Thinking of this, Gu Jun couldn't help but ask the doubt in his heart. Brother. Then this opinion. Isn't it public opinion? Oh, I don't know about that, but it's highly likely that it's Little Sky's handiwork. On the other end of the phone, Gu Feng's voice was as calm as a final manipulator. Great-nephew? Not. My great-nephew is not harming me? When these words came out, Gu Jun swallowed his saliva hard. If you mess with this great-nephew, he should be really careful in the future. It's not good that a brick can fly from his office one day. Not waiting for a cry of misery in his mind, Gu Feng added slowly. But it's just as well to reverse their poor impression of Shao Tian to the dynasty. Gu Jun's eyes gradually narrowed slightly as he sniffed. Gu Tian's usual flamboyant and domineering appearance also surfaced in his mind. And then he remembered the wretched picture of him being beaten up in this incident. If this matter is really as Big Brother said, and it is the great-nephew's intention, then this kid does have a few things on his mind. Okay, I understand, Big Brother. Thank you, Big Brother. After hanging up the cell phone, Gu Jun's eyes were incomparably determined as he picked up the office phone on his desk. Notice now, all cadres come to the meeting immediately. Anyone who is late, submit your resignation the next day. With that call going down, the entire Handong province began to boil. Early the next morning, a mysterious caravan appeared in great numbers on the Zhangzhou City Boulevard. The most striking thing was undoubtedly the coaster in the lead car. Inside the car, the corner of Gu Tian's mouth hooked up slightly, and his gaze swept deeply over the street scene outside the window. When I leave Zhangzhou City, I'm afraid it's about to be wiped off the map, right? Gu Qiao, a woman dressed in OL professional black silk, walked forward elegantly with a tablet in her hand. The two young girls beside them who were massaging Gu Tian's shoulders and legs immediately stood up to make way. Her name was Tang Lan, and she was Gu Tian's private secretary as well as outgoing personal security. Proficient in firearms, fighting, and intelligence gathering, she served in the Women's Special Force of the Dragon Kingdom and joined the Gu family after her retirement, responsible for Gu Tian's security and field affairs. It's 10 minutes away from the River State International Hotel. The hotel has been fully chartered and the interior cleared. Counterterrorism teams A and B have already established security around the area. All perimeter personnel are in place. Aha! Gu Tian faintly answered and said nothing more. Holy! Whose caravan is this? The coaster with double blinkers. What kind of traveling bout is this? Am I not ing awake? When did such a big lord come to Zhangzhou? Not afraid of a Rolls-Royce with an umbrella, but afraid of a coaster with double flashers. This quote has been circulating on the internet for a long time. But today the citizens of Zhangzhou finally saw it with their own eyes. Among these talkative passers-by, there were two men in executive jackets full of anxious faces making phone calls. Wang City. It doesn't seem to be the leader from above. The formation of this convoy is not at all the configuration of a leader. What's all the configurations? What other cars are there besides the coaster? Can you see into the car? Wang Shi's hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. He'd blown up his phone and hadn't asked who the hell was coming in this one convoy. In the past, if a leader came down, all of them municipal cadres will get wind of this. But now this.
Totally cruella.
King City. The lead car is a coaster. Behind it are 3 black Mercedes-Benz Big G. At the back 4 or 5 Land Rovers. The license plates are all Dragon A and Leopard. Huh? Mercedes Big G? Land Rover? Leopard. Wang Shi's voice was noticeably less tense than it had been a moment ago. A convoy like this is obviously not a leader, it's most likely some thug coming home to his hometown. But just as he breathed a little sigh of relief, the executive jacket man's voice snapped up with intense fear. King City. The problem is not the convoy. The point is, the man sitting in the car. What's that sitting in the car? Wang Shi's voice on the phone tightened again. The executive jacket man gulped, his throat drying. You can't see through the windows of the coaster. But the Mercedes Big G and Land Rover Defender don't have fully blacked out windows. We see. Sitting in the car is a group of men wearing black helmets and holding the truth. Boom! Wang Shi only felt his mind go blank, and his cell phone almost didn't hold steady. The next second he stormed out of the office and yelled furiously at the secretary. Contact the River State Police immediately. Tell them to send out the entire police force. Chapter 14. Taking over Zhangzhou. Missy. I don't dare. I really dare not. Dragon A. Give me over to go. That's an order. Pass me. Jonah on the passenger side grimaced and chortled harshly. But the driver is not a cutie. He was just a part-timer, driving a car for Joe's family for a paycheck. No need to gamble with his life. In case this convoy in front of him was a real big shot, he, a driver, wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Missy. Why don't we just forget about it? The driver's hands were shaking as he tried to persuade. Snap. Jonah slapped her violently across the face. I'll say it again. Give me over to go. Zhangzhou. No one has dared to drive in front of my Qiao family's car yet. Outsider cars. You'll have to get out of my way when you see them. Jonah's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness and she gritted her teeth. She was in a bad enough mood today and was worried that she had nowhere to take her anger. In desperation, the driver gritted his teeth and stepped on the gas and hit the steering wheel. Stab! The Rolls-Royce momentarily overtook the car in reverse. It was followed by a jerk of the steering wheel and a flash to the front of the coaster. Facing the unexpected, The driver of the coaster was not the least bit flustered. Break the car, lose your head. So he had to slow down the car a bit. But the passersby outside were sucking in their breath and exploding, marveling at the fact that the Qiao family's car was so powerful. Gu Tian could only raise his eyelids slightly. Go on, check it out. He hoped that there were other families besides the Qiao family that could be so fierce in Jiangzhou. The more black forces there are, then the greater the fruits he reaps. The words came out. A flash of surprise flashed across Tang Lan's cold face. Gu Xiao, you just said to check. In the former temper of the prince, I'm afraid to go down and beat this Rolls-Royce into a sieve directly. But now it's actually going to be investigated? It's happening right now. The Rolls-Royce suddenly and deliberately came to a sharp stop. Tang Lan subconsciously held on to her headset and said sternly, Attention Group C. Unknown vehicle provoking. Overgo and shoot straight when necessary. Buzz. As soon as she spoke, the Mercedes-Benz Big G directly behind her slammed on the gas and scurried out. One of the Big Gs slammed into the Rolls-Royce. Bang! The Rolls-Royce body instantly lost control and flung itself violently. Ah! Jonah blushed furiously and let out a horrified scream as she was thrown straight back in her seat. The driver was more than a handful, struggling to right the out-of-control steering wheel. Wait until the car is stabilized. The convoy is long gone. Inside the car, Gu Tian smiled faintly and picked up the red wine and said casually, What a bunch of stupid groundhogs. Just like that, the convoy drove towards the Jiangzhou International Hotel in great numbers. On the other side of the police station, the alarm bells were ringing loudly. Several police cars all pulled out and chased them toward the target area. 30 minutes later. Name.
Li Shan. Occupation.
Police officer on the case at the River State Police Department. What about you? Wang. Wang Fei.
Occupation.
Also, police officer were co-workers. 20 youths in their underwear stood in a line full of horror. And in front of them stood a group of heavily armed, black-robed men wearing black hoods, with the Dragon Imperial Special Brigade clearly printed on their chest badges. Gu Xiao had just checked into this hotel on the front foot. A large number of police cars came roaring up on the back foot, and 20 police department employees rushed straight over. And so it came to this now. Captain Lang, how's the interrogation going? The people in black turned in unison when they heard the sound and quickly made way for a passage. The youths subconsciously looked up and followed the sound. When they saw the face of the visitor, hiss, the 20 youths, all of them sucked in a breath of cool air. No, him, isn't he Lin Chen? They've watched the video of the beating not to mention 1,000 times, but at least 800 times. The face was familiar, and the leader ordered to make sure that this person is caught. Must be found. Results. They're caught now, and the person who caught them was still Lin Chen? Shock, fear, and disbelief were all written on their faces at once. Cold Front stepped forward and saluted. With that, he reported all the identities of the men and their actions in coming to the hotel. After Gu Tian heard this, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as he looked at these people in front of him. Meh. Looks like you guys are surprised, huh? Has it been looking for me all this time? This statement was made. The 20 youths shook violently, then shook their heads in unison in denial. Everyone is not a cutie pie. The equipment as well as the hands of these men in black were definitely professional. Surprisingly, they were surrounded and controlled in broad daylight. Its position and establishment are definitely above them. And this Lin Chen is still their boss. But they had previously found out nothing about Lin Chen's identity. The phenomena add up. This Lin Chen was definitely a big Buddha. I just don't know which organization he belonged to. Gu, your mouth is still quite hard. Gu Tian looked around at these people, his tone playful to the extreme. Do you guys know Joe Olds? The investigation team he organized was on the 3rd floor sorting out the situation in Jiangzhou City and the Qiao family. It's a shock not to find out. Mayor Wang and Secretary Li of Jiangzhou City actually have accounts outside. The frequent caller is actually the Zhou family, including the companies behind some of the projects in Jiangzhou City can be related to the Qiao family. Even the city police on the street can be related to the Zhou family. Instead of being everyone's Jiangju, it should be the Jiangju of Zhou's family. And these little police officers in front of us. Oh! In the face of Gu Tian's question, these people continued to shake their heads in unison. But everyone's mind is gradually coming around. This Lin Chen, I'm afraid that Xiao Laosan really can't afford to mess with. In response to these people's denials, the corners of Gu Tian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Yeah. All mouths are hard. In that case, then I suggest you start practicing holding your breath now. Hold your breath? Tang Lan and Lung Feng looked at each other in disbelief, neither knowing what their young master meant by this. However, the next sentence instantly caused all the youths to turn pale, and their cold sweat raged. After all, it takes 72 hours for concrete to set. The words fell. The black-clad tactical team members understood in seconds, and aimed their truth guns directly at the men in unison. Click, 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 click. There was a cocking sound. Who can carry such explosive and visually appealing fear? Don't. I know. When one youth breaks defense, there will be a second. Don't. I recognize it too. You're here to arrest Zhou Laosan, aren't you? I'll say. I'll give clues. I offer clues too. I know that too. I've worked on related cases before. I recognize it too. I know it too. That's more like it. Gu Tian looked at the group of people who had completely collapsed in front of him with interest. When one wave of officers can't make contact, a second wave of officers will come looking. If you can't find it in the second wave, there will be a third wave. In the end, the entire Jiangzhou police station, completely thrown into chaos. More and more members of the River State Police Department were brought into the hotel. Even the head of the Guangzhou police station was escorted in. Who the hell are you people? Which unit? Any formalities? The words just fell. Pop! The man in black pulled out a black ID and disliked him directly in the face. It was clearly stamped with the Cabinet Special Action Certificate and the top official steel seal right in the middle. The director's roar came to a screeching halt, his worldview instantly collapsing. What the is this? Cabinet-level special operations? Jiangzhou. Something big is going to happen this time. Walk out of the interrogation room. Gu Tian stopped and slowly turned around. Captain Lung, go ahead and take over the entire transportation, hospitals, and police force in Jiangzhou. Lung Feng and the vice captain looked at each other and raised their hands in unison. Yes, Gu Xiao. This storm belonging to Jiangzhou is coming down quietly and unnoticed. Chapter 15. Returning to Jiangzhou University. Inside the presidential suite, Gu Tian elegantly sipped the red wine he brought from Kyoto. Come and stay at the Guangzhou International Hotel. The catering and services of the entire hotel were all brought by Tang Lan from Kyoto, and the main focus was a safety. It's happening right now. The cell phone rang. Gu, second uncle, why did you remember to call me? Gu Tian shook the red wine glass in his hand playfully. With a tone like that, the second uncle on the other end of the line panicked into a dog.
No, Xiao Tian.
Where are you now? Are you in Jiangzhou? You guess. Gulp. The second uncle on the other end of the line visibly swallowed. Don't. Second uncle doesn't dare to guess. Second uncle is afraid. The matter of Jiangzhou he had now begun to investigate. But just now I received a message from the people underneath, that a mysterious convoy from Kyoto showed up in Jiangzhou. And immediately after that, the police station in Jiangzhou was paralyzed. Now even the mayor of Gangtok can't be reached. With such a handful, his first instinct was his great-nephew. If this is tossed up, it will definitely have to stir up Jiangzhou. How is he going to carry out his anti-triad storm work next? Listening to his second uncle's nervous tone, Gu Tian held his laughter one by one and just didn't say anything. A few seconds later, Uncle Junior on the other end of the phone broke his guard. Xiao Tian, don't mess around. I'm really begging you, I apologize. I did take part in your remodeling, but that wasn't my intention. At that time, I thought you were in Jiangzhou. I can take care of you. We at most a change of environment to live. This is nothing. I didn't know your father was so cruel. I didn't even have a chance to send you money or food. What he said was the truth. At the time, he thought that the transformation was meaningless. Who knew that Big Brother would let him arrange so many bitter experiences? Gu Genius didn't care about these explanations. He had already suffered anyway. It was time to get back all that face and dignity that had been lost before. What's more, this fish of Qiao Laosan is right in front of him. If he doesn't catch it, does he still keep it for release? All right, second uncle. Just put your mind at ease. I won't mess around. I'll definitely give you a big gift when the time comes. Didn't wait for Uncle Air to continue explaining. Gu Tian directly hung up the phone. In the meantime, the atmosphere of the Qiao family villa was exceptionally depressing. There was a crashed Rolls-Royce Ghost parked in the middle of the courtyard. The body is extensively scratched, the front bumper is shattered, and the headlights are completely obsolete. Pop! Qiao Lao-san viciously shattered the teacup in his hand, his face gloomy and frightening. The car was a symbol of status for the Qiao family, but now it had been smashed into pieces. Most importantly, he felt more and more that someone in the shadows seemed to be targeting him. Who did this? What ungrateful thing! Next to her, Jonah cried and told of the day's encounters. Dad, you don't even know. I almost got killed. They ran right into my car, Jonah said, pointing to the beaten driver who was kneeling on the ground next to her. You ask him. You ask him. Was it a bunch of assholes in a Mercedes big G-Land Rover that ran me down the driveway? Say, what the hell is going on? The driver's whole body trembled and he stumbled over his words. Third Master, I really don't dare to overtake. That's Dragon A's convoy. Still clear of the leopard numbers. But Missy had to let me exceed Pow! Qiao Laosan's face turned blue, and he directly threw a slap on the driver's face. The Dragon A leopard? You're telling me that there's such a fleet of cars in Jiangzhou? The Qiao family, which had been rampant in Jiangzhou for many years, had never dared to be provoked head-on. But today, someone even dared to forcefully crash the Qiao family seat in the boundaries of Jiangzhou? What the hell was that? Check me! With this roar, a large number of minions immediately rushed into their respective seats and drove out. At this point, Jonah's cell phone rang. One connection. A sharp female voice then came through. Sister Joe. Sister Qiao. Lin Chun has appeared. Lin Chun is at Jangda. Lin Chun is at Jangda. The statement was made. Jonah's sobs came to an abrupt halt and she jerked her head up to look at Qiao Lao-san. Finally! Go! You guys go to JNU for me. Bring the guys. Go to JNU. Qiao Lao-san's knuckles squeezed and clicked. Jonah jerked to her feet as she ripped the gauze right off her face. Dad, this time, I'm going to get him killed. Go on. Getting a nod from Pops, Jonah ran straight out of the courtyard. All come with me. All of you. Truths are brought to me. Yes, Missy. At the entrance of the courtyard, dozens of black-clothed bodyguards, who had been waiting for a long time, directly picked up the black tactical bag and rushed towards the convoy. In the meantime, the garage door of Joe's villa opened slowly. A dozen modified Toyota Barracudas, fully armed, were instantly launched. The convoy roared out, heading straight for JNU. The other side, Gutian drove into Jiangzhou University in his Big G, leading a fleet of vehicles with great vigor. This scene directly shocked all the students of Jiang University into confusion. What kind of formation is this? Holy! So awesome! No, what the hell? There's a rich brother in our school besides Jonah. The rich sister? However, when the passenger window slowly lowered to reveal a familiar face, the crowd instantly exploded. Holy! Lin Chun? I'll be damned. Isn't that the student who got beat up the other day? What's this from? Dragon A? Look at the guy in the car. Great guys. Looks like a counter-terrorist. I'm dizzy. What's going on here? All the students watched dumbfounded as the vast black caravan drove directly towards the finance and economics department. Many people even forgot to take out their cell phones to take pictures, completely blanked out by this scene. The entrance to the finance and economics campus. The guard just woke up in a daze. Once you see so many foreign vehicles driving in, you subconsciously block them. Sorry, no outside vehicles allowed. Gutian gave a look. The main car window slowly lowered, and a cold metallic luster was reflected into the security guard's pupils. Raise the bar. Tang Lan indifferently spat out 2 words, and the desert eagle in his hand was pressed against the security guard's head. The guard snapped awake, his pupils dilating wildly. Normally, he would have absolutely instinctively slapped the muzzle of his gun and roared, "Who the are you scaring with toys?" However, when confronted with Tang Lan's beautiful eyes that were as cold as knives, and then glimpsed at the back row where the heavily armed tactical team members were neatly seated, how dare he doubt that the head thingy was fake? Good. Good. I'll raise the bar. The security guard pressed the button with a trembling hand. Boom! Big G pulled in on the gas, followed by the entire convoy of fish. Chapter 16. The Return of the Strong. Haha! Hurry up and shoot! Hurry up and shoot! Get a clear shot of her face. Let's see if this little dares to pretend to be innocent again. Haha. This is still the school flower. What's the point of being a schoolgirl if she's not still being bullied by us? Haha. The playground, deep in the woods. Xunyao was surrounded by several heavily made-up girls, and her wrists were held in a death grip that she couldn't break free from. The white long-sleeved shirt she was wearing was now torn and messy, and her snow-white skin was faintly visible. Whoa, get off me. Balls you guys up. Xunyao had tears in her eyes and was filled with fear. She was already weak in nature, who knew that she had provoked Jonah's gang. These people are always bullying her like mad dogs when they see her lately. Huh? Now you know to beg us. One of the girls with dyed purple hair violently tugged on Shunyao's collar, forcibly pulling her towards herself, pouncing on her delicate face with contempt. Xunyao, do you really not know where you went wrong? If you had been a pain in the ass in the beginning and handed over Lin Chen's cell phone number, would Sister Qiao have done this to you? Sister Zhou said, once I see you, I'll bully you. A few of the younger sisters behind her continued to cajole. Hurry up with the video. When the time comes to post it on the forum, let everyone see how this who pretends to be innocent has been bullied by us.
No.
Please. Xunyao struggled violently, desperately trying to cover her clothes, but the more fearful she became, the happier the gang became. Such a scene was caught in the eye of the principal of the office building. The only difference is, at this point he was terrified to the point of death as the two black-clad men held him down with their teeth against the windowsill making frightened whimpering noises. Woo-woo. Lin Chen.
I'm sorry.
I was wrong. You should quickly put away the divine power. He would be working here then, leisurely sipping his tea. But the next second there was a scream from the hallway outside. Then several heavily armed men in black kicked down the door and rushed in. Before he could make sense of the situation, the other party could then fling out a cabinet special operations license, followed by a dozen blackened guns pressed against his head. Principal, your school. Bullying is the norm, you know? Lin Chen, the man who had been publicly humiliated by Qiao Na at the time, stared at him with a word and a look that made his scalp go numb. Even his soul. That's something he certainly can't admit. As a principal, how can you admit that there is bullying in your school? And this Jonah was the eldest miss of the Qiao family. He didn't dare to offend, which was once thought. The scene is playing out in the woods behind the office building. He was then pressed dead against the window by two men in black, with his teeth against the sill. Lin Xiao. I really don't know. I was wrong. Just put away the avatar. I have a bad heart. The principal's cold sweat had soaked his back. Jonah couldn't have been more cocky without pulling a whole bunch of stunts like this. And Lin Chen, obviously more powerful than the Qiao family, they're both great Buddhas. I can't afford to offend them. Didn't you just say that bullying doesn't exist at your school? But what's going on down there? Gu Tian slowly turned his head, a deathly playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The principal's head shook like a rattled drum, and cold sweat flowed from his forehead like a waterfall.
No.
No. Lin Xiao, give a chance. I will absolutely step up and learn how to manage in the future. Absolutely no more. He hadn't finished his sentence. Gu Tian gave a look. Tang Lan understood in a second, and violently raised her long leg, and delivered a harsh downward chop towards the principal's back.
Bang! Kating!
The principal's incisors knocked hard against the windowsill with a bone-cracking crunch. Ah! The pig-killing wail instantly resounded throughout the office. Gu Tian's gaze was cold and condescending as he looked at the principal whose face was covered in blood. Go on. Take it down so he can see it again with his own eyes. Okay, Gu Xiao. Tang Lan waved his hand. Several people in black stepped straight forward and dragged the principal up by the collar. The faculty members in the hallway, seeing this scene in unison, retreated to their respective offices and slammed the doors shut. I go? What's going on here? The one just now. Was it the principal? Why are his teeth gone? Incisors. Who are these men in black? How dare they just grab the principal? The other side. Jonah also led her fleet of cars in a grand drive to the finance and economics campus. The security guard went up to block it just like earlier. No outside vehicles allowed. As a result, a shotgun stuck out directly from the main driver against his head, And then he saw that the passenger seat was Qiao Laosan's daughter. Nice guy. That scared the hell out of me. Get out. Okay, Miss Qiao. I'll lift the pole with you. Seeing the distant back of the convoy, the security guard wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and turned around to return to the security booth to write up his resignation letter. He's just a small security guard defending a side and likes Dan, the teacher. But I actually experienced 2 moments of life and death in the middle of the day. Can you stand this? The woods. Remember, call me Sister Ran from now on. Ah! Xunyao shrieked out in pain. Her hair was torn messy, and her white neck was directly exposed to the air. With such a delicate and helpless look, a few of Jonah's juniors couldn't help but gulp. That's ing. Gee. I love it. It's happening right now. A fleet of luxury cars came speeding by. The playground's wire gate was blasted away by Big G and slammed heavily on the ground. The scene. It instantly drew a crowd of spectators from the playground. But the convoy didn't slow down, crushing the lawn and heading straight for the woods. I'll go. Sister Joe's fleet of cars. I think. It's so dominant. So handsome. A few spirit misses were so excited that they danced around, looking at Xunyao with smug faces. Xunyao, you're dead. My sister Qiao is here. However, just when they were laughing the hardest, the big Mercedes-Benz G drifted and pulled up next to them in a dominating fashion. Clunk. The car door opens. The battered and bruised principal was then thrown down. The scene. Look at all the people filled with horror. Holy. Joe, this. Kind of. Against all odds. Just as they looked up to see if Joe was walking down next, an unmistakably familiar figure came into their eyes, only to see Gu Tian slightly bending down, walking down like a major commander getting off an airplane. His face was so gloomy that it was scary. Several women violently covered their shocked mouths. Lin Chen. It's not. The boy who was beaten by Sister Joe. How is he? Xunyao also froze. Look at that familiar figure, which she had thought was just an ordinary person, or even as pathetic as her Lin Chen. How dare you come back at this moment with a bout that shook the whole place. Chapter 17. A terrified Jonah. When he saw that the one being bullied was actually Xunyao, Gu Tianyi was surprised throughout. Xunyao. This statement was made. Xunyao violently pushed away the few spiritual little sisters in front of her. Red-eyed and staggering, she darted towards Gu Tian. Lin Chen. It wasn't me who intentionally gave Jonah's cell phone number. It was them. And now pressing me for your whereabouts. And why didn't you message me back before? I sent you so many messages and called you so many times. Woohoo. Gu Tian was too lazy to explain all this, and subconsciously shielded Xunyao, who was crying like a pear, behind him. As for the several spirit little sisters, the whole thing cracked up as they watched Xunyao run towards Gu Tian. How did they not expect it? This boy who was stepped on by Sister Joe had such a magnificent background? Beat the principal to a pulp? Knocked the playground gate off? And looking at the other party's eyes, it was obvious that they were protecting Xunyao? Looking at Xunyao's face was filled with helplessness after being bullied, and the red marks from being scratched remained on her white neck. Who did this? Gu Tianyi's entire anger, looking at these spiritual little sisters in front of him. His hand unconsciously touched to his waist. One moment, the air around them froze. A few spiritual little sisters were so scared that their faces turned white and their legs trembled madly. The soft ones are afraid of the hard ones, and the hard ones are afraid of the ones who don't want to die. They're not really punks either. It's just a matter of following Jonah around and kissing some ass and making people happy in exchange for some care at school. But such a scene is really a bit scared of their guts. That's when the simple-minded little sister stepped up. Now this situation, that is undoubtedly the opportunity to show loyalty, if a hard to wimp out, that lost the face of Sister Qiao. So you have to be tough and earn face for Sister Joe. Humph, I did it. What's wrong? A spiritual little sister took a sharp step forward, threw her hair back, and raised her chin in a stiff-lipped manner. Next, Gu Tian backhandedly pulled out the beretta at his waist. Bang! Spirit's little sister didn't even let out a muffled grunt and fell straight down. The red liquid even splashed the person next to him. In a flash. Ah! 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 Everyone snapped their heads together and screamed. Some simply collapsed to the ground, while others were so weak-legged that they crawled on the ground, trying to escape from this place of wrongdoing. But just as he climbed out 2 steps, the voice of the ice-cold limit came to his ears. Move and die. Gu Tian held up Beretta with cold eyes. At this moment all the spiritual little sisters were too scared to move, and some had even broken down and cried out. Xin Yao was also startled by this scene, and subconsciously loosened the hand that was originally gripping the corner of Gu Tian's coat. She has never seen such a Lin Chun. The once dangling Lin Chun who liked to flirt with himself. This is so strange and crazy. The big sister on the floor who was just bullying her is dead? Lin Chun. Karma? How does he have the truth? Who the hell is he? Just as Shun Yao felt the world turning upside down, a gentle voice rang in her ears. Miss Shun, Xiao Gu is dealing with something right now, and this place is not suitable for you. Shall we sit back in the car? Only to see that Tang Lan had walked next to her at some point and was gently pulling her hand. Good. Good. Shun Yao dully held the other's hand and sat in the car together. Headmaster. The corner of Gu Tian's mouth hooked into a cruel smile as he lifted the principal's chin. Do you agree that I should educate these mixed-up students of yours for you? The words came out. The principal, whose face was covered in blood and missing 2 front teeth, nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic. How dare he mind? In the face of the fear of the unknown, he didn't even have the courage to refuse. Gu Tianakai waved his hand. Several Land Rover doors opened instantly. A large number of black-clad men could have rushed down with thrown clubs raised. It's a good beating for the spiritual little sisters who are begging for mercy. One time, the screams continued along the edge of the woods. Just then, Jonah had also brought someone with her. A dozen vehicles directly surrounded Gu Tian. The car door opens. The machete-carrying, spray-toting horsemen could have run down in a rage. But the next second, all of them stood in place as if they had been immobilized. Some hands shook and threw their machetes straight to the ground. This. What is this? Counter-terrorism. Truth? All truth? A dozen blackened assault gun muzzles were aimed coldly at them. And the people in front of them were all wearing black helmets and masks with tactical vests, a whole anti-terrorist stance. They had thought that they were going to crush the other side today and avenge Miss Qiao's death. Results. Now it seems like it's simply here to get killed. Some of them were armed with sprays, but they could only take one shot for scaring people. And in the hands of the other side, fully capable of harvesting them. No. What are you guys doing? What are you all standing around for? Jonah cursed and walked off. Sister Zhou, Sister Qiao, did we make a mistake? This ing. Where is the average student? What the hell? What are you barking at? Jonah pushed the minion in front of her and went straight inside. Next, the footsteps snapped to a halt. A cold gun was pressed firmly against her forehead. The air was suddenly silent and dead. Your ing. Jonah was just about to explode when she looked up and her body jolted when her gaze met Tang Lan's. Those were beautiful eyes that were cold to the core. There was no anger, no resentment, but a sense of discrimination beyond her perception. Jonah's mind went blank and her limbs became cold as ice. In over 20 years of living, I've never encountered this before. Instinctively, she wanted to turn around, but her gaze swept to the row of black-robed men, and her pupils instantly contracted. These guys. Not punks. Not bodyguard. Those tactical undershirts. Those specialized weapon configurations. She had only seen it in movies. It was while Jonah was having a whole breakdown inside. An indifferent voice rang out. Jonah. Gu Tian slowly stepped forward, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Seeing the visitor, Jonah's face instantly turned pale. You. Lin Chen. Gu Tian smiled and nodded. Yeah, aren't you coming to cut me? Your little sisters are rampant, said with a wave. A dozen or so beaten and dying spiritual little sisters were dragged and thrown in front of her like rags. Some had deformed limbs and bloodied faces, panting and gasping for breath. Some were no longer in their life cycle, their eyes wide open. Jonah's body jerked, her entire being completely messed up. As arrogant and bossy as she was, she'd never really karma someone. You. Qiao Na wanted to escape, but her legs had gone completely limp, and the next second she sat directly on the ground. Looking at Gu Tian in horror, she finally realized the Lin Chen she had bullied in the restaurant wasn't an ordinary person at all. No wonder, said Pops, said he always felt like someone was targeting them lately. Now it seemed that it was this Lin Chun in front of him. What kind of background did she get into this time? Chapter 18. Sending you to Kyoto University. Drop your weapons, all of you.
Bang!
The man in black let out a cry of rage and fired his gun in the air. All the punks instantly threw their weapons to the ground and crouched very consciously with their heads in their hands. In the face of absolute strength, the only way to save one's life is to obey. Not to mention the fact that even Missy Joe has her fate by the throat. Watching Gu Tian slowly raise the truth in his hand to point at himself, Qiao Na directly cried and begged for mercy. Lin Chun, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Let me go. I'll do anything you want me to. Leave me alone. Spare you. Gu Tian crouched down with interest and picked up truth to pick up Jonah's chin. It's easy to get me to leave you alone. Live somewhere else. Upon hearing this, Jonah was like grasping a life-saving straw. Change where you live? I am sure to go over there. Just leave me alone and let me go anywhere. In this situation, she could agree to sell it, not to mention change the place. Who would have thought that the corner of Gu Tian's mouth hooked into a cruel smile? Switch to underwater. Ha! Jonah hadn't reacted yet. An elbow strike from Gu Tian could knock her out. Immediately after, as the punks watched in horror, the men in black pulled a sack out of the car and loaded the people on the ground, including Jonah, into it. On the way out, the man in black stepped forward. Gu Xiao, what about these black and evil punks? Gu Tian in the passenger seat didn't say anything and raised his hand to wipe his neck. The man in black understands in a second. Gu Xiao is trying to crush the darkness with the power of thunder. Ah, yes, Gu Xiao. Wait until the vehicle pulls out of the playground. A dense burst of firecrackers rang out, and the punks of Zhou's dark forces were tried directly in place. The atmosphere in the car, dead silent. Xun Yao's pink hand clenched the corner of her coat with a deadly grip, her petite body trembling slightly. That scene just now. It was horrible. Although sitting in the car, she was beginning to see the scene outside. Lin Chun backhanded a handful of truths from his waist. That bloodthirsty expression, that cold stare, and the arrogant and bossy Jonah. Just gone. For Lin Chen's identity. Tang Lan, that would also explain as explained in the account of taking care of the sky. It's just making up a fake identity. It says that Lin Chen's original name was Gu Tian, and that he was abducted and sold since he was a child. It was just found a while ago, and the birth parents are famous plutocrats and big shots. Although Xun Yao accepted it, those scenes just now always lingered in her mind. After all, those plutocrats and bigwigs on TV. They don't look like this either. Lin Chun. Xun Yao's voice trembled as if she had used up all her courage. You just put those people. How's it going? She didn't dare to look up, but could only keep her head down. Though next to her, Tang Lan kept stroking her back in an attempt to ease her nerves. Only then did Gu Tian realize that Xun Yao was sitting in a car with him, and immediately turned his head and smiled faintly like a big brother next door. Nothing like that? Just bought them a ticket. Tickets? Xun Yao's heart skipped a beat as she raised her nervous face to Tang Lan in confusion. Tang Lan smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of teasing. Yes. Ticket to hell. This statement was made. Xun Yao couldn't help but win a cold war and no longer dared to continue asking down the line. But soon, with Tang Lan's appeasement. Plus, Gu Tian didn't put up any fight. The atmosphere in the car became cheerful and relaxed. Sister Tang, let me tell you this Lin Chin person. Oh no, we have to call him Gu Tian now. He was particularly rogue before. Looking at the other party's untouched innocence was written all over that delicate face. Tang Lan couldn't help herself. Oh? What kind of scoundrel? Xun Yao immediately broke her little pink hands and started counting. First, he loves to ask me to borrow money. When we first met, he always said he didn't have a meal card, and he rubbed my meal card every day to go eat. Every time you say pathetic, Yao Yao, I have no money to eat today, I'm starving, please. Then I got soft and bought him dinner. And what happened, he ordered 2 at a time. Did I lend you all $5,000 for my scholarship? Xun Yao crossed her arms and looked at Gu Tian with a puff of air. Gu Tian was amused by her appearance. It's time to say no. From the high and mighty prince of Kyoto, he clanked down to the bottom. Who else could have been subjected to it? It was good that I met Xun Yao at that time. The other party really didn't help him much over the year, including the rent for the room you were renting at the time. Even many of the clothes were bought for him by Xinyao's hard work or with his scholarship. And he's in so much trouble that he can't even get a job. At first, he took the other man's goodness for granted. Where in heaven's name is a girl like that? Must have been sent by his father to probate him. Until he went to the finance and economics department cafeteria to follow Xinyao and caught a glimpse of the other party's ton of 2 vegetables on his plate plus a small bowl of white rice. Not even $8 a day to live on. 8 pieces. How ironic is this? The Koenigsegg sports car his mom gave him for his birthday when he turned 18. $80 million. That's when he had a change of heart. Even if they are pretending, they have to pretend that their remodeling has been successful and that they have managed to return to Kyoto. A drop in the bucket, and he Pacific returns the favor. I did have no money at that time, Gu Tian said with an innocent face. Is there more? Tang Lan watched the bickering duo with interest. And, of course there was, once he didn't go to school for a couple days and then I went to his house. And then found him all bruised and swollen and lying on the bed, and asked me in a particularly aggravated way if I had any band-aids and alcohol? How could I possibly carry a band-aid with me? And then I went downstairs and got it for him. And guess what? He actually resented the fact that I bought a band-aid with a cartoon design on it. Tang Lan laughed lightly, raising an eyebrow at Gu Tian. Gu Xiao, it's that time. Do you still care about this? The corners of Gu Tian's mouth twitched and rolled his eyes. Or what? She damn well had to buy a bunch of cartoon drawings and stickers, and teenage cartoon characters? Xunyao puffed and burst out laughing, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. He was wearing pink bears on his face and American Girl warriors on his knees. Tang Lan's imagination conjured up a picture of Gu Tian topped with a cartoon sticker, and she couldn't help but laugh her ass off. Ha ha! Gu Xiao, you turned out to be so cute in Jiangzhou. Gu Tian glared at Xinyao. Alright, don't mention this Black history anymore. Xinyao blinked her watery, beautiful eyes and pretended to sigh. Ugh, I also purposely bought a batch of cartoon stickers to keep for you to use. It seems that I won't be able to use them in the future. Right, Xinyao? Gu Tian suddenly remembered the business. Bringing someone back to Kyoto, he hadn't asked the other party's opinion yet. Huh? What's wrong? Xinyao raised her small head, very pouty. Do you still want to study at Jiangzhou University? If you don't want to, I'll take you to Kyoto with me in the next couple days, and I'll send you to Kyoto University to study. This statement was made. Xinyao clear almond eyes instantly filled with shock. Chapter 19, Old Joe's Breakdown. Ha! Xinyao's little pink finger pointed to herself. You said? You let me go to Kyoto University. Kyoto University, that's the top school in the entire Dragon Kingdom. None of the top students from Jiangzhou City had gotten into Kyoto University at that time. Not to mention her. How can you just go in? Seeing her dumbfounded face, Gu Tian couldn't help but reach out and rub her head. What? Don't want to leave Jiangzhou? Xinyao pursed her small lips. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. Of course she wanted to go to Kyoto University. It was a dream institution. But how to get there? The other side let her go with a word. Seeing Xinyao shake her head in the negative, Gu Tian's eyebrows opened up and he looked directly at Tang Lan. Go. Contact the president of the capital university and ask them to add a recruiting quota. Send Xinyao's information over and apply for a brand new school registration. Okay, Gu Xiao. Tang Lan smiled and nodded. She also liked this girl named Xinyao. Since they had helped Gu Xiao before, they all deserved to be helped. In Xinyao's shock, Tang Lan dialed the president of Kyoto University. In less than a minute, things can be done. That's it. Come with me to Kyoto, haha. Looking at Xinyao, who was still immersed in shock, Gu Tian's voice also became several points gentler. Xinyao bit her lip. Seeing that the other party really didn't have the slightest intention of joking, she was more willing to follow Gu Tian than Kyoto University. Once she was a very low self-esteem, but since she met Gu Tian, who has a big grin and is incredibly optimistic, she has slowly become optimistic and generous. After thinking for a few seconds, Xinyao took a deep breath and nodded her head seriously. Aha! I'll go with you then. The corner of Gu Tian's mouth lifted into a satisfied smile. That's right. Tang Lan lightly laughed and clapped her hands. Congratulations, Miss Shun, for successfully taking the first step towards the heavenly palace. Xinyao sheepishly stroked the hair around her ears. Maybe her world really was going to be different. But then again, if Lin Qin leaves. No. Gu Tian leaves. Then she really didn't have anything to hold on to in Jiangzhou. Evening. Zhou's villa. Wreaths were placed around the courtyard and white candles filled the air. Who did this? Who did it? Who did this? My daughter. My daughter. Looked at still seeping water in the sack and the daughter has long lost the breath of life. Zhou old 3 a whole crying heartbreaking. There were also dozens of bodies covered with white cloths lying around. The Qiao family's henchmen wore white flowers, all of them pale and covered in cold sweat, not daring to raise their heads at all to look at this scene. They had followed Qiao Laosan around for many years and had seen countless bloody storms, but they had never seen such a scene. It was the worst overthrow of the Zhou family ever. In the afternoon, Miss Zhou went forward with a large number of men to cut down a man named Lin Chun. Results evening. And all of them were stoned on the banks of the river. The horsemen were beaten to a pulp. Miss Zhou. Live. Drowned in a sack? And the scary thing was that until now, the whole Qiao family hadn't even seen each other's shadows. How horrible should this be? This is no ordinary vendetta, but a campaign of destruction against the Zhou family. An invisible hand was silently devouring the power of the Qiao family bit by bit. Find out for me. Who did this? I'm going to let his whole family die without a burial. Qiao Laosan's entire body had fallen into a frenzy. The words fell. A henchman stepped forward warily, his voice trembling almost to tears. Third Master. We checked. Find out what? Qiao Laosan violently grabbed him by the collar, his body radiating an appalling hostility. The hand gulped, cold sweat dripping down. Lin Chun. This one called Lin Chun. He's not an ordinary person at all. We can't find a file on him, according to witnesses. The men he brought with him, all trained soldiers. And the police department this afternoon has all been replaced with a group of new faces, including hospital guards and traffic. All new people. Boom. Qiao Laosan only felt the sky spinning and his eyes going black. But the pain of taking his daughter did not allow him to retreat. I don't care, even if he is the king of heaven. I will take revenge. Find out for me, what exactly is the identity of this group of people? And where the hell is this Lin Chun right now? With Qiao Laosan's angry roar, the whole of Jiangzhou was plunged into an unprecedented panic. Just as Qiao Laosan mobilized all his forces to go in search of Gu Tian, a very special meeting was also held in Kyoto. The large conference room. 20 cabinet members are whispering about the subject of this meeting. Agu, old Wang, you're here early. We're all here at this time of the night. Give us a heads up. How should I know? I was just informed to come here. How could you not know that? Your son plays that well with the prince. He should be able to get wind of something, right? That's right. Pull back. I haven't spoken to that rebellious son of mine for a long time. How would I know that? After a long wait, the door to the conference room was slowly pulled open by the suited concierge. Everyone looked up at the door in unison. A majestic and upright figure stepped in, his footsteps steady. Any decision made by these cabinet members in key positions can sway the direction of the economy and people's livelihood. However, at this moment, they stood up neatly, gazing at the figure with incomparable respect. Of course, the figure was no one else. It was the old man Gu Tian called Lao Deng, Gu Feng, the second generation of the Dragon Kingdom and the current second head of the cabinet. Comrades, hard work. Gu Feng slowly walked to the main seat and sat down. His voice was not loud but carried its own majesty. The next second the applause in the large conference room rang out like thunder. And then silence again, as each counselor tensed up and waited for the one on stage to speak again. Gu Feng slowly opened the document in front of him, his eyes resting on the first page. I'm sure you've all heard about the beating incident at Jiangzhou University in Handong Province, right? This statement was made. The crowd on stage began to discuss it. Some know some know little. But in any case, it was thousands of kilometers away, and the matter was no more than a local incident. But Gu Feng's next sentence. Straight away, the stage instantly exploded. The one who was beaten is my son. The words fell. The big screen behind it suddenly lit up. A photo of the scene at the time was released. Boom! Dozens of counselors stared in unison, with shocked faces at the young man on the screen who had a swollen nose and was being stepped on by the girl. What the hell? The prince? The one who was beaten was Gu Lao's son? Oh my god! Chapter 20. Xinyao, are you polite? Gu Xiao. Gu Qiao. Being treated like this? Are these abusers alive now? No. Who are the counselors of this place? Are they going to have to choose their own graveyard now? All of the counselors were all wide-eyed and full of disbelief. This whole thing is out of this world. Facing the exploding crowd, Gu Feng looked indifferent and said in a deep voice, "This happened in Gangtok. My son was surrounded, beaten and humiliated by a group of dark forces. Not only that, they took videos, uploaded them on the internet and used them for fun. As far as I know, the police department and the school authorities in Zhangzhou in this matter all chose to remain silent." His voice was calm, but every word that fell made the hearts of the people on stage tremble. Everyone knew that Elder Gu's anger was definitely not something to be messed with. What's more, the person being beaten is Gu Lao's only son, Gu Tian, that legendary little mixed-up demon king. Little living Yama. One time, the faces of many counselors instantly turned ugly, and some even began to tremble. Some of them had reflected the bad behavior of Gu Tian at that time in front of Generation I. And at this point the scene seemed like it was speaking to them. "Gentlemen." Gu Feng slowly stood up and scanned the counselors on the stage. "There's more to this than just my son. Rampant black forces in Zhangzhou, bullying on university campuses, local dereliction of duty. It's a tumor, and I'm sure such things exist in many places. Now it's time to deal with it." This statement was made. The backs of the crowd on stage went cold. They get it. Zhangzhou is completely finished. But what shocked them even more was Gu Lao's attitude. This is not only to avenge his son, but also to completely cleanse all the local black system. Just as a number of legislators were reeling from the shock, the secretaries could then send Gu Jun's drawn-up documents one by one to the following legislators. The cover reads, "Proposal for a special operation to combat the Black Storm within the Dragon State." The content of the document even refers to all the black and evil forces in the Dragon Kingdom. The legislators turned over the documents, and when they saw the first item, many of their faces changed instantly. Article 1. Starting with Zhangzhou, a full-scale operation to purge the black forces was launched, digging deep into the hidden black and evil forces in various places, eliminating the roots and thoroughly investigating the umbrellas behind them. Article 2. Article 3. The more the MPs look at it, the more alarmed they become. This is not an ordinary anti-gang operation, but an unprecedented thorough investigation. Then look at the proposal's Gu Jun's signature. How dare anyone disagree? Pissed off. How can these black forces be so rampant? I agree with this proposal. I agree. Agreed. Representative Gu Jun of Handong Province hit the nail on the head with his proposal. I think he should be the head of the Special Action Group. Agreed. I agree. In the meantime, after learning that the cabinet meeting in Kyoto had passed his proposal, Gu Jun was so excited that he slapped the table repeatedly. This congratulatory gift from Big Brother. Simply too big. Not only did he make him a new official, but he also directly made him the chief of the Special Anti-Triad Unit, totally feeding into the cabinet into his mouth. If this operation goes smoothly on a large scale, his next step could be a direct promotion to the rank of cabinet member. As Gu Jun's orders were given one by one, a large number of investigation teams, members of the police force and anti-terrorism members were urgently deployed to Gangtok. In addition, the bank is the first time to blockade the black forces involved in the Qiao family, freezing its funds, seizure of its industry, all illegal assets seized in accordance with the law. Late night, a hot search airborne all the major social media list, directly detonated the entire Dragon Country network. #shocked. The beaten man in the Zhangzhou beating incident was actually the Prince of Kyoto, Gu Qiao #. Joe's Black Power members exposed #. Good guys. The Joes have kicked the bucket this time. The most mysterious Prince of Kyoto has appeared. The beaten man in Zhangzhou turned out to be him. Tears all over the net. The Prince of Kyoto, Gu Qiao, is so pitiful. Bullied by the dark forces #. With these list topics soaring, thousands of netizens all flocked to the comment section. I'll go. Gu Lao's son. It's so rampant. It turns out that Gu Lao's son is just like us. He'll be bullied too. These dark forces are so rampant. Even young Gu dares to bully? I'm a damn. Prince Gu is too low-key, right? Inside the Zhangzhou International Hotel, Looking at this one hot search and the clear sympathy in the comments section, Gu Tian revealed a long-lost smile. That was the effect he ultimately wanted to see. Pops himself is in a respectable position, and won't the fermentation of public opinion this time make the prestige even more so in the hearts of the people? He, as a son, is by definition a prominent person. Only to end up being bullied by the dark forces in Jiangzhou? It's all about contrast. Especially those counselors in Kyoto, their respect for Pops as well as for their Gu family would definitely go up a notch. The most important thing is, he can still rebuild his image in the Kyoto power circles. As for the follow-up of this Qiao family, no matter if he exterminates the other party's 3 clans or 9 clans, even if word got out, no one would say 1, 2 or 3 more things about him. At this point, the bathroom door slowly opened and water vapor gushed out. Qiao walked out wearing a pure white bathrobe from the hotel. That exquisite figure outlined by the bathrobe, and the neckline slightly open to reveal the collarbone and white skin. Any other man would have been floored. When she saw that Gu Tian was half lying on the sofa playing with his cell phone, completely forgetting to get her clothes, Qiao raised her small face and spoke softly, "My Guda Xiao, did you forget my clothes?" If it were any other girl, she definitely wouldn't just walk right out in her bathrobe like that, especially in front of a guy. But Qiao was just too familiar with Gu Tian. In her mind, the two were like the most taciturn of friends, sometimes even ignoring each other's gender. So she had no defenses against Gu Tian at all, not to mention she didn't realize how much her outfit made people daydream. Gu Tian turned his head at the sound, the red wine glass in his hand almost unsteady. Such a scene is really pleasing to the eye. In the bedroom closet. Get it yourself. Gu Tian spoke, his gaze trying to avoid the slightly open neckline of her bathrobe. But this little ninny didn't even realize her killing power at the moment. Instead, she fluttered her innocent beauty eyes and curiously came over. Why are you blushing? Is it hot in the room? Guten. Are you polite? See for yourself what you're wearing before you ask me that question. I drink to drink. Qiao pouted, but didn't think much of it, turning around and walking towards the bedroom. Between the swaying of the slender calves under the bathrobe, the hem of the skirt gently lifted up a corner, revealing delicate snow-white skin. Looking at Gu Tian, he rubbed his brow vigorously one by one, and he couldn't help feeling even more emotional in his heart. It's a good thing this girl met me. If she had met other men. Oh. Chapter 21 Dragon Emperor's Special Brigade. Open the bedroom closet. Qiao directly covered her mouth and widened her clear, beautiful eyes. Oh my God. The entire closet was full of top luxury brand clothes. Even the hang tags were not removed. Chanel, Dior, Givenchy, Hermes, Armani. I'm afraid that just one piece of clothing is worth more than her entire year's scholarship. She had thought that it was just a few ordinary clothes, at most a little more expensive than what she usually wore, which had thought that it would be this kind of top big brand. These clothes. Are you all for me? Gu Tian lazily sat on the sofa and casually shook his red wine glass. Well, just pick something to wear. A drop in the bucket is a drop in the bucket. It was then that he made up his mind within himself. Qiao's glory and wealth for the rest of her life. Gu Xiao will satisfy all of them. Pick a few random pieces? Qiao's entire body froze. It's a top-of-the-line luxury item, and he's talking so casually about it? The world of the young master of the plutocracy. She felt like she couldn't understand it at all. 10 minutes later, Qiao changed into a white short sleeve, tight jeans, and Chanel white board shorts and walked out from the bedroom. The whole thing instantly went from being a normal little girl to a rich girl like chic sense of style. If she didn't walk coyly. If you don't know, you'd think it was some kind of young lady. Look at this. A body that works. Qiao's heartbeat accelerated by a few points, and for some reason, an inexplicable feeling of happiness suddenly surged to her heart. Growing up, no one ever bought her clothes. Her clothes were either old or from the night market for a few $dozen. No one had ever gotten her clothes that were as well prepared and even just the right size and style. Well, that's good. It fits you pretty well. Gu Tian put down his wine glass and stood up, sizing up Qiao with interest. Come on. Let's go down to dinner. They have dinner ready. We won't have to eat any rotisserie hot pots to improve our meals. Qiao's small face instantly reddened, not knowing if it was shyness or an indescribable emotion welling up in her heart. Before, every time she paid her part-time salary, she would call Gu Tian to go out for dinner. With limited funds, the two of them had to go for a rotisserie hot pot. I have to say, Shen Yao is perfect for wearing this fresh style. Do not need too many embellishments, do not need expensive jewelry to add. Just such a simple one has made people cannot move their eyes. Shen Yao was stunned for a moment, as if a certain place in her heart had been gently touched, tingling. Then he lowered his head and gave a soft hum, quickly following behind Gu Tian. The two made their way to the top restaurant of the Jiangzhou International Hotel. After being seated, Shen Yao stared blankly at the table in front of her that could be described as a luxurious to the extreme dinner. Australian lobster, Alaskan king crab, abalone sashimi, prime steak, bird's nest congee. Wine is more Romani Conti, just a bottle, casually auction are hundreds of thousands of dollars to start. She had never seen such a battle, not even in her dreams. And that's not all. There were 5 or 6 well-trained waiters standing around her with gentle eyes, ready and waiting to give impeccable service, almost as if they were feeding food directly into her mouth. Shen Yao's entire body froze, her pink hands resting on her knees in an urgent manner. You used to eat like this. Gu Tian gave her a lazy look. That's been the daily routine for as long as I can remember anyway. Shen Yao. She felt as if her worldview was being completely refreshed. But what Gu Tian said was the truth. There were countless servants and waiters in the Gu family villa, and there were people to clip the food for meals. When he was a child, he had servants feeding food into his mouth. Then when he was older, he was always on the run and often stayed at his own hotel, the Sky Seal. The same goes for the waiters there. Every time he eats, it's a big row. The other side. Gu Jun led the investigation team, and a large number of police station officers all rushed to the Jiangzhou boundary. As a result, all of their vehicles were stopped while in the service area. I'm sorry, you are not allowed to enter the boundaries of Jiangzhou right now, an inch-haired young man in the toll booth said expressionlessly, while pointing to the large number of official vehicles behind the investigation team. This is an order from Gu Qiao. Take over the entire city of Jiangzhou and strictly control vehicles entering as well as going out to avoid the escape of Qiao Laosan and other members of the Black Forces. It also prevents him from bringing in help, as well as people from outside coming in and meddling in the matter. Upon hearing this, the staff of the inspection team was instantly enraged. Nice guy. When their inspection team shows up, not to mention you being a small toll station worker, even the mayor of Jiangzhou would have to be weak in the knees when he sees them. Who gave you the courage to stop our car? Don't know who's sitting in the back of the vehicle? Why? We're from the investigation team. The inspector staff pulled out their inspector's work papers straight away. In his mind's eye, he was bound to see a whole shock from the toll worker in the next second, followed by a quick apology, which had thought that the inch-haired youth did not face red and did not jump, directly pulled out the walkie-talkie a report. Less than 10 seconds. A large number of anti-terrorist vehicles and a dense crowd of anti-terrorist members are all gathering in this direction. The eyes of the angry inspector's staff cleared instantly. Comrade. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, which organization are you from? I can also go back to the car and report to our leader. The young man with the inch head remained expressionless. Sorry, no comment. This way. Gu Jun in the car waited a bit impatiently, not caring about his secretary's discouragement, and directly stepped out of the car. What's going on? What's going on? Jiangzhou City is so rampant? Don't even let our vehicles through? He ended up getting out of the car, but his mouth widened instantly. That's right. They were surprisingly surrounded by densely packed, black-robed men wearing black masks on their heads and covered in tactical equipment. Even the anti-terrorist brigade captain he brought with him had his head down, completely afraid to raise his head to look directly at these people. It's not. This is. Are there any other units already in Gangtok? Gu Jun's heart seized violently as he slowly walked over. Not far. Lung Feng had already trained all of these inspection teams and also the police officers to be grandchildren. The city of Guangzhou has been taken over by their cabinet task force. At this juncture, how dare you try to force your way in? Are you guys involved with the dark forces in Jiangzhou? Hello. May I ask which organization you are from? Which organization has allowed you to be stationed in Jiangzhou? Gu Jun walked directly towards Lung Feng with a displeased expression. Which unit had been so arrogant as to not even greet him and come directly to the city under his jurisdiction to carry out a mission? Which was once thought. The words just fell. Lung Feng directly pulled out the Cabinet Special Operations Group's credentials and held them up in front of him. Boom! Gu Jun's expression went from displeasure to dismay to utter shock. Chapter 22, The Fear of Unknown Strength. You are... Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes fell on Cold Front's badge. What? Dragon Emperor Special Brigade. This is Big Brother's personal guard, the highest-ranking secret escort force directly under the cabinet. And now, this top mystery troop actually appeared in Jiangzhou? What was even more frightening was that Big Brother hadn't even mentioned sending the Dragon Emperor Special Brigade to Jiangzhou. This is clearly the handiwork of a great nephew. It's over. It's over. Gu Jun only felt a cold sweat break out on his head, and the hairs on his back stood up. He finally reacted to exactly what his great-nephew meant when he said he wanted to give him a great gift. According to Long Yu's style, once they started the action, they would never drag their feet. It was definitely a thunderous suppression. That? Wouldn't Zhou's family already be alive and well? His Storm Sweeper specialized unit has only just been formed. It hasn't even begun to gather concrete evidence of the Zhou family's guilt. If the Qiao family was slaughtered by the Dragon Emperor's Special Brigade right now, what the hell was he checking for? What other evidence is being collected? What other political accomplishments could fall out of this operation? That, may I ask, have you guys already started working on it? And is the person commanding you guys Gu Tian? Seeing Gu Jun's nervous appearance, the other counselors next to him looked up with stunned faces. What kind of unit is this? How can you even be afraid of Gu province like this? But they were also thankful. It's a good thing we didn't clash with each other just now. Lung Feng's gaze under the black mask was as cold as a knife as he slipped his credentials into his tactical pocket and said coldly, "Sorry, no comment." Gu Juan. Defeated, he couldn't be bothered to get angry. Of course, he was in no position to be angry enough to dare to be angry, and after moving away from the crowd, he immediately leaned over and dialed his great-nephew's cell phone. "Hey, my great-nephew. My dear nephew. I've received your gift. It's really too valuable. Can you let me enter Jiangzhou now? Second uncle to help you take revenge, okay? You don't need to get involved in those things in the Qiao family. It's all a bunch of flies and sparrows, It'll really dirty your hands." Gu Jun's tone was so respectful that he was first a ruler and subject before uncle and nephew. Fighting a black force directly out of the Dragon Emperor Special Brigade? It's no different than shooting a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun. A simple example. He deployed so many police officers to Jiangzhou because he was afraid that these black forces would rise up in a group and revolt. But the Dragon Emperor Special Brigade is different. Once the black forces resisted, the Dragon Emperor Special Brigade only needed a detailed coordinate. And there will be shooting stars in the sky. Upon hearing Uncle Tu's words, the person on the other end of the phone laughed outright. "Yeah, Uncle Tu, say chant, then talk about the terms." "Great nephew, you say the conditions. I'll promise you any conditions. In the future, if your old man has any thoughts about you, if I know about it, I'll tell you the first time. No matter what happens, second uncle will stand with you unswervingly. Even if you make a mistake and poke a hole in the sky, second uncle will still support you unconditionally. If your old man punishes you, second uncle will be the first to disagree. If he still dares to fool around like this time, your uncle me. I'll cut ties with him." To be honest, Gu Tian didn't have any conditions to speak of for his second uncle. It's just to catch Uncle Tu in a good mood, since the purpose has now been achieved. Besides, the tone of his second uncle was so pleading, so what else could he say? "Good second uncle, the conditions? Let's follow the details. I will let them release you into Jiangzhou." Ouch! My great-nephew is the best. Great-nephew just for your words. From now on, you come to Handong province with one phone call. Second uncle will personally go to the airport to carry you home. Gu Jun hung up the phone with his front foot. Lung Feng could have gotten the call to release them immediately. In this way, the vast caravan drove into the border of Jiangzhou. The other side.
Impossible. Impossible.
How is this possible? Qiao Laosan sat on the sofa, his hands trembling as he held the cell phone, his face as white as a ghost. The images in the video are either #shocked. The beaten man in the Jiangzhou beating incident is actually the Prince of Kyoto #.
Yao Laosan panic.
The Black Power Terminator strikes. Jiangzhou is about to be reshuffled. Zhou's dark secrets are unearthed. Once a king, now a lamb to the slaughter. Either that or all the police officers in the state of Jiangzhou are standing in a row chorus of barred tears. Honestly, He had felt before that this Lin Chun that his daughter had messed with during her lifetime was not a simple character. Otherwise, the daughter wouldn't have suffered loss after loss. But who could have ever imagined that people's background was completely breaking his cognition? Those heavily armed black men in the video on the screen, armed with the truth, blocking traffic in police stations. This is not a ING blackout. This is clearly a battle of extermination. The scariest thing is that the badges of those black-clad men blatantly read, Dragon Emperor Special Brigade. Puff. Qiao Laosan's cell phone was unsteady and fell directly to the ground. At this moment, he really wanted to find a rope to hang himself from the beam. In the meantime, those horsemen of the Qiao family who followed Qiao-san were all scared less as well. Third Master. Third Master. It's all special forces out there now. The truth is loaded. Third Master. Do we need to run away? Some of the savvy ponies have already started packing their bags carrying cash and are ready to run. As a result, they were captured alive by Gu Tian's men just as they drove to the city. Under the black hole of the muzzle, these runaway horsemen were scared to piss on the spot, not even daring to let out a single fart, shivering and crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands. Big brother, I was wrong. Please, give me a way out. I have a wife and kids at home. I didn't want to mix with the Qiao family either. It was old Qiao who forced me to follow him. However, the black-clad squad was impassive, their guns not moving. Eventually, the men were taken away in a black escort van. In the face of absolute strength, any struggle was futile. That's something that Jozo also understands. The identity of the Prince of Kyoto alone already says it all. Inside the Zhangzhou Hotel. Reporting to Gu Xiao. The Qiao family compound has been sealed off, and all of the outcasts have been captured. May I ask if the offense is launched next? A man in black walked into Gu Tian's room and went up to a standing position. Oh, these people didn't resist. Gu Tian lazily sat up from the bed. Jonah is so arrogant and does whatever she wants based on her old man. How come her old man doesn't even flutter now? This genus is no longer interesting. There was no resistance, none at the scene. The man in black said bitterly. Honestly, in the past, no matter how high the position of the other party was, and how powerful they were in the execution of the mission, just hearing the name of their Dragon Emperor Special Brigade had scared them enough. Not to mention adding a son of Gu Lao to the mix. Now a district local black power? Dare to resist? Oh, not to mention that the 9 clans will not be protected. Even the chance of reincarnation in the next life will be directly erased. Chapter 23. The Scene of the Capture. For the citizens of Gangtok. Such a big thing that must go to eat melon. No one can resist going to see large numbers of special forces on a mission. So there were quite a few people who made the trip over to watch. Zhou's villa is located right by the riverbank of Zhangzhou. It's late at night though, but the opposite side of the river was already crowded with people eating, wearing slippers and pajamas, some even holding watermelons. I'll go. Have you guys heard? Qiao-san has offended the Prince of Kyoto. Really? The Crown Prince of the capital?
Elder Guesson?
No wonder the anti-terrorist forces are here this time. How can this be an anti-terrorist unit? How can an anti-terrorist unit be so well equipped? Good fellow. Didn't the prince sneeze to destroy Qiao-san? Why did he put out such a big show? Hey, don't stand there. That block is where Jonah's body was recovered. Blah blah blah. It's so damn bad luck. In the meantime, a large number of members of the police department drawn from other places also arrived. Seeing the scene in front of him, his mouth instantly opened wide. Their members were armed with pistols, but black-clad counter-terrorists with assault rifles and even some carrying rocket launchers. Inside the presidential suite. Great nephew, my dear great nephew, give Uncle Tu a chance, will you? Will you leave this matter to Uncle Tu's full discretion? Looking at the sleepy Gu Tian, Gu Jun sat on the edge of the bed and pleaded one after another. At this very moment, he was not generally impressed with this great nephew. When their investigation team first started investigating Zhou's family's black power, Gu Tian's men directly moved a lot of organized dossiers. Even those involved in the dark forces of Zhou's family were arrested. The whole of their investigation team and the police officers drawn from them were all in capital letters confused. The speed and efficiency of this operation is really too high. They've come all this way to eat straight off the shelf? I a second uncle that Qiao-san didn't even run, still within the Qiao family villa, the information charges and whatnot are all sorted out, you directly bring people to catch not on the line. Gu Tian yawned and sat up against the bed. He had only just slept for 2 hours, and this was called up again by Uncle Tu. No, great nephew. You say simple. But without your order, people won't even let us in. It's not like they haven't tried to go in and make arrests. As a result, before he even got close to the Qiao family villa, he was stopped by members of the Dragon Emperor Special Brigade. Geez, great nephew, don't go to sleep. Don't go to sleep. Why don't you just come with me? At least let Qiao-san die. As soon as he saw Gu Tian's eyes fighting, Gu Jun instantly panicked and urged again. Okay. I'll go. Second uncle. You owe me this, remember? I've given you all my data files and everything. Caught all the big and small fish for you, and saved you as much effort as I could. Oops. I remembered it. Thank you, great nephew. That's all. After Gu Tian got up and dressed, he got into his second uncle's white A8 and drove in the direction of the Qiao family villa. It was followed by a large number of police cars. This way. Inside Zhou's villa, the lights were bright, but at the moment they were horribly dead. Qiao Laosan had gone mad, strapping detonators to his body bit by bit under the horrified gaze of a few of the dead soldiers' minions. He no longer had any choice. Originally, he was going to behave himself. It was as easy for his opponent to stomp on him as it was to stomp on an ant. But then he thought, if he died, what about his daughter's death? So even if he gets one person killed, it's a consolation to his daughter's soul in heaven. But he didn't dare pick up the gun straight away. The opposite side was no ordinary police officer, and once he was seen to be a threat, he would be absolutely beaten to a pulp. Since we're going to die, let's drag a few of them along with us. Qiao Laosan grimaced as he attached the last of the detonator leads. He made his fortune in the mines, and blasting skills came easily to him. Of course, these explosives were also his strongest card to call the shots in Jiangzhou and establish a huge network of officials and businessmen. Previously, the investigation team came to Jiangzhou to investigate, and as a result, just after staying in the hotel, he sent his little brother to greet him with detonators strapped all over his body. The next day, the investigation team left in disgrace. That's why the water in Jiangzhou has never been stirred up by ordinary people. But this time, the other party didn't even show his face and drained the water of Jiangzhou. He gambled his entire fortune, and yet he didn't even have the most basic qualifications to fight back. Captain, we'll just fight our way right in, and we can even have a late-night snack when we get back afterward. A black-clothed team member couldn't help but ask Leng Feng. It's not like they're surrounded one way or the other right now. The district is a local black force. A small team of them entering could have finished blowing up this Zhou's villa. And now it's out in such a big row? Don't rush, wait for Gu Xiao's order. Leng Feng said in a deep voice. He didn't have a plan in mind. Maybe Gu Xiao ate too well at dinner, sleeping, or has forgotten about it. Gu Xiao hadn't given the order. They could only be this way. It's happening right now. There was a large commotion from the opposite bank. Dozens of officers quickly ran over to maintain order at the scene, only to see a number of Audi Plus police lights to open the road, followed by an A8 slowly drove towards this side. Such a scene. The crowd instantly exploded. There were quite a few craning their necks to look inside the car. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Great nephew. All depends on you, right? Gu Jun laughed as he held the steering wheel. He traveled everywhere with a driver. Chauffeured my great nephew this time. I don't know, I guess it's just curiosity. Gu Tian yawned and casually pressed the window halfway down. In a flash, there was a gasp right outside. The entire riverbank crowd of eaters exploded. I'm going. It's him. OMG. I'm not blinking. Isn't that the prince on the news? I'll go. Is it really the crown prince? This battle and this party. Geez, I can't believe I'm breathing the same air as the prince. Many of the onlookers were dumbfounded and gasped. Some do live just because just that lens live room crazy influx to 100,000 plus. The social media platform listings come straight out of the gate. #shocked. The Prince of Kyoto was personally present at the scene of Qiao San's Black Power arrest hashtag. It was good that Gu Tian closed the window in time. Gu, sure enough, it's looking at you.
Gu Yun tist.
The corner of Gu Tian's mouth hooked into a lazy smile as his fingers gently tapped on the edge of the window. They weren't looking at me, but mainly to see Zhou Sr. one last time. Upon arrival at the scene, Gu Tian directly stepped out of the car and headed inside the Qiao family villa. Frightened Lung Feng waved his hand. Dense black-clothed warriors can be surrounded. Do not move an inch. Gulp. Gu Jun swallowed hard in shock. Not. Just go in? My great-nephew is too fierce. Isn't he? Chapter 24 Death of Qiao Laosan. Stay back. Stay the away. Qiao San held 2 of his minions hostage and pressed the detonator to frantically hiss at Gu Tian and the others. The 2 little brothers had long been scared white and their legs were soft.
No.
Third Master, didn't you say it was just for show? You're not really going to blow it up, are you? Third Master, surrender. There's no point. There's no point. Agu, so you're Qiao Laosan. Gu Tian walked forward without blushing. The black-clothed men in the surroundings and even within a 500-meter radius as well as the snipers panicked into dogs. What the hell is this? In fact, as long as Gu Xiao gives an order, they could have killed this Zhou 3 in a minute. Easy as a 1. But Gu Xiao didn't give them any instructions? This feeling is like a cat catching a rat and not eating first to tease it hard. Seeing Gu Tian, Qiao Laosan's entire body jolted and subconsciously began to back away. The smile in Gu Tian's eyes increased, but his voice carried a chilling chill that made people's hearts tremble. I hear you're arrogant? I heard that you run amok in Zhou, and no one dares to mess with you? Oh, by the way, have you found your daughter yet? Every word drilled into his ears made Qiao Laosan's breathing heavier by a minute. For the first time he felt fear in his bones. The identity and background as well as the means of the person who came was completely crushing to him. One finger could crush his whole family. Don't you come any closer. Come over again. Come any closer and I'll. One look at Zhou Laosan crumbled about to explode. Gu Jun instantly panicked and went up and tugged on Gu Tian, not letting him move forward. People have so many detonators strapped to their bodies that they look dangerous and are actually very unsafe. And with a detonator clutched in his hand and 2 hostages in his elbow. This is going to explode. Good man. Zhangzhou is open, so is Kyoto? At Gu Jun's urging, the negotiator hurried up and began to negotiate. Qiao Laosan is soft and hard. Just won't let go. Or just take 2 for the 2 minions he's holding. So much so that the negotiations have reached a stalemate. Just then, Lung Feng walked over with several documents and called Gu Tian to the end. The document was printed with the black history and charges about these 2 minions held hostage by Zhou Laosan. Any one of these would be peanut busting. Gu Tian glanced down and jerked his head up to slap the document onto Lung Feng. What's the point of wasting words with him after all this crime? It's all heinous crimes. Get the bazooka. This statement was made. The scene was dead silent for 3 seconds. Cold front. Black crew. Everyone thought they had heard wrong. Gu Xiao, are you serious? Lung Feng tugged at the mask around his ears and asked cautiously. Gu Tian glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. You think I look like I'm joking? Lung Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air and immediately waved his big hand. Go. Bring the bazooka to Gu Xiao. The 2 black-clad team members immediately ran to the special vehicle behind them and took out a long black metal case from the back. The other pulled out the bazooka inside. Gu Tian took it over his shoulder and walked straight over. The front negotiator is still struggling with his words. Suddenly, he realized that Qiao Laosan's expression was a whole lot of panic, and he kept backing away. The crowd turned to look and were so shocked that the sky nearly spiraled off. Imila damn. A bazooka? No. A direct death sentence. Run. Keep a safe distance. Great nephew. Trial first. Gu Jun took an arrow step to step forward to dissuade him, but the next second he was dragged away by the others. Qiao Laosan. Walk well. Gu Tian directly pulled the trigger. Boom. The rocket headed straight for Qiao Laosan with a long trailing flame. The negotiator, who had been persuading bitterly 1 second before, was directly shocked and jumped up on the spot. He's been ing talking his ass off, and what's the result? Direct fire? Feed me peanuts. Qiao Laosan let out the most desperate roar of his life. The next second, boom. The fire exploded and a loud noise shook the sky. The huge airflow lifted a number of people in the room all the way down. Even Gu Tian flew a meter away. The police officers who were not far away from maintaining order were even more shattered by this loud bang. I'm going. Am I blind? Nice one. Really a bazooka?
No.
If we have this equipment, wouldn't suppressing black evil be a descending blow? Holy. In my lifetime, I can actually see the forces of evil being physically overtaken by a bazooka. It's worth it. After a while, the smoke cleared. It was only then that the crowd stumbled up from the ground, patting the soot from their bodies, each brain buzzing. This ing. Who would have thought that dealing with a dark force would bring out a bazooka? Gu Qiao! Gu Qiao! Lung Feng was the first to react. A large number of black-clad members also ran over to assist. Only Gu Tian stood up with a gray head, his hair all fried up slightly. Ahem. The bazooka is pretty powerful. What model? I like it. After saying that, he pulled out his ears and turned his head to look at Cold Front. Next time, remember to remind me to wear earplugs before you fire the bazooka. Cold Front. The officers were even more dumbfounded. Gu Qiao. Can we prioritize our own safety? If anything happens to you, you'd have to be machine-gunned in a penal colony. Gu Jun had just slowed down to see the Qiao family reduced to a sea of flames, and the whole person almost fainted on the spot. It's over. It's over. How the hell are we going to write a report? Can't we just write that the great-nephew threw a bazooka with the other side in this blackout storm? Thinking of this, he looked at the time and hurriedly dialed a phone number with his big brother. Tudaloo. The call was answered, and Gu Jun patted his dusty hair, his face full of bitterness. Big brother. Ahem. Zhou's family. Nope. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 3 seconds, and then Gu Feng's voice sounded quietly. I know. Let Gu Tian handle it. There's no way the Qiao family will survive. Gu Juan? So, what about this? Gu Feng smiled meaningfully. Ask Gu Tian about this. After that, he hung up. Only Gu Jun was left to look at the messy Qiao family villa not far from his eyes, which was ablaze with fire. Great nephew. Great nephew. This is something you've done so? What should I do with the reports of the people at the bottom? Gu Tian slowly pressed the window and raised his eyebrows and smiled. What else can we do? Qiao Laosan tied with explosives to take hostages. The result of the villa gas accidentally exploded. I don't know. Gas explosion. Do you take people for cuties? Do you? All right, Uncle 2. I'm going back to the hotel to sleep, haha. Cold Front. Notify logistics and assist them in cleaning up the mess. Lung Feng. Yes. Gu Qiao. Gu Juan. Thus, it was under Gu Jun's dumbfounded gaze. Gu Tian calmly got into the A8 and left the scene in style. Chapter 25. The curtain falls on Jiangzhou. Early the next morning, the entire social media platform of the Dragon Kingdom directly exploded. A heavy hot search is like a cannonball, appearing on the list and soaring rapidly. Hashtag shocked. The dark forces of the Qiao family in Jiangzhou have been taken down by the Prince of Kyoto in one fell swoop. Hashtag the Jiangzhou sweep. The Qiao family was destroyed. The Prince of Kyoto was cynical. Hashtag. For a while all social was going crazy. The video footage is all about the side or background of Gu Tian standing at the scene and interacting with members of the police department. Especially he was the one who got up after the explosion with a gray head and was filmed by the cameraman from various angles. Both captured his tired stance but not his proper face. There is no doubt that the netizens have exploded. I'll go. Is this really the Prince of Kyoto? The Prince of Kyoto was there? That's a great camera angle. And it makes it even more mysterious by not giving the front face. Holy, so dangerous. It's on fire. The prince is even on the line himself. Bad review for the videographer. Basically say goodbye to the photography industry. Many netizens were frantically searching for pictures of Gu Tian's proper face, but none could be found. In the meantime, the city of Guangzhou has also issued a notice to that effect. About the Qiao family black forces officially destroyed. At the same time, the members involved in the incident will also be seriously dealt with, as well as all the major removals and replacements of all the teams in Gangtok. Many members of the public applauded the result. A number of them even posted videos claiming that the Crown Prince is the Grand Master of Green Heaven. But the netizens are focused on the real power and capital crushing, as well as who would have thought that the Crown Prince of Kyoto would be studying at Jiangzhou University. And the Zhous were so arrogant, and they didn't even last 1 minute? Jiangzhou International Hotel. Inside the presidential suite, Gu Tian sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the scene of a luxury car driving in downstairs. These people are not here to pick up someone, but specifically to give him a ride. Gu Qiao, ready to depart back to Kyoto. Tanglon smiled and walked up to hand over a glass of wine. The people of Jiangzhou regard you as a hero in just 2 days. You changed the fate of a city. Gu Tian shook his wine glass and let out a light laugh. Thanks, but it's just a favor to the people. He knew in his heart that Jiangzhou was just a narrow appetizer. In the meantime, inside the Gu family villa, in the study, there was a stack of heavy documents on the carved counter, and Gu Feng was penciling and approving them with one meticulous hand. At this point, the study door was gently pushed open. A noblewoman with an outstanding temperament was holding a cup of steaming tea, raising her hands and feet with the calmness and elegance of a famous family. What do you say you this time? Did you not take into account little Tian's little heart? Hearing this, Gu Feng stopped the pen in his hand and grunted. Small minds. His little mind, I have guessed it from the moment he returned to Jiangzhou. It's time to say no, though he guessed his son's little mind. But the fact that his son had gotten this thing going could be said to have raised his prestige to unprecedented heights. In the minds of the crowd, he towered over me with a sense of majesty and mystery. But now what? His son turned out to be living an ordinary life in Jiangzhou, suffering from trials and tribulations, being stepped on and humiliated. In the end, not only did he personally eradicate the black forces, but he also broke through the order of Jiangzhou with a thunderbolt, and finally returned with great splendor. These things undoubtedly further established his prestige, allowing the outside world to see more than just power from on high, but also more than just going out from the common people and returning to the common people again. Qian Hui lightly covered the tip of her nose, amused by her husband's words, her beautiful eyes conveying a touch of tenderness and pride. So, our son has at least changed, Changed? Oh, it's just that he's learned to play the cat and mouse game. Gu Feng gently lifted his teacup and took a light sip as he continued. However, he is indeed more mature than before. Qian Hui nodded, a touch of relief surfacing on her face. It's always a good thing when a child grows up. I'm going to get him another $5 billion to help him invest in starting a business. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng instantly became anxious and quickly waved his hand. Don't. It's not a good idea to start a business. Kyoto University has already accepted him. It's better to let him finish school first. Looking at her husband's firm eyes, Qian Hui nodded. That afternoon, the Cabinet and the New Dragon Society have officially issued a joint announcement, and 2 heavyweight decisions have been made to the public. Item 1. Legislative amendments on bullying in schools. The bill clearly states that in order to protect the healthy development of students, regardless of whether they are adults or not, any act of bullying, once detected, will be severely punished in accordance with the Dragon laws, with the death penalty in serious cases. No bullying will result in the death penalty. Item 2. Program on the 8-month Special Action Program to combat the Black Storm. With immediate effect, the Cabinet formed a special inspection team led by Comrade Gu Jun to carry out a large-scale inventory of all localities and carry out the corresponding questionnaire. Both decisions, when released, instantly caused a media frenzy. The outside world's eyes were all on Gu Tian. The Mystery Prince has made 2 brand new decisions straight out of the Cabinet as soon as he's done his job. Netizens are discussing it like crazy, and the comment section is completely exploding. Ego! The prince is too ruthless. Straight to the Cabinet to amend the bill overnight. This is the real big shot. What AK? WZY, what rich young man from Kyoto. Only Gu Qiao is the real young master. This is great. Who dares to mix with the mob in the future? Who dares to bully? Eat peanuts directly? No. Who has a high-resolution photo of the prince's face? Late night. The grounding of Kyoto International Airport was brightly lit and the surrounding area was cordoned off on a heavy police line. The light of a sniper scope flashed from time to time on the roof of the terminal building, surrounded by even more truth-wielding security officers patrolling silently. In the air, a special airplane painted with 9 dragons slowly landed. This flight is the special flight of the generation of Megumi Lim Kokhayan, who has returned from his visit to the countries. As soon as the plane came to a stop, the hatch slowly opened and an elegant figure appeared on the gangway ladder entrance. The densely packed legislators on stage said in unison, "Elder Lin has worked hard. You guys worked hard too." Lin Guosian swept his gaze violently over the crowd, his tone unhurried. After saying that, escorted by the guards, he got into the car. Watching the backs of the escorting convoy leave, the councillors breathed a long sigh of relief. Some quietly returned to their cars and left, while more gathered and whispered, We should know that Lin's original foreign visit was a 2-month one. Now it's back a month early, so there must be a deeper meaning behind it. As members of the cabinet, they are well aware that once they enter the bureaucracy, it is like a deep sea, and the slightest movement of the wind and grass may send shock waves. What happened? Did Elder Lin's foreign visit not go so well? It shouldn't be. Looking at Elder Lin's amiable expression, everything should go well on the foreign visit. Can it be that it's because these two newly released decisions by Gu Lao are at odds with Lin Lao's relevant ideas? That shouldn't be the case. These two decisions go with the people's heart. There's no big problem. Aya, don't discuss it. It doesn't make much sense. Do you guys think Lin Lao visited his daughter on this foreign visit? How would I know that? I don't even know what Elder Lin's daughter's name is. It's called Lin Shu-si. Remember that. Take a little notebook and write it down. Chapter 26C, where the old slave is chained. Not. This your home. Looking at the glorious hotel in front of him, Shen Yao got off the bus and opened her mouth wide, shock written all over her small face. I thought the Jiangzhou International Hotel was grand enough. As a result, Gu Tian led her here after arriving in Kyoto. This glorious building, surrounded by a number of gatekeepers standing guard with truth. Any normal person can realize that this hotel is not for ordinary people to stay. Yeah, let's go. Gu Tian walked in front. Behind them, Tang Lan and Lung Feng and the others were pushing several suitcases. None of these were Gu Tian's things, all of them were Shen Yao's. No way. The little girl wouldn't throw this or that away. The whole thing made Gu Tian very helpless, since he hadn't yet realized that his status as a rich young man was in the end ho-hum. Then simply bring all of them with him. The steps in front of the Tianqi Hotel were already filled with waitresses in old black silk. Seeing Gu Tian walk up the steps, they all chirped in unison. Good day, Xiao Gu. Welcome home, Mr. Gu. Such a coquettish and respectful voice caused Shen Yao to momentarily fall into a trance. She basically doesn't do shakeology. Not concerned about what's on the internet either. Even though the internet has confirmed that the beaten Lin Chen, identity is the Prince of Kyoto, is the son of Gu Lao. But she didn't brush up on any of these. Inside her consciousness, Gu Tian was a child of a wealthy family in Kyoto. As for how rich, she pressed her brain. Maybe living on 4,000 or 5,000 a month is the life of a rich young man. Gu Tian had just walked into the hotel lobby. Manager Xie could have made 100 meters of speed and rushed out of the elevator, his shoes almost running off. Gu Xiao, you have come back. The old slave missed you. He had watched Gu Tian grow up as a child. At that time, Gu Tian always stayed out at night, and Tianqi Hotel was considered Gu Xiao's second home. Of course, this Tianqi Hotel was also the property of the other Chen group. The only difference is that the composition of this hotel is very complicated, and the guests it receives are either rich or noble. Many members of the Kyoto area or overseas guests choose to stay here when they visit. Geez, go away. What's all the excitement for? It's just that we haven't seen each other for a year. Gu Tian pushed Manager Xie aside in mock disgust. Okay, Gu Xiao. Manager Xie immediately jumped out of the way and smiled. Then where do you think is the appropriate place for the old slave to be tethered? Are the rooms all ready? Ready. Manager Xie nodded as if he were pounding garlic. How many rooms? 2. Your room has never been touched. And in addition, there is a special princess suite for Miss Shun. When Manager Xie reported this, the surrounding black silk young ladies looked at Shen Yao with envy. There is a high bar for hiring at the Sky Seal Hotel. Not only do you need to be fine-looking and slim, but you also have a high threshold for education as well as background. It's stricter than many airlines recruiting flight attendants. That's why they come here for interviews, partly to get a high salary, and partly to gain the favor of the prince. In the event that he was spotted by the crown prince, he would be on the top of his life in exactly a minute. If you're pregnant with the prince's child, they don't dare to think about it anymore. It would have to be a dragon seed, a mother with a son. The pity is, although they are very hard to perform, but the prince has never taken a proper look at them. After coming to the room, Shen Yao was as excited as a cheerful bird. The black silk young lady served a variety of fruit plates and drinks, and affectionately addressed Gu Tian as Gu Xiao. Shen Yao followed suit, calling out to Gu Tian. If I can't call you by your name from now on, do I have to call you young master too? Looking at the other party's droll and cute face, Gu Tian couldn't help but lift his hand and pinch it, raising an eyebrow and smiling. You can call me whatever you want. Anyway, what about it? I'll return the favor with a drop of water. These words heard Shun Yao's heart warm. Her eyes were red, full of enjoyment. Gu Tian stroking her face. How could she have met such a nobleman? In a flash her fate was rewritten? In the future, say whatever you want to, follow the other person around and be doubly nice to them. Thinking of this, Shun Yao raised her head violently. Her clear eyes filled with determination. Gu Xiao. Oh. No. Young Master Gu. I'll definitely follow you all the way from now on and be doubly nice to you. Oh? Following me? And how do you plan to be nice to me? Shun Yao pouted her delicate lips and contemplated for a few seconds. Then, with the persistence and determination of a young girl. You've been kind to me, of course I have to repay you 1,000 times over. I can pour you tea, I can give you a massage, and I'll do whatever you say. The atmosphere in the room instantly became ambiguous as this passage was spoken. Shun Yao also realized that she had spoken out of turn, and her little face swished red. Such a scene, looking at the two black silk young ladies next to him, was again full of envy. This teenage girl. It really is too good to be true. Will Mr. Gu really eat this? Give the other side a black card? If Gu Xiao eats this, then they'll have to oink a bit in the future. Gu Tian froze for a moment. This expression of loyalty from the other party was indeed a bit too sudden. He didn't do anything. Well, in that case, will you listen to me from now on? I obey. The young girl nodded firmly, though her face was full of questions. Good. Since you're obedient, you'll go to school tomorrow. You've been accepted over at Kyoto University. Gu Tian casually handed Shun Yao the documents on the table. A listen to school. The two black silk ladies almost laughed out loud. A burst of sweet talk to Gu Xiao, only to be rewarded with schooling? But the next moment after hearing about Kyoto University, the two instantly widened their beautiful eyes. What? Q. Nice guy. Boing boing for a notice from KYU? Good. I'll report to Kyoto University tomorrow. Shun Yao nodded her head obediently. Now Gu Tian had become an omnipotent big boy in her heart. Since the other side is letting her go to a top school to further her education, then she would have to go over there obediently and not make herself a worthless liability. After explaining to Shun Yao that he was going to take her on a shopping schedule tomorrow, Gu Tian then left the Tianqi Hotel and set off for the clubhouse. When Wang Hao called to say he was back, the Kyoto circle instantly became active again. Many children of powerful people have come to the club to take care of business. Even some circle members who have been overseas for a long time have rushed back just to meet him and have a toast. Brother Sky, where are we? Hurry up. The Qin family, the Zhao family, and the Du family are all here. One by two. They all got top-of-the-line memberships. Tapping the voice message came Wang Hao's excited voice. Okay. Got it. Gu Tian kicked the gas and a Ferrari SF90 disappeared into the street. Chapter 27: Gu Xiao's Daily Life. Unique license plates plus a limited edition luxury car. The road to the clubhouse was clear, and the cameras all automatically failed when they shone a license plate. Less than 30 minutes. Gu Tian then arrived at his destination. But just around the corner, the whole street suddenly started playing Welcome to Kyoto. The roads have all been cleared. More than 30 Cullinan vehicles spontaneously formed a welcoming motorcade, their lights flashing in Morse code. Congrats on the return of Gu Xiao. Clubhouse entrance. As soon as he saw Gu Tian's car welcoming him over, Wang Hao picked up the loudspeaker and started shouting, "Brothers and sisters, welcome back our Gu Xiao." In a flash, the sea of people in front of the clubhouse all shouted, like a celebrity support group. Ah, Gu Xiao. It's really Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao. The old slave just got his deep water lifeguard license. Is your pool short of people to fish for gold bars? Gu Xiao. Your license plate, Dragon A8888, is clearer than my life plan. Gu Xiao. The exhaust from your luxury car smells better than the perfume on me. Even the cleaning lady swung her broomstick into a glow stick. Seeing such an ecstatic scene, Gu Tian was shocked but quickly calmed down. Same as he used to be in Kyoto. All these people reveling at the door were not qualified to enter the clubhouse and could only get his attention by doing so. Maybe he'll be in a good mood one day. As Gu Tian stepped out of the car surrounded by bodyguards, the atmosphere was at its peak. These people were waving their hands up wildly as if they had seen the sun. But basically no one took out their cell phones to take pictures or send out to Jinshi. One is that he doesn't dare to send it for fear of displeasing Gu Xiao. Secondly, the site is equipped with a signal blocker and there is no internet at all. Brother Sky. All here to welcome you. Wang Hao excitedly ran over and pointed at the people behind the guard fence. Gu Tian grunted and laughed. You're not the one who called it in? He could see through Wang Hao's little mind of business too well. Apparently the news of his return to Kyoto was released by Wang Hao. Gu Xiao will come to the clubhouse tonight. Everyone comes over to spend money. There is a chance to get a signed photo with Mr. Gu to use as a screensaver. So there were all these excited and shouting celebrities as well as pretty boys outside the arena now. Aya, it's just for business. If these people come in, won't the hall's business explode? Gu Tian thought about it rightly and then nodded. Wang Hao violently turned around and yelled at the field at the top of his lungs. Good! Gu Xiao is in a great mood tonight. Everyone can enter and spend money. The words fell. The security guard opened the fence straight away and the crowd all cheered and poured in. It's not money that's being spent. It's a ladder to the upper class. As Wang Hao said, as soon as he entered the VIP hall of the bar, all kinds of powerful sons and daughters could be greeted with glasses raised and faces full of worship. Gu Xiao, do you still recognize me? Me, the son of Bureau Sunday. Gu Xiao, do you remember me? You beat me up when I was in high school. Oops, after that beating, I was awakened and I won't mess around anymore. Gu Xiao, and me, you also beat me up. For so many years. I really remember that beating vividly nah. You changed my life. These people were all powerful sons and daughters of the Kyoto Circle, and their parents were all in the Kyoto system. But they were all younger brothers in front of Gu Tian. Remember, all of you. Gu Tian took the wine served by the waiter and held it up in a high sign before taking a sip. The crowd below saw this and raised their glasses in response, then drank it all down. It's quite a fait accompli of the Liangshan uprising. The natural part of the drink was to take a group photo. Of course, Gu Tian readily agreed. Entering into the VIP hall, everyone has charged 10 million yet. This face he has to give. But for these people, it's more than just a group photo. Sometimes it can even be used as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Come on, Tin. Go on. There's someone else in there. As soon as Wang Hao abducted Gu Tian's arm, he pushed him inside. How many people did you call? There must have been at least 500 of them in the hall just now. There are over 200 in this VIP room. There's more in there now. If you go by that scale. Nice guy. Won't we have to make a fortune tonight? In the meantime, Kyoto's finance minister was awakened late at night by a phone call from his secretary. As soon as it was connected, there was an excited squeal from the secretary. Minister, our Kyoto GDP has suddenly started to explode in growth.
No.
How did it suddenly go up? Be more detailed. The minister's eyes widened. The economy is a little that right now. It's impossible to become active without warning. Yes, Tianxi Clubhouse, Tianxi Hotel, the property of the Qian Group. The secretary on the other end of the line reported at the top of her voice. What? The Celestial Seal Clubhouse. The minister exclaimed in shock, but quickly reacted. Nice guy. The prince is awesome. It was able to embolden all the dark forces not long ago. Now go back to Kyoto and directly make the city's GDP go up. It's really something. When Gu Tian opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. The only thing that comes to mind is a scene of many toasts last night. There are also bits and pieces of him getting drunk and Tang Lan driving him back. It's happening right now.
Bang, bang, bang.
Comain.
Gu Tian sat up in a daze and leaned against the bed. The doorway was pushed open, and a delicate little face quietly peeked in. Shun Yao blinked her clear almond eyes, searching for him. Gu Xiao? Young master. Here, it's not up yet. Seeing that Gu Tian was still lying on the bed, Shun Yao could run up with a light step, with a cup of warm what? In her hand. It's time to get up. Oh. The sun is getting up on your ass. Gu Tian reached out and lazily rubbed her hair, his voice a little hungover and hoarse. Why are you here so early? How did you sleep last night? Shun Yao raised her small face and huffed. You still have the nerve to ask me how I slept last night? Who let you drink so much last night? Sister Tang Lan and I took care of you all night. Gu Tian smiled awkwardly at her words. He really didn't remember, but he still symbolically pinched her cheeks. Gu, really? Then I really thank you so much. I must lead you around Kyoto tonight. Yeah. Shun Yao excitedly spun in place, making one's heart soften. The two ate at the hotel and then drove to the busiest shopping district in Kyoto. As soon as the car was parked, it was on to buying, eating, and playing. While leaving the casino, a jewelry store next to it caught Gu Tian's attention. I was under the impression that this is a Hermes store. The owner is very nice. Every time out, what limited new products will specially pull a car over. First let him pick. Xin Yao, do you like jewelry? Upon hearing this, Xin Yao in the passenger seat instantly panicked and hastily tugged on Gu Tian's coat. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. Go on. Go back. I'm a bit tired. She had already been shocked by Gu Tian's horrifying consumerism. When you buy her a bag, ask her which one she doesn't like. She pressed on, not knowing what it meant, let alone the price of the bags, and pointed out a few random ones she didn't like. Then Gu Tian waved his hand, and except for those few, he asked for all the rest and sent them to the Tianqi Hotel. One swipe, the whole 3 million. Let alone $3 million, 1 million would be an astronomical amount to her. So she really didn't want to shop now. She just wanted to hurry back to the hotel. Chapter 28. I'll take it all. Oh, but I like it. Without waiting for Xin Yao to react, Gu Tian put on his sunglasses, opened the car door, and walked down. How can a little girl's family not like jewelry? On his way to the capital, he had thrown away the plastic string Xin Yao had previously compiled in passing. It's time to buy each other some really extravagant and beautiful jewelry. Since it was Gu Tian who wanted to buy it, then of course Xin Yao had nothing to say but to follow along ignorantly. Walk into the jewelry store. An enthusiastic store clerk could have approached. The two of you are here to see the gold jewelry, the jewels. This jewelry store of ours is new and offers great deals. In between talking, her gaze was as frantic as an X-ray as it swept past Xin Yao's clear and compassionate face, and then began to survey Gu Tian, who was wearing sunglasses. The girl, on the other hand, is beautifully innocent-looking and dresses in clothes of great value. The eyes were a bit evasive and cautious though, but not this man in sunglasses, calm and casual. Especially when you look at these jewels when they move, it's like buying groceries at the market. So her analysis is, the man must be rich. This woman, maybe a schoolgirl, could have been adopted by this man. And the guy is still married or has a girlfriend, so he's wearing sunglasses. As it is, then her main target must be this girl. As soon as the girl is convinced and the girl is wooing, the guy will ironically pay and will never drag his feet. After all, if you drag your feet a little bit, what if the original spouse follows the trail and kills you? Taking advantage of the fact that Gu Tian went to browse other counters, this saleswoman slightly leaned over and pulled out a very nice necklace from the booth, holding it up and looking at Xin Yao. This necklace is priced at $68,000 and is one that many celebrities as well as beautiful women desire. Many lickers will buy this one for their goddesses even if they eat bubbly. So she was sure the other person would love it, which was once thought. Xin Yao didn't even look at it, her head shaking like a rattle drum. I don't like it. I don't like it. As soon as I heard that, the saleswoman's smile instantly froze on her face, and her heart cursed even more angrily. This puts the high end of the game, yikes. Several were then held out in quick succession, with increasingly exaggerated smiles. But what he got in return was still Xin Yao's sentence. I don't like. Really don't like. The saleswoman's back was breaking after a bit of a tussle. It also attracted a lot of attention from customers. The other female customers couldn't walk away from the sight of the jewelry. But this young girl was shaking her head no? Is it too powerful to look at or simply unaffordable? But why come in and shop when you can't afford it? For a while, many people began to talk. What? That was one of my favorites just now. And that woman didn't even like it. Good fellow. This girl can't be the daughter of any family. Can she, with such a high vision? SHHH, what's $1,000? $1,000 head shaking like a rattle? And politely rejecting people. Ha ha ha. The sound of snickering and mockery from the customers next to her was extraordinarily pleasurable to hear in the saleswoman's mind. As the store's top seller as well as being professionally trained, she has. Even if a poorly dressed person came over to buy jewelry, she had to give a warm enrichment. Even if she despised the other person in her heart, she couldn't say it. And in the situation at hand, she was angry inside, but she had to hold it in. Ask this one and you don't like it. Ask that one and you don't like it. Which one do you like? Did you toss yourself on purpose or something? So the saleswoman laughed and started digging in to set up a conversation. Miss, your vision is quite high. May I ask how much is your budget today? Xin Yao, a silly white sweetie. Where could she hear such words? And it was Gu Tian who wanted to come over and buy it. she was completely accompanied. Huh? I don't have a budget. My budget is 0. I can't afford such expensive jewelry. This statement was made. The people around them laughed instantly. Ha ha ha. I thought it was some $1,000. Expecting for nothing. Ha ha. Can't afford it but still dare to come in, quite courageous. Laughing my ass off. I thought she was going to say bring up the most expensive jewelry. It's really a wasted expectation. The saleswoman was more than happy to hear the customer's mocking words and felt a sense of revenge. Mrs. Too good at joking, and you don't dress like a customer who can't afford it. Could it be that all these designer clothes you're wearing were bought for you by the man with the sunglasses over there? Aha. How do you know he bought all these clothes for me? Xunyao nodded her head very dully, admitting everything. You don't have any money, but you're so good looking. The man you came with is wearing sunglasses. It's obviously being a 3A. Stereotypes in the human mind are like a big mountain. In less than a moment's time, Xunyao had become the center of discussion for several customers at the counter. Coupled with the saleswoman's condescending remarks, all the people around them burst into laughter. The Gu Tian at the other counter also noticed the scene and came over questioningly. What's wrong, Xunyao? Huh? Hearing Gu Tian's voice, Xunyao turned her head, blinking her clear, beautiful eyes very puzzled. No, have you looked after the jewelry you like? Gu Tian hadn't had time to reply. A man with a very wealthy look came forward and patted Gu Tian's shoulder, showing another look that men understood. Brother. Not bad. You 3 long so beautiful, so pure. That college to find 3? Which college looking for it? Gu Tianyi was confused throughout, and when he looked up, he saw the other customers revealing everyone understands, and the saleswoman's smug smile. When things go wrong, they go wrong. But Gu Tian didn't get angry on the spot. Instead, he turned his head to look at Xunyao. Didn't you just pick out your favorite piece of jewelry? What was all the chatter about? Xunyao immediately repeated what she had just talked to the saleswoman about. As soon as Gu Tian heard this, his face instantly darkened, raising his head with narrowed eyes to survey the scheming saleswoman, as well as the few customers around him. The saleswoman immediately pretended to explain. It's okay, sir, just now this young lady didn't like looking at this one and didn't like looking at that one. I recommended 16 of the most popular ones right now, but she didn't like any of them and couldn't tell me what she liked. So I communicated with the young lady a little more to try to define the type of thing she wanted. Who knew that Gu Tian pressed the opportunity to pretend to sympathize with her? Since they're all the most popular, I'll take all 16 of them and load them all up. The words fell. The surrounding area instantly fell into a deathly silence. The saleswoman's mouth was open and she had absolutely no idea what to say. The surrounding customers who were still sneering turned their gazes to Gu Tian in unison, their faces filled with capitalized shock. Chapter 29. If you don't apologize, you'll lose your life. Later. Mister. You just said to put what this lady has seen. All loaded up, right? The saleswoman's voice trembled as she responded. Keep in mind that what she recommended just now was completely from cheap to the most expensive. From the very beginning, it was over $60,000 and then $600,000. The total value of these dozen or so is well over $5 million. Now the other guy says he's going to take it. If she had known that the other party was really so bold, she would not have said anything to make fun of Gu Tian wore sunglasses, making it impossible to see his eyes, and coldly said, yes, load them all up and swipe the card. With such a scene, the customers around him instantly burst into whispers. Looking at Gu Tian's expression remained clear of shock. The man who was rich and powerful was even more full of embarrassment, and he hastened to act like a good old boy. No, man, are you serious? For a girl? This girl? What college can't find her? It's time to say no. His entire bank card savings don't add up to $5 million. It would have been a sincere attempt to ask the other person where to find it. As a result, the other party's bold spending style instantly made him lose face. Hello. She's not a mistress. So please don't be so rude and point fingers behind someone's back. Gu Tian slowly turned around and looked at the man wearing a gold chain with a smile. He was in a good mood today and didn't want to kill anyone. If the other party was jumping around in front of his eyes like a jumped-up clown, then he didn't mind satisfying the other party. This sentence choked the chained man's face, and for a moment there was no way to retort. Soon, a dozen or so exquisitely packaged jewelry boxes were then carried out by several salesmen. In the heartthrob sales shock, Gu Tian was very atmospheric as he swiped his card to pay the bill. The sound of backward breaths of cold air instantly resounded around them. "More than $5 million, said Brush. "It's too damn posh, isn't it?" Just when the heartthrob saleswoman was fantasizing that this month's top seller would be her again. Gu Tian, however, slowly stepped forward and said with a leathery smile, "I've already bought the stuff, and you didn't serve in vain just now. Time to talk about apologizing next?" "What? Apologize?" The saleswoman froze for a moment, but quickly realized what that meant. She surely can't apologize. If she apologizes, then surely admit that she just spoke in a gloomy manner. The pinnacle. She's a pin-up. So many eyes around her. It's absolutely unrecognizable. "No, good sir. I don't quite understand what you mean. Could it be that my service was bad just now? If you think my service was bad, I can apologize for you. There's nothing wrong with her service. Apologizing on the service would be the other person being unreasonable. It's not like Gu Tian is a little cutie. Direct truthfulness. How did you just ask her a question? You seem to make the customers around you laugh a lot with your question. Huh? Including the fact that this customer is still asking me where I found this mistress?" With those words, Heartthrob Sales panicked a bit. She hadn't expected her opponent to be so direct. The chained man came to the bottom at this time. Just now the other party embarrassed him, but also turned around and educated him. This is certainly the time for revenge. So immediately he put on the role of a man who had been there and started to educate. "I, a young man. People did not say anything about Junior. Why should they apologize? You consume so much. Why are you still unreasonable now? Your spending habits don't match your demeanor a bit. Huh? In addition to saying Junior, it is me who asked you. You see this girl so beautiful and simple, at first glance as a college student. You also wear sunglasses, leading the other party to shop in the jewelry store. That's a glance that's reminiscent of a mistress." Chain finished the sentence with a proud glance at the other customers. No doubt the other customers immediately nodded in agreement. People like to cuddle. You went up there and spent over $5 million. We're watching. Then those of us who are there must stand together now. Oh? So you all think she's my mistress? Gu Tian stuffed the card into his wallet and raised his head lazily. Multiple people nodded in unison, full of agreement. Gu Tian looked at the saleswoman again. The saleswoman nodded back, but reacted by shaking her head again in a hurry. "But it's too late." Gu Tian directly took off his sunglasses, his cold gaze looking proudly at the crowd. In a flash, boom, the entire crowd in the jewelry store was as if they had been struck by lightning. The next second directly erupted with an unprecedented sound of pouring cool air. Imila Dam, Prince of Kyoto. How could this face not be familiar to them? All of them were dumbstruck, and some of them even began to tremble. Others even backed up to the front of the store, then pulled out their legs and ran. Not to mention the chain guy. The moment he saw Gu Tian's face, his entire body collapsed to the ground, his face pale. "What? You're not going to continue? Wasn't you gossiping all the time just now? Isn't she a mistress?" Gu Tian's cold gaze swept over the crowd. That innate bile made the crowd gulp hard one by one, not even daring to raise their heads. Leveling the prince? Who has the courage? "I'm sorry." "Sorry." "Gu Qiao. I was wrong. I was wrong." The heartthrob woman sails her mouth in a fight and lowers her head in apology. "You were just worried about apologizing in case you don't get the pin? Now, if you don't apologize, even life." With such a scene, Shen Yao's beautiful eyes were greatly shocked. She was a bit confused as to why the crowd was scared like this after Gu Tian removed his sunglasses. It's hard to believe that Gu Tian's family is mixed with the mob just like Jonah, but looking at Gu Tian's serious expression, she didn't dare to go forward.
"I'm sorry.
"I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Qiao.
I was wrong. The little one has eyes that don't recognize MT Tai. I don't know how to speak." The more Gu Tian didn't react in any way, the more alarmed the chained man became, and he simply flung himself directly onto his knees and began to slap his own face. "Get your ass up." Gu Tian yanked on his dog chain and directly picked up the scared-ass chain man. Just now the other party had personally admitted to being the mistress he said he was, and he had the audacity to ask him where he found his mistress. Begging for mercy now? Late. "Gu Qiao. I was wrong. Wrong. Wrong." With a plea that went from light to heavy, Gu Tian pressed down on the chained man's head and slammed it against the counter with a thud. Wow! The counter glass shattered all over the place. The chained man sat paralyzed on the ground with a head full of blood. not even daring to wipe the blood from his face, still kowtowing and begging for mercy. As the crowd watched in horror, Gu Tian backhandedly pulled out a black gold card and handed it to the salesman. Compensation at the price. How dare the heartthrob salesman take it? Even if the boss knew that the prince had done it, he wouldn't dare pursue the matter. Watching the heartthrob salesman waving her hand in horror and refusing, Gu Tian directly snapped, "Hold it for me!" A roar. The heartthrob was so scared on the spot that she had a mental breakdown and fainted straight away. Who's making trouble? Who's making trouble? Qin Chi, who had just parked his car on the side of the road, saw this scene happening inside his store from a long distance away and ran straight over. He was in a foul mood today. When he heard that the Crown Prince of Kyoto had returned, he immediately went to the Tianxi clubhouse to try to make a toast. As a result, he was fooled by that Wang how to run a membership and charge tens of millions of dollars into it. And the result? Didn't even see Gu Xiao face last night, and got very drunk. Chapter 30 Fearful Qin Chi. Who makes trouble? Who the hell dares to make trouble in my young Master Qin's venue? Qin Chi ran in furiously. Turned out to be a whole lot of confusion when I went into the store. The shopkeepers and customers were all cast as if they had been tranquilized, and had no reaction other than trembling all over. Just as he was about to ask what had happened, he turned around but saw a gloomy Gu Tian. Qin Chi's heart exclaimed a sentence on the spot. The next second his legs went limp and he fell to his knees. There's no meaning to it. It's just an innate fear. Gu. Gu. Brother Tian. Tian. Qin Chi forced down his inner fear and stumbled to meet him. Brother Sky. Who? Who made you angry? This is my gold store. Who did you say messed with you? Me. I. Chop him up. Looking at the youth in front of him who couldn't speak well and whose legs were still trembling, Gu Tian lightly raised his eyelids. Oh? You know me? Recognize. 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 Brother Sky. It's me. Me. Qin Chi. Your little brother. Your little brother. Qin Chi's mind went blank as he nodded his head vigorously, trying to fantasize about Gu Tian's memories. Watching his boss look horrified in front of the prince. The fear inside the clerks that was rubbing off on them went up a few more degrees. That kid from the Qin family? As soon as he saw that the other party had remembered, Qin Chi instantly revealed an expression of a life after a robbery. Yeah, Brother Tian. I'm that kid from the Qin family. Qin Chi. Oh, Qin Qia. Gu Tian finally remembered. It's the one that Wang Hao talked about last night, Qin Chi, and said he'd claimed a girl. But he was drunk last night and I don't think he said hello to the other guy. It's okay. It's just that your salesman spoke badly and there was a bit of a misunderstanding. These broke these, and I've paid for them as they were. Gu Tian went forward and patted the other party's shoulder, revealing an expression of a big brother pacifying his little brother, which was once thought. Qin Chi instantly became furious, pointing at the shopkeepers and cursing angrily. Who? Which sales made my brother Tian angry? Come out and spare your life. Gu Tian laughed and raised his finger to point under the counter. No. The one who fainted from fear. Qin Chi went up to the scene and instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Frightened? So you're justified in being scared to your knees just now. Come on, a couple of men. Carry this salesman out to the curb for me. Qin Chi took a step back and sternly ordered up the dumbfounded clerks next to him. Boss. She what she? She's no good for anything. Qin Chi slammed the counter. Afterwards say whatever you want and fire all these salesmen. All ng swimming on the brink of death and still can't tell the difference? She's Sister Wang, the top seller. One of the sales clerks said with a trembling voice. What do you mean by pinning? One person could feed an entire jewelry store. The clerk's words fell. Qin Chi jumped straight up and roared. The one thing I hate is a pinfall. Carry me out. Only then did a few of the clerks react as if in a dream, and came forward on their hands and knees to drag the heartthrob sales away. Just as Qin Chi's face was full of smiles, he turned around and prepared to please Gu Tian again. Instead, he found that Gu Tian was already carrying the bag of jewelry in one hand and leading his sister towards the outside. Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao. Qin Chi chased after him outside the store. Gu Tian had already opened the car door sharply and waved his hand casually at him. Making a gesture of nothing, please go back. I'm leaving. but because the angle is different. In Qin Chi's eyes, it was clearly a neck-wiping maneuver. In a flash, boom! Qin Chi only felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet straight to his head, and his entire being was struck by lightning. Maru Spice.
I'm dying.
5 minutes later. It was only then that Qin Chi came back to his senses from his tremendous panic and tremblingly pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. Father. It seems that have messed with the prince. Boom! A shocked growl instantly erupted from the other end of the phone. What are you talking about? Tell me again. On the way back to the hotel, Xinyao was like 100,000 reasons and kept asking Gu Tian why he was so fearful of those people seeing his face, and even wondered just how posh his poshness was. More luxurious than Ma Yun? More luxurious than Ma Huareng? Gu Tiandu laughed. There was nothing to be done but have her search the news and have her download a doo-wop. Driven by her powerful curiosity, Xinyao obediently did as she was told. 1 minute later, the car erupted into screams like never before. In the meantime, the president of Kyoto University was sweating like a pig in a poke when he was confronted with the documents on his desk. The prince arranged for people to come to Kyoto University to attend school. He must arrange the best service. The most basic operation that's definitely not working. Gotta give it to the top of the other side. That. Is there any space left in the single room where our finance and economics PhD students are staying? No more, headmaster. The logistics minister shook his head and reported truthfully. And are there any more 2 bedrooms for the master's degree? And no more. What about triple rooms for graduate students? And no more. Upon hearing this, the principal clapped his hands. Neither here nor there. None of that either. How do you expect me to do my job of arranging accommodations? Are you trying to eat peanuts? Looking at the principal who suddenly stormed out, as well as hearing about eating peanuts, the logistics minister jerked upright. Principal, excuse me, who's going to live here? A girl arranged by the prince. Boom! The logistics minister's hand shook and the tea spilled violently. There, principal, there. Yes, the prince's men. Even if he sleeps on the street, he has to arrange it for the other party. Otherwise, that peanut butter is a real treat. Where was the minister of logistics to care about the pain of being burned? He hurriedly dialed a phone number. Hey, make a single room for me in the doctor's room. What? No more? Are you trying to eat peanuts? Find me an excuse. Let her graduate early. Night. The restaurant at the Sky Seal Hotel is elegant. It was only after an afternoon of shock that Xinyao gradually accepted reality. After learning Gu Tian's true identity in the car, she was once so frightened that she fainted 3 times. It was Gu Tian who woke her up by pinching her. Although it was accepted, she still felt a bit dazed at this point. Who would have thought? Lin Chun, who had previously crowded the subway with her, asked her to borrow money, and even starved without food. The real identity is actually the Prince of Kyoto, Gu Lao-sun, Gu Tian. No. Young master. Shunyao's face reddened, poking the food on her plate with her fork, her voice as small as a mosquito's. That. You. In the future. If I make you unhappy, then will you? Will you? What will you do to me? She'd already seen the relevant marketing numbers as well as the comments section. All the things in Zhangzhou are known. Jonah. Stoned on the river. Bullying her psycho little sisters. Beaten to a pulp. And she didn't dare to reminisce. Gu Tian looked at her with amusement. This little ninny. Didn't she promise herself that she wouldn't be afraid? Didn't I say she'd accepted it? Why are you acting like a scared little bunny now? Aya. Eat, what can I do to you? You were so nice to me before. Seeing Xinyao timidly raise her head like a deer, the corner of Gu Tian's mouth hooked out a bad smile. But if you don't behave, I'll beat your ass. How about that? The words just fell. Xinyao's face instantly turned red. Ouch, you're annoying. Chapter 31. Meeting at the Qin family mansion. Then the vibrant atmosphere of the Tianxi Hotel. The Qin family mansion was obviously much more depressing. Multiple luxury cars coming in and out. Elder Qin, the head of the Qin family, sat on the eunuch's chair in the center of the lobby with his crutches and a gloomy face. The people sitting around them were also pivotal people in the Qin family. Some talked in low voices, some looked grave, and more still kept their voices down. waiting in silence for the coming storm. The old master had previously told the old and young of the Qin family 3 times that they should not mess with anyone from the Gu family. It's okay now. The ins and outs of the gold store were well known to them. As per normal, this time it really was them who had no sense, who let those heartthrob salesmen have so much drama and direct woe from their mouths. Grandpa, I was wrong. This matter. It's all my responsibility. It's all because I didn't train the staff below properly. In the hall, Qin Chi fell to his knees with a thud, crying and mourning, with a reddish slap mark on his face, obviously slapped by his father. Upon hearing this, Qin's father cursed on the spot. You rebellious son, what's the use of saying this now? Even if the training wasn't in place, you have caused trouble. This is a completely trivial matter. Why did you storm into the store in a rage at that time, yelling who dares to cause trouble in my young Qin's venue? Who do you think you are? Answer me. Normally they, the uncles and uncles, would have come forward to plead for mercy. But not this time. Qin Chi, this bastard boy, had really gotten into trouble this time, sending the Qin family to the guillotine in front of the crown prince. There is only one great young man in the whole of Kyoto. That would be Mr. Gu. There is only one prince of Kyoto in the whole of Kyoto. That would be Prince Gu. Other sensei, no matter how high up in the hierarchy you are or how rich you are, you have to move back a little. This is basic common sense. But Qin Chi is good, actually in front of Gu Tian, claimed to be a big young man, and even put on the appearance of a local snake to yell. Is this different from smacking the prince in the face in public? Thanks to the timely apology at the time. Otherwise the prince backhandedly pulled out his sidearm and went up for a peanut. Kir, you this time. Really let me down. Elder Qin slowly opened his eyes, his low voice filled with endless sighs. Qin Chi was jolted. Grandpa never looked like this. If you sigh, it means this thing. It's really tricky. Other members saw this and began to contribute. If this isn't taken care of, everyone goes down with it. Father, I think it's best if we take the initiative in this matter. Qian's real estate under Qian's group has its eyes on a piece of our commercial land, or we can just give it to them. Yes, yes, yes. Give it to them to have. Father, how about this? I'll privately contact a few financial bigwigs and pay a visit to Qian's group. There are a few very big projects on my side that I can give directly to Qian's group. Yeah. Just give it to them. As the crowd chattered, Elder Qin tapped his cane. All be quiet. The bell must be untied. This matter is that Kir has offended the crown prince. This matter can only be resolved by him. None of your suggestions will work. Is the prince short of money? Is the money group short of land? Lack of projects. A chorus of voices came down and the crowd fell silent. Grandpa, Grandpa, what do you say I should do? What do you think I should do? Hearing these words, Qin Chi was like grasping onto a life-saving straw, crying and kneeling down beside Master Qin. Under the nervous gaze of the crowd, Elder Qin slowly spoke his thoughts. Money, land, and all sorts of heavy gifts pressed without any sincerity. He had already done his research on the background of the girl the prince was carrying around, a good-looking, pure vegetarian. But the prince is very nice to people, buying all sorts of gifts and sending each other to Kyoto University for school. That proves that the prince is now a vegetarian. Since they are vegetarian, then they have to offer the best vegetarian dishes. Good. Okay, Grandpa. I will do so as you say. Watching Qin Chi's back as he left, the hearts of the crowd were all in their throats. The next fate of the Qin family depended on what this kid Qin Chi would do next. Day 2. Today was the day Shen Yao reported to Beijing University. Originally, Gu Tian thought of personally sending Shen Yao to school. But Shen Yao felt it was a bit too high profile, and she could just take the subway by herself. But Gu Tian was uneasy and still sent a driver to deliver it. It's time to say no. Kyoto University deserves to be a top university. Those who were able to get in were either rich or famous, or they were very good at their studies. There were a lot of limousines whizzing by before we even got to the front of the school. All of these males go to school here, basically because of their parents' families. Some donate a large library, some sponsor some research programs, some donate hundreds of millions of dollars for scholarships. The world of the gentry is really beyond my knowledge. After the car stopped, Shen Yao pushed open the door and stepped out of the car. Her outfit today is simple and fresh, all white with a slim fit and girly feet with little white shoes. Not forgetting to sweetly and delicately thank the driver before leaving. Thank you for driving me over to school. The gesture moved the driver straight to tears. Aya, Miss Shin, you're too kind. It's my honor to send you to school. If you need anything in the future, just ask. I'll be happy to serve you. There must be dozens of chauffeurs serving the prince at least, and the prince has not remembered a single one of them. And if Miss Shin thanked him now and mentioned it in front of the crown prince afterwards, then his fate would change in minutes. After the driver left, Shun Yao could get nervous, looking up at this magnificent institution of higher learning, her breath becoming slightly short. How many students have dreamed of entering this hall? And she's even coming in now? Everything that happened these days was like a dream. In order to calm her excitement, Shin Yao's small pink hand gently clenched her fist and straightened her chest, secretly cheering herself up. Yo-yo, you can do it. With a brisk gesture, he walked toward the school gates. Such a scene. As much as possible, it was taken in by a few rich young men leaning against the side of the luxury car at the entrance of the school and chatting. Look, 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 sister. Never seen that before. There's one like this in Kyoto University. It's even better looking than the school flower. Sunanshue. Where? Xiebin snapped out from inside the big bowl, and his eyes started searching like a camera. No, that's right there. The one with the white short sleeves. I go. So innocent. I love it. Xiebin subconsciously swallowed. They guys are just typical dudes. Although he didn't make any big splashes in the outside world, he was wreaking havoc on and off campus by virtue of his family's power. Skipping class and flunking out to flirt with girls is a common occurrence. At this moment, when they heard that there were new-faced girls in front of the school, that one was instantly energized. Chapter 32. Going to Kyoto University together. No doubt about it. Shun Yao, who has no worldly affairs written on her face, walked into the campus and caused many passing students to look at her sideways. Wow, it's really prettier? Which department? It's not the Art Institute, is it? It really doesn't look like that kind of Netflix face. It looks like a school bully type. So cute. Want to pinch her cheeks so bad. In addition to some whispering, others have pulled out their cell phones to try and steal a picture to send to the confession wall. But Shin Yao didn't hear these murmurs at all. Her full attention was on the navigation map in her hand and the detailed report in the guide that Gu Tian had listed for her. Finally, I swept up a bike and rode straight on, setting off into the morning light with my little backpack. The breeze ruffled her long hair as the girlish figure moved effortlessly through the campus. Wherever he passed by, he caused many people to turn back. Shin Yao went to school. Gu Tian instantly felt a bit bored, and Wang Hao lay on the bed lazily turning over. Brother Tian, the recent business of the clubhouse is really good to the point of bursting. Do you have any plans for the future? What can I plan? Surely it's still the same as before. Why? Do you have an idea? Gu Tian lethargically leaned back on the sofa. Kyoto should be eaten and played with, and really played with pretty much everything. Except for the 2 days when I first came back. It's really kind of boring now. What can I think? But my dad says he's ready to send me to school. Wang Hao recalled the message his dad had sent him yesterday. He dropped out of school early and would have been a freshman at that age. Of course, it didn't matter to him whether he went to school or not. It was just one more place to have fun, and the clubhouse business should still be run. Hearing that Wang Hao went to school, Gu Tian instantly smiled. Don't you ing bull me, you're still going to school? Don't go ing and ing the teachers. If I go to school, whether it's the business of the school cafeteria or other school programs, I can get my hands on them. Wang Hao raised his chin arrogantly. Other people look at the essence through the surface. Wang Hao looks at the money through the surface. No matter what it is, the first thing he thinks about is whether or not it's going to make money. Forget it, your kid is really drilling into money. Gu Tian rolled over on the sofa and continued to play with his cell phone. After the Zhangzhou incident passed, the winds on the internet changed completely. News of the man himself has disappeared almost to nothing. The post that once discussed the exposure of his identity and the bloodshed of the Qiao family had now been completely cleaned up and replaced by news all about his second uncle, Gu Jun, who had launched a storm of sweeping the Dragon Kingdom wide. Hashtag Zhao Ruilong in Handong province was completely destroyed, and the Zhao family's power collapsed. Hashtag Jinghai City Gao Qiqiang and his network of connections behind him were uprooted. Hashtag the business empire of Gao Mingyuan in Greenvine City is paralyzed and the shady business of collusion is thoroughly investigated. Hashtag Binjiang City Wei Tianlang and others were caught, and the umbrella involved surfaced. Hashtag. Gu Tian swiped through the news, and at this point he really kind of admired second uncle. With such a record, won't Uncle 2 be transferred straight to the cabinet in a minute? It's happening right now. The cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as he picked up, Pop's low voice came on. And what are you boys doing out here now that you're not home? Gu Tian rolled his eyes in a diffident tone. What can I do, Dad? Stay honestly in the hotel. Pops, the man is still the same as before. It always seems that if a child is too quiet, there must be a demon. Immediately after the phone call came a meaningful laugh. Oh, stay? How about I find you something to do? Upon hearing this, Gu Tian's curiosity was instantly piqued. When Pops arranges something, it's definitely not an ordinary thing. These battles of Uncle Juniors are obviously what Pops feeds to his mouth. Wouldn't it be just as high-end if Pops found something for him to do? What for, Dad? I'm at your disposal. Then the caller just spat out 3 words faintly. Go to school. Boom. Gu Tian's brain instantly rang out. What? Going to school? Are you kidding me? Is he the right kind of guy for school? I don't even have the school gene in my bones. Besides, in his current position, which university would dare to hire him? Is it hard to believe that he's going to be asked to hide his identity again?
No, Dad.
It's okay if you let me do something else, but can't we talk about school? Discussion? Don't hang around outside. If you don't want to go to school, then go work inside your mom's group. Going to work? He had even less interest in going to work. However, at this moment, Wang Hao smiled with an open brow and urged in a low voice, Brother Tian, it's good to go to school. If you go to school, then I'll go too. Truth be told, this matter of going to school, he and his dad wouldn't be able to discuss it at all like Tian did. If Tin went to school too, then he could ask his dad to let him enter a college with Tin. Forget it, if I go to school here, I'm also causing trouble for other universities. Don't you think so? Which was once thought. The person on the other end of the phone obviously expected Gu Tian to say this. What trouble? Several universities snatched you up, and Jing University had the best attitude, and as soon as your mom was happy, she donated a building to them, called something like the Tianxi Building. People will be sending their notices in the mail soon. So get this thing in place for me as soon as you can, haha. Without further ado, I'm going to a meeting. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone, leaving Gu Tian full of confusion. Dad, I want to go to Jing University too. Wang Hao directly dialed his dad's phone, demanding like a child. Go to your mom's Kyoto University. With your cultural level, you go to Kyoto College. The notice of Kyoto College has been sent over. You report as soon as possible. Wang Hao's father's tone was rather like a feeling of hatred. Wang Hao held up his cell phone and looked accusingly at Gu Tian. Although he was aggrieved, he was fine in his heart. What Tian's dad had arranged, Tian pressed for the possibility of refusal. So it was already finalized that Tian would go to school at Kyoto University. As for whether he can go to Kyoto University, that's up to Tin. At this moment, Gu Tian's brain was running at high speed, and after 2 seconds of contemplation, he backhanded the phone handed to him by Wang Hao. Hey, Uncle Wang this is Gu Tian. This statement was made. Wang Hao, his father's voice on the other end of the phone, was obviously flustered for a moment. Next. Hey Gu.
Gu Tian.
Uncle Wang hasn't seen you for a long time. When are you coming to Uncle Wang's house for dinner? It's fine, Uncle Wang. I'll go when I have time. Gu Tian smiled back and continued, Uncle Wang, you don't have to worry about that Wang Hao going to school. I'm going to school too. We'll both just go to Kyoto University together when the time comes. These words were spoken. How can Wang Hao's father refuse? Oops, that's really troublesome for you. Just watch the arrangements. After hanging up, Wang Hao then pounced with tears in his eyes. Brother Sky, righteous father, get out. Clunk. Ouch. Chapter 33 Sunanshue, the highly cold school flower. What? Oops. Why is Qin Chi so polite? Oops. No problem. I'll definitely arrange it for you this time. Your brother Hao. After hanging up, Wang Hao then looked at Gu Tian in a serious manner. Brother Tian, the Qin family came to our clubhouse again, and that Qin Chi kid filled up another $20 million. So he said he wanted to toast with you. Qin Chi? Which one? Oh, I know. He had almost forgotten about this person. When Wang Hao mentioned it, he instantly remembered about the gold store. Should I say no, he kinda liked the kid, very good at what he did. After smashing the counter of the other party, The other party not only had a very respectful attitude, but even ran out to wave goodbye to him. The pattern and the size, is a match for him. Yeah, just in time for school starting tomorrow, so there's no harm in dashing off again tonight. Gu Tian casually picked up the desk's notice and flung it at Wang Hao. It was only a matter of words to put Wang Hao in there as well. The president of KYU signed and stamped the notice directly and sent it by fax. They can just fill in whatever specialty they want to go to. Kyoto University. Inside the dormitory, smoke billows. How's it going? Any good ones? Xiabin and a few of his best buddies were holding cigarettes and discussing the number of girls they had seen today. Not much to look at, just the one in the white shirt today. The one who spoke was Zhou Yu, a native of the imperial capital. His old man, who ran real estate in the imperial capital, had built a dormitory building for Kyoto University, which allowed him to barely reach the threshold for recruitment. Moreover, Zhou Yu's academic performance wasn't too bad, so he came to Kyoto University to attend school. The other brothers nodded their heads in agreement, and it was clear that everyone's focus was on the newly enrolled Xinyao. I second what you said. It's rare to find one with such a clean temperament. Yeah, not like the heavily made-up ones. I don't know which faculty it is. I've asked someone to inquire. The atmosphere in the dormitory gradually came alive. And next, Zhou Yu suddenly smiled and changed the topic with a bit of flirtation in his tone. Brother Ben, how are things going with that schoolgirl? Honestly, he really kind of looked at Xiabin's before. When they first met, the two even clashed. It was only later that I learned that Xiabin was a member of the Xia family in Kyoto. It is often said that a strong dragon cannot crush a snake, and then the enemy is turned into a friend. Plus, he was a year older than him, so he called the other man Bin. Being brought up by Zhou Yu, Xiabin waved his hand impatiently. Don't mention it. That girl doesn't even give a damn about me. Neither soft nor hard. When he finished speaking, he casually flicked his cigarette outward. The next second, there were screams from downstairs. Ah! Several people in the room looked at each other, then burst out laughing. Without any sense of guilt, Xiabin shrugged. After all, it's the school flower. How can it be so easy to chase after? Zhou Yu smiled and went forward, patting Xiabin's shoulder. Don't be discouraged. Chasing women, this kind of thing, pay attention to the strategy, my brother Bin's ability, I still believe. The schoolgirls, as they call them. It was none other than Su Nanxue, a freshman in the Department of Finance and Economics. When the school year just started, she was instantly popular among the freshmen with her icy and cold appearance, and was directly elected by the students of the Department of Finance and Economics as the newest school flower. Countless people have gone crazy for her, but so far no one has been able to get really close to her. Xiabin, on the other hand, is the most aggressive of the group suitors. But right now he needed a whole new goal to ease the frustration of having hit a wall recently. And the one at the entrance to today's enrollment is clearly the best. White shirts and neat airs were completely different from those dainty and delicate rich girls. It's like a breath of fresh air. So he thought. It would be interesting to see how the other side reacted. The other side. Inside the Qin family villa. Brother, you're asking me to go drink with your friends? What kind of international joke are you playing? Do you believe me when I tell my aunt? Su Nanxue sat on the sofa, her white fingers crossing her arms, looking at her cousin with displeasure. And with a bitter look on his face, Qin Qi was practically on the verge of kneeling to Su Nanxue. Will you help brother this time? This bureau is completely out of bounds for ordinary people. And this person has a lot of power in Kyoto. However, Su Nanxue didn't say a word and looked at him coldly. Accompanied by a drink? Her? Are you kidding me? At that time, by virtue of his status as a scholar of Sudo, he came directly to Kyoto University to attend school. Her aunt in Kyoto was afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well at school, so she let her stay here. First, everything was great. Who knew the annoying cousin was back from abroad? So there was the next scene, where she had to follow her cousin's foxy friends out for dinner and drinks, and she was asked to accompany them? Oh, she doesn't have any interest in having dinner and drinks with her friends, let alone having company. She was born cold and proud. How could she be taken for a bargaining chip? Brother, I'll say it one last time, it's not going to happen. Su Nanxue stood up from the sofa, her beautiful eyes filled with impatience. I don't want to be in your circle, and I don't have any interest in your circle. Stop making such ridiculous demands, or I'll tell my aunt and go back to living at school. As soon as he saw that the soft one didn't work, Qin Qi directly came to the hard one. fiercely reaching out and picking up the fruit knife from the table. Brother, what are you doing? Put the knife down. Su Nanxue was startled by this scene. Is cousin gonna kill in pain? Qin Shi raised his knife in mock despair. Since you won't help me, what's the point of me living? He said, making a gesture to cut into his arm. Brother, she's no cutie pie. Could make her cousin push her to confront herself in such a way. Then it must be that he's out there messing with the wrong people. You have to know that the Qin family has a lot of power in Kyoto, and it can make her cousin panic like this, even going so far as to let her accompany the drinks. Then this genius can't be offended. Brother, you put the knife down. Who did you offend outside? Their Su family was very powerful in Sudu, while her cousin Qin family was even more powerful in Kyoto. So she was curious as to what segment this big shot her cousin was talking about was in. Qin Shi sheepishly avoided his gaze, not daring to explain too much at all. If he had explained it clearly, his cousin would never have dared to go. Let me ask you again, this favor, do you help or not? No, brother. You say it clearly first, Su Nanxue furrowed her brows and wanted to ask again. But the moment her words fell, swish, Qin Shi literally picked up a fruit knife and slashed his arm viciously. Brother! Su Nanxue cried out in shock, her pupils contracting as she watched the scarlet blood flow down Qin Shi's arm. I'll go. I'm going. Brother, I'll go. I promise you. I'll go. Chapter 34. The schoolgirl is drunk. Evening. Tianxi clubhouse. Still as crowded as last time. Aya Tian. Long time no see, Brother Sky. I'll drink this glass of wine. As you wish. Brother Sky. Remember me. Facing the currying favor of these powerful sons and daughters, Gu Tian responded with a smile as usual. This is the one. Qin Shi and the others are in here with a pretty girl. Wang Hao led Gu Tian to the entrance of the VIP's box, then turned around and went to greet the others. Gu Tian didn't think of that much. Turned around and pushed the door open. Inside the box, the atmosphere was fairly relaxed. But the moment Gu Tian's figure appeared, whoosh, Qin Shi and a few of his minions whooshed to their feet as if they had springs installed. Brother Sky. Brother Sky. Finally, I see you. Qin Shi hurriedly pulled out his chair and greeted him with a smile on his face, while at the same time, he kept waving his hand to signal Su Nanxue to stand up and greet him. Brother Sky. Hello, Brother Sky. Hearing this voice, Gu Tianyi shifted his gaze from Qin Shi to this girl. As Wang Hao said, very good looking indeed. Peugeot melon face, delicate three-dimensional features, skin as white as jade, temperament more or less cool, and a good figure. At first glance, it's a young lady raised in a powerful family. Gu Tian looked at Qin Shi and casually asked, "This is? Your girlfriend?" He doesn't have a girlfriend yet, and the other guy brings his girlfriend over? Spreading dog food is against the law, haha. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxue looked at Qin Shi helplessly. Honestly, since arriving, she had been wondering just how big this big man was. In her imagination, is it a bearded socialite with a 9-dragon tattoo? Or the kind that wears sunglasses like a killer? But why didn't she think of that? This big man is actually so handsome. The most important thing was the fact that without saying much, it exuded a sense of majesty that she could hardly describe. Not to mention the cousin nodding his head in front of the other guy. So at this point her heart was literally pounding.
Oops, no.
It's my sister from my aunt's family who goes to school in Kyoto. Tonight I said I was going to come and sit in the clubhouse, and she insisted on tagging along, so I brought her along. Qin Shi said with a smile piled on his face, and his hand subconsciously went to tug on his sleeve, covering the wound on his arm tightly. Well, quite good. Gu Tian smiled faintly and sat down. And then there was no more. The two juniors that Qin Shi brought with him didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at Gu Tian, and they didn't even dare to breathe nervously. Fear that if you say the wrong thing, you will be mixed with concrete and sunk in the river. For a while, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Pour the wine. A toast. Let's liven things up a bit. Qin Shi's face turned pale, and he took his elbow to signal Su Nanxue. Gu Xiao doesn't talk? What's wrong with that? Wouldn't tens of millions of dollars have been spent in vain? He had wanted to use this occasion to apologize to Gu Tian, but as a result, now he hadn't even toasted, and the atmosphere was awkward like this. Seeing Qin Shi's hyped and uneasy eyes, Su Nanxue took a deep breath and stood up with a prancing motion, looking at Gu Tian next to her. Brother Tian, my name is
Su Nanxue.
First time meeting. I'm glad to meet you. Looking at the sudden scene, Gu Tian was dumbfounded. Before he could react, Su Nanxue can then pick up the Remy Martin Louis XIII on the table and pour it into the cup into his own cup. Grunt, grunt, grunt. Pour a whole cup full. Such a scene. Seeing Qin Chi's entire face pale, his heart cried out furiously. Silly girl. Silly girl. Why are you pouring so much? Drink as much as you can pour. Don't you dare take a sip of wine and put it on the table. You're not drinking wine, you're drinking my future. Gu Tian, however, raised his eyebrows slightly. He did look a bit puzzled to be operating in such a way. After all, this foreign wine all mean symbolically pour two on the line, fine. But the other poured so full, and though she didn't understand it, she obviously had her reasons. Maybe the other guy is a good drinker? So, without much thought, Gu Tian casually picked up the table's bottle of wine, poured a little into his own glass, and held it up. Hello, I'm Gu Tian. Nice to meet you. When he finished, he gently touched the other's glass and then drank it down. And Sunangsu had never drank before, and in her thinking, those who were drunk must have had to drink several bottles. So it's just one cup, nothing wrong with that. So he also picked up his glass, tilted his head back and gulped it down without hesitation. The scene. The crowd was shocked to see it. The eyes of the two minions led by Qin Chi were glazed over. This is Remy Martin Louis XIII. $270,000 a bottle. A sip of at least 100,000? Of course price is not an issue, but this drinking capacity and drinking style. Booyah! Under the astonished stares of Qin Chi and Gu Tian, Su Nanxue put down her wine glass and slowly sat back in her chair. But the moment she took her seat, her whole face turned red with a swish. It wasn't a slight blush, but a thoroughly tinted layer of delicate scarlet that burned from the base of her ears all the way down to her neck, making her entire person look like a drunken, hazy, and delicate sensation. Huh? Brother? Why are you looking at me like that? Su Nanxue blinked her lost almond eyes, and a touch of silly bewilderment actually permeated inside. It's okay. It's okay, it's okay. Qin Chi swallowed in shock. That one drink they just had was not much for them men. But for girls, should be a bit much. Qin Chi, your sister is a good drinker. Gu Tian sized up Su Nanxue with interest. He hadn't seen such a contrasting girl. 1 minute you're reserved and cool, and the next minute you're drinking a glass of wine and you're dry? Interesting. Huh? Right. Drinking is good. Qin Chi nodded his head repeatedly. His tone was more attentive than earlier, and he was close to applauding Su Nanxue. Gu Qiao complimented Su Nanxue, which showed that he was in a better mood. Then doesn't this prove that Su Nanxue really came to the right place tonight? With the atmosphere gradually coming alive. Gu Tian also said more, chatting with Qin Chi about some things in the Kyoto circle. There was a lot of laughter in the box, and Sunangsu was already a bit on top by this time. But she didn't notice it herself. Instead, she felt that the atmosphere was getting more and more lively. So she simply followed suit and raised her glass, drinking one glass after another. She was already sitting next to Gu Tian and unknowingly leaned to the side. In the end, she even blinked her watery hazel eyes, and her entire body leaned on Gu Tian's shoulder like a lazy kitten. But Gu Tian was still smiling and pushing his glass with Qin Chi, completely unaware of the extra drunken cat on his shoulder. Drink to the end. A table full of people all collapsed. In addition to Gu Tian, there has been disoriented Sunan Shui, blinking hazel apricot eyes, petulant voice pouting. Tian, continue. Why do you always drink with my brother and not with me? At that moment, the door to the box was pushed open. Sorry, I'm coming in late. It's really out there. Wang Hao's entire body froze after he pushed open the door. Qin Chi, this. It's okay to get drunk. Qin Chi just brought in this cold girl? Completely like a drunken fox at this point, completely exposing his soft and pouty side? Chapter 35. If you're stuck in traffic, take the sky. Gu Tian stood up and supported Su Nanxue. Her entire body was limp and staggering as she leaned on him, completely drunk. Qin Chi and the others just arranged to stay in the guest room. This girl. Send it to the Sky Seal Hotel. Qin Chi and the others undoubtedly had no problems here. But this girl staying here was obviously not a good choice. Brother Sky. You shouldn't be thinking. Wang Hao revealed a look that all men understood. Gu Tian lazily ignored him and directly assisted Su Nanxue, trembling towards the outside of the box. Tang Lan, who had been waiting outside for a long time, walked up and saw Su Nanchua's drunken, delicate face and glanced at Gu Tian. "Io Gu Xiao. This drunken kitten is very pretty." Gu Tian gave her a look without any good humor. "Cut the crap, send it to the Tianxi Hotel and arrange to stay there." Tang Lan shrugged her fragrant shoulders, but didn't ask too many questions, picking up Su Nanxua, whose face was flushed and her whole body was soft, and left. Day 2. The entrance to Kyoto University. Shibin is starting to screw up. My Bin has so many strategies for chasing women. He's sure to succeed. Zhou Yu's words inspired Xiebin. I just met the girl in white who appeared on a bicycle and immediately stopped the way with a divine dragon swing. However, the car's skills were not up to scratch, and the rear of the car grazed the bike directly. Z.
Bang!
Look at you. Look at you. How you ride. Do you know what kind of car I have? I couldn't even afford to sell you. Xiebin opened the door of the car and rushed out in a furious manner, instantly attracting the attention of many students. Shen Yao was a bit freaked out by the scene just now and timidly stood beside the bicycle with her face flushed. She was obviously riding fine, but then a car came out of nowhere next to her and drifted in front of her to stop her in her tracks. And now the other guy is turning around and saying she wrecked his car? It's obviously a bumper sticker. Although Shen Yao thought this in her heart, she didn't dare to say it on her mouth, and could only bite her pink and tender lips and blink her big watery eyes.
I'm sorry.
How much do you have here? I'll pay you back. It's just a small cut and it can't be more than $1,000 more expensive. She still has $3,000 on her card. That should be enough. One look at the other party's pathetic appearance. Xiebin's eyes lit up. Ouch! I just love this one. Yeah, since you're going to offer to pay for it, I can give you a cheaper deal. It's going to cost at least $100,000 for a cut like that. Just charge you $60,000. This statement was made. Shen Yao's face was full of shock, and her small hand subconsciously squeezed the bag of her school bag tightly. 60,000? Selling her wouldn't be worth that much? The students around them began to talk as well. Good guy. What a lion's den. $100,000 for such a small cut. 5,000 is too much. Ha ha ha. If it isn't Xie Bin. Holy. How come my Bin is so good at this? Listening to the crowd's cackling comments, Xie Bin, instead of feeling ashamed, became more and more complacent. I had thought that the other party was one of those rich people's daughters. It doesn't seem so now. It's good that you can't afford to pay for it. Just be his girlfriend. Thinking of this, Xiebin stepped forward and squinted his eyes to look Shen Yao up and down. If you can't afford to pay for it, I have other options. What? What way? Meeting Xiebin's very lewd eyes, Shen Yao subconsciously took a step back. She had just thought this man was up to no good, and now he was. I didn't realize KYU had people like that. Xiebin narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile that he thought was handsome. Be my girlfriend. What else can I do? As long as you're my girlfriend, you don't have to pay a penny. This statement was made. Shen Yao's entire body froze. What the hell? Is this guy crazy? What's wrong? Is this method not good? Xiebin stepped forward and the Dragon King looked at Shen Yao leisurely with a crooked mouth. Shen Yao took a step back, suddenly thinking of what Gu Tian had explained earlier. If she meets someone who is being unkind or bullying her, just call. Thinking of this, Shen Yao didn't have any hesitation and directly flipped out the cell phone in her bag and called. At a glance at the situation, Xiebin was happy again. What? Starting to ask for money from home? Then it's $100,000, not a bite less. Such a scene was also discussed by the surrounding students who were onlookers. Good guy. Xiebin is trying to blackmail someone. Really? Isn't it just because he's a member of the Xie family? No. This could be worth $100,000. Such a cute girl is being given a hard time by such a person? When he received Shen Yao's call, Gu Tian is still stuck in traffic in the downtown area. Of course, he could have just called the transportation department and had the whole road go straight through the green wave. But at this point, the car being driven is a sports car, which could easily cause unnecessary trouble if it had a green light all the way or if a police officer was guiding it. It's okay, Shen Yao, you don't have to worry. Just wait for me there. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Gu Tian rummaged through his cell phone address book. Since we can't go on the road, let's go to the sky. Just as he was on the phone, the drivers around him noticed his inching Ferrari and chortled.
Yo.
Handsome guy. You're stuck in traffic even with such a nice car. Ha ha ha. Traffic jams don't discriminate. Handsome. Doesn't this car of yours cost a lot of gas in traffic? See, that's why I don't buy a limo, also traffic jams. Ha ha ha. Don't flirt with people. They'll get off and beat you up later. As soon as the phone was dialed, Manager Xie's incomparably respectful voice could be heard. Gu Qiao, what's wrong? I'm always waiting for your dispatch. Gu Tian's tone was casual. Hey, is our hotel's helicopter in use right now?
No.
That's good. Right now I'm in a bit of a traffic jam on Kyoto Boulevard. So tell them to pick me up and be there in 5 minutes, or else they'll have their legs broken. Ah? Okay, Mr. Gu. After hanging up the phone, Gu Tian unbuckled his seatbelt and sat in the car to wait. There's a suspected traffic accident up ahead, so it's causing a bit of a traffic jam over here. A number of drivers also stepped out of their cars in an attempt to observe what was ahead of them, though it was more of a casual conversation. And Gu Tian's Ferrari undoubtedly became the topic of their discussion. Hey handsome, why did you buy such an expensive car? You're still stuck here like us. That's right. How nice to have this money to start a business. Buy such an expensive car and still end up in traffic. Handsome, you're not renting this car, are you? And why don't you wear your seatbelt? As Gu Tian listened to these words, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he faintly said, You guys can only be stuck in traffic, but I'm stuck in traffic, so I don't have to be stuck in traffic all the time. This statement was made. The crowd froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. How did they know that Gu Tian had called for a helicopter, thinking that Gu Tian had started blowing awesome? Haha, brother, are you going to fly out of here? Handsome, you're so funny. My family has this car too. I have this what's-it Farah what's-it at my house too. I use it for grocery shopping and I'm not even as loaded as you are. Awesome. Stuck in traffic and still able to console yourself. Just then, not far away in the sky came a sudden roar of propellers. Buzz, 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 buzz. Chapter 36. Parachuting. Only a black commercial helicopter was seen slowly flying over from a high altitude. The smooth lines show off the noble temperament. What's that? No way. What kind of big shot travels straight to a helicopter? What's going on? Why is it flying this way? As the crowd stared in amazement, the helicopter arrived over the Ferrari and slowly began to descend. I'll go. How did it get here? Holy, it's not really a pickup, is it? This can't really be picking up this handsome guy. As the crowd was filled with shock, the cabin door slowly opened and a silver electric rope ladder slowly descended to the ground. And Gu Tian stepped out of the car, reached out and climbed the ladder, slowly ascending. At this moment, everyone completely exploded. This handsome guy plays for Real. Did this kid really call for a helicopter? No. What kind of identity is this? There were quite a few drivers on the scene who jumped straight out of their cars and started pulling out their cell phones to take pictures. Their faces full of incredulity. They're still stuck in traffic and people are going straight away in helicopters? Don't you want the car? Gu Qiao, please take a seat, we're going to pull up. Your car will be taken later. Seeing Gu Tian climb up, a suit-clad job in the cabin immediately reached out respectfully to hold him steady. Okay, let's go to KYU. The words fell. The helicopter pulled up sharply and shot into the sky with unrivaled momentum. And those drivers on the ground have long been dumbfounded and completely speechless. Holy! This is so big. What a ho-hum. Awesome. This is so awesome. When did I get this treatment? As for the noblewoman who had just bragged that she also had a Ferrari at home, she had long since grayed out and gotten into the car. No comparison at all. In the meantime, the crowd of onlookers at the entrance of Kyoto University grew. I don't care. Not a penny less than $100,000 today. Who made you so careless? Riding a Thai bike without watching where you're going? Where are the people? Did the people you called to deliver the money? Xiebin looked justified, his voice getting louder and louder, obviously wanting to use the crowd of onlookers to put pressure on Xinyao. As for Xinyao, she was so angry that her little face turned red, her almond eyes glaring round. Nata! Obviously you bumped into it, obviously you're the one that would drift. Gu Tian had taught her not to cause trouble, but we weren't afraid of it either. And this matter she could see now, it was obvious that this person was unsuspecting and deliberately making things difficult for her. Moreover, Gu Tian was on his way here, so she would have to take the air out of it as well. The students gathered around them had to nod their heads and whisper, Isn't it obvious? It's obvious that the sports cars rubbed into each other. Yeah, it's obviously a trick. This kid must have his eye on this elementary school girl. Haha, that's right, just told the other guy to either be his girlfriend or pay $100,000. Holy? Seriously? This guy is so weird. SHHHHH, keep it down, Shay. Although quite a few students had seen the scene just now, Xiebin looked at Xin Yao's angry and stubborn look, and instead of getting angry, he found it more interesting. It's happening right now. Not far away came the whine of a sports car. The crowd followed the sound, only to see a Ferrari SF90 speeding towards this way. Just as the students were backing up and getting ready to get out of the way, the Ferrari came to a steady stop in a parking space with a drift. Immediately afterward, the car door opened. Wang Hao walked out of the car with the notice in his arm, walking with a six-parent pace. Hey, it's still the gate of the capital university that looks so grand. Agu hey, so many people, greeting my fan club. Seeing Wang Hao walk over, the crowd made way and surveyed the inch-haired, sunglasses-wearing youth in front of them with a dumbfounded look. Mom, is that what you call it? More pretentious than me? Xiebin impatiently tugged at his collar and was about to go forward to see where the social bulls and horses were so arrogant. Upon seeing Wang Hao's face, it instantly changed. Ouch, hey. Well, how? Wang Hao, his old man, is a hand in Kyoto City. Although he was the second youngest son of the Xie family, the family was involved in business and the career. But in terms of position, overall, it's still a little bit below the other team. Agu, isn't this my brother Xie? What are you doing here? Wang Hao turned around and took out Huazi from his pocket and handed it over. Xiebin is Xie Juanhao's younger brother. The two have played a few times on weekdays, although there is no friendship, but at least they can talk. Xiebin smiled and took the cigarette, pointing smoothly at Xin Yao, who was standing beside the bicycle with a red face. Oops, this is not in front of the school, just had a friction just now. Look, this little girl riding a bicycle hit my car. Wang Hao looked in the direction of his finger, and his eyes instantly lit up at the sight of Xin Yao. Ouch, nice white skin, round face, and a little haughty, and looks soft, like a little kitten. I really didn't come to Kyoto University for nothing. It's quite cute. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Xiebin. How so? Xiebin took a drag and pretended to be helpless. What can I say? $100,000. Wang Hao pressed on without paying any attention to this. Since he was acquainted with Xiebin, he definitely had to say a few words for the other party, so he waddled over to Xin Yao. Hey, if you wreck someone's car, you have to pay for it, haha. $100,000. The words just fell. Xin Yao's little face instantly turned even redder with anger, her almond eyes glaring roundly as she tilted her head back in exasperation and looked at Wang Hao. Humph, it's up to you. It's not like you have anything to do here. And I didn't hit his car, he grazed my bike himself. I'll go? So mean? Wang Hao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Suddenly, buzz, buzz, buzz. There was a deafening sound of propellers in the sky. The crowd looked up to the sky in unison. Helicopters.
No.
Why are there so many rich young men this year? I'm going. It's really coming to our school.
No.
Flying a helicopter to school? The crowd of onlookers instantly exploded. Especially Xiebin's face went black. How come there are still pretenders? He thought that he was the most powerful person in the capital university, but today he was actually stolen by so many people. Not to mention meeting the son of a Kyoto hand, but now another one so high profile. Compared to the shock of the crowd, only Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully surveyed the helicopter that was getting lower and lower. It looks like it belongs to Tin? Today was the day he had arranged to come to school with Tin. But then Tin said he was stuck in traffic. According to Tian's character, he would definitely take other ways to school. Inside the cabin at this time, the pilot, however, was full of worry. Gu Xiao, let's go to the school playground to land. There are too many onlookers at the entrance. It's not safe. It's not safe. What, is there a paraglider on the plane? I'll parachute down. KYU school is so big. I heard earlier that the school playground security guard broke up with the cafeteria mom because she couldn't accept a long-distance relationship. If he landed in the playground, he'd still have to walk that long to the school building. And when he looked at the sports car below, it looked like it was Wang Hao. If you can't land, then parachute down. The words just fell. The man in the suit could just hand over the umbrella bag. Gu Xiao, there's the parachute bag. It's ready for you. Should I jump now, or should I elevate a bit more?
Guten.
Chapter 37 Off-limits areas in the classroom. With the cabin door slowly opening, there were gasps of surprise from the onlookers below. I'm going. What is this for? Look, there's a guy coming out of there. Holy, is this going to jump off? Good man. This is so ing brave. Real-life chicken eating? Next. With a loud gasp from the crowd on the ground, Gu Tian leaped down. Wang Hao was just guessing if it was Gu Tian. Now, who the else? Tin is undoubtedly. Wow, the umbrella bag opens. Gu Tian sprinted and swooped towards the ground. At this point, Xiebin was still blankly looking at the approaching figure, not even realizing the crisis coming. All get out of the way. The brakes are off. Gu Tian shouted from mid-air, but it was too late.
Bang!
Xiebin was directly kicked out by the landing Gu Tian, who viciously kicked him out. Ah! Xiebin screamed miserably, flew out several meters away, and smashed into the Lamborghini unconscious with a rumble. Such a scene. Hiss! The onlookers all sucked in a breath of cool air, and then erupted into unprecedented cries of shock. What the hell? Spot jumping? Using people as mats? Maru Spice. The Lamborghini is a total loss. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth twitched wildly as he looked at Gu Tian, who was slowly unpacking his backpack, too shocked to speak. And the parachute that fell to the ground happened to cover Shibin tightly. Brother Sky. You this. Enough dashing. Special enough Just as Gu Tian was about to ask if he had just bumped into someone. Gu Tian. An excited female voice came. Xinyao dropped her school bag and rushed over like a little kitten, directly hugging Gu Tian. Surrounding students. Wang Hao. No. You guys know each other? Wang Hao was in a complete daze, his mouth so big that he could stuff an egg in it. Ah? Yeah, I know, Xinyao, why? You guys just met. Gu Tian's attention was instantly diverted, and the matter of bumping into someone was thrown to the back of his mind. Wang Hao. Seeing the other party gulping down the horrified saliva one by one, Xinyao beautiful eyes turned soulfully and went up to take Gu Tian's arm. Yeah, we've already met. He just came at me and said he was your friend. This statement was made. Wang Hao's original despairing expression instantly resurrected. Auntie, you really do have a prime minister's stomach. If the other party were to complain in front of Tian now, then he wouldn't be able to avoid a soy sauce popped chestnut. Yes, yes, yes. Isn't she the one called Xinyao? I recognized her at a glance just now. Wang Hao immediately picked up. No wonder he looked familiar to the other party just now. After the whole thing, the other party was the same Xinyao that Tian had described earlier. That's quite a coincidence. Gu Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled in realization. He. Xinyao revealed a sweet smile while winking her beautiful eyes mischievously at Wang Hao. Wang Hao immediately understood and furiously wiped his cold sweat while clasping his hands together and nodding furiously. This girl is the one that Tian picked up from Zhangzhou on a special trip. He really can't afford to be offended. It was a favor he remembered. And at that moment, the surrounding students who had gathered around were in a state of shock. What's the situation? They all know each other. No, weren't you the one who lost money just now? Why are you nodding your head now? Doesn't it feel cool to parachute in on this one? What the hell? What the hell is this relationship? Gu Tian was too lazy to pay attention to these murmurs, and his gaze faintly swept a glance at Wang Hao. Come on, let's go to school. Go! Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the three of them swaggered into the capital university, leaving only a group of onlookers standing in place and messing up. At this point, Zhou Yu and the others also rushed over at the sound. Brother Bin, where you been? A few people were seen rushing into the crowd in a panic. In unison, the crowd raised their fingers and pointed to the Lamborghini not far away, covered by a parachute. Qiao? A few others reacted and rushed over, only to see Xiebin lying on all fours in the car, the corners of his mouth spitting foam one after another. Don't move! Don't move! Broken. The other side. Finance and Economics large classroom. A scene about a helicopter jump in front of the school has been festering on forums and in major groups. All kinds of videos and screenshots are starting to go viral. Many students gathered in groups of 3 or 5 holding up their cell phones and discussing. Ego! Who is this guy? So fierce. Really using the school as a battlefield? Jump in here exactly. Is this a student from our school? You came to school and had to learn how to skydive. That was fierce. This guy got kicked off? This dude is afraid he's not special forces? Just as the crowd was talking. Click! The large classroom door was pushed open and a figure walked in. The originally lively classroom was instantly quiet. The eyes of the crowd were all drawn to it, only to see Su Nanxue walk in wearing a slim white shirt with a pair of high-waisted body jeans. Especially that cold and noble face, completely carrying a sense of high coldness that no one should approach. The boys' gazes instantly froze, and some had even quietly swallowed their saliva. This is too pretty, isn't it?
Cholgirl Su.
Schoolgirl Sue.
Schoolgirl Su is my motivation to come to class. OMG. Good thing I didn't skip class today. And the girls were eager as hell. To them, Su Nanxue's face value had already thrown them off by as much as a few blocks. The key is that people Su Nanxue is also very good at dressing. You can wear any outfit with that celebrity model look. Beautiful. Even I, a girl, am jealous of her beauty. How like her to be a lesbian? Wouldn't that give me a chance to? It's so pretty. It's rare to have a class with schoolgirl Su. Su Nanxue ignored all the looks. Mainly she was annoyed today, and with an expression of icy displeasure, she walked straight to the back row. And some of the girls and guys in the back row were very conscious of moving their seats and sitting far away. For one thing, it's easy to freeze and catch a cold with schoolgirl Su's icy aura. Sitting next to it, that pressure is not normal. The second is that schoolgirl Su suitors are either rich or wealthy. In case you sit too close and are misunderstood by some young master, won't you be targeted? So everyone chooses to keep a safe distance. So a very peculiar scene developed in the classroom. The overcrowded classroom was the only place where no one dared to approach the forbidden area around Su Nanxue. Damn, I should have known not to drink so much last night. Why am I so stupid? As soon as Su Nanxue sat down, she held her face, her brows slightly furrowed with a headache. Chapter 38. Reporting to class. At this moment, Su Nanxue tightly bit her pink lower lip, her fingertips unconsciously gripping her hair. She didn't really have the face to recall what had happened last night or even this morning. All she remembered from last night was going for a drink with Qin, and then she poured a full glass during the toast. And then what? Can't remember anything at all about the latter. Did she lose her temper at the dinner last night? Did that young man do anything while she was drunk? Thinking of this, Su Nanxue's heartbeat sped up so violently that her palms began to chill. What shames her even more is this. Surprised she woke up at the Sky Seal Hotel this morning? Although she wasn't from Kyoto, she knew that the Tianchi Hotel that was the top hotel in Kyoto. How she got there, who sent her there. The moment she woke up in the hotel, her entire body was confused, her hands scrambling to lift the covers and check herself. Good thing the clothes were intact and there was nothing out of the ordinary on the bed. But even so, she felt shame like never before. Damn it! What the hell did I do last night? Su Nanxue lowered her head, her black hair sliding down her shoulders, covering her scarlet face. With such a scene, many boys quietly covered their chests as they watched, forcibly suppressing their wildly beating hearts. Su's school flower. It's really so beautiful. With the school bell ringing, the atmosphere in the large classroom gradually became quiet. The other side, Wang Hao and Gu Tian were still wandering around inside the campus with the notice. Look at Tian. There's a girl. Wang Hao was like Lu entering the Grandview Garden, full of curiosity about everything. But that's normal. He dropped out of school early and didn't attend, and returning to school that was a whole lot fresher. But not Gu Tian. He was a freshman in Jiangzhou before, and now that he came to KYU, he should be reading from the freshman year as well. That's all you've got. Gu Tian found a pavilion and sat down, casually taking out the notice as well as a pen. To which department? Which class? Fill it out. The notification has been signed by the principal as well as the deans of the departments. They want to go to which college, which department, which class they can just fill in themselves. How am I supposed to know that? I'm not even proficient at adding and subtracting within 100, and you're asking me to fill out a volunteer. Wang Hao handed the pen to Gu Tian and told him to fill it out first. But Gu Tian didn't know what to volunteer for. But just now, I heard Xinyao say a little bit about which department she was from. In that case, why don't we all just go to one major? Thinking of this, Gu Tian filled in the finance and economics department on the major field. The Department of Finance and Economics is good. It's all about money. I want to study finance too. Wang Hao took the pen and wrote down the Department of Finance and Economics in his own notice. With your major filled out, it's time to pick your classes next. Gu Tian had originally thought of being in the same class as Xin Yao. But Wang Hao, the dog-headed military advisor, claimed that he had to think twice before acting. To put it bluntly, you go to whichever class has the most beautiful girls. Hey classmate, which building is the finance department in? Wang Hao suddenly stood up and called out to a passing student. Seeing Wang Hao's inch head as well as his hangdog appearance, a few students were scared and quickly stepped away. Those who knew were here to read, those who didn't thought Wang Hao had just been released from it. Hello student. May I ask which building is the finance department in? Gu Tian also asked a few random girls passing by. But the other party's reaction was a world away from Wang Hao's side. Huh? Finance. Finance and economics is in academic building E. The young girl with the backpack looked at Gu Tian with a face full of flowers and stuttered. Okay, thanks. Gu Tian smiled slightly. A thank you instantly made a few girls happy, and they even looked back at Gu Tian 3 steps at a time as they left. Let's go, school building E. Looking at Wang Hao, whose face was full of grief, Gu Tian smiled and patted his shoulder to pacify him. Can't help it. Mom and Dad gave me this face value thing. Gujarat is still very resistant to face value per capita. KYU Hospital. Sickbay. Xiebin's abdomen was wrapped in bandages, and his entire body looked wretched. Bin, what the hell happened? They said you were knocked out by Superman? Zhou Yu and a few of his brothers rushed by the hospital bed. Everyone loves Melon, even among friends. Shibin has 2 or 3 broken ribs underneath and the sports car calf needs major repairs. Now they wonder what was going on then? How could a man jump out of the air and then knock Xiebin off with a kick? Hearing this, Xiebin's emotions could be instantly agitated. This? How the hell should I know? I just saw a guy jump out of a helicopter and whoosh, dang, and then I don't know anything else. By the way, did you guys find out about the people yet? Zhou Yu and a few of his brothers shook their heads in unison. They rushed to the scene immediately after it happened and took Shibin to the hospital. As for who hit it, we haven't bothered to investigate yet. Xiebin sniffed and instantly gritted his teeth. Damn, I must find this person and break him into pieces. In fact, he remembers this incident very well. The reason why it wasn't made clear was that it was too embarrassing. You were flirting with a girl and then you just took off? So many people were watching and Wang Hao was still there. I wonder what people will say about this behind the scenes in their circles. The other side. Wang Hao and Gu Tian had arrived in the school building, wandering around like ghosts. Not much longer. The two of them could then arrive in the large classroom of the latter where Sunanshue was. It's well known. The so-called large classrooms are usually several classes together, so the numbers look a little higher. And when Wang Hao looked through the window, his eyes instantly lit up. Brother Tian, this class has more girls. Let's go to this class. Gu Tian followed the sound, and indeed it was as Wang Hao had said. The classroom was densely packed with students, the girls clearly outnumbering the boys. And there were really several standout molded ones. Fine, I don't even care. Getting Gu Tian's nod of agreement, Wang Hao immediately pulled out the notice full of folds from his pocket and walked over with a big stride. Gu Tian wobbled and followed. In the large classroom, the old professor spoke with a fluttering brow from macroeconomics to international trade, and even brought a bit of historical background, feeling that the next second can talk about the first chicken or the first egg. But the students below were drowsy, their minds filled with thoughts of which milk tea to get after class. The atmosphere can be quiet and deadly. It's happening right now. Report! A booming voice suddenly exploded in the doorway. The old professor was caught off guard and the airplane in his hand almost flew out. The students below were even closer to collectively bouncing in place, and a few sleeping souls were scared out of their wits. Whose ministry is so tigerish?
No.
What report is being shouted? What ancient tradition? The eyes of the room went to the door in unison, only to see Wang Hao with a harmless smile on his face, one hand raising the notice, one hand resting on the door frame, a different posture flirty. Who are you? The old professor flung his chalk, directly treating Wang Hao and Gu Tian as disruptors of the classroom. Chapter 39: Gu Tian's Arrival. Facing the imposing old professor, Wang Hao titled his mouth with a smile and directly raised the notice in his hand. Teacher, we're new students, here to report. The entire classroom instantly exploded at these words. Holy, what time is it to report? No, what's this oddity? It's been so long since school started. Come to report? What? Come to check in? Such a niche term. The old professor was also a whole lot confused, and his gaze subconsciously went to Gutian, who looked relatively normal. Gutian nodded lightly. Are you kidding me? The professor spat, then pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed the security guard. Hello, security office? A student is disrupting class. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was unimpressed, still waving the notice around. No, why would I lie to you? Just take a good look. The old professor hung up the phone, took the notice suspiciously, and was about to continue his rebuke. But when his eyes swept over the contents of the notice, his entire body instantly froze. Nice guy. Look no further. The notice was actually densely stamped. The signatures from the president to the dean to the stewards of each program filled almost the entire sheet of paper. In other words, the first reaction of an ordinary person who sees such a notice must be that it is fake. But the old professor could not be immortal, having dealt with many people of all shapes and sizes, and having worked at the capital university for decades, he could still see these things. Not. What the is this? This guy's a big shot? The old professor's fingers involuntarily trembled twice, and his expression became grave. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask something, he suddenly realized a key problem. I can't believe the notice didn't say exactly which class it was for. Hey classmate, are you? Before he could finish his words, he saw Wang Hao directly ignoring him and walking into the classroom, casually tapping the shoulder of a boy in the front row. Hey classmates, which class are you in? The boy was full of confusion. Huh? We're in the finance and economics class. Good. Under the shocked gaze of the whole audience, Wang Hao yanked back the notice from the old professor's hands and picked up a pen to write in the class column as Class 1 of Finance and Economics. Such a scene. Old professor? Class? What the hell? Improvise a notice? The old professor's brain was already messed up. These days, freshmen are allowed to pick and choose their classes. He had taught for so many years, and it was the first time he had seen such a tawdry operation. Just before everyone could catch their breath, Wang Hao casually handed the pen to Gu Tian with a big smile. Brother Tian, right? Finance and Economics Class 1. This class girl looks good. Biffed. The old professor almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Feel like you guys came to this class to see the quality of the girls? Before he could blow up, the first class cheered directly. This brother knows his stuff. Haha. Awesome. This brother is so much fun. Leave it alone. Welcome. This brother has vision. Nice guy. All the Sioux school girls are in our class. The quality of our girls isn't a secret. There were even a few men who outright applauded and blew their mouthpieces. The lecturer stood in the doorway and watched as the two heavenly wizards just wrote themselves into the first class. Just then, where are the people? Where are the people who are disrupting the class? A few security guards could run over, but they met Gu Tian's face head-on. At the sight of the unmistakably familiar face, Tenryu was so frightened that he almost took off in a spiral. Isn't this the same guy that today, the kid who jumped out of the helicopter, and the one that knocked the Tsei family off their feet? They are security guards, but not. Being able to come to school in a helicopter and knocking the Xie family off their feet and then leaving as if nothing had happened. That was bound to be a great Buddha they couldn't afford to offend. Didn't wait for the old professor to call them out. A few security guards can turn away in unison, pretending not to see it as if they were talking to themselves. Wrong place, I guess. Disrupting class isn't supposed to be in this building. We can go in, right? Wang Hao looked at the old professor with a smirk. Can get in. The old professor took 2 steps back. Can we still not be allowed to enter in this situation? People's notices are so outrageous that they fill in which class they want to be in themselves. The security guards saw them all drop and run in place, and he was able to stop them? That's all. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Wang Hao walked in with Gu Tian. Just the moment Gu Tian walked in, the class was instantly agitated. Standing outside the door at first, the students inside didn't get a good look at his face. Now it's all clear. Ego. So handsome. That's a little outrageously handsome. Nice one. That's kinda cool, guys. OMG. Why do you want to go to first class? Come to second class. Many of the girls instantly held their breath, staring at Gu Tian with a face full of flamboyance. The old professor stood on the podium, his eyes wide open at the scene. Is this a ING school day or a school pageant? Handsome, sit here. Handsome, sit with me. Come here. I've got an empty seat here. A few girls even waved at Gu Tian. Wang Hao thought he was shouting at him, and instantly his heart blossomed. Brother Sky, I'm going to sit over there, ha. After saying that, he ran his ass over and sat down in the middle of the girls. Several girls, hashtag. Because the front was densely seated, there weren't many empty seats as far as the eye could see. Since Wang Hao had forgotten his righteousness at the sight of sex, Gu Tian could only continue to walk backwards. No doubt about it. Su Nanshua's area caught his attention. However, at this time, Su Nanshua lowered her head, trying to stroke her hair around her ears to cover her scarlet face. And even more so, she hated to shrink to the bottom of the seat. She had recognized each other. It's the same big guy we drank with last night. I didn't realize that the other party was also a student of Kyoto University. What the hell kind of sinful relationship is that? You're here to see her embarrass yourself? And did she lose her mind last night or not? Did anything happen between the two? Su Nanshua's heartbeat was already in turmoil, just as she was praying that the other party wouldn't sit next to her.
Gada.
Folding stools open. Gu Tian sat down directly next to her, then lowered his head and pulled out his cell phone, playing leisurely. Sunan Snow? Didn't recognize her? Not at her? Chapter 40. Being named in class. Su Nanshua secretly turned her head sideways and gently surveyed Gu Tian. The other party looked casual, his whole body leaning loosely against the back of the chair. Totally like I'm just going to sit anywhere. With such a scene, she watched as shame and embarrassment tumbled over her once again. Last night she was there to chaperone. Although she desperately didn't want to admit it, she was still led by Qin Chi to please the man in front of her. And the other party, as he was now, totally looked like a young lord on a leisurely vacation, not a student who had come to class. Just then, that new guy, the one in the back, answered the question. Could you please explain what the core idea of ensign modern economics is? How does it influence economic policy? The whole class turned around in unison, their attention all focused on Gu Tian. What? Answer the question? Suddenly being named by the old professor, Gu Tian stood up with a face full of confusion. He didn't even have a textbook to answer a hammer question. What economic core concept? He couldn't understand it at all. The old professor narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Come to my class? I'd like to see if you're here to really study or to mingle. Gotta show me how much you weigh. By now there were already quite a few boys laughing in low voices, and there were also quite a few girls raising their books in an effort to give Gu Tian a hint as to which pages the answers were on. The professor is so mean. He's purposely trying to embarrass him. Isn't he? Haha, this dude doesn't even have a book. How can he answer the question? Why does this dude look familiar? Is he an internet star? Dudes. Page 93, line 6 of the textbook. Just as Gu Tian was about to give an awkward smile to indicate that he wouldn't. Sha! A spread-out textbook was pushed over in front of him. A pair of slender, white fingers pointed to a few lines in the textbook. Gu Tian froze slightly and subconsciously looked sideways at the girl next to him. The other woman's head was bowed, her eyelashes fluttering, her face slightly flushed, and her good-looking hand still resting on those lines of the textbook. Is that the answer? That's good. You're very helpful. Gu Tian smiled slightly, then spoke calmly along with what she was pointing at. The core philosophy of Keynesian economics, which advocates the use of fiscal and monetary policy to counteract economic cycle fluctuations and avoid the negative impacts of market failures on society. Having said that, Gu Tian already roughly understood the meaning of this, and then the corner of his mouth hooked up. Simply put, the economy is like an emotional investment. Management from above is like a boyfriend, and the market is the girlfriend. Overdoing it makes the other person feel crazy, and leaving it alone creates an imbalance in the relationship. So the key is how to regulate it. It's like being in a relationship. You can't be too clingy or too permissive. Otherwise, the market will crash and people will crash. Gu Tian raised his head triumphantly when he finished speaking. But the whole classroom fell into a brief dead silence. Next, the applause was like thunder. I'm going. That's a great analogy. I don't know. That's not a bad analogy at all. Awesome. This can actually be related to a relationship. The old professor on the stage was also filled with shock. It really was that people could not look at each other, and the sea could not be measured. Good answer. Sit down. Under the crowd's praise and admiring gazes, Gu Tian sat down casually, glancing sideways at the girl next to him. Thanks. This statement was made. Su Nanshua's ears instantly turned red, and subconsciously withdrew her textbook and retracted her hand. The scene drew an instant seizure from the boys not far away. Ah! Schoolmarm Su really is a face reader. Schoolgirl Su just took the initiative to help this boy. Woo-woo.
Cholgir Su.
Why are you helping him? Just because he's handsome? I fell out of love. I've really fallen out of love. Schoolgirl Su even helped this boy and blushed. At this moment, Gu Tian was sizing up the girl in front of him with interest. He doesn't peek, he looks openly. Although the other party kept brushing her hair over her ears, covering half of her face, the side view was still incredibly gentle and beautiful. Hey, why don't you say something? You're not dumb, are you? Gu Tian held his face with one hand and flirted lazily. Sunan Snow. I had expected the other woman to recognize her, and had even mentally prepared myself to think about how to talk about last night. As a result, when the other party opened her mouth, she actually asked if she was mute. It was a complete contrast to the majestic and handsome figure from last night. Not mute. Su Nanshua gently bit her lower delicate lips, her voice soft and light. After saying that, though, she regretted it. Why did you pick up on that? She could obviously ignore the other person completely. Hearing this, Gu Tian snapped. This voice. Seems like I've heard it somewhere before. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Shouldn't it be? Gu Tian leaned back and once again sized up the girl in front of him. Without seeing it, it was an instant reaction. Nice guy. Isn't this the figure that Qin Chi led over last night in the box? It's like they haven't even changed their clothes yet. Woke up last night at the Sky Seal Hotel and came straight to school at King's University? Su Nanshue also realized that the atmosphere was a bit abnormal. And once again, her hands were busy running her hair around her ears to hide her panic. But the next second, a handsome face, suddenly close. Gu Tian brought his face directly over. Su Nangsu. So no sense of boundaries. She panicked and leaned back, but the back of the chair was dead against her back, and she could only face Gu Tian's playful eyes straight on. Hey, I said, why does the voice sound so familiar? So we already met last night. This statement was made. Boom. Su Nanshua's face was full of red to the ears kind of red. Well, that's good. It's time. Hello. Hello. Hello, Sky. Quite a coincidence. You also go to school here. Gu Tian straightened up, the teasing in the bottom of his eyes a few points thicker. A few boys not far away who were listening with their ears open instantly exploded. What the hell? My goddess called the other brother? It's over. Finished. No wonder my goddess is ignoring me. Woo-woo. I've fallen out of love. Lost love. Begging for a lowly or a royal lady to talk to me. Just as the air was filled with embarrassment. The bell rang for the end of class. The professor carries the textbook and leaves. Su Nanshua instantly breathed a long sigh of relief, but her fingertips still clutched the corner of her coat as she stumbled over her answer. Well, yes. I go to school here. A coincidence indeed. Gu Tian nodded and didn't say anything. He was about to get up and go to Wang Hao, who was chatting with the girl in the front row. Suddenly, Sun Wei led a group of juniors into the classroom in a hurry and walked straight toward the back row. Su Nangsu. Su Nanshua. Quickly. Go to the hospital. My brother Bin is hospitalized. You need to see my Bin. Such a scene instantly caught the attention of the other students. It's over. My goddess is going to be harassed again. What? Xie Bin is hospitalized.
No.
What's my goddess got to do with him being hospitalized? Chapter 41. Wait for me. Facing Sun Wei and the others who suddenly surrounded him. The shyness and embarrassment on Su Nanshua's face that had just been in front of Gu Tian instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a sense of uninviting indifference. What does his hospitalization have to do with me? Why should I go? Please get out of the way and don't crowd around me. It's time to say no. Su Nanshua's tone was frighteningly calm, and even the way she looked at Sun Wei carried a bone-chilling indifference and disdain. The whole thing made Gu Tian tug on his shirt uncontrollably. Cold? Why is it so cold? Sun Wei was glared at by this look in her eyes. His feet unconsciously took a step backward, but he still forced himself to explain. But Bin has been chasing you you also know that. In addition to Main North and Bin. Really no one is willing to pour out their hearts for you Pest. Crowd struggles to stifle laughter. After all, Sun Wei looks ugly, plus this very strange words, giving the impression that it's no longer a matter of a handful of sticky rice. Su Nanshue lightly lifted her eyelids and coldly swept a glance at the other party. Oh? It's his business to chase me, what's it got to do with me? Besides, I don't feel any interest in his death. Now, please move out of my way. To be honest, she was really annoyed with these guys. Especially this called Xiebin, relying on the family a little money, in the school inside the gang-wide collection of younger brothers. There's a lot of ways to go after her. The earliest was all sorts of earthy sentiments, flowers and milk tea. Then he intensified his efforts to follow her, and even had his minions investigate her whereabouts to create chance encounters. Anyway, there's no way to tell in all sorts of odd ways. At Su Nanshua's words, Sun Wei's face changed. What do you mean? Bin Brothers' deep love in return is actually Su School Flower, ignore plus contempt, double blitz.
Su Nansue.
I forbid you to curse my big brother like that. My big brother's in the hospital. It's just that some skydiving kid crashed into him today. This statement was made. Gu Tian, who was originally eating melon, raised his head on the spot. Nice guy. If the other man didn't mention it, he'd almost forgotten about the skydiving crash today. It also hit the hospital and looked pretty serious. But looking at the stance of this group of people, the person he bumped into today is not that good. At this point, the students who were onlookers were talking. Wait, the person who hit in the video is Xiebin. Haha, I'm laughing my ass off. So outrageous. Nice guy. Is the reason for hospitalization so odd? Being bumped into the hospital by a skydiver? Who is it? Who has the guts to be so big? How dare you run Xiebin into the hospital? It was being discussed by the crowd. Wang Hao, who was originally eating melon, suddenly stood up and exclaimed at Gu Tian. Holy Tian, looks like you bumped him pretty hard. I know that kid. Should I go to the hospital to see him? This statement was made. The room was instantly quiet. I don't know. And so on. What are they talking about? The gazes of Sun Wei and his minions fiercely gathered on Gu Tian. Wait, what are you guys talking about? It's a pretty good bump. Did you hit my big brother? Su Nanshua's beautiful eyes also stared round, looking incredulously at Gu Tian, as if waiting for his confirmation. While at this moment, Gu Tian was filled with speechlessness. Piggyback, what a ing piggyback. He had been looking forward to wanting to see how Su Nanshue would react in the face of these people. And you ended up being the main character yourself? Say, wasn't it you? Did you hit my big brother? It's happening right now. Some of the other juniors also ran over and exclaimed on the spot when they saw Gu Tian. Holy, it's you. That's you. Why? It was this kid. That's the kid who jumped from the helicopter and knocked Bin off. Hearing about the helicopter, the students on the sidelines were dumbfounded. What? Come to Kyoto University in a helicopter and parachute in? All the words in this sentence are known, but put together. How is it that there is a feeling of not being able to understand? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This handsome guy came in a helicopter today. Come to school in a helicopter and parachute in? Knock Shibin off his feet. OMG. That's a pretty damn niche way to go to school. Isn't it? Just as the crowd was talking, Sun Wei's face had completely darkened. His older brother, Xiebin, was smashed into the hospital by the kid in front of him with 2 broken ribs. And this kid is still sitting next to Su as if nothing happened? The 2 charges together are enough to screw him. You're the kid who ran my big brother into the hospital, right? That's you, boy, isn't it? Sun Wei angrily could have raised his fist towards Gu Tian. The sidekick stepped forward and stopped him in a hurry. With so many students in the classroom, this would be expulsion in a minute if there was a fight. Since you know who hit it, just tell Bin afterwards and let him clean it up. There's no point in trying to show off when they're horsemen and Bin isn't present right now. Sun Wei is really angry. It's not going to be a straight-up fight inside the classroom, is it? Nice guy. Is this new one so fierce? No. Don't you guys think this new one looks familiar? Accompanied by the crowd's murmurs, even Su Nanshue looked at Gu Tian with a complicated expression. It really had nothing to do with the image of the big man she had seen last night. And to do something as bizarre as skydiving into someone? However, she didn't have any good feelings towards Xiebin either, so at this moment, there was inexplicably a little feeling of wanting to laugh. Ro, you kid has guts. I'll remember you. I'll have my bin clean you up. Sun Wei, who was stopped by his junior brother, was furious and raised his hand to point at Gu Tian fiercely. You wait. But he hadn't even fully extended this finger when he did. In hell, dare to NG point at my brother Sky. Bang. A residual shadow rushed out violently. Only Wang Hao saw a flying kick come out of nowhere and kick Sun Wei in the chest. Sun Wei couldn't dodge and was kicked directly to the desk behind him. Clunk. The whole room was instantly quiet, and the next second it exploded straight away. It's a straight-up fight. This new one is so fierce. Kick it straight up? The atmosphere in the classroom instantly exploded as everyone was stunned. No one expects someone to just do it. Without waiting for the little brother to react, Wang Haoke rushed up and yanked Sun Wei's collar. Who the hell do you mean? What do you think that bin of yours is? Don't you dare point at my brother Tian again. Believe it or not, I'll let you share a ward with him now. The sudden scene made Sun Wei's face turn green, and his momentum was instantly lost. Gu Tian, on the other hand, sat with a calm face and quietly watched the scene where Wang Hao put his credit on the line. After all, he had just been calmly eating his melon, only for Wang Hao's sentence to directly involve him. Su Nanxue also froze. It was the first time she had seen someone actually kick Sun Bin's little brother in public. How dare you kick me? I'll... Now. Reacting, Sun Wei instantly stood up and prepared to fight back. The words were not finished. Jingle bells. The school bell rang. The old professor walked into the classroom carrying his textbook. As soon as Sun Wei and the others saw that things were not right, they turned around and left, not forgetting to point at Gu Tian and Su Nanxue on their way out. You guys wait. Chapter 42. I'm in charge of this. The old professor was at the podium again, browbeating. But the minds of the students under the stage weren't here at all, but instead turned back from time to time to look at Wang Hao's and Gu Tian's expressions. However, seeing the two of them calmly playing with their cell phones, many people all sucked in a breath of cool air. Nice guy. So calm? They can't be unaware of Xie Bin's identity, can they? They are a famous and powerful family in Kyoto. Including the Sun Wei's family is also from the Kyoto Finance Bureau. These two freshmen have a lot of courage, but they really didn't think about the consequences. At the thought of this, many students have been sweating in their hearts. I'm afraid the end of this class will be the end of these two's lives. Perhaps Sun Wei has already gathered quite a few minions in gathering near the school building by now. Su Nanxue was also a bit nervous and uneasy, although she knew that the other party's power background should be above Xie Bin. But the situation just now, if not for the class bell ringing in time, Sun Wei would definitely beat them up hard with his strength in numbers. That. Aren't you worried? Sun Wei and the others coming over to trouble you later. Hearing Su Nanxue's thin mosquito-like voice, Gu Tian turned his head with interest. Oh? You think I'd be worried? Worried? To be honest, he didn't even think of that group of people on the other side as human beings. Casually lifting his foot, he could trample a large number of people to death. As for what Bin brother the other party was talking about, he hadn't even heard of it. No, I mean... Su Nanxue bit her lip and waved her hand repeatedly, afraid that Gu Tian would misunderstand her meaning. It's fine. Look over there. It's all my people. Gu Tian lethargically leaned back a bit. Su Nanxue froze and subconsciously followed his line of sight to the right rear row. It's really a shock not to see it. The area over in the right rear row was originally unoccupied. But this class was filled with a lot more inch-haired boys sitting there, all of them big and sharp-eyed. Seeing Su Nanxue looking this way, these inches subconsciously touched their hands to their waists. Such a murderous action scared Su Nanxue into turning her head back in a hurry. Don't worry. No one will touch a hair on my head today. And your thing, I'm in charge, just as payback for when the teacher asked questions in the last class. Gu Tian lazily yawned as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, when these words were heard in Su Nanxue's ears, they smashed into her heart like a muffled thunder. This is... repaying her? Because she helped the other side in the last session and the other side was going to help her set up Xie Bin's gang? Honestly, regarding Shabin's pestering, she really wanted to resolve it. But she was aware of the Xie family's capabilities in Kyoto, and she herself was living in her aunt's house. According to cousin Qin Chi's temperament, once he knew about this matter, he would inevitably look for trouble with Xie Bin, and if he couldn't handle it well, he would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble for his aunt's family. So this was something she had chosen to keep hidden. But I didn't expect this man in front of me to. Su Nanxue only felt a wave of warmth emanating from her chest. Even the tips of her ears were quietly colored with a faint blush. That. Thank you. Watching Su Nanxue inhale slightly, her beautiful eyes slightly drooping, the corner of Gu Tian's mouth hooked. What's with the thank yous? You and I still care about that? Is it hard to believe that you've forgotten about last night? As soon as I heard that, Su Nanxue froze for a moment and instantly turned red in the next second. She couldn't really remember what had happened last night, and she didn't have the courage to ask if that had happened or not. Wait for it. What's she thinking? Looking at the difference in Su Nanxue's expression, Gu Tian's brows instantly furrowed. He means the two had a nice chat last night. Drinking so much you're almost worshipping. So now help each other out with this, and press on without saying thank you. But look at the other side of this. Seems to be a bit overthinking. I didn't forget. Su Nanxue nodded with a red face, then didn't say anything else. It was the first time she had dropped her pretense of indifference in front of others. While Su Nanxue was taking a deep breath and preparing to quiet her mind and prepare to listen to the lesson properly. Suddenly, her afterglow caught a glimpse of Gu Tian next to her, turning his head to look around, and after confirming that no one was paying attention, he actually slowly bent down and put his hand inside his pants. Su Nanxue fiercely stared at her beautiful eyes, her face flushed red, and her mind was wildly racing with all sorts of outrageous images. No, what is he doing? He sat next to me to reward himself. How is he such a man? What kind of strange hobby is this? But Gu Tian didn't notice the shocked look in Su Nanxue's eyes and continued to put his hand into his waist and pull it out one by one. Oops, it stuck too dead. I should have known to pull it out ahead of time and put it in my desk. Gu Tian muttered in a small voice, his brows filled with helplessness. Hearing these words, Su Nanxue's expression became even more messy. What? Pull it out and put it in your desk. This? In reality, Gu Tian just wanted to take out the Beretta pistol on his waist and check the safety and the number of bullets. But because the truth holster was secured close to his body, and because he was sitting there, it was hard to pull it out for a while. But where did Su Nanxue know this? Just as she forced herself to avert her eyes for fear of fainting if she looked at it for one more second. Suddenly, Ka! With a backhanded jerk, Gu Tian finally pulled the thing out of his waistband. A Beretta pistol with a glint of silver and sharp metal lines. I'm going. Truth. Su Nanxue's entire body completely froze and subconsciously covered her mouth. Skydiving to school. Classes with a bodyguard. And now backhandedly pulling out the truth? At this moment, Su Nanxue finally had a concrete concept of the big shot that cousin Qin was talking about. After all, truth was forbidden in the Dragon Kingdom. No matter how powerful you were, this was not allowed. But the other side of this. In contrast to Su Nanxue's panic and nervousness, Gu Tian was calm, and with a click, he began to disassemble the magazines as well as the number of bullets. The whole thing is smooth and steady as an old dog. At this point, do you have any wipes? The sudden sentence instantly caused Su Nanxue to be petrified on the spot. Are you going to clean your guns? Yeah. Why is your face so red? Is it hot? Gu Tian turned his head, but realized that Su Nanxue's face was strangely red and was very questionable. Sunan Snow. The only thing she wanted to do now was keep a safe distance from each other for a bit. Although she was a bit scared inside, Su Nanxue still pulled out a pack of tissues from her bag and handed it over. Gu Tian was nonchalant, unwrapping and pulling out a sheet to start polishing this Beretta. And Su Nanxue sat next to her, her face reddening as she watched the scene. She wipes her sweat, he wipes his gun. Her heartbeat is 180, his is 80. Chapter 43. Sun Wei exposes himself. The other side. Sun Wei immediately told Xie Bin about these things. No doubt about it. Xie Bin was so angry that he jumped up directly from the hospital bed and gave Sun Wei an order on the spot. By all means, carry the snotty Gu Tian over to meet him. It's best to bring schoolgirl Su here, too. He wanted to feel schoolgirl Su's loving touch on him. That would be conducive to his injuries recovering a little faster. With a nod from Shibin, Sun Wei immediately led a large group of minions to the school building. When the bell rings, the professor had just left, and Sun Wei Ku was leading the minions to rush in. Boy, stop! Who kicked me in the last class? Stand up for me? Facing the aggressive Sun Wei and his many minions, many students were so scared that they ran out of the classroom in a hurry. The ones left behind are the ones who have the guts to venture out and eat the watermelon. At this moment, Wang Hao was very confused. Xiaobin all knew him and bowed down in front of him. But the other guy's little brother didn't recognize him? I kicked it. What's wrong? Wang Hao peeled back his chair and walked out, squinting his eyes as he surveyed the visitor in front of him. You going to be all right? Su Nanxue asked worriedly as she looked at Gu Tian, who was preparing to stand up next to her. Gu Tian patted the bulging truth at his waist, raised his eyebrows and smiled. It's fine. With such a calm appearance, Su Nanxue sucked in a breath of cool air on the spot. As far as she could remember, conflicts between boys are fisticuffs at best. But the other side they're taking out their hot weapons? Certainly for Sunnyside. She didn't think Gu Tian would really use it. At best she would scare the other party. Also she wasn't sure if the truth was real. Maybe it's a lighter? Anyway, both nervous and curious. One look at the duo and they both stepped forward. Sun Wei and his many minions involuntarily took 2 steps back. In normal times when so many of them came out, their opponents usually started to smile and beg for mercy. But what about this time? Not a wimp at all? With that, the standoff phase began. Sun Wei and the crowd of juniors stared angrily at Gu Tian and Wang Hao, and the atmosphere became tense. And in the meantime, the bodyguards in the right rear row also began to slowly rise to their feet, some hands going to their waists, others to the inside of their shirts. As long as the other party dared to commit an aggressive act against Gu Xiao. With a nod from Gu Tian, they could quickly reward each of these people with a peanut rice. What's wrong? Never seen anyone so handsome. Do you know what your bin has to call me when he sees me? Call me Brother Hao. Who are you? How dare you tell me what to do in front of me? Although Wang Hao didn't make a move, he didn't spare his mouth at all, sizing up Sun Wei while mentally attacking. Sure, Wang Hao also had a selfishness in his heart. As long as the other side dares to make a move on him, this was something he could take out in the future to talk to Xiaobin about. For example, Egu Xiaobin, you're doing well now. Last time your little brother reported your name and made a move on me. Xiaobin must be full of apologies. Maybe go to the clubhouse and fill up a big membership. Hearing Wang Hao's words, coupled with the other party's dejected face, Sun Wei gritted his teeth in anger. When did you ever talk so much before a fight? And get mocked hard? Not even Bin. Who gave you the courage? Shut the up. Sun Wei was overwhelmed by anger and took a swing at Wang Hao. Your mom came sneaking up on me. Wang Hao dodged with a sideways movement and took several steps back. I'm telling you, if you ING knew who I was, you'd get down on your ING knees and apologize to me. Xiaobin spoke of Brother Hao in front of him. And the group of people in front of him not only didn't recognize him, but also called him Brother Bin with every word. This shows that the segments are absolutely super low. After cursing this, Wang Hao also swung his fist towards the other party's face. On the combat aspect, Wang Hao wasn't low at all, and spent the whole day as a sparring partner for Gu Tian. I've seen a pig run without eating it, and I've learned a lot of tricks. Bang! That straight punch landed directly on Sun Wei's face, causing him to stagger and cover his eyes. Pretend to be a... If I expose my identity, you'll have to kneel down for me. What are you all standing around for? Beat him to death. Huh? Okay, why? A few juniors quickly snapped back from the beauty of Su Nanxue and swung their fists towards Wang Hao. Wait! Wang Hao is not the more critical moment, the more clear-headed. This aura of the other party is extremely like a fellow traveler. In that case, let the other party blow their own identity. Go ahead. If you're good, I'll kneel for you today. And where would a creature like Sun Wei, who was so limber and simple-minded, know that these two in front of him were truly great Buddhas, with the idea of dying to let you know who I am? Sun Wei slowly stepped forward and said sternly, the old man's name is not changed in his line of work. Sun Wei is also. My father is the second in command of the Kyoto Finance Bureau. What are you comparing me to? The words just fell. Wang Haoke then calmly took out his cell phone and made a call. Contact the second in command of the Kyoto Finance Bureau and tell him that his son is pretending to be a bully at school, terrorizing the female students and leading many of them into the whole triad. It's better to check it out and, by the way, see if there are any financial anomalies in the finance department and follow the trail a bit. This scene gave everyone a dumbfounded look. What? Nima? You ING Inspector General? Sun Wei was also shocked by Wang Hao operating like this. After all, a random slate thrown out at KYU could hit several children of the system. It's just a matter of status. But this position of his father. There really aren't many more that can surpass that at KYU, and even if there were, they would have known it long ago. Maybe the other guy is pretending? Heh, you're so pretentious. Who the hell are you? Are you from the inspection committee or the steering group? How dare you investigate my father? The students gathered nearby also talked about it. Holy, this is still the child of a big official. Haha, interesting. Sunway's background is surprisingly so hard?
No.
I came to school today by parachuting in a helicopter. Geez, it's not the same. Riding in a helicopter is rich, but it's not powerful. In the face of Sunway's dislike, Wang Hao didn't say anything and instead looked at Gu Tian. Gu Tian then smiled helplessly. The two of them looked at Sunway as if they were looking at a retard. The call has been made, so let the bullet float for a while. Unfortunately, Sunway couldn't wait any longer. He had already exposed his identity, and the other party was still dejected. In that case, it's time to give the other side a taste of the power of their fists. Brothers, cut the crap with them. Give it to me, with Sunway's yell. Once again, the minions rushed forward in response and quickly surrounded the two. Suddenly,
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
a sharp phone call rang out. Chapter 44, a large scene of recognizing Big Brother. In a flash, it was like the mute button had been pressed on the entire classroom. Everyone's eyes, in unison, fell on Sun Wei. The pressure was so intense that it was going to vaporize him on the spot. Huh? My phone? Oh, my phone, yes. At this moment, Sun Wei was already a bit nonplussed. After all, the caller was none other than his dad. Is the other guy even better than him? Is he really an inspector? Do you really have the authority to investigate his father? Just as he was thinking, holy dude, you're for real. The phone picked up.
Nimas. Rétrograder son.
What the are you pretending to be? You're embarrassing yourself out there, aren't you? Causing me to be investigated right now? Do you know what background is across the street? How much trouble have you brought to me? From this day forward, you don't have me as a father, and I don't have you as a son. Get your ass back here tomorrow. We'll go to the notary. Break off paternity on the spot. Pop. The phone, hung up hard by the angry son's father. Boom. At this instant, Sun Wei seemed to be struck by 5 thunders. Holy. Dude. You. Really? Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Wang Hao with a clear look of shock. Holy. For real.
No.
Really checked. Holy. What's this freshman's background? So powerful? That's a bit anticlimactic. At this time, Wang Hao had one hand in his pocket and turned his cell phone with one hand to smugly look at Gu Tian. That dejected little look seemed to say, Brother Tianxi, you don't need to make a move. I can set everything right. Just as the crowd was discussing what Wang Hao's background was. Boom! A dull slapping of a table came. The crowd looked back in shock, only to see Sun Wei violently slapping the desktop, his entire body trembling and his face turning blue. Obviously, this is a prelude to a transformation, just when the students were wondering he was going to turn into a Hulk Scion. Brothers, I have no father. Sun Wei let out a roar that roared to the heavens. Beat him to death today, whoever dares to get on. One person will be rewarded $50,000. 50,000? Holy, 50,000? How many can you find that don't eat cilantro? The classroom was in instant commotion. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. These days, some people are poor and some are cross. Upon hearing that there was money to be taken, the minions who were hesitant a moment ago instantly got chicken blood. Dare to mess with my wise dad? I'll beat you to death. 50,000. Brothers, he is not a god. He's just a man. Seeing that Sun Wei led the frothing young man to charge over aggressively, Wang Hao's face changed as he turned his head and was ready to pull his legs out and bolt. Brother Sky, run. I'm not afraid of losing my firewood. Pest! Gu Tian laughed out loud on the spot, and in the next second backhandedly pulled out truth from his waist, directly against Sun Wei's head. Sun Wei kicked the brakes and froze in place. In a flash, the whole room was silent. Holy. Truth. Not. OMG. Is this the truth? OMG. Classmates, don't be impulsive. Don't ever be impulsive. Wait a minute. Is this the truth? Or is it a lighter? Those few juniors who rushed over to see that Sun Wei didn't follow subconsciously turned their heads, only to be scared out of their wits by the scene. You! How did you get this? As he asked this question, the knots in Sun Wei's throat continued to roll and cold sweat surfaced on his forehead. He kind of wanted to bet on whether the other man's truth was real or not. But I'm afraid of losing the bet. Kyoto's crouching tigers and hidden dragons, he was really a bit afraid of meeting the real ones. Oh, why can't I have this? Gu Tian said in a salty manner. This calm plus disdainful expression looked at the onlooker students a whole lot skeptical. Is there any way to keep going to school? 2 random freshmen came in. A freshman with 1 phone call can bring in an inspection team to investigate the Kyoto treasurer? Another freshman who can pull out the truth with his backhand? If you're sensible, take your men and get out. And don't bother this girl in the future. Gu Tian casually pointed. The Su Nanshue beside her body trembled slightly, her face flushed, not knowing whether she was afraid or a different emotion. As for that bin guy you were talking about, go back and tell him. If he continues, then I don't mind following him to the end and letting him pull out the carrot and bring out the mud. As soon as these words fell, the originally silent eating students instantly murmured again. In particular, the phrase pulling out the carrot and bringing out the mud could not be more obvious. Not. This freshman seems to be even better than the one who just called. I'll go. He means he can move the Xie family? Didn't someone just say that the Xie family has a background in Kyoto? My concern is whether his truth is true or not. In fact, the reason why Gu Tian said that's because I just heard my classmates talking about how Xie Bin is very powerful in Kyoto. Since his last name is Xie, he must be a member of the Xie family. He's not in Kyoto, it's okay for you Xie family to be arrogant. Now that he's back in Kyoto, you're still cocky? Sun Wei had already made plans to retreat in a sorry state. And that muttering that this truth doesn't look like truth reached him just in time. In a flash, a word to wake up the dreamer. Yeah. This is Kyoto. Bin can't even get a truth as good as he is. You can get the truth? Are you kidding me? Besides, if you're really that good, why do you still go to school here? Thinking of this, Sun Wei's eyes lit up. As if he had retrieved a fragment of his dignity, violently turned his head and raised his hand to peel away the truth from his head. You've got the balls to shoot. Don't scare people with a lighter. The words just fell. Gu Tian raised his hand and shot at the ceiling. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out and a hole blew right through the ceiling. Lime crumbs rustled down. Next, Sun Wei flopped on the spot and knelt down. His angry eyes instantly cleared, and he even took off. Big brother, don't kill me. The contrast comes so fast, it's like a tornado. In the meantime, the crowd in the classroom reacted, their faces green with fear. Truth. Run. Crazy. Crazy. How did he get the real truth? Less than a moment's work. All the onlookers in the classroom ran away, some losing their shoes. Who dares to move? Gu Tian let out a cold, scolding voice, frightening a few juniors who were ready to slip away to settle on the spot. Under the fear of truth, any resistance is futile. Big brother. Wrong. Wrong. Big brother. It has nothing to do with me. It was Sun Wei who asked me to come. Big brother. Don't. Big brother, I'll hang out with you from now on. When one person is abashed, all follow. A few moments of work. The juniors who had been brutally at Sun Wei's beck and call a moment ago all mutinied and began to show favor to Gu Tian. The scene instantly turned into a large-scale scene of recognizing a big brother. And kneeling on the ground, Sun Wei is not even dare to fart. Half a day the corner of the mouth pulled a bitter smile. Big brother. That. Can I also follow you in the future? Ouch. You said it earlier. If you had said it earlier, my brother Tian wouldn't be like this. Not far away, looking at Wang Hao before slowly walked up, patted Sun Wei's shoulder, cheerfully laughed. But it's not too late for that, at least the life is still there. The reason why I watched from afar just now was because I was afraid that in case Brother Sky's truth went off. Chapter 45, Vengeance. If anyone else had said something like that, they would have been joking. But for Sun Wei, this is not a joke at all. The average person with the truth, not to mention using it, would have to cover their ears in fear at the mere sound. But this man in front of me, not only did he backhand it out of his waistband, and the shooting was horribly skillful. To put it bluntly, The other side must have used truth karma on someone. As for the other party's identity, he wasn't curious now. The only thing I can say for sure is that it must be even better than Bin. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Tion, for not killing me. Thanks. Thank you, Brother Sky. Sun Wei clasped his hands together and began to give thanks. And his face even wore an expression of having survived a robbery. And the side of the little brother followed, completely Gu Tion as a god kowtow up. Brother Sky. Thank you, Brother Sky. Brother Tion. We'll be hanging out with you from now on. Brother Tion, from now on, if you tell us to go east, we will definitely not go west. Brother Sky is mighty. In the crowd's bowing down sound, Gu Tion slowly put the truth back into the holster on his waist. This moment is like a swordsman putting away his rapier. But the intimidating pressure had not been reduced by half. Good. Since you've recognized me as your big brother, will you listen to me from now on? The crowd froze, and in the next second they said in unison, Obey! From now on, we will only listen to Brother Tion. Gu Tion sniffed and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good. Not bad. Since you guys are obedient, let's go to the hospital and beat up that what's-his-name Bin. This statement was made. The scene was instantly quiet to the sound of a pin. Everyone was full of shock. Huh. This. Beat up bingo. That's a little bit not good. Isn't it? Just when the minions were hesitating. Pop! Sun Wei stood up violently and stomped his foot, his face reddening. Dog thing Xiebin. He dares to hit on my brother Sky's woman, break his third rib today. After saying this, Sun Wei raised his head and made a deep bow to Gu Tion, then rushed out of the classroom with clenched fists and full horsepower. This scene filled Gu Tion and the others with confusion. How come there are two other faces? The crowd of onlookers were also in a bit of a trance. Wait a minute.
Turning so fast.
Not. Why is Wei suddenly up in righteous indignation? I got it. Brothers, beat the hell out of Mother Xiebin. Go! Go! Many of the minions followed suit and rushed out of the classroom as well. Is Xiebin good? Yes. But does Xiebin have the truth? No, he doesn't. Can Xiebin make Sun Wei's dad break off his paternity with one phone call? I can't. And what about Tin and his friends? One phone call and the treasury shook. The class nearly recognized their ancestors when a shot was fired. So it's obvious who the two are really good at, and the results are obvious. And why did Sun Wei suddenly run out full of anger? Obviously this is the best pitch for Tin. They were still hesitating, but other people Wei had already shown their loyalty with their actions. No wonder people get to be little big brothers. Less than a moment. The classroom was once again calm. Wang Hao stroked his chin and couldn't help but flirt. Brother Tion, you came here to simply go to school. And Kyoto University was instantly in an uproar. Gu Tion ignored his flirting and looked at Su Nanxue. It was obvious that the other party had just been scared to death. Though he braced himself to be calm, his fingertips trembled slightly and his eyes drifted, all the tension written on his face. Well, did it scare you? Su Nanxue froze for a moment, not expecting the other party to suddenly care about herself. No, just a little out of the blue. She had thought that the other party was just like what her cousin Qin Chi had said, that he was the kind of cold, arrogant, and unruly son of a powerful nobleman. But that scene just now was not only shocking, but also a little bit handsome, especially the line about your business, I'll take care of it. How to say? It was as if a stone had suddenly been cast in her calm heart, sending ripples. Looking at her shy appearance, Gu Tion's smile deepened a few points. Don't worry. They won't dare to bully you in the future. Anyway, now his word is out. Sooner or later, it could reach Xiebin's ears. If the other guy had some common sense, he would have tightened up. If there's no convergence, then he's not being taken seriously. At that time, he wouldn't mind having one less family lineage in Kyoto. Su Nanxue lowered her head and didn't say anything, but the scarlet blush reddened from her ears to her neck. At this point, Wang Hao's stomach could rumble. Brother Tion, let's go eat. Gu Tion took out his cell phone to see that it was already time for lunch. Su Nanxue, are you going to eat? Want to come together? Where would Su Nanxue refuse? With each other, it's really proper security. Unlike before, when she was eating, she still had to be on her guard, afraid that Xiebin would suddenly come to the restaurant with a large bouquet of flowers and come to her to confess her love. Embarrassing as hell. Good. Together. That's all. The three of them walked out of the school building and headed to the dining hall of Kyoto University. The journey can be described as a unique scenery, attracting many students to stop and watch. What's the situation? Why is schoolgirl Sue with the opposite sex? I go. Is schoolgirl Sue in love? Mom, it's the first time. It's the first time I've seen Miss Sue with a boy. Eh? Which one is schoolgirl Sue's boyfriend? Is it the one with the inch head or the other handsome guy? You're blind. It's obviously not that inch. The other side. Xiabin is still waiting for Sun Wei's triumph at the school hospital. As a result, the door of the ward was kicked open with a clang, frightening Xiabin to sit up from the bed with a flutter, only to see Sun Wei leading the crowd of minions walking in with a face full of mischief. Sun Wei, what the hell are you doing all of a sudden? You want to scare me to death? Xiabin impatiently chided, not even noticing the difference in Sun Wei's expression. Where are the men? Where are the men I asked you to bring? You boys aren't going to fail to get things done for me, are you? Just as Shibin was trying to stretch his neck to look back. In hell. Call why? Sun Wei went up and whistled an ear to Xiabin's face. Snap. The slap directly dazed Shibin. Even the little brother behind Sun Wei sucked in a breath of cold air. Nima. Why is awesome? It's ING really standing up. Truth be told, hanging out behind Xiabin was really like a dog at the other's beck and call. They've all wanted to recognize another big brother for a long time. Nay, the head of Kyoto University is very low profile and will not show up at all. Even showing up, they can't be touched by a segment like this. And right now, Tion this is obviously much more powerful than Xiabin. Are you ING crazy? Dare to hit me? Xiabin covered his face and subconsciously prepared to get out of bed to fight back. But the pain in his abdominal ribs made him decisively give up, which had been the words. What's wrong with just hitting you? Snap. Sun Wei went up and hit him with another earful. But it was more like taking out all the anger from before. This scene undoubtedly looked behind the little brother's blood boiling. All kinds of dissatisfaction all at this moment burst. Him. Why is awesome? I've had my eye on him for a long time. Make me like a dog. And you said you'd make my father the village chief. Brothers, today there is revenge. There are grudges for grudges. Sun Wei was filled with murderous aura, copied the stool next to him and turned to the little brothers behind him. Chapter 46. Exclusive seats for school leaders. Watching the sudden revolt of a former little brother. Xiabin was completely flustered this time. A gentleman does not stand under offense. The situation was clearly most unfavorable to him. Sun Wei, you're crazy, huh? Have you guys gone crazy? Have you guys been brainwashed by someone? Do you know who I am? I'm the Xie family. Xie, your mom. Sun Wei threw a bench up, directly interrupting Xiabin from pretending. Ah! The stool smashed right on Xiabin's second brother, and the whole person instantly bowed into a prawn. Before he could react, Sun Wei howled. Brothers, give Tion his pitch. Beat him up for me. The crowd of minions swarmed in response. For a while, Xiabin screamed in the ward. The hospital bed creaked. The pillows were scattered, and even the infusion racks collapsed. The dining hall of the Financial Institute is elegantly decorated with high floors though. But there can't be too many people. But just at the mealtime, the hall was packed with people. The hustle and bustle is comparable to the scene of the Spring Festival. Even the corners are crowded with students. The three stood still looking left and right and east. Brother Sky, I'll go straight over and tell them to get lost and pull the plug. Wang Hao grunted, his face irritated. When do you need to find an empty seat for dinner? I really need to reflect on the situation with Pops later. With all the financial money allocated to KYU every year, the dining hall is so overcrowded that you can't even find an empty seat at mealtimes. This situation has to be properly investigated and implemented. Gu Tian turned his head, his gaze faintly sweeping him. What's your hurry, fussy? Since you're here to go to school, you have to behave like a student. What's the point of fighting all day long? Wang Hao turned red on the spot and opened his mouth, but knew how to retort. What a fight! Wasn't it when you just held the truth against someone's head? These words made Su Nanxue cover her mouth and laugh. She didn't expect the other guy to be so funny and witty. Once again, a huge contrast to the truth-wielding one in the classroom. Hey, there's a spot there. Gu Tian suddenly pointed at an empty area not far away and said, just as the crowd was helpless. Gu Tian's eyes suddenly lit up and pointed not far away, Hey, there's an empty seat over there. Not far away there was an area where none of the students sat. The words were not yet spoken. Wang Hao dashed over, shouting, "Take the seat! You guys take your time chatting. I'm going to take the seat first." Only then did Gu Tian look at Su Nanxue and saw that she was still standing still. Eh? Going away? What? You're not eating. Su Nanxue bit her lip, her tone soft. Over there. Not very good. It's not for us students to sit. That's the exclusive seat for student leaders. To facilitate dining for classroom leaders. Inside each cafeteria are areas that distinguish between student dining and faculty staff dining. The most important thing is that those school leaders are very grumpy. If they came over and found the seat occupied by a student, they would go up and give them a good scolding. If you are heavy, you will go up and kick you in the face and bring out some kind of teacher and Confucianism to criticize you until you are speechless. Gu Tian froze for a moment. Leader? Su Nanxue nodded, her voice a little lower. Well, yes, it's best if we don't go over there. Haha. Interesting, in that case, do I have to prepare my exclusive seat as well? After saying that, Gu Tian directly walked over with a big step. Su Nanxue hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally took small steps to catch up. Fruity. The scene had already caused a number of students to cast a glance. No way. They actually sat there? Are you crazy? That's the principal and dean's exclusive seat. It's over. The dean is sure to give them a thrashing later. Good guy. Is schoolgirl Su so brave? These two students seem to be the same two that were in the finance and economics classroom, right? Right in the midst of the murmurs, Gu Tian had already walked to his seat and sat down with his casual chair in a dignified manner. The table is decorated with principal's exclusive, dean's exclusive, etc. signs. Gu Tian smoothly peeled to the ground. Placed on the table is really an eyesore. Snap! Not to mention the students around them. Even the Amma who was grocery shopping in the window was craning her neck to look this way. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up with a face of admiration. Brother Tian, your aura is so powerful. I want to kneel. Although Su Nanxue also sat down, but obviously much more formal than the two. A moment to look at the entrance to the restaurant, a moment to look around, the heart is constantly praying. Don't let any school leaders come today. Gu Tian still has his sidearm on his waist. Seriously, she was really afraid in case any of the leaders heckled Gu Tian. As a result, Gu Tian took a backhanded shot just like he did in the big classroom. That. She didn't dare think any further. Let's go and see what to eat. Wang Hao slowly stood up and walked towards the window where the food was served. Gu Tian followed closely behind. Well, let's see how the dining hall meals are at KYU. Less than a moment's work. The three of them then returned to their seats with their dinner plates. Compared to the hungry Wang Hao who wolfed down his food, Su Nanxue and Gu Tian were obviously more elegant and chewed slowly. Hey Hao Zi, how much money do you think the financial allocation gives to Jing University every year? Such a large dining hall? Even a seat for dinner is in short supply. I think it's time for you to have your father take a good look at where all that money is being spent. When Wang Hao heard this, he was instantly energized, and these words had undoubtedly spoken to his heart. Brother Tian, if you want to check it out, I'll just tell my father, and it won't take more than a day for the financial ledgers of the capital university to be called in for you. Su Nanxue's entire body was a bit confused as she listened to them gently discussing this. Even a little bit of regret. If she had listened more to her cousin Qin Chi at that time about what was going on in the Kyoto circle, then she definitely would have known a little bit more about this big shot called Gu Tian. Not as bewildered as they are now, shocked hundreds of times a day by each other's routines. It was while the three were enjoying their lunch. The restaurant suddenly began to stir. Low murmurs were even more explosive, and hundreds of gazes were thrown straight their way. Oi oi! Look over there. Maru Spice! Maru Spice! So schoolgirl Maru Spice! Holy! The school leaders are really coming to dinner. Ah! It's hit the fan. Run! Run! Why don't they run? At the door of the restaurant, a group of people came in hot and bothered, and at first glance they looked like the hungry kind too. The leader is a middle-aged man with a bloated physique, followed by a few college division-level cadres, all dressed in suits and with bad looks. Wherever they passed, students bowed their heads, shut their voices, and grubbed their meals in silence, fearing that they would be named and educated in the next second. With such a scene, Dean Zhang was instantly displeased, and instantly his face sank as he threw out his sleeves. Not even a hello? Don't you even say hello to Dean Chong? Humph. This group of students, not active in studying. They're the most active in dry food. They're like starving ghosts after class. Those who know it is the dining hall of the top school, Beijing University, and those who don't think it's the scene of the imperial court handing out disaster relief food. A few followers behind him nodded in agreement. Dean Zhang is so right. Aya. This description of Dean Zhang is simply wonderful. Vivid, accurate, figurative. Just have to let these students hear the teachings more often, or they won't know their last name. That's not a pat on the back. That's up the ladder. That's the name of the school. Chapter 47. Dean Zhang's anger. Dean Zhang and his entourage had not yet approached, and from afar they caught a glimpse of the scene in the area of the long table belonging to the school leader's exclusive. The student do not coordinate sign was kicked down from an interior special seat that had been erected on the edge of the table. The identity nameplate on the table was even thrown on the floor. What's even more explosive is this. There were 3 other students sitting at that table, and they were eating like they didn't give a damn about the special seats. Dean Zhang instantly exploded in place, his face directly darkening into the color of pig's liver. Good, good, good. These students are getting more and more lawless, aren't they? How dare you sit on my head for a meal? No sooner had he flung up his sleeve and stepped forward with a flourish. The subordinates behind him could have rushed forward. You guys, what department are you guys from? Do you know that this is an exclusive seat? Who let you sit here? Hurry up and sit somewhere else. With such a rant, the chicken leg in Wang Hao's hand instantly stopped in mid-air, squinting at Gu Tian leisurely. Brother Tian, this bureaucracy is pretty bad. Gu Tian's face was not red and his heart was not jumping. He sneered. Yes, it is indeed quite serious. Just sitting in the seat for a while. This school leader has blown up In the face of the duo's blandness, Su Nanxue sat there with a small red face, not daring to breathe. If she was a girl, it would be a bit humiliating for her to be reprimanded by the school leader. Who threw these on the ground for me? Get thee up. Dean Zhang walked forward and pointed at the 3 of them before questioning them viciously. What was thrown away was the sign, but what was lost was his dignity as a dean. Today, a student dares to throw his identification nameplate. Tomorrow, a faculty member dares to talk back to him. How will this finance school work in the future? You 3. Now, immediately, stand up for me. Dean Zhang's voice grew more and more agitated, and he even tapped the table. Wang Hao's temper instantly came up, picking up the dinner plate and preparing to call out the other party's face. And Gu Tian fiercely reached out and pressed his arm, and cast a don't be impulsive look. The other person said something about being the principal's leader. If a bowl of rice is huffed in the other person's face, then they become at fault. The immediate question now is, why is cafeteria seating so limited, and why do school leaders have exclusive and exclusive seating? Speak up. Playing dumb. Huh. And you, a girl's family, how dare you hang out with 2 boys? Seeing Gu Tian and Wang Hao's 2 faces full of indifference, Dean Zhang directly aimed his spear at Su Nanxue. Such chiding words were said on Su Nanxue, but they hurt in the hearts of the surrounding boys. Woo-woo, doggone Dean Zhang. How dare you count my goddess? Courtyard Zhang, you old deng. I won't allow you to talk about my goddess. What do you mean my goddess girl family? As long as my goddess is happy, she can have dinner with whoever she wants. Zhang Laodeng, turn around and I'll report you for sexism. Su Nanxue was so spoken to that she lowered her head. Her hand gripped the corner of her coat tightly, and even her beautiful eyes were flooded with tears. It's not like she hasn't seen Dean Zhang's face before, but it was the first time he was named and shamed in public. As soon as he saw this, Gu Tian jerked his head up and glared angrily at the other party and countered. What's all the noise? So much talk for a meal beep, huh? What exclusive not exclusive? Come to eat even a seat is not. Still open Nima restaurant The above to the capital of the university of so much funding. You girl all greedy, right? Boom. When these words came out, the air directly exploded. Crowd? Hero? Su Nangsu. Wang Hao holy. Even the few subordinates behind Dean Zhang couldn't help but take a step back. Nima. Does the ing face lift? Dean Zhang's face turned purple from the dislike, and his hand scrambled to pull out a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills from his suit pocket and stuff them into his mouth. Being the dean here for so many years, never seen such a fierce student. What a ing statement. The surrounding students looked stunned. Too fierce. Holy. Disliking the dean enough to take pills. This is the rhythm of NG the principal to the hospital. This scene is ing awesome. A few seconds later, Dean Zhang finally slowed down his energy, his face reddening and gritting his teeth. Say, which college are you from? Which department? Which class? Who is your counselor? Students who have no respect for their teachers like this must be reported for disciplinary action for expulsion. His side just finished yelling. Gu Tian did not have time to answer. Aside, Wang Hao lowered his head and fiddled with his cell phone, lazily said, "The first class of the finance department. The counselor doesn't know who it is yet." Such a diffident tone, not taking the school leader in front of him seriously at all. And he was now contacting people to check out the KYU leadership structure, to find out who the person in front of him was who dared to yell at Tian and him. Dean Zhang's face instantly darkened another layer. And really met the headstrong student this time? What about you? What class are you in? Su Nanchua's body trembled and instinctively lowered her head. But before she could open her mouth, Gu Tian, who was on the side, suddenly laughed and added a sentence with a raised eyebrow. She's in the first class of the finance department too. All three of us. The subordinate beside him couldn't look at it at all, pointing at Gu Tianya and scolding. Asked you? Did Dean Chong ask you? Dean Zhang asked her. Why are you interrupting? Gu Tian snapped his head up, his cold eyes looking straight at this subordinate. What's the matter? Picking on a soft target. This sentence choked the subordinate's face. The two students in front of them were so tall that the only way to show off their majesty as faculty members was to go and berate the girl in front of them. But I didn't expect that the other side would see through it so easily. Go. Get me the counselor of the first class of the finance department. I'll give him 3 minutes. Tell him to get his ass up here right now. Dean Zhang's words had not yet fallen. Wang Haoke held up his cell phone and stood up, looking at Dean Zhang leisurely. Your name is Zhang Qichuan, right? Dean of the College of Finance and Economics. And there's a cousin down there in the Academic Affairs office. You've got 3 suites to your name in Kyoto, a public car, and a private business Mercedes. That Greenbrook Lake villa of yours is titled by your wife's brother to avoid taxes, and was just renovated last year. This statement was made. Dean Zhang was instantly shocked out of a cold sweat. How do you know? Even the other side of the villa knows? Who is the student? You. Did you open my box? Dean Zhang swallowed his saliva, but the anger in his eyes did not diminish at all. Pest! Gu Tian didn't hold back his laughter. This was almost at the end of his life, and he was still questioning if the box was open? Who the hell are you? How do you know all this? Dean Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and fiercely stepped forward. The subordinates behind him looked at each other in dismay, unable to understand the situation at this point. They had never seen Dean Zhang panic like this before. Can't it be that these students in front of us are very important? Oh, you ask who I am? Open your doggy eyes and take a good look at who I am. Wang Hao put down these words and directly called his old dad from the city council over. Hey, Papa. My brother Tian asked you to send someone over to check on Dean Zhang Qichuan of the Kyoto College of Finance and Economics. Guten. Nima, did I tell you to check it out? The old man said a few words the whole time. Chapter 48. The headmaster is here. Right? My brother Tian told your people to half an hour. No. Let you guys come over in 10 minutes. Snap. The phone hung up. Wang Hao violently raised his head to look disdainfully at the long dumbfounded Dean Zhang and his subordinates. In 10 minutes, I'll show you who I am. And a ing exclusive dining seat? If I can't eat it, I won't eat it. Wang Hao picked up the dinner plate and directly called out on Dean Zhang's greasy old face. Snap. Hot soup is splashed and leaves fly in all directions. Ouch. Dean Zhang's face changed and he jumped up in place as he was scalded. Ah! The whole restaurant instantly exploded. This could go down in school history. Crazy. Awesome. Holy. This kid is really fierce. I'll go. Fixing Dean Zhang like he's from Sakura Nation. Su Nanchue covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes round with shock. She had thought that this friend who followed Gu Tian wouldn't be so crazy to backhand the truth at the drop of a hat. But I didn't expect. The other side isn't any worse off at all. This scene is a little crazy, but it looks extraordinarily kind of relieving. The subordinates behind him rushed around and pulled out paper towels to wipe Dean Zhang's face. There were also two subordinates who went up and were ready to drag Wang Hao and Gu Tian. You too. Go. Come with me to the faculty office. As a result, both hands are still outstretched. Suddenly 2 black shadows scurried out from the side and went up to General Yu's flying kick. Bang bang. The 2 subordinates were directly kicked out and fainted on the spot. When the 2 black shadows stood still, the crowd couldn't help but cover their shocked mouths. Fogweed, who goes to school and brings a bodyguard. It's kind of cool. Gu Xiao, are you alright? The black-clothed, inch-haired youth walked up and stood upright and asked. Gu Tian's face went black. Who told you guys to do it? At this question, the 2 immediately bowed their heads like schoolchildren. One of them replied in a whisper.
I'm sorry, Qiao.
I just felt that there were germs on the other person's hands. Sunan Snow. Gu Tian looked helpless. All right, pay attention next time. Wait for my eyes or gestures. Okay, Gu Xiao. As the crowd watched in shock, the 2 black-clad, inch-haired youths turned and left, as if they had made up their minds of some sort. With such a scene, the subordinates next to Din Zhang no longer had the aggressive scene from earlier. Except for Din Zhang, who sat paralyzed in his chair, wiping the rice from his face while cursing. Agu, what a world! What kind of student is this? Dunking rice in my face. Agu, there's no justice. The principal was unaware of the scene in the cafeteria and was still buried in his office. Suddenly, clunk, the office door was heaved right through. The visitor was the secretary of the department below the College of Finance and Economics. Headmaster, it's not good. It's not good. There's a brawl in the cafeteria of the College of Finance and Economics. That student huffed the dish directly in Din Zhang's face. The statement was made. The principal clapped. What? Which class of students? Expelled. Must be expelled. But the roar fell, and the secretary of the Department of Finance and Economics remained where he stood, slow to go over to the office. What's wrong? Why are you standing here? Go down there and put this thing into effect.
No, principal.
This student. What happened to this student? Was he beaten by Din Zhang? The principal stepped forward and asked after him. Din Zhang had a short temper, which was known to everyone in the entire capital university. If Din Zhang had made the first move, then this matter would indeed take some time to deal with. But the next sentence of the secretary of the Department of Finance and Economics directly scared the principal so much that he was paralyzed in his chair on the spot.
No, principal.
These 2 students are Wang Hao and Gu Tian. Their notices are still issued with our personal signatures. Boom! The principal's brain instantly rang with a loud thunderclap. Him! How did Din Zhang provoke such a great Buddha? And it's still 2 honors? Especially that one called Gu Tian. With 1 word from him, it was estimated that the capital city could be bulldozed. Din Zhang this. I guess the ID card has been cancelled?
No.
Why don't you warn Din Zhang? The principal grabbed the car keys from his desk, pulled out his legs and headed out the door. At the principal's words, the secretary of the Department of Finance and Economics was filled with bitterness and waited until the principal ran out the door before revealing a gloating smile. Yeah. Why didn't he warn Din Zhang? Then again, why did he bother to warn Din Zhang? With the dean gone, wouldn't he be the dean? In the dining room, the atmosphere was tense and comical. Din Zhang still had rice grains hanging on his face, and the subordinates behind him just stood dumbfounded, no longer daring to come forward and make a move. Everyone see it clearly, haha. It was the 2 of them who moved first. I was just performing my faculty management duties, and they beat, abused, and brought in people to use force. This inches and open my box. What villa he talks about. I don't know anything about these, ha. If I was really that rich, would I come to school to eat at the cafeteria? And this so-called exclusive seating, it's just for ease of administration. It's not mandatory. Yar Zhang barred a condescending explanation, stealing all sorts of concepts. The students around them snorted at the sound of it. You really think we're cuties? What? Didn't you just say we're all starving ghosts, a disgrace, and that the court is sending relief? Soon, the school leaders all came to the cafeteria. One by one, several usually high and mighty men walked briskly over. In particular, the principal at the very front didn't even have time to straighten his suit before striding around eagerly looking for Gu Tian and the others. Din Zhang took a look from a long distance, good guy, and instantly his eyes glistened. He was planning to go to the principal to sell himself, but he didn't expect the principal to come over of his own accord. Headmaster, you've come just in time. These two students are so unorganized and undisciplined that they snap. Before Dean Zhang could say anything, the principal directly threw a big beeping pocket in his face. You shut up. With such a scene, the onlookers were all dumbfounded. What the hell? The principal came up and beat up the dean? I'm going. Is the light this dude fought for really shining on us? Dean Zhang was almost spun in place 3 times by the slap, covering half of his face. Noah principal! It's him. Snap. The principal waved his hand and slapped 3 more times, and the crowd was all dumbfounded. Dean Zhang was struck dumb, tears falling from his eyes. The principal, however, completely ignored him and led the leaders to Gu Tian and Wang Hao with quick steps. Especially that face instantly changed from somber to respectful and humble. Ouch! Gu Xiao. Mr. Wang. I've heard a lot about you guys. Why are you here in person to eat at the restaurant? If you want to eat, I can just have the restaurant seat you at a separate table. Geez, you say this got to be. It's really rude. The principal sat directly next to Gu Tian, close enough to make the crowd skeptical with a whole capital letter. They didn't hear the principal's address to Gu Tian and Wang Hao, and just watched such an exaggerated scene from afar. I'm going. What is this identity? Mom, when did you see our principal so humble? Not. What's the situation? This is our principal. What are these two people? They're really big Buddhas. Chapter 49 Restaurant Meeting. No doubt about it. Dean Zhang and a few of his subordinates were also shocked into a cold sweat by this scene. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. What the hell are these two students? OMG. Shouldn't have really kicked a steel plate? In the face of the principal's currying favor, Gu Tian didn't say anything and just gave him a faint look. Principal. This Dean Zhang is quite interesting, and he's trying to drag us to the faculty office? The smile on the principal's face froze momentarily, and he jerked back 3 seconds later. Zhang Qichuan, you come here. Tell me what happened. This rebuke startled Dean Zhang's soul halfway out of his body. He is the dean of the College of Finance and Economics and is really high up in the hierarchy of positions. Now the principal is beating him into a grandson in front of 2 students. Rather, it was the fact that people had just fiddled with their cell phones in a random call, and they had investigated his background to the hilt. So, there is only one truth. These 2 students are masters that the principal can't afford to offend. Principal me. The 3 of them came to eat in the cafeteria, sitting in the faculty only. Before the words were finished, the principal interrupted with a stern wave of his hand. Okay, I got it. It's you who are wrong. Now apologize to Xiao Gu and also Mr. Wang. An address of Gu Xiao and Wang Gongzi. Dean Zhang almost exploded in place. I'm a mama's boy. Gu Xiao. Mr. Wang. Wasn't this the 2 freshmen who signed their entire university? Gu Tian and Wang Hao. The status of these 2 people, not to mention sitting in the faculty seat to eat, or sitting on his head to eat, he did not dare to breathe. Realizing the anticlimactic nature of the duo's identity, Dean Zhang quickly turned on the mending mode and directly went forward to bow continuously. Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao. Mr. Wang. I was wrong. Gu Xiao, I was wrong. And the few subordinates behind him, at the moment, one was more stiff than the other, cold sweat whooshing down. To be able to humble the principal so much, to terrify the dean so much. The identities of these 2 students, are they classified as confidential by Kyoto University? Seeing that Gu Tian and Wang Hao didn't make any statement, the vice principal hurriedly gave his secretary a look. The secretary immediately nodded and turned to pull out the phone. Immediately convene a special meeting of the College of Finance and Economics. The leadership team headed by Dean Zhang Qichuan and others stop immediately to be inspected. Upon hearing this, the subordinates behind Dean Zhang instantly turned ashen and stared incredulously. Have a meal. You've lost your job? Then in a trance they were. Dean Chong was still apologizing one after the other. Seeing that he was on the verge of crying out, Wang Hao lazily waved his hand. Come on. Don't act like an electric fan and shake your eyes. After saying that, he looked towards Gu Tian and Su Nanxue. Brother Tian, why don't we go? The meal is all finished. Upon hearing this, the principal instantly came to life and immediately bowed and extended his hand. Yeah. Go to my office and talk. At this point, another group of men in executive jackets approached, the leader of which had a stern face and gave off an air of rigidity. The principal subconsciously looked away, and in the next moment his eyes went wide.
Fog.
The audit committee? No. What are these people doing here? Under everyone's shocked gaze, the executive jacket at the head of the group stepped straight forward and pulled out his inspector's license with his backhand. Hello, everyone. We're from the inspection committee. May I ask whose name is Zhang Chichuan? The words fell. The principal exchanged glances with the vice principal's secretary and the others, and coincidentally raised their hands to point at Dean Zhang. This incident has nothing to do with them. It was Dean Zhang who had provoked these two great Buddhas, so he couldn't have anything to do with them. According to the real name report we received, it involves the facilitation of duties, abuse of power, and misconduct of teachers, so please cooperate with us in our investigation. Now, come with us. As soon as the words of the administrative man in the lead fell, the other two younger administrative men stepped forward to hold Dean Zhang.
No.
Nada. I'm wrongfully accused,
I'm Rondach.
Dean Zhang's legs went straight to mush, and before he could explain that much, he was racked out like a little chicken. Even the principal was dumbfounded by this scene. I don't need to think that this must be Gu Xiao's way of doing things. The students on the sidelines also exploded, and their words were filled with curiosity about the identities of both Gu Tian and Wang Hao.
No.
This is too awesome. I thought it was just a normal, powerful kid. Holy, this Dean Zhang is really going to be finished. Check it out. Find out who these two students are. This is too fierce. What Wang Gongzi, what Gu Xiao? Is there a Gu family in Kyoto? Some of the students with fast-spinning brains violently shifted their gazes from their cell phones to Gu Tian's face as soon as they heard about the Gu clan. After a few seconds of scrutinizing, he directly let out an exclamation of surprise, and in the next second ran away without bringing back his head. Only the uninformed students were left to speculate about the identity of one another. Gee whiz, I told you to get lost a long time ago, and when you didn't, you had to make me get someone to tell you to leave. Wang Hao shrugged and looked at Gu Tian. Brother Tian, let's go? Don't be in a hurry. Things haven't been settled yet. Gu Tian lazily raised his head to look at the principal with a smile. Headmaster, do you have time? The principal snapped to attention and hurriedly came up with a smile. Time? There is. Of course there is. As long as Gu Xiao needs it. I have 24 hours. He was considered an old native of Kyoto, and although he didn't know Gu Tian that well, he still heard a lot of rumors in the streets. It is often said that when Gu Xiao smiles, life and death are hard to predict. This statement may sound exaggerated, but it's definitely not an empty claim. What's more, Gu Xiao's smile just now didn't seem friendly in any way. Gu Tian looked at him carefully and raised his hand to point casually. Go on, get all the restaurant executives, and the school leaders who aren't here, over here for a meeting. I'm not particularly happy with this meal today, so let's settle this issue directly on the spot. Meeting? Not happy with the food? The principal froze for a moment, but he didn't dare to ask too many questions and immediately nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic. Fine, fine. If you say it's open, it's open. I'll go over and make arrangements. Immediately afterward, he snapped around and berated the vice principal and the secretary. What are you waiting for? Go inform the people. I'll show up. Anyone who doesn't show up, write me a resignation right now. This statement was made. The leadership team is as good as it gets. Those who knew Gu Tian's identity ran the fastest, and those who didn't know Gu Tian's identity followed despite their doubts. What are you running back for? In addition to notifying those who didn't show up to come over, they need to take notebooks and pens. Less than 10 minutes. Restaurant executives and key school administrators arrived in full force, under the dumbfounded gaze of the other students. The principal, deputy principal, director of education, director of logistics, and head of the catering section, with high positions took their seats, while those with low positions could only stand on the sidelines. Even the kitchen chef stood trembling in his white coat in the corner, not knowing where to put his hands. It was the first time he had attended a meeting at such a high level, with so many leaders present. But this sitting in the main seat. How is a student Chapter 50. Take a note. I'll make the following deployments. Gu Tian sat in the center. Wang Hao sat beside him, crossing his legs with a smile on his face. He'd wanted to experience the daily routine of his old man, and today he'd really found his chance. Su Nanxue carefully sat on the other side, shock written all over her pretty eyes, and the originally noisy atmosphere in the restaurant gradually quieted down. Everyone wanted to hear what this student with a background would talk to the school leaders about. Everyone's here, Right, so fine? I'll be brief. Gu Tian raised his hand and knocked on the desktop, his sudden aura causing everyone to subconsciously straighten up. On the way here, the vice principal had already revealed the identities of Gu Tian and Wang Hao. Nice guy. When they heard Gu Tian's identity, several of the leaders stumbled in fear and fell several times on the spot on their way to run. I'm eating at school for the first time today. I was kind of looking forward to it. But what happened? No seats. Oh yeah. It's so hard to find an empty seat. But you guys are still yelling about leadership exclusivity with your bull rules? In the face of Gu Tian's words, the principal and the others didn't dare to say anything and could only lower their heads to wipe their sweat. The logistics director's legs were shaking, and the restaurant manager was even more pale. If his restaurant had health problems, he would normally be penalized at most. But now this. Guess we'll have to just eat peanuts? You're the manager, right? So tell me, is it a dereliction of duty on your part that there are no seats in the restaurant? Gu Tian pressed the positions on these people's chest plates and started naming them. The restaurant manager jolted to his feet and bowed what could be described as 90 degrees, so close to dropping his head on the table. It was my dereliction of duty. I'll rectify it immediately.
I'm sorry, Xiao. I'm sorry.
Gu Tian didn't say anything and looked at the principal again. You're the principal, right? In the future, you give me clear instructions to your faculty and staff to put that Thai sense of superiority away. Want to enjoy good dining treatment? Then simply build a special dining hall for faculty and staff. Come to grab what meal with the students are? And leadership exclusive. What are you going to do? Become the emperor of the land? Do you want me to give you some exclusive dragon chairs? The words came out. The principal was so scared he peed himself. This is not an accusation. This is a warning before death. Who gets to sit in the dragon chair? The answer to this is obvious. How dare he? A little school principal na.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Xiao.
I will definitely rectify the issues you raised. I will definitely rectify it tomorrow. No, rectify today. Rectify today. The other leaders were already ashen and followed the principal in nodding their heads as if they were pounding garlic. Gu Xiao is right to criticize. What you said, Gu Xiao, is very true. We'll rectify it right away. We'll rectify it right away. Gu Tian waved his hand for them to stop, then looked at the secretary in the white shirt. Hey, you're the secretary, aren't you? Yes, yes, yes. I'm the secretary. I'm the secretary. Being suddenly named by Gu Tian, the female secretary's body shook in fear, and she hurriedly picked up her notebook and paper. Okay, since you're the secretary, make a note that I'll make the following deployment adjustments to the dining halls at KYU. Good, good. You can say whatever you want, Gu Xiao. I'll remember. I'll remember. The speed at which the female secretary nodded her head almost threw off the glasses on the bridge of her nose. First, the cafeteria needs to be expanded to include more windows for students to eat and punch their food, as well as tables and chairs for dining and seating. Second, build a cafeteria for faculty and staff, but the food should be the same as the students, so don't give me any special treatment. Third, after saying that, Gu Tian didn't forget to threaten them again. If these above are not rectified after I see no seats for students and exclusive seats for faculty and staff again, you are really wasting air by living. When the crowd heard this, their faces paled once again. Don't worry, Gu Xiao. I'll personally keep an eye on this matter. I'll definitely treat this matter as a top priority. The principal stood up tremblingly and promised even though his legs were already weak. Seeing that Gu Tian didn't have the intention to speak anymore, Wang Hao raised his head and snapped his fingers triumphantly. Okay. Meeting's over, you guys can go. The words just fell. The dozen or so leaders on the scene were instantly like amnesties, and immediately stood up and bowed in a neatly organized motion. Thank you, Gu Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you, Gu Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Wang. In the next second, all of them fled, fearing that if they stayed for one more second, they would lead to killing. And at this point, all the students around the cafeteria were dumbfounded, especially the recent students who were eating the food. The way they looked at Gu Tian was like they were looking at a god. Who would have thought that a single student could make the entire senior leadership of the capital university bow their heads to listen to the lecture, stand and listen to the meeting, and retreat in ashes? Is this still a student? That's the principal's ing father, isn't it? This is the gold master behind our Kyoto University. What about Mr. Gu, Mr. Wang? Why can't I find anything? Many people frantically slid their cell phones, trying to search for Gu Xiao and Wang Gongzi, wanting to know what kind of background they had. But the online news is clean and outrageous.
Au sommation.
You're really giving KYU a new rule now? Gu Tian narrowed his eyes. His tone was languid. The rules don't matter. What matters is who is making the rules. Let's go, Sunangsu. Do we have class this afternoon? Huh? You still need to go to class. Su Nanshua's face was filled with big question marks, and she looked at Gu Tian with great incredulity. We are all here. Identity. We've made the principal look like a grandson. Does it even matter if you go to class? Do credits still matter? Gu Tian, however, stuck his hands in his pockets and stood up with a smile. Of course we have to go, we're students. It's good to be in your place. With that, he turned and headed for the exit of the restaurant. Wang Hao scratched his head with a face full of bitterness and said to Su Nanxue, My brother Tian is really the most pretentious when not pretending. Su Nanxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly when she heard this, but she still obediently followed. On one side, there was a little brother with a gun who threatened Xiebin. While lecturing the KYU campus executives to be grandchildren, he said he was a good student who played by the rules. This guy. What kind of character is it anyway? Chapter 51 Students should combine work and rest. The afternoon sun was just right. The three of them walked side by side, with Gu Tian walking in the center. Su Nanshua's beauty, Gu Tian's face, set off Wang Hao more or less like a clown. However, Wang Hao didn't pay attention to the strange gazes of the passing students, and instead muttered one after another. Go to a school parachute jumping people into the hospital, take the truth to harvest a large group of minions, eat a meal to the school leadership trained as a grandson. This ordinary day of my brother Tian's is a lifetime for many people. When Su Nanxue heard this, she slightly tilted her head to look at Gu Tian's side face. Her beautiful eyes filled with inexplicable admiration. Gu Tian noticed her gaze and smiled crookedly. What? What are you looking at me for? Su Nanxue was caught in the act and daintily lowered her head, muttering softly, I just thought, you said you came to school. In fact, the entire Jing University. I'm afraid it's not all surrounding you, right? Upon hearing this, Gu Tian was instantly happy. What? Are you afraid? Su Nanshua's face instantly turned red, and she retorted in a small voice, Only no. Gu Tian no longer said more, just smiled and continued to walk forward. The sunlight fell on his shoulders, also fell into the heart of Su Nanxue. At this scene, Wang Hao in the back watched with a grimace. I'm going to do a face in the future, and it will definitely mesmerize thousands of girls as well. In the meantime, the scene in the dining hall of Kyoto University has gone viral on all the major microblogging groups, clubs, and forums on campus. Hashtag the mysterious rich young man made a move and the KYU table system was completely abolished. Hashtag the principal sweats when Richie Rich speaks. Hashtag Chancellor personally smiles. Vice Chancellor hands tea. KYU ceiling man exposed. Hashtag. The comments section is also exploding with student chatter. Many are speculating about their identities, and some who know their identities have just typed them in the comments section and had them deleted on the back foot. And in the internal group of powerful nobles in the capital university, the moment a group of powerful sons and daughters saw that face, they all fell silent.
Guten.
The eldest son of the Gu family, the only son of Gu Lao, the true prince of Kyoto, that ruthless man who could stir up Handong province to the point of turning it upside down, even changing the dragon laws, now actually returned in a low profile and came to study at the capital university. I'm going to. The prince is really showing up here. This is not using this university as a university, but as a stage, right? Maru Spice. I drove a sports car to school yesterday. Now that I think about it, isn't that a little too wild? Let's study hard from now on. Don't be too high profile, or even your own father won't be able to protect you. I don't want to go to King's University. I'd rather go to U of A. School entrance. Breeze gusts. Got a cigarette? Gu Tian suddenly stopped and glanced sideways at Wang Hao. He had thought about going to class, but as he walked, he slipped to the front of the school. In that case, have a smoke and go home and pull back with your fate. Yes. Wang Hao immediately pulled out a packet of huazi and a lighter from his pocket and handed it over, then continued to look around in search of a beautiful woman. Gu Tian drew out a cigarette and held it in his mouth, covering it with one hand and taking the lighter phone with the other. Zip! Nay, the wind at the school gate was so strong that the fire was blown out just as soon as it jumped out, and it didn't light several times in a row. The lighters at the front desk of the Shun clubhouse all day long are actually some rags that aren't windproof. Gu Tian muttered and was about to turn his back and try again when he did. An ethereal scent suddenly crept over her face. Gu Tian froze slightly and subconsciously raised his head, only to see Su Nanxue walk up to him, tugging up her shirt with one hand, half of her body actively poking out to shield him from the wind. The shirt was worn underneath a fitted white short sleeve. Well, the clavicle is delicate and curvy, with a slightly undulating chest profile. The other didn't think much of it and simply helped block the wind by lighting a cigarette. Instead, Gu Tian's head was confused and his mouth was bald. Thanks, I don't eat. Su Nangsu? No, I'm just shielding you from the wind. Su Nanxue turned back violently, swished red to the roots of her ears, and hastily lifted back her shirt. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Gu Tian awkwardly rounded off his wrong words. This scene was not seen by Wang Hao though, but there were quite a few boys who saw it, and their expressions that were a whole lot of indescribable envy and jealousy. Ooh. My goddess, actually. Lift up her clothes? Let the other. My goddess. Why are you like this? I wish. Just simply blocking the wind and lighting a cigarette. The wind hasn't stopped in front of the school. Gu Tian had just lit a cigarette when Wang Hao wiggled over like a salted fish, yawning and complaining. Brother Tian, why don't we skip class this afternoon? I'm really sleepy and I feel like my brain is going to explode. Gu Tian squinted at him, exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and slowly returned. It's good not to be on it. It's good to combine work and rest. You can't be tense all day long. Sunan Snow standing by. No? Just now, you were saying something about being in your position where students, and now you're saying it's reasonable to skip class? She didn't dare to flirt with the other though, after all, they weren't that well acquainted with each other. But the thought could not be resisted. If he wasn't gonna class, then he wasn't too keen on gonna class himself.
Hey, Su Nanxue.
Gu Tian suddenly turned his head and glanced at her. Do you have class this afternoon? Ah? Su Nanxue was stunned by the question and thought for 2 seconds before shaking her head. It's all small classes. The teacher doesn't call the roll. I'm going to go home. How are you going to get back? Did you drive here? Gu Tian asked while extending his hand towards Wang Hao. The morning was flown in, and the car was brought to him without a single wink from the other side. Now I can only drive Wang Hao's car back.
No.
What am I supposed to drive if you drive away? Wang Hao rolled his eyes, but still resigned himself to pulling out the Ferrari keys in his pocket. No, public transportation. Or take a taxi, Su Nanxue whispered. In fact, she made a phone call and the driver would come and pick her up, but she didn't want to bother anyone else. Let's go, I'll send you back. Gu Tian took the keys and without looking back, he stepped towards the car. Huh? I. Su Nanxue's small face reddened, wanting to say something, but Gu Tian had already walked away, and after 2 seconds of hesitation, she had no choice but to follow. Wang Hao watched the backs of the two departing, the corners of his mouth twitching. Damn! You came to school in a helicopter and left in my car. Now leave me alone to squeeze the bus. The car sped down Kyoto Avenue. Gu Tian drove the car, occasionally chatting with Su Nanxue in the passenger seat. Where did you go to school before you came to Kyoto? Huh?
I'm
in Jiangnan. Su Nanxue replied softly, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. A place that's not too big. Huh? Jiangnan is good. That place produces beautiful women. Gu Tian turned his head and glanced at her, the corner of his mouth lifting into a playful smile. But to be able to come from Jiangnan to go to school at the capital university, you're not simple either. Luck. Pre-exam status is okay. Sunan head bowed down to hide the blush on her face, her eyelashes fluttering gently. The two just had a word or two. Su Nanxue's nervousness from the very beginning. Then her expression became softer, and her relationship with each other became a step more familiar. Less than 40 minutes. The car pulled up to a villa block. The Qin family. There were also security guards patrolling the roadside in black clothes. As soon as you see an unfamiliar vehicle driving by, you subconsciously want to stop and ask about the purpose of your visit. As a result, he saw Gu Tian's face. Moment. The The security guards instinctively straightened up and their movements became respectful. Good day, Gu Xiao. Hello, Gu Xiao. Gu Tian just nodded slightly, didn't slow down or stop, and still drove in unhurriedly. Su Nanxue on the co-pilot looked dumbfounded, her small mouth slightly open. They recognize you? Do you live here too? Chapter 52 Heartless Willows Make Shadows. I guess so. The security guards in these high-end villa areas should all know me. Gu Tian said indifferently. He wasn't lying when he said that. He had basically been to all the upscale villa areas, residential areas in Kyoto. Those security bodyguards, they must have memorized his face. At Gu Tian's words, Su Nanxue was instantly speechless. At this point, learning that Gu Tian personally sent Su Nanxue home, Qin Chi's parents stood at the entrance of the Qin family villa early. Even the nannies were called out to clean the leaves in front of the door in a grand gesture of welcoming the guests. Of course, they were not greeting Su Nanxue, but this legendary prince of Kyoto. In particular, Qin Chi's old man was trying his best to organize his clothes and said urgently to Qin Chi, "Son, look, how is Dad's clothes? Is the tie crooked? Ouch, Dad. You've had enough, haha. Last time was purely a misunderstanding. Other people, Gu Xiao, didn't have any problem with me at all. You know." Qin's father gouged him fiercely. "Do you know what status the Gu family has? What is the concept of the crown prince? If you don't see eye to eye, the entire Qin family will be finished." Speaking of the last time Gu Tian's neck-smoothing maneuver, Qin Chi's entire being directly blackened his face. If he hadn't scared himself and taken Gu Tian's greeting gesture as a signal that your boy was finished, he wouldn't have caused the entire Qin family to be like an enemy. Grandpa didn't even close his eyes for 3 days and nights. What was even more outrageous was that it was also hard to arrange for his cousin, Su Nanxue, to show her favor. Soon, the Ferrari then eased in from the far side of the lane. Su Nanxue carefully opened the car door and stepped down. It was disconcerting to see her aunt's family standing in the doorway looking at her with smiles on their faces. Aunt! Aunt! What are you guys? As a result, the Qin family members directly ignored Su Nanxue and ran towards the Ferrari, bowing very respectfully. Ouch! Gu Xiao, your visit to my humble abode is my Qin family's 3rd lifetime honor. Huh? Hello. Gu Tian looked at Qin Chi with a full face. This is Brother Tian. These are my parents. Qin Chi was also a little embarrassed by his enthusiastic and fiery parents. Oh, hello Uncle and Auntie. Gu Tian smiled faintly. Ai. I don't dare to be a good person. Gu Xiao, quickly take a seat in the house. Please, please, please. With a smile piled on her face, Mother Qin reached out and kept inviting Gu to get out of the car and go sit inside the house. Su Nanxue, who was standing on the side, stared at this scene with dumbfounded eyes. In her eyes, her aunt was always dignified and strong outside, but at the moment, she seemed like a warm maid. Even her tone relaxed several degrees. Aunt's husband outside is even more say one. The mayor of Kyoto have to respect him 3 times of the man, but at this moment slightly bowed, accompanied by more than a smile. Who the hell is this? Who's a guest in whose house? Su Nanxue's brain buzzed, and for a while she was really a bit confused. Gu Tian's identity, I'm afraid, was even more terrifying than she had imagined. In the face of the family's warm invitation, Gu Tian could only wave his hand repeatedly. He wanted nothing to do with the other man. It may seem like a simple cup of tea, but who knows, there is something heavenly behind that cup of tea to please you. It's better to do more than less. Next time, Auntie, I have some things to do, I have to go back. Gu Tian politely refused with a smile on the corner of his mouth, while at the same time looking smoothly at Su Nanxue on the side. I'll be off then, haha. I'll be in touch later. Huh? Oh, good. Before Su Nanxue could say anything, Gu Tian had already kicked the gas and raised the dust. The only ones left at the doorway were the 3 Qin family members, plus Su Nanxue, who watched the taillights of the sports car go away. Gu Xiao, this. At least have a sip of tea before you go. Mother Qin shook her head with a regretful expression, but her words turned to Father Qin. Old Qin, you say Gu Xiao this sends Xiao Shui back. This trip, which family, which household did not see? Qin's father's face glowed when he heard this. I saw it. I'm sure I've seen it. No department or ministry is better than Gu Xiao coming in person. Facing his happy parents, Qin Chi couldn't help but grin, as he was considered to have finally done the right thing. Earlier, He had thought that it would be a shameful thing to let Su Nanshua go to accompany the drinks and to show Gu Tian a good time. Now it seems as if things aren't headed there and everything is normal. Xiao Shuia. Qin father suddenly turned his head and looked at her in a serious manner. You are now. And this Gu Xiao, what kind of relationship is it? Su Nanshua's beautiful eyes flashed, and two groups of redness instantly floated on her face. I don't know. Just regular classmates. A classmate can personally walk you to your doorstep? Qin mother smiled meaningfully and patted her hand. This time, Snowy, I was worried about what to do about your marriage after graduation. Haha. Su Nanshua shyly blushed and stomped her foot, muttering, Auntie, what are you talking nonsense, We are just ordinary classmates, Good. Ordinary classmates or not. Let's go. Go inside. Have lunch. Qin's father cheerfully said, but in his heart, he sighed one after another. It's really mindless. Who would have thought it? The old master had a word for it at the time, pointing out that he must find a girl who was out of the muck, cool and dignified to introduce to Gu Xiao, and the other party would definitely like it. Perhaps the conflict with Qin Chi would be resolved, and he would even establish ties with the Qin family in the future. It seems true now. Gu Xiao casually sent Su Nanshua home, and he had already felt that the entire Qin family deck was different. The dining room table. Mother Qin was naturally very happy. She didn't know the rules and regulations of it. She just felt that it was incredible that Su Nanshua knew Gu Tian. Hey, old Qin, you say Gu Xiao this. How to specifically pick our family this water lotus under the chopsticks, I don't know, it's fate. Qin's father could only smile awkwardly. He could not tell the truth and say that the two knew each other was all premeditated. Qin Chi was also very embarrassed and quickly waved his hand. Mom, can you stop talking nonsense? My sister has said that it's an ordinary classmate relationship, and you're still getting on the bandwagon and saying it all the time. To be honest, he was really afraid that Su Nanshua would tell the truth about him letting the chaperone out. So he could only keep helping Su Nanshua to get out of the way. Luckily, Su Nanshua was just a shy and buried her head to eat, ignoring her aunt's vario. Us flirtations. Evening. The backyard of a villa in Kyoto. The pool was lit up and several hot bikini babes were laughing and playing in the water. This should be a picture of paper and gold, but at the moment the atmosphere is very depressing. Xie Bin, who had a bandage wrapped around his body, was lying on a recliner, looking at the scene in front of him with a gloomy face. There was also a huge, black Tibetan Mastiff with a ferocious face lying at his feet. Brother Bin, I think that kid Sun Wei must have been backed up by someone before he dared to rebel. A junior lowered his voice and handed over a glass of cold lemonade in an attempt to persuade. Xie Bin took the cup, his face expressionless. I know. I've already asked Lu Jian to bring someone to chase after him. The words just fell. Two A8s sped in, before the wheels had come to a complete stop. Lu Jian and a few of his juniors then hurriedly pushed the door down, not even bothering to take a second look at the bikini beauties by the pool. Bin. It's not good. Sun Wei and the others have escaped. We chased them all the way to the west outer ring. Chapter 53 Homecoming. Lu Jian gasped, his forehead covered in sweat. We're not familiar with the terrain over there. We watched them get on the bridge and run away. Snap. Xie Bin violently flung the cup in his hand. Lemonade splashed all over the place. The cup crushed in the stone tiles at Lu Jian's feet. Your mom. Waste. All ing trash. Roar. The black Tibetan Mastiff next to him sensed his master Xie Bin's emotions and directly pounced up in the air. Bin, don't. Lu Jian just tried to dodge, but he was still a step too slow. Bang! The Tibetan Mastiff's massive body swooped him down, his back hitting the stone platform at the edge of the pool with a solid thud. Ah! Lu Jian let out a miserable scream and tried to get up. Roar! Roar! The black Tibetan Mastiff's fishy red canine eyes carried a bloodthirsty light, biting his arm in death, flinging his head and tearing it. In a flash, blood was pouring out, and you could even hear the sound of bone cracking. The faces of the onlookers and the bikini beauties went straight to white, but none of them dared to say anything. Xie Bin raised this Tibetan Mastiff but spent millions of dollars to get back from the plateau, the finest breed, said to be able to fight with lions and tigers. Ah, Brother Bin, I was wrong. I was wrong. Give it another chance. Ah! Xie Bin sat on the recliner and took a sip of his cigar in silence until he saw that Lu Jian's right hand had been bloodied and basically ruined before raising his eyes. Black Diamond. Come back. Woo! The Tibetan Mastiff let out a low growl and violently let go of his mouth, dragging saliva and blood, grinning back to Xiebin's feet and obediently laying down. Only Lu Jian was left struggling and wailing on the ground with his face covered in blood. Xiebin squinted and swept a circle of the few juniors still present, faintly spitting out a sentence. Let this be a wake-up call for you today. Anyone who drops the chain on me in the future, I'll feed it straight to the dogs. The other side, Gu Tian had planned to go to the Tianxi Hotel to relax. As a result, the car just drove to the elevated, received a phone call from the mom, asked him to come back so long, how a time home are not brought back. And Grandpa came over. There was going to be a family dinner tonight, and if she didn't see him around, she wouldn't mind letting her dad go into exile again. Nice guy. As soon as he heard this, Gu Tian's steering wheel twisted, and the front end of the car directly reversed direction. But Mom is right, it's not good to come back for so long and not even go home. What's more, he suddenly remembered something else. When he went to Jiangzhou before, Grandpa had sent someone to contact him privately. Said that as long as he did well in Jiangzhou, he would come back and give him a gift. So now he was curious as to what his grandfather would give as a gift. After all, Grandpa that bullet-wiped scalp, real people in real life to walk down the original stock, usually give a gift is not too bad and has a strong sense of remembrance. An hour later, the car then drove into one of the most mysterious and inaccessible streets in Kyoto, Forbidden Street. The streets are lined with vintage houses with no house numbers, and you can't even find these buildings on a map, because it's Wang Hao's car that's being driven. Undoubtedly, as soon as the car appeared, swarms of plainclothes men immediately surrounded it. Excuse me, it is forbidden to visit inside. Please return the way you came. Hello. No entry inside. Hello. Please step out of the vehicle for inspection. 6 more truth-wielding soldiers quickly stepped forward, their blackened muzzles aimed directly at the car. Get out of the car. Get inspected. Get out of the car quickly. Get off. In the face of the other party's stern rebuke, Gu Tian pressed the window without panic. Next, all the soldiers and plainclothes bodies jolted and hurriedly retracted the truth. I'm going. The prince is back. Do we still need to get out of the car to be inspected? Gu Tian raised his eyebrows and said leisurely. Anyone else coming to the street would have to show their cabinet stamped papers, or they would have to undergo layers of checks and be taken into a dark room to face machine guns for questioning. If you dare to break in, even if the Monkey King came, he would have to be beaten to death. Gu Qiao, welcome home. Everyone immediately stood up straight and saluted. Buzz. As the Ferrari made its way along, a group of armed guards stood watch every 50 meters. Each guard post is not simple, all must verify identity, license plates, iris, fingerprints, triple confirmation. However, Gu Tian was an exception, only needing to show his face. The soldiers immediately saluted and let him pass. None of them dared to say anything to stop him. After all, the whole Forbidden Street knows who's back. Soon, the car then pulled up to the entrance of an ancient mansion compound at the end of Forbidden Street. The entire mansion adopts the ancient style with modern design. The guards are tightly guarded, and a number of black-clothed bodyguards wearing earpieces around them patrol back and forth. When they saw Gu Tian step out of the car, they all raised their hands in salute in unison. The guard, Shishuan, had been waiting at the door early and immediately greeted Gu Tian when he saw his figure. Gu Qiao, you're back. All waiting for you? Your grandfather brought you a present. That's called a cow. Speaking of gifts, Hisun's eyes glittered with indescribable excitement. That said, Shishuan was a guard at Pop's side and was considered someone who had seen the world. So excited about a gift? Is it hard? Gu Tian's curiosity was instantly piqued. What exactly is it? Gu Tian said with interest. You come with me, you'll know soon enough. Shishuan smiled and led the way. The Gu family's ancestral home is very large. Push open the mahogany door into the eyes of the typical Soviet-style garden pattern. Everywhere pay attention to symmetry, borrowed scenery, subtlety, and layers of progression. Passing through the courtyard of the Hearing Rain Garden is the Kisongzai, and further inside is the real living area, the Nourishing Heart residence. Surrounded by high walls and tight security, it was only open to the direct bloodline of the Gu family. What kind of gift? So mysterious. Gu Tian is a little impatient. Obviously there is a villa not to live, but have to live in the ancestral home. It's still 3 courtyards and several winding paths to get back to a home. He was really uninterested in the flowing water and the wigwam in the courtyard. Don't be in a hurry, Gu Qiao. He Shun turned around and smiled mysteriously. Honestly, even Elder Gu was taken aback by this gift he had prepared. I don't know if we're still talking about the gift. At the end of the courtyard, an ancient mansion stood quietly. In front of the gate of the mansion, Elder Gu was wearing a dark blue Chinese mountain suit and leaning on an ebony walking stick, and despite his advanced age, he was in high spirits between his eyebrows. Well, how's the gift I got for Tiny? This gift is called the Return of the King. Gu Feng and Qian Hui looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and helplessness. Whose grandfather gives his grandchildren gifts that aren't gold, silver, jewelry, or RV antiques. Instead, it's a tiger. That's right, not a toy or a taxidermy specimen, but a live Bengal tiger. In the large cage in front of them, an adult Bengal tiger with a golden body and clear black stripes is lazily lying on a grass mat, surveying the scene outside the cage with an unfamiliar face. Gu Feng's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes, holding his forehead as he sighed straight at his old codger father. No, Dad, when grandpas give grandchildren, they don't give tigers. Why don't you get some other pets, like a cat or a dog? Hey, can it be that you yourself had a playful moment and got a tiger in the name of Xiao Tian? Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, Elder Gu's face instantly flushed. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Besides, this tiger is no ordinary tiger. Everything it wore as a child was from Gu Tian's childhood. Even the milk bottle was from Gu Tian's childhood. Upon hearing this, the crowd cried and laughed. Qian Hui was even more helpless as she hid her face. Dad, you really don't follow the rules. Xiao Tian is not a child anymore. He's not interested in cats and dogs or anything else. But you're so good that you've directly brought in a king of the forest. Elder Gu laughed and stood up with his hands behind his back, amused. It's only good that he's not a child, so give him a whole tiger worthy of his status. After saying that, he glared at Gu Feng and continued, in the future, if anyone dares to send my grandson out to suffer again, he will directly release the tiger to bite him. Chapter 54. Giving a tiger as a gift. This statement was made. Gu Feng directly held his forehead and fell into silence for 3 seconds. To say who in the Gu family favors Xiao Tian the most. When Elder Gu said first, no one dared to say second. Wife Qian Hui on Xiao Yan's favor, that is spoiled, restrained, exquisite. Belongs to the style of you get into trouble, I cover the bottom. But next time don't do this. But Elder Gu is different, saying one thing and favoring the other blatantly, belonging to the line of the grandson who says whoever he wants. After all, from the line of fire down from the pile of dead people, once angry, then the other party as a ghost hole. He remembers it well. A few years ago, Xiao Tian had a conflict with someone in a bar in Kyoto and received a slap on the wrist. Not a big deal. Elder Gu directly called an officer of the Forbidden Guard Brigade directly under the cabinet. Hello? My grandson is being bullied by punks. Can I borrow a few of the armors? The opposite side was too scared to breathe. The old man. You don't need to talk about a few units. Just a division will do. Nice guy. In the middle of the night, the bar was raised overnight, and the bar owner and those who beat up Xiao Tian were cancelled on the spot. Good thing that time Xiao Tian accounted for the bar background and black forces, otherwise this matter do not know how to be outside the media how to report it. At this point, a cheerful greeting yanked Gu Feng back to reality. Grandpa, Mom, Dad, your most handsome son is back. Gu Tian carried a bunch of gifts in his hand, big bags and small bags like going to the wholesale market to sweep back, all stuffed to Shishuan and the servants, and then stride on the side of the old man rushed to Gu. To say that the most fruitful thing about the experience in Jiangzhou was that it allowed Gu Tian to learn to change his face. When she saw her family, her little mouth was so sweet, and she didn't feel like she was outside with a cold face and an aura so big that it was scary. OMG, my baby boy. Qian Hui didn't bother with her usual elegant reserve and went up to give Gu Tian a big hug. My good grandson. Quickly, let Grandpa take a look. Have you grown taller? Elder Gu supported his cane with both hands and walked even more skillfully than usual. Gu Tian was not ambiguous and immediately greeted the support, his mouth more slippery than a motorcycle off the reins. Well, Grandpa, you're in such a state, such a spirit. I'd say you've just turned 18. The old man was happy to hear that. Instead of noticing the large cage not far away, Gu Tian smiled and started giving gifts to the crowd. Mom, bought you a limited edition necklace. There are only a few of them in the world. You have to wear it every day. Qian Hui covered her mouth in surprise. Aya, son, Mom can love it so much. Dad, this is for you. A string, made of sandalwood, to refresh your mind. Gu Feng froze, originally wanted to pretend to be the persona of a stable and superior old man. But still the corners of his mouth grinned. Okay, kid. Did not forget your father, me, Only the head a crooked. Wait, with me to play guys it? What do you mean by refreshing your brain? And then connoting that I'm old and my brain isn't working well. Gu Tian spat out his tongue and took the exquisite pastries handed over by Shishun and handed them to the old man with both hands. Grandpa, this is the oldest pastry in Zigu Town, or the taste of Master Zhang, the headmaster. Isn't this your favorite? Never mind the rest. Just eat it. The old man nodded his head repeatedly as he was touched. The good grandson didn't suffer in vain, but on second thought, he questioned, wait a minute, didn't Master Zhang die a long time ago? What? You dug him up and made him for me? Gu Tian instantly laughed. Grandpa was still in his usual humor. No, Grandpa. I let his grandson start to learn. If you can't learn, you will be electrocuted. Hey, half a year to learn his grandfather's ancestral craft. Hear that? Elder Gu and the others looked at each other. Especially Gu Feng, that face a whole lot harder to see. After half a day of this whole thing, my son doesn't seem to be unchanged in his personality. But he couldn't be bothered to count on it, considering it was a day of family gatherings. Just as Gu Tian finished distributing the gifts with a smug look on his face, enjoying the laughter of his family, the Bengal tiger in the cage with its back to the crowd slowly rose. Gu Tian glanced out of the corner of his eye, and with a sharp jolt, he subconsciously blurted out, ouch, my God! Who's this dog with skin? Gu Feng almost burst out laughing. Qian Hui covered her mouth and snickered, and the old man was so happy that tears came to his eyes. This is a gift from Grandpa. Go and take a look. Gu Tianwei narrowed her eyes and surveyed the way her grandfather was scowling with her old mom and dad. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Hey Shuan, what's in the cage? Being asked by Gu Tian so suddenly, Shishun could only hold back his laughter and agreed. Gu Xiao. Dog. Big dog with skin. Just go over and take a look. Just the moment Gu Tian walked towards the iron cage with a head full of questions. The caged tiger sniffed a familiar scent and jerked his head around with a low growl. Roar! Gu Tian bounced straight up in place. Back, back, back. Ainima, who the hell gifts a tiger?
No ya.
Grandpa, you this gift. You're asking me to play with my life. The family was amused by Gu Tian's frightened reaction. Qian Hui was more than happy to pull out her cell phone to record Gu Tian's dumbfounded silliness. Elder Gu's beard curled up with joy, pointing his cane at the tiger in the cage. Didn't you love tigers when you were little? Grandpa found you a real one. No, 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 no. Gu Tian pointed at the tiger that was rubbing against the iron mesh in the cage, and his entire body was about to collapse. What I loved as a kid was toy tigers. Play. Toys. This is a real tiger. It will eat people. Ouch, my heart, Gu Tian was a bit speechless, covering his chest and taking half a step back. I was expecting a gift from my grandfather, either some kind of heirloom seal or one piece of the Forbidden City, one piece of me. Turned out to be a whole lot of tigers. No wonder when he soon said the gift at that time, that expression was weird. The moment, this Bengal tiger surprisingly began to roar low and pamper itself, walking around the iron cage with its tail wagging, never taking its eyes off Gu Tian. Even lifted a paw and rubbed it against the steel cage door. Looks like it's on. Please open the door? Why are you such a wimp? I can remember that you weren't afraid of anything before. Go up and touch it if you dare. Gu Feng laughed beside him, but still followed. The resultant words just landed. Then he met the beautiful eyes with the aura of death from Qian Hui next to him. What did you say? Why don't you go touch it? Dad, look. How old is Gu Feng? He still can't talk without thinking, which was once thought. Elder Gu, however, smiled one after another and nodded. It's fine. It doesn't bite. Touch it and it won't bite. This statement was made. Qian Hui slammed her forehead. A whole lot of speechlessness. How? Gu family. All this one virtue. But before she could continue to spit, her afterglow suddenly caught a glimpse of Gu Tian actually walking towards the cage door in a watery manner. Qian Hui immediately changed her face and shouted anxiously, Hey, Xiao Tian, don't listen to your father and your grandfather. Gu Feng also instantly read temperature. He was just joking. Did not expect this kid so brave. Hey, stop.
I'm kidding.
Don't you go over there. If this were to go wrong, wouldn't he and his wife have to delete the file and reopen it? On guard. Protect Gu Xiao. Kill me when necessary. He soon reacted quickly, his hand snapping to his waist as he ran forward. Swish, 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 swish. A dozen or so loaded Secret Service agents scurried out, their blackened muzzles aimed in unison at the tiger in the iron cage. As long as the tiger had a tendency to attack, they could sieve it in the next second. Originally, Gu Tian was still a bit apprehensive, but it seemed that such security measures instantly had a bottom line. You can't eat cilantro with a cat or a dog, but who's ever jerked a tiger? Right at the moment Gu Tian stretched out his hand, something miraculous happened. Chapter 55. Bite him for me. The tiger actually tilted its head like a big cat and came forward. Not it, sir. You so active? Really touch. Gu Tian forced himself to hold back his inner panic and put his hand into the cage to touch its head. Results. Instead of showing a fierce look, the tiger shook its head, closed its eyes and enjoyed itself, with the corners of its mouth rising, exactly like a plus-sized cat. The scene saw Qian Hui and Gu Feng in a cold sweat. Gu Tian, this. Good boy. He's braver than my old man. Although the bullets are fast, the tiger is not slow to turn and surprise Na. Master Gu was happy and proudly bragged. See? I said long ago that it doesn't bite. This tiger, from birth, has identified with Xiao Tian, biting no one but my grandson. Genetically modified, familiar flavors from the womb. It's an intimate binding, not a paid subscription. What do you mean, Grandpa? You mean he thinks I'm one of a kind? Or master? Gu Tian was puzzled. He didn't expect his grandfather to look old and play so big in private, and gene editing engineering? Elder Gu didn't know how to explain. After all, it's all a whole lot of work by the researchers behind it, and he's just saying it as it is. Yeah, that's the idea anyway. Oh, Gu Tian nodded as he sniffed. This was followed by a change in tone. So that means it doesn't bite me, does it? Before the family could react, he could walk straight to the door of the cage. This scene scared Gu Feng and Qian Hui into a cold sweat, and they subconsciously stepped back. It's a day for family gatherings, not a day to eat a banquet. Xiao Tian, you don't mess around, ha? Mom will double your allowance again. Gu Feng, who was usually high and mighty, was not calm at this time. Kid, don't believe your grandpa. Your grandpa looks to me like a precursor to Alzheimer's. Pity. It was too late. The corners of Gu Tian's mouth rose slightly. His eyes filled with the firmness of I believe in my master, and his fingertips gently pressed.
Gada.
The latch of the iron door gave a crisp click. The fence rose slowly. The Bengal tiger in the cage with a horrifying aura got up violently and slowly walked out. Seeing this horrifying scene in front of me, Heishuan and the other Secret Service agents' eyes were glazed over. Ainima, Prince, you're really on it. Observe the tiger's movements. As soon as it makes an attack, move immediately. Don't move. The prince is so fierce. What a tiger out of its cage. Then the crowd was nervous and shocked. Gu Tian, however, stood still, looking at the big cat that was slowly approaching with an excited expression. TSK. It doesn't look that scary. Isn't it just a bigger-looking cat? Gu Feng, money-wise. He soon. Gulp. My grandson is really a tiger with the guts of a tiger. Elder Gu swallowed his shocked saliva, as the crowd watched in horror. As soon as this majestic Bengal tiger approached Gu Tian, it began to sniff continuously. Then like a meek kitten, he rubbed and arched Gu Tian regardless. And Gu Tian slowly crouched down and jacked up the big cat. Shishuan, bring me a dog chain. This statement was made. Everyone was in a cold sweat. Fogweed, is that ing human? It's a tiger. It's not a dog. Though shocked, Heishuan honestly looked for a police dog's leash. Gu Tian took it and put it on the tiger in 3 strokes. The key is that the tiger not only did not resist, but his head also disliked himself into the collar. The degree of cooperation with the hit workers to see all the tears. Looking at Elder Gu, he couldn't stop lamenting. Aya, I told you, our Xiao Tian is a god in the sky. He's able to subdue the beasts. What's that Dongyue emperor? The mount isn't just a white-fronted tiger. Our Xiao Tian is definitely the reincarnation of Emperor Dongyue, who descended to Earth. These words caused Gu Feng to hear a whole black face. What a Dongyue emperor. Now the tiger did not show any aggressive behavior, apparently fear in the face of the truth, or chanting that it had eaten its fill in advance. People are the king of beasts, not little cuties. You can definitely tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Dad, when you are bored, enjoy the flowers, birds, fish. Do not always read those foreign persimmon fairy novels. Okay, this is also how the whole out of Dongyue da diet. After saying that, he hurriedly waved his hand for Gu Tian to come over. Kid, stop playing that scary and get in the house. Dinner's ready. However, Gu Tian, did not hurry to turn back, but instead, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked, revealing a cheerful smile. Heishuan's heart stuttered. Not good. Gu Xiao smiled. Life and death are hard to predict. Fruity. Gu Tian tugged on the tiger's chain, pointing at Gu Feng not far away and signaling, "See that man in front? Go. Bite him for me. Nima. Gu Xiao. That's your dad. You don't have to. That position will be your turn sooner or later." Next, the big tiger that was originally lying lazily on the ground actually really stood up and stared at Gu Feng with a ferocious light, with an air of giving his big brother something to do. Gu Tian was instantly agitated. Attaboy, Bruce. Gu Feng was once again scared to the point of red warmth in place, and stepped back one by one. Hey, you really listen ah. You this really want to come over and bite me ah? I knew your grandfather's little scientific research was unreliable. He soon, go, take the researcher who studied this tiger and GA it by genealogy for me. Why are you so mean to everyone but me? With that said, he stumbled toward the steps, fearful of the tiger should he pounce with a burst of speed. The scene. Elder Gu sat in his recliner and laughed until his cane hit the beat. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being my grandson. Adjusting a tiger to invisibility, scaring father in a flash. No doubt about it. The family had a great time at dinner. Gu Tian was very fond of this tiger and even gave it the name Gu Million. Of course, he was afraid that Pops would get rid of this tiger afterward. So at the dinner table one praised the grandfather's gift well, coaxed Master Gu to be a grandson, and directly ordered that no one but the grandson could hit this tiger. Gu Tian was very happy about his grandfather's statement. He figured that from now on, when others walk dogs, he'll walk tigers. Those who offend him are not sunk in the river and are sent directly into the mouth of Gu Million to be digested. The poop that comes out of the poop can also be recycled. The main one is environmentally friendly. In the meantime, on the other side of the ocean, inside a top-quality seascape villa on the west coast of a certain country, early morning sunlight pours through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the soft and cozy princess king-size bed. A girl with three-dimensional delicate features and a cool and noble appearance rubbed her hair and slowly sat up. Several blonde maids stood respectfully. Some carry water, some carry breakfast, some hold today's latest fashion magazines and stock market dailies in their hands. Ms. Mia, the temperature is a little warmer today, and Chanel HQ just sent over the latest styles for the season. Would you like to wear them out? A maid asked softly. Lin Shu-si gently rubbed her temples, her tone light. Not going out.
Lin Shu-si.
Elder Lin's jewel in the palm of his hand, having gone to school outside for many years, was the most mysterious goddess-like figure in the entire West Coast upper-class circle. In the words of the study abroad ring rats, this woman is beautiful and uninhibited and unapproachable. She's not social, she doesn't like noise, and she's used to keeping to herself. Some call her a reserved duchess, others call her an iceberg beauty. But either way, no one dares to approach easily. After all, in the study abroad upper-class circle, a random brick can hit a person beyond cognizance, even in the heavenly palace. To put it bluntly, the more mysterious the background, the more anticlimactic the identity. It was while Lin Shu-si was trying to get his brain to turn on. The cell phone by the nightstand rang.
Chaler Lim Kok In.
Chapter 56. Lin Shu-si's heart. Her powerful father, who had single-handedly laid the foundation for the family's power. However, Lin Shu-si's beautiful eyes did not have a ripple in them. As if she had prepared her full name, her fingertips slipped and connected. Hello. The voice is still clear and cold, as if the snow has not melted in March. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and Lin Lao's slightly low voice came through. Shu-si, it's time to go home. Lin Shu-si raised her beautiful eyes and casually glanced at them, and the maids retreated with great understanding, although they don't understand the dragon language. But the voice on the other end of the phone sounded familiar. Seems like, I think I've heard it on TV. Lin Lao continued. You should already know some news. Gu Feng's son has returned to Kyoto. Lindsay. So, Gu Feng may be testing me, maybe it is cultivating Gu Tian, the things in Jiangzhou, I don't know if you know, there are some things. You understand. Lin Lao stopped speaking halfway. He believed that his daughter could understand what he meant. Lin Shu-si smiled softly, but the smile did not reach her eyes. So you want me to go back and be a bargaining chip in your power world?
No.
Lin Lao's tone was soft. You're my daughter. I want you to return home. You've been avoiding it for so many years. It's almost time for you to come back. Now you remember I'm your daughter. Lin Shu-si smiled faintly, but her beautiful eyes looked like her mother, the woman who had amazed time. Lin Shu-si's mother's name is Kong Shueling, the eldest daughter of the imperial bookish family, talented and magnificent. When he was young, Lin Guoxian was deeply impressed by her poetic style and elegance of speech, and pursued her with all his might, and eventually the lovers were united. After marriage, Kong Shueling put aside the pride of the Kong family's daughter, willing to keep a low profile, accompanied Lin Guoxian all the way to his career, after giving birth to Lin Shusi is to retreat to the background, dedicated to raising children. It was originally a great story that was a model of a civil marriage. Who would have thought that it would fall apart due to a storm in the Kong family? Kong Shueling's own brother, Kong Xiansheng. Relying on his brother-in-law's status as a hand of the city, he has been meddling in real estate and investment projects, secretly annexing the dragon capital, and the amount of money is shocking. But at that time, Lin Guoxian had just served as the secretary of the Imperial Municipal Party Committee and was completely on top of the storm. In the face of surging public opinion, and the inspection team of the inspection committee had to personally clap, a sweeping, personally sent his brother-in-law Kong Xianxing to the trial stage for life. The Kong family thus fell overnight, and the old man's anger was so great that he suffered a heart attack. Kong Shueling is even more grief and indignation, and quarrel with Lin Guoxian face to face, angrily accusing him of being heartless and unsympathetic. From there, the two went from strength to strength in name only, heading for a separation and later a secret divorce. This incident was a completely unhealable rift in Lin Shu-si's heart. In her eyes, Lin Guoxian was a good public servant, but definitely not a qualified father. For as long as she could remember, every time she ate, instead of asking her mother and her if they had eaten, she asked the secretary if the crowd had eaten. Even now he initiated the call, his tone low and soft. She also still couldn't easily unload the emotions that had been building up for so long. You came back, not necessarily for the Lin family. Lin Lao paused for a moment and added meaningfully, you've grown up now. There are some things you need to get in touch with. That's never where you belong. Not to mention I'm worried about you. Come back. Where I belong has always been freedom. Lin Shu-si's voice didn't half waver. Just as she was about to hang up, Lin Guoxian's tone changed. If you come back, I'll consider having a good talk with your mom, and also about your uncle. It's not finished yet. Lin Shusko then hung up. The whole villa was surprisingly quiet, with only the sound of waves churning outside the windows. It's clearly a threat, but it's also like a promise. It was clearly a test, but it stepped precisely on the softest corner of her heart. It's like a rebellious daughter stepping into her father's carefully designed orbit. But offhand, she really faltered. Lin Shu-si stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, her beautiful eyes looking towards the distant skyline for a long time before she slowly turned around. Monica, come here a minute. The blonde servant at the door, who was always waiting for orders, pushed her way in at the sound of the door. Why, Ms. Mia? Lin Shu-si pursed her red lips lightly, her tone soft and cold. Inform the principal of the Royal Institute of Technology in Ethelwyn and tell him to help me with the withdrawal process. The maid looked shocked, thinking she had heard wrong. Miss Mia? You mean? Yeah, I want to drop out. This way. Gu Tian, who had finished eating, strolled through the courtyard holding the tiger in a very dashing manner. If there was an eagle, it would be totally left-handed and right-handed. This scene made all of the guards and Secret Service as well as the bodyguards sweat profusely as they watched. How does the prince walk a Bengal gold tapering as a corgi? Heishuan, in particular, held his hand tightly to the truth at his waist for fear of any accidents. His hun, do you think it will ride in the car? It won't get carsick, right? Walking to the entrance of the courtyard, Gu Tian sized up the big guy and glanced at Babs in the doorway. This? Heishuan was a bit speechless for a moment. This is the prince's stance. Are you really going to take him for a walk? This would definitely cause a panic among the citizens of Kyoto if it were on the main street. If the tiger was hungry, it would be like eating at a buffet. Theoretically, it shouldn't. But are you really going to take him out, Mr. Gu? Of course, other people walk dogs. Why can't I walk tigers? Gu Tian raised his eyebrows and laughed, still waiting for Heishuan to react. Gu Tianka then opened the trunk and lowered the rear seats all the way down. The tiger, as if he had a heart-to-heart, jumped right up and yawned and plopped down. All right, let's go. Gu Tian kicked the gas. Babs disappeared directly into the crowd, leaving Heishuan and the soldiers standing guard full of faces in the wind. Company commander. How many levels of security incidents are there when the prince takes a tiger out on the street? Shishan was a bit speechless. He just felt like he was walking on thin ice on his military journey. I'm afraid it's hard to go to the other side of the river. Half an hour later, the car then drove towards the Forbidden Garden. This place was originally a royal garden and was later converted into an open park. Coupled with its location in the heart of Kyoto, and with a bit of royal blood, it has become the first choice of many noble women, rich women, and internet bloggers for dog walking and photo shooting. Especially after dinner every day, this place became almost a beauty pageant for the poodles of the dog class. For Gu Tian, this place was perfect for walking a tiger. Not bad. Quite empty. Gu Tian parked the car smoothly and took off his sunglasses to survey the surroundings. Just as he opened the door to get out of the car. Woof! Woohoo! A dog suddenly barked at his feet. Gu Tian only felt a softness in the soles of his feet, and his entire body jumped straight up in place as if he was electrified. Whose dog is off leash? Running here to pee. Woof woof woof. All he saw was a brown teddy barking at him, with a series of urine stains on the side of the tire. Apparently he just stepped on Teddy's paw when he got out of the car. Woof woof woof. Teddy was fierce, showing his teeth and barking furiously at Gu Tian, and he kept coming forward.
No.
What are you barking for? It's not like I stepped on you on purpose. Who's a good dog to come all the way out here to pee on my tires? Go, go, go. Gu Tian waved his hand in an attempt to drive Teddy away so he could walk to the trunk and release Gu Million. Nay, Teddy was not at all abashed, and every now and then he burst forward 2 steps, with an air of vengeance. Woof, woof, woof. At this point, oi, I, my little baby. So there you are. Mommy thought you were lost. A noblewoman trotted over on her heels, obviously the dog's owner. And as soon as Teddy took a look at his master, he was instantly possessed by the playwright, his acting skills online, and directly limped away 2 steps, then rolled on the spot, letting out a whimpering and aggrieved grunt.
Son.
What happened to you? Who bullied you? The noblewoman picked up the sprawling, rolling Teddy in one hand. My little brat. Who bullied you? Tell mommy. Did someone hit you?
Guten.
Woof woof. Teddy unleashed a mournful whimper into the noblewoman's ear, and he didn't forget to turn back again to bark 2 woofs furiously at Gu Tian. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. That's him. Mom. He's the one who bullied me.
Oi.
You. Only then did the noblewoman turn around, holding her dog in one hand and crossing her arms with the other in an aggressive manner and drinking at Gu Tian. Was it you who bullied my son? Did you beat up my son?
Guten.
One is always inexplicably tempted to laugh when one is speechless. He empathized with this moment, and looking at the noblewoman's aggressive face, Gu Tian laughed. Right, that's right. It was peeing on the side of my car and I got out and stepped on it. The noblewoman did not buy this explanation in the least. You will that dirty? What's wrong with my son going for a pee? Do you know how valuable it is? He drinks imported dog milk, eats organic meat, and has an exclusive nutritionist who prepares his meals every day. So what if you step on him and break him? Who will pay for my son's trauma? And what's wrong with you? A broken Mercedes Big G? Taking a piss? Hear that? Gu Tian almost lost his breath. This nifty. He's a limited edition Babs. I can't believe I'm being told to break the Big G. I open the trunk. Let you and your dog's son experience what is called the Wilderness Battle Royale SSS season. Chapter 57. Suspecting you of stealing the dog. Go, let's go to hell. Just as Gu Tian pulled out the key and was about to open the trunk to have a 0-frame start and release the tiger. Nah, the front swing was too long, and a number of dog walkers had come over to gather around and point at him. This is if the tiger is out of the cage. Oh, that's quite a life. The late intention of the blue sun, the firstborn of the eastern sunset. Gu Tian put away his keys and turned around, taking a deep breath. What do you want? It's just a dog. Not to mention you're not holding a leash. The words just fell. How dare you? My son is a human being, not a dog. The noblewoman was so angry that she almost smashed her dog bag over. The dog walker next to him was silent at this statement, and the cows and horses were frustrated. Living on your own is not as good as a dog. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? A couple of dames who were also walking their dogs recognized the Teddy dame and came up to ask about it. No doubt about it. With Teddy noblewoman adding her voice to the conversation, several people quickly reached a united front. What's wrong with this guy? Hey, you're stepping on someone's dog, right? That's. What's wrong with taking a piss, you broken big G? Woof woof woof. Their dogs were also doggy, barking furiously at Gu Tian, and the Doberman bulldog was still bursting forward one after another. With such a scene, watching Gu Tian really dried up his silence. Everyone else is begging to come into wealth. How come there are people begging to die? But he didn't want to make too many comments. If he was really bitten by a dog today, even the person with the dog through the chicken death will be fine. And at that moment, Shi Shun also led the guards to drive over. As a result, he had just parked his car not far away when he saw Gu Tian surrounded by a pack of barking dogs and aggressive noblewomen. In a flash.
No.
What the hell? Leading a dog around the prince? We're going to war. What's going on here? There was a sharp popping sound from the guards in the car. Not daring to open my eyes, hoping I was hallucinating. Company commander. These dog-on-leash buildings are out of the wind, aren't they? Shi Shun walked off the car, holding the truth of the waist. Well, not allowed to say. Let's go to see how a thing. There were a lot of onlookers, and they didn't dare to do anything rash. Not to mention not receiving any signals from the prince. A couple of men surrounded it with a heavy sense of stealing, but standing there was soldiering. Gu Tian also spotted Shi Shun and the others, and the two sides just exchanged glances. No doubt about it. Gu Tian's eyes are simple. You don't need to go on. There will be a Gu Million MVP settlement screen in a while. All right. How much money do you want? I'll pay you back. Gu Tian smoothly pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Of course he's not paying for the cost of stepping on that foot. He's paying for the cremation and cemetery costs of the followers and the dog. Just these barking dogs. Gu Million definitely has a mouthful of little Teddy. This action instantly ignited the anger of the surrounding noblewomen. Anyone who can walk a dog here isn't too bad at getting $3, $5, $80,000. What are you pretending? We're not short of money. Apologize. You must apologize to this dog. You think you can fool around by paying a few stinking dollars? With a crowd of celebrities and noblewomen, the noblewoman holding Teddy also had an aura like a chicken blood. Right? Apologize to me. You drive a big INGG. What are you pretending with me? My son costs more than your car. You apologize to my son of a dog. Gu Tian. I've never heard of a Teddy selling for $30 million. I was just about to open my mouth to dislike them when I realized that a few noblewomen were furtively exchanging some kind of tactics. Next.
Hey.
Several large, fiery dogs charged straight off the leash, running towards Gu Tian. Holy! Straight to the opening of the group? Gu Tian hadn't expected his opponent to be so unmartial, and was ready to surround Babs in a king of Qin around the pillar flashback. But the next second, swish! Several dogs had just rushed to the car, when suddenly all of them made an emergency stop, each head down and sniffing furiously, their expressions changing from cocky to wrong. Not right. Suddenly, the lead Doberman looked as if he had realized that the world's least to be messed with creature was hiding in the trunk, and instantly scurried off in a frenzy with a wail. Other dogs are like trigger rats. Rat me, I kicked the steel plate. ZR wow chaotic scurry to the green belt. A few noblewomen were all confused, their high heels shocked off their straps. Hey, my dog, come back. Hey, how did you run away? What's going on? They had let go on purpose, thinking they would stage a bit of a bite to teach the youngster a lesson. How come the dogs all fell apart? Gu Tian, on the other hand, stood still, hooking the corners of his mouth with a playful face. Dogs have a well-developed sense of smell. Even though the other guy was much of a vicious dog, it was a pure crush in terms of pedigree in front of his Bengal tiger. If he would have been ruthless enough to open the trunk just now, it would have been an absolute crunching mess to kill. Ha. Such a big dog so wimpy? Laugh me to death. How come they're all scared off by this youth? Is a Doberman so wimpy? Eh? Why do these dogs run away as soon as they get near the car? What's in the car? The onlookers and eaters also laughed, which made a few noblewomen's faces lose face. Say, do you have a dog repeller in your trunk? Are you a dog thief? Open the trunk and let us see it? What did you do? Why did my dog run away as soon as he got near your car? The more the several noblewomen spoke, the more outrageous they became, and their expressions became even more certain. Gu Tian seldom came to the Forbidden Garden and didn't know that there had been incidents of dog stealing and abduction here. Gangs of dog abductors have appeared here before. These people use special equipment to lure, frighten, and repel dogs, and then control them with electric shocks or drugs. They waited until the dog owner posted a notice looking for the dog, as well as offering a hefty thank you, before returning the dog. Although the nest was later taken down, these shadows were widely spread in the circle of noblewomen and everyone was in danger. And just now they witnessed their own pampered, even a little arrogant and domineering dog son, close to the other side of the car even after all the collapse, fled. This is clearly not a normal reaction for a dog. So at this point there is only one truth. The opposing car must have been equipped with a dog repellent or dog attraction machine. I'll tell you, that's how my friend's expensive corgi was lost. My Tibetan Mastiff chased after it and was scared off as soon as it got near the car. Hurry up and get him to open the trunk and see if there are any dog catching instruments and tools or not. A few noblewomen talk, the more they talk, and even more they talk. And the noblewoman holding Teddy had the hindsight to jerk her head up in question. Yeah, there are so many cars here. Why did my Teddy run by your car to pee? Did you lure him there? In saying these words, the noblewoman even looked Gu Tian up and down with very unkind eyes. She felt that Gu Tian must have some kind of button on his body or in his pocket. At the touch of a button, an instrument in the car releases a frequency to draw the dog to it. Another press will release other frequency waves to scare the dog away. Nima. What kind of brain is this? Gu Tian rolled his eyes speechlessly. Okay, I'll open the trunk. Don't be sorry when you see it, haha. Chapter 58 Gu Million First Blood. Which was once thought. The Teddy Dame yelled directly at the top of her lungs. Come on people. I've caught a gang of dog thieves. Everyone come over here and look. This kid is stealing dogs. Look at the people. Sisters are connected and their strength is broken. The few remaining noblewomen exchanged glances with each other and howled at the top of their lungs as well. Everyone, come see. We caught the dog thief. He's got a lot of dogs hiding in his trunk. Everyone smashed the car to save the dog. The people around us looked on in amusement. A couple of young men playing baseball, perhaps having a soft spot for these old weenies, and in the spirit of not wanting to make an effort, he handed up his own baseball bat directly to Arch the Fire Road. Cease. Use this. Sister. Use this for good. Stealing dogs. Cease. Use my baseball bat. This bat is thick and big. It's better than a brick. The teddy dog that had originally fled to the green belt, at the sight of its owner branching out, turned around and ran back, barking furiously at Gu Tian and looking at the trunk in alarm from time to time. Woof, woof, woof. It's just that the windows are covered with a full black sunshade, so outsiders can't see what's going on in the car at all, much less see the Bengal tiger inside that was surveying the surroundings with a dumbfounded look on its face. Smash the car. Save the dog. Smash the car. Save the dog. Kid, so it was you who stole the dog. You're young to be in this business. You're the kid who stole the dog, aren't you? Just this crappy big G, and it's converted to a Barbos? What a load. But as the outside sounds got louder and louder, plus the trunk wasn't that spacious, the tiger was also getting a little antsy and started moving his body back and forth in the trunk. Inactivity is nothing yet. The suspicion is even greater once the activity is true. Watch the car creak and shake. A couple of the noblewomen were straight up happy out of the water, with expressions on their faces that rivaled evil Cheerios. Did everyone see that? The car is moving. Must be the dog struggling in there. So sad. Smash. Smash the car. Save the dog. Gu Tian's mind had collapsed at this point. He can't really spray this one, it's really all retarded, and he can't even sort of pick who to judge. But it's fine, just smash it. His brain had just raced through the pros and cons, and there was he soon outside the crowd trying to wave his hand to calm him down. If he was the one who released the tiger on his own initiative, and it appeared that the tiger had injured someone causing panic deaths and injuries, then the blame must be on him. I'm sure I won't be able to avoid a beating from Pops afterward, and Grandpa probably won't be able to protect him either. But if it was this group of people who smashed the car, causing the tiger to be frightened and open the trunk by itself, then the responsibility would have nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, Gu Tian spread his hands and rushed at the teddy dog. Poodle 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 poodle. Yeah, you smash it then. Smash the trunk yourself, and save the dog as you call it. This statement was made. The teddy noblewoman instantly gasped and glanced at a couple of the noblewomen next to her. Good, sisters. Since he said so, then let's smash it. I'll pay for all damages. These words were spoken. The whole room instantly exploded. Smash the car. Sisters. Brothers. Save the dog. The first to bear the brunt were naturally a few noblewomen carrying baseball bats. Others rushed forward with their heels. The scene was a mess for a while. Snap. Clunk. Snap. Since the noblewoman said she'd pay for all the damages, there was no shortage of those who were up in arms to make it work. It's hard to buy a big Mercedes-Benz G, but it's still easy to destroy one. So a lot of melon people are smashing the lights, smashing the rearview mirror, and even some are ready to lift the car to overturn. With such a big commotion, the Bengal tiger inside the car was instantly nonplussed, just as a group of people were smashing it up. Ah! An earth-shattering roar exploded from the trunk. The crowd's color snapped. Wait, what's that sound? The bat in the baseball man's hand was still resting in midair, and for a moment he didn't know whether to drop it or raise it higher. Not to mention the few noblewomen, whose bodies directly trembled and almost stumbled and fell. Holy! What's moving in there? It doesn't seem like... It's a dog. It sounds to me like a tiger barking. The teddy dame laughed instantly. Haha, tiger? What a niche term, a tiger in the city. Sisters, this must be the sound effects in here. Playing the tiger's whine to scare us and the dogs. A bad guy racks his brain, but a dumb guy gets an idea. As soon as these angry words were uttered, everyone froze for a moment, and then nodded in agreement in unison. Sisters, smash me. Keep smashing. Break the trunk open. With a command from the teddy noblewoman, everyone went back to smashing. The more they smashed, the louder the tiger whistled inside. The tiger even started hitting the trunk with a thumping sound. Hysteria is meltdown, and bottom line hysteria is delicious. Seeing the baseball man begin to violently tug on the trunk handle, Gu Tian's mouth curled into a teasing smile. The next second, the car keys were pressed. Wow! The trunk opens right up. In a flash, a large tiger's head snapped out and opened up at the baseball man's face. A visual blitz. Ow, oh, oh, oh. A roar. The baseball man's canopy nearly spiraled off in shock. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he fell straight down. Boom! The room exploded in an instant, some brains unable to read the scene before them. What? Tiger? Ah, it's really a tiger. A few noblewomen directly sat paralyzed on the grass wailing, OMG! Mamma mia! Don't eat me! I'm a meat! OMG! I want to go home! I want to go home! The others are even scattering their legs. Tiger! There's a tiger in the trunk! Run! Run! Dead legs run fast! OMG! Aye! Some people even fainted directly after only a few steps due to excessive fear. The scene was a mess for a while, and others just took out their cell phones and called the police while running. Go on? Why don't you say anything? Are you mute? Gu Tian took a step forward and looked down at the paralyzed noblewoman. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. Come here, Gu Millionaire. Show them if you're a dog. Gu Tian waved his hand. A tiger's shadow jumped out of the trunk in the air. Gu Million like a king on the stage. For hooves landed, grass clippings flying. Don't handsome. I was wrong. I was wrong. A couple of noblewomen had a complete meltdown and staged a human mopping machine in place. Don't scare sister. Sister is timid. Really timid. I'll do anything you want. I'll kneel down for you. Just as Gu Wanliang was preparing to launch an attack towards them according to Care Heaven's gesture. Suddenly, woof woof woof. A bark violently broke the deadlock. In the distance, two dogs rushed the sky to kill. A Doberman and a Teddy. Is it a loyalty awakening? Or is it a one-click hot-blooded centerfold initiation?
Son.
Save mommy. The Durban aristocrat's voice tore through her as if she had grabbed a life preserver. Woof, woof, woof. The Doberman showed his teeth and took the lead in pouncing towards Gu Wanliang, with a look of "I'm not a coward." Teddy was not to be outdone, bouncing along behind him with a high-frequency bark that rivaled an alarm coming out of his mouth. A whole crowd of onlookers in the distance gasped. "I'm going! The god of war among dogs! Holy! Tai Righton has risen!" But the next second, "Oh!" Gu Million flung his head violently and bit the Doberman's neck in one gulp. The Doberman was completely unresponsive.
Kating.
Almost instantly, the neck was snapped like a crunchy shark. Immediately after that, Gu Wanliang held Durban in his mouth and lunged forward again. Teddy turned his head to run with a wail, and the next second he was slapped into a triple fold with fur by a tiger's paw. Finally, it's time to enjoy the food. Eft! Gu Million paws pressed down on Durban, biting his head and flinging it violently. Blood splatters. Ah! The Doberman poodle made a sharp popping sound. Chapter 59. Bury deeper so you don't have to crawl out. I Nima. Really fierce. If this gets a bite, wouldn't you lose 20 pounds? With such a scene, even Gu Tian was a little alarmed by what he saw, and hurriedly put on a mask to cover the corners of his trembling mouth. Ah!
Son.
My doggy son. The Doberman poodle's voice rushed through the heavens as she rolled forward to try and pick up the Doberman's half-formed body from the ground. But Gu Wanliang didn't know what the other party meant. Although it will not actively attack humans, but it protects food. At the moment is eating meat, the result of a female upright ape suddenly rushed up. It when you come to rob the meal is okay. With a fierce wail, the tiger's eyes exploded, and its bloody mouth pounced directly towards the Dubin noblewoman. Eyes are about to bite on it. Gu Tian droned. Gu Million, lie down for me. Not far away from the crowd of onlookers more and more, this if the tiger injury incident, that really is a bit bad to solve. In that instant, the crowd of onlookers not far away directly exploded. Holy, you're really training the beast. It's a ing tiger, not a dog. What a guy. This kid can really train a tiger. Sensing the anger in Gu Tian's voice, Gu Million hardened and braked sharply in mid-air, his tiger claws sweeping across. Bang! A claw sent the Durban aristocrat flying over 3 meters away, the whole thing falling to the grass like a strip of paper snapping from an electric fan, her arms curling. Go back to the car. Gu Tian bellowed again, and Gu Million, who was lying on the ground licking the blood from his paws, jumped back to the trunk in a grayish manner. Handsome. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let go of me. Don't let it down. You've got over $3 million in this big G. I'll pay you $4 million. The Teddy dame had broken down long ago when she witnessed the shocking. The son of a dog is gone and you can get another one. But she only has one life. Instead of ignoring the noblewoman, Gu Tian rummaged through his cell phone and disliked the invoice in it in a moment. Watch it. I'm not a broken big G. I'm a Babs G800 Falcon. Original imported limited customized edition. Landing price of more than 35 million. Hear that? The noblewoman's eyes widened. But more than anything, she was skeptical.
No.
Is that how you make money running a circus? Until she looked at the amount on her cell phone screen. 35 million.
No.
Is it really Babs? The Teddy dame was silly. She just actually smashed up a $35 million car? You know the house she lives in is only $30 million out. I'm not.
I'm sorry. Handsome man.
Can you? The Teddy noblewoman rolled around and tugged on Gu Tian's pants leg in an attempt to win the other party's forgiveness. At this point, not far away came the sound of sirens. Only 2 police department cars were seen whizzing this way. The crowd of onlookers exploded in shock. The constable is here. Great. They're saved. Naya, how come it's only 2 cars? This has to be an anti-terrorist operation, right? Is this a circus tiger? Or is this guy keeping a pet? It's almost Babs. What's wrong with having a tiger as a pet? The Teddy dame instantly put away her pleading face and stood up, waving frantically at the police car. Help!
Unchledan.
Help! This man is a pensioner tiger. And arrest him. This madman. He went so far as to pension off the tiger. You guys arrest him. Which was once thought. The scene she was expecting didn't happen. Several police officers drove up, got out of their cars and trotted straight to Gu Tian. Comrade, are you all right? Did the vicious dog hurt you? Seeing the respectful and nervous eyes of the other party, Gu Tian knew that Bluetooth had been paired successfully and said with a faint smile, "It's okay, hard work guys." "No man." The Teddy noblewoman, a whole lot confused, pointed to the corpse of her dog's son on the ground and agitated.
No ya.
"Constable, it was him. It's him walking the tiger. He walked the tiger. He's the one who bit the tiger." Tiger? A few of the officers exchanged glances and looked around in a pretense of searching. "Where's the tiger? How come I don't see a tiger?" Hearing the commotion coming from outside, Gu Million poked his head out of the trunk again. Hiss! Several of the officers instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "Nima. Worthy of the prince. This is the kind of beast that can be dragged out. See it. It's in his trunk. Right there in his trunk." The noblewoman raised her hand and pointed, looking agitated. Who knew that the police officer in charge's face sank and angrily rebuked, "What are you babbling about? That's clearly a cat." The other men nodded their heads as if they were pounding garlic, indicating that they agreed with what the captain had said. "That would be a
Cut.
only with skin. Come on, man. Take this car smasher away from me." The police officer in charge droned. Before the Teddy dame could react, a couple of officers stepped forward and escorted her towards the car. Not. Are you guys blind? That's a tiger. A tiger. You're pointing at a tiger as a cat. After a few officers handcuffed the Teddy dame into the car, they began to disperse the crowd of onlookers. The leader of the group walked up to Gu Tian and said in embarrassment, "I'm sorry, Prince, for letting you be frightened in my precinct." Gu Tian gently waved his hand, with little emotion on his face. "It's fine. The damage to the car is $35 million. Remember to remind her of that, haha." I. Must be reminded." The leader of the group nodded repeatedly, his brain quickening to a rhythm. "If she doesn't pay, I'll give her a set right away." Great memory recovery technique. Gu Tian smiled as he listened and nodded gently. "Well, not bad. Enough brains." After saying that, he casually swept the other party's badge and patted the other party's shoulder. "The precinct captain, pretty good job. I'll talk to your bureau and bring it up." This statement was made. Really? Really? That police officer was dumbfounded on the spot, almost jumping up in place when he reacted. "Thank you, Gu Xiao. Thank you, Xiao Gu." When the crowd dispersed, the Teddy dames were taken away. Only then did he see He Shun walk over with a few guards and plainclothesmen carrying shrouded body bags. It's time to say no. They moved with such skill that it was not at all the first time they had cleaned up this type of mess. There's nothing on the lawn but Teddy and Doberman torn to shreds. There was also the Doberman poodle who had been slapped and fainted, and a few poodles and baseball guys lying around who had passed out from shock. "Gu Xiao." Shi Shun patted the dust on his body, and his tone was light. "These, or are they handled according to the old rules? Or do we go through the trial process? These individuals have been convicted of assaulting a member of the cabinet family. The final offense under the special dragon laws is also eating peanuts. But Guten never bothered the judge. Same old rules." Gu Tian leisurely flicked the ashes of his cigarette and added casually, "But the dirt, remember to cover it thicker so they don't climb out." Gulp. Heishuan's throat rolled and a cold sweat seeped out of his back. As long as Gu Xiao wants to. The moment these people smashed the car just now, they were already warm bodies. But Gu Xiao didn't. But this will. Another desperate death? Okay. Understood, Xiao Gu. Early the next morning, the sun rises as usual. The tiger slipping incident in the park was explained as a circus tiger escaping, and it didn't even make it to the hot seat. Several silvers were missing overnight though. But Kyoto, the owner of this city, Gu Tian, was not affected in any way, still yawning and lazily getting up from his bed, looking at the message from an auction house that sent a remittance of $35 million. He then sighed. Sometimes having money can be a pain in the ass. Just after sighing, Wang Haoka called. "Brother Tian, do you know? Just that group of people in the classroom really beat up Xiebin, and it wasn't a bad beating, and this kid Xiebin directly asked people from the Kyoto General Police Department to help him arrest people. I've heard that this kid is still looking for you now, and let it slip out that he's going to kill you handily. The newest and most important of all, the newest and most important of all, the newest and most important of all." Free gifts, balls, give the author some motivation to write. Okay. Next, the protagonist Gu Qiao is going to crunch messy kills and strongly crush the Xie family. Chapter 60, The Crazy Batch of Xie Bin. Howzy, you're nagging. And who is Xie Bin? Why do you always like to pull this nonsense early in the morning? Gu Tian was impatient. One of the things that annoyed him the most was being yacked in his ear with a group open mic when he had just woken up and his brain hadn't finished booting up. And Wang Hao is such a person. There's a lot of bull. That's the way things are. But it still depends on what exactly is going on. Wang Hao on the other end of the phone was confused and added, "No, Brother Tian. You really don't know? It's the one they call out to Bin in the classroom. The one you parachute kicked down in front of your school is Xie Bin, and then in the big classroom, the one who said he liked Su Nanxue, that one is also Xie Bin, the one who harassed Su Nanxue and made her go to the hospital, those people are Xie Bin's little brothers. And then didn't you have Xie Bin's little brother go to the hospital and beat up Xie Bin? These people really beat up Xi Bin." Gu Tian responded in a seemingly unintelligible manner. He never wasted brain capacity for people who didn't have to. After all, it was the future development of all mankind that had to be in his head. So what? Who is this Xie Bin? Faced with Gu Tian's habit of being a nobleman and forgetting things, Wang Hao could only give Gu Tian the science. To put it simply, Xie Juanhao was the head of the Xie family, a native rich young man from Kyoto. And what about Xi Bin? Is Xie Yong early years outside the illegitimate child? Mother Huang Tsuetsue is a third-line model, looks good. But no background, no roots. Xie Yong simply did not give her any name. Later, after being discovered by Xie Yong's rightful wife, Huang Tsuetsue then led the box, if not Xie Yong protection, Xie Bin also together to find his mom. Later, Xie Yong winded up. I guess the guilt went to his head, and took Xie Bin back. Turns out as soon as he got back, the kid started letting himself get dirt high. People aren't very smart, and their views are outrageously skewed. Not a child who grew up with his own mother and father at his fingertips. Once riches and wealth fall from the sky, the mindset is more or less the same. Plus Xie Bin has the extreme mentality in his bones that I want to make up for what I didn't get before. So much so that the whole thing is more or less a crazy batch of silly batch. The worst part is that Xie Yong still has a feeling of compensatory favoritism towards him. Gu Tian listened and yawned lazily. I hear you. Just motherless orphans, right? The words came out. Wang Hao. He had asked a lot of people to investigate this information. It resulted in a comment from Tian that the other guy didn't have a mom. No, Brother Tian. This kid Xie Bin is now investigating you and wants to kill you handily. You'd better pay attention in the future. Send more security around. In case he gives you a slice on the road that day, it's enough to toss you. Okay. Cut the crap. I'm getting up, haha. Hanging up. Gu Tian was too lazy to go through all that bull with Wang Hao. And give him a brick? The slate wasn't raised and was probably beaten to death by the surrounding plainclothes. But it's time to say no. The Xie Bin had indeed piqued his interest. Crazy batch, right? He gave him a stupid batch. Kyoto University Business Incubation Laboratory Building. The morning sun was still gentle and the crowd was thinning out around them. Suddenly, boom! A matte black Bugatti Veyron barreled into view. The front end of the car made a dashing U-turn and came to a steady stop at the front entrance of the building. A convoy of several all-black Land Rovers followed close behind, lined up in a drawn-out row. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, Xie Bin stepped out of the passenger side of the Bugatti. In past situations, this was not his style. But not later. Zhou Yu had told him that he had to win the favor of schoolgirl Su, as well as neutralize his authority in the group of juniors. In addition to being ruthless, you also need to be a little more high-strung. Slate-faced and not talking much, it gives off yet another sense of mystery and majesty. For example, now. That's the flavor. The rest of his eyes had already glimpsed a couple of girls not far away who were looking at him with their mouths covered in surprise. I'm sure I've been overwhelmed by his sense of superiority. I'll charm you to death. Wow! That's a cool car. Who's that getting out of the passenger seat? It's Xi Bin. Vomit. No more watching, let's go to class. This is a high-profile support venue provided by KYU to encourage student entrepreneurship. Xie Bin, with the background and funds directly to take a layer named Xie Brother Media, beautifully named live startup. It's actually a place of entertainment and recreation for a circle of powerful sons and daughters. Nothing to do but take a bunch of pretty girls to events to shoot segments and teach them how to behave in the process. Xiebin walked into the building, and the minions behind him followed closely behind. Say, how did Sunwei and the others handle it? Brother Xie, don't worry, junior brother Zhang Tao said with an evil smile on his face. Sunwei has already been crippled by us, and is still hanging on for dear life in ICU. Also, I've sent someone close to his nanny to slip a box of gold bars into his house, and the inspection team should be on their way to his house. As for the minions who followed him, they should have grown corpse spots by now. These juniors are Xiebin's true lineage. Played with Shibin in the early days. Xiebin didn't forget about them even after he was picked up by his real father and returned to Kyoto. To put it bluntly, Shibin helped them and their families make the class leap. They were naturally incredibly loyal to Xiebin. Regarding Zhang Tao's report, Xiebin nodded in satisfaction. He just wanted Sun Wei to experience the feeling that life was worse than death. Crippled and sent to the hospital, discharged and then crippled and sent to the hospital again. And did Sun Wei find out about that Tions that Sun Wei was talking about? Xiebin had just spat out these harsh words. The elevator doors can open. Yang! A muffled sound. A Polytechnic man in a plaid shirt holding half a box of densely packed electronic parts ran head-on into Xiebin at the door. Clunk! Screws, circuit boards, chips instantly scattered all over the place, smashing the floor tiles crackling. One look at the people. The Polytechnic man was so scared on the spot that he almost fell to his knees, unable to pick up the parts on the floor, and quickly bowed and apologized. Yeah, sorry, Brother Bin. I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. I didn't see. I was holding the box. Vision blocked. Are you blind? Xiebin's face instantly grimaced as he violently raised his foot. Get out. Bang! Polytechnic man plopped to the ground with a kick. Zhang Tao responded with a few minions. Bang! 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 Dare to bump into my brother Xie. You're tired of living, aren't you? Spending all day downstairs researching your Thai robot. You're nuts, aren't you? A pile of broken brass. You can research a hammer. The Polytechnic man was beaten to a pulp and watched as the integrated module that had been carefully polished for a month was stomped into the ground. Bin, don't fight. That's my graduation design. Please don't step on it. But Xiebin didn't listen at all and instead laughed hideously. You who? Graduation project? Knocking around my floor all day. Guess you'll graduate? After saying that, he turned his head to look at Zhang Tao playfully. Who is this kid's mentor? And notify the person in charge of the incubation building to take back this kid's research site. Banging around downstairs all day, annoying the hell out of me. Zhang Tao immediately nodded his head. Let Brother Xie. I'll go and do it at the party. As soon as I heard that, Polytechnic man cried on the spot until he broke down. It's an artificially intelligent robot they're working on. It's going to be used for medical, driving, and home use. It's now possible to throw handkerchiefs to amuse paralyzed patients. In the future, if it works, it will be a huge step forward in scientific research. But now this. Woo-woo. Chapter 61, The Handkerchief Throwing Robot. Back in the office, Xiebin then began a string of 3 consecutive questions. Did you find out about the kid named Tian? And what exactly is his relationship with Su Nanxue? What was the name of the girl I saw at the school gates? Any details? These questions were thrown out and the office banter came to an abrupt halt. Zhang Tao's few people looked at me and I looked at you. No one dared to say anything. The background does check out, it's just a bit anticlimactic. They don't even have the courage to mention each other's names. Xiebin, who was still cross-eyed, instantly sensed that something was wrong. Why did the secretaries not say a word? What's wrong? Mute? Is this person more powerful than me? Dare to go against me in the capital university? Hiss! Hearing this, the little brothers all sucked in a breath of cold air. It's more than better than you, you're not even on the same level as them. Why was your brother Tsai Quan Ho sent to the North Pole at that time? Wasn't the reason a drunken remark that he was the king of Kyoto after Gu Tian left? After a 5-second long facepalm. Finally, Zhang Tao took a hard step forward. Brother Xie. This brother Tian is not an ordinary person. I think you'd better keep a low profile from now on. Oh? How unusual is it?
Xiebin frownet.
Say. Zhang Tao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and spoke word by word. He is Gu Lao's son. Called Gu Tian. Transferred to Jing University not long ago. Zhangzhou Qiao Laosen Black Evil Forces overthrow. And now the entire Dragon Kingdom is carrying out a campaign against the black and evil. I've heard that he's the one who started it. This statement was made. Boom! Xiabin only felt his brain buzz, and his pupils contracted. What? You? You? Whose son are you saying he is? Gu. Gu Lao's. Zhang Tao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shivered as he repeated. The other juniors behind him had long since broken out in a cold sweat and swallowed their saliva repeatedly. Immediately after, Zhang Tao talked again about what happened in the restaurant of the capital university when Xiabin was not at school. Gu Tian was just not satisfied with the restaurant of King's University, which directly attracted the senior management of King's University to remodel overnight. The more Xiabin listened, the less calm he became, until he finally sat paralyzed in his office chair. This feels as if it has a wimpy feeling of not being able to slap the other guy in the face. Brother Bin, why don't we forget about this? The one at the school gate is called Shen Yao. Didn't he stay in Jiangzhou before? And this girl is the one he brought over from Jiangzhou. Anyway, this Shen Yao and Su Nanxue are all related to him, and the relationship is all quite good. In the face of Zhang Tao's faithful advice, Xiabin waved his hand as if he had a lump in his throat. Be quiet. I'm thinking. At this moment, he really wanted to mute the world and listen to his broken defense. I thought the other party was one of those rich young men with a bit of background, but which ever thought it would ing dry straight to the ceiling. Most importantly, he'd heard a lot about the other side from his old man, including the other guy getting into too much trouble and being sent to Jiangzhou for rehabilitation, as well as Pops joining forces with a number of legislators to jointly admonish Lam. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
He was sent to Kongju for rehabilitation for causing too much trouble. I'm sure you won't dare to cause any more trouble now that you're back. If he causes any more trouble, the big deal is that he can ask his father to join with the other legislators and advise Elder Lin to banish him one more time, and that will be the end of it. The more Xiabin thought about it, the more pleased he became, going straight from a wilted state to a burst of self-confidence. You think you're going to be the crown prince just because you came back? Heh, you dare to mess around again. I'll make you retrace the Jiangzhou route. What, Brother Tian? You count a beg. At that moment, another minion approached with a couple of attendance records. Shay, look at this. Xiabin took a look at it uncertainly, and the next second the meter went up. KYU is not your average university. Even for a man of his stature, there were some classes he didn't dare miss. And Gu Tian missed classes almost every day. If these ordinary students knew about Gu Tian's identity and his performance at the capital university, wouldn't that stir up public anger? Plus, the other party parachuted into him in a helicopter and even had Sun Wei and the others come to the hospital to beat him up. These things he casually add oil and vinegar, find some outside reporters to report, enough to the other side to drink a pot. But he can't do this kind of thing in the open. It's a bit suspicious to do it in the open. And he's best at being shady. All that's left to do now is to be honorable and overpower the other side in school. Thinking of this, Xiabin directly pulled out his cell phone and called. Hey, young Xie. What brings you to our student union? A very chipper voice came from the other end of the line. Xiabin raised his eyebrows and smiled. Young Zhang, how long have you been the student president? Huh. The opposite party froze and casually responded. It's only been a year or so. Why? A year is good. It's quite a long time. Why don't you let me have a seat? Anyone who has been to college knows that. The student council is no ordinary club in college. Especially in a top institution like the Capital University, the gold content of the student union was comparable to a reverse. Don't look at it as just a student self-managed organization, but it holds a lot of power. What with the allocation of various types of scholarship ratings, 3 good students, excellent cadres, and other titles. There are even entrances to relationships such as internship matching and exclusive internal promotion. What's the saying? To get ahead in college, you either have to get great grades or get into student government. And among them was the student president, who was at the pinnacle of all this chain of power. Played right, this is a student's name in minutes, comparable to a small principal, directly affecting the flow of resources in a college and even the whole school. You can't play around with it, and you can feel the temperature of what it means to be in a position of power by being in that position. All sorts of student contacts are holding you up, all sorts of students are begging you, and even a lot of teenage students are bending over backwards to show their affection just for a scholarship spot. And now, Shibin wants this position, nothing else. It's just trying to bully Gu Tian openly and honestly. So Nanshue wasn't dating him at that time? Good. Deduct your damn credits so you never graduate. GGGGGG. This way, Gu Tian said with his mouth that he didn't take it seriously. But hanging up the phone can make he soon send someone to investigate. In less than a minute, all of Xiebin's information was sent over. So he and Wang Hao directly killed to the incubation laboratory building. Nothing else. Just like to see how this motherless son of a beat him handily. With the elevator doors opening, the two of them walked out, only to be greeted with a capital dumbfuck. Just see a lot of humanoid robots piled up in the hallway and a lot of parts, as well as a number of other sad-faced techies sitting paralyzed on the floor, typing and theorizing to the other end. Why? Why are you making us move out? Where are we out of line? Woo-woo. Howzy, this is the 5th floor. You pressed the wrong NG button. Gu Tianfang reacted and was about to return to the elevator when he did. Instead, Wang Hao was attracted to a row of handkerchief-flinging robots in the corridor. Brother Tian, come and see. High tech. Looking at Wang Hao's face full of ruffians, a few polytechnic men instantly panicked and rushed forward to explain.
Sorry.
Don't smash them, we'll move them right away. Turn around and tell Bin we'll be leaving soon.
Bin?
Smash them? Gu Tian was curious and walked over. Chapter 62 Throw it at Xiebin. Can I talk to you? In the face of the polytechnic man Li Yushu tearful accusations against Xiebin, Wang Hao gritted his teeth in anger. Xiebin the dog can't eat 4 dishes in a lifetime. Although he, Wang Hao, was dangling, he was also able to distinguish between light and heavy. Li Yushu engaged in this set of artificial intelligence robot project. Should be the Kyoto City Science and Technology Commission with the focus of Kyoto University to promote the incubation of support projects. If the project is successfully completed, not only will it be on the preliminary evaluation of the Science and Technology Prize, but it will be a complete billboard for Kyoto to recruit scientific and technological talents. And now, a good researcher was blasted and hammered, with all his parts shattered and his datapad stomped. If the data is not backed up, the year's results are directly wasted. And this kind of Xiebin, threatening to kick the other person out just because he thinks they're noisy and bumped into him, and then he thinks he's invincible. In his eyes, it was just plain ing stupid and toxic. And Gu Tian's mind wasn't here, looking at the humanoid robot in front of him who was flinging his handkerchief out in all sorts of patterns and falling into thought. It took a long time before he slowly turned his head to look at Li Yushu. That? Can this robot of yours only throw handkerchiefs? Can it throw other things? Being asked this question, Li Yushu was a bit confused. To say that there are more things you can throw besides a handkerchief. Anything from paper airplanes to small sandbags to small balls can be thrown. Well, can throw other ones too. Just a little remodeling, which was once thought. Gu Tian blurted out, that can throw a grenade. This statement was made. Boom! The shocked gazes of the other polytechnic men turned to Gu Tian in unison.
No.
Do you hear me? Did he just say grenade? Is it really that? The grenade with the 5-second countdown that clicks. This? Are we a scientific research? Or military industry? Who the hell is this guy? Crazy, right? Not a classmate. What did you just say? Throwing grenades. Liu Shuoren was dumbfounded. Why did you think of having a robot throw a handkerchief? The reason for this is because of the childhood song, throw the handkerchief. Now, this, throw grenades? Brother Sky, what do you want? Brother Tian. This is not a matter of research, ha. Looking at Gu Tian's serious and playful eyes, Wang Hao only felt that something big was wrong. But who cares about Gu Tian? He turned around and stood up on the table, shouting at all the polytechnic men in the office. Guys, these are some great research results you guys are doing. I've just heard from your boss that you're facing financial constraints for the project, not enough equipment, and the site can't keep up. The crowd nodded in unison. That's fine. Gu Tian spread his hands. I've taken a stake in this project of yours. You guys continue your research here. Leave the venue to me, and the funding for the project to me. This statement was made. The air froze instantly. Li Yushu froze. Not. Classmates. Aren't you afraid of Xiebin? He. The words have not finished can be interrupted by Wang Hao. Xiebin, he is a JB. Turn around, you directly report my Tian's name. You see who dares to move you.
Tin?
That. You just said the project investment. How much can you take? For the venue, Li Yushu was not worried. What he cared about was still the money. Gu Tian thought about it and seriously compared a number. $5 billion? Is it enough? The words came out. Li Yushu almost dropped his jaw in shock. No! Who the hell are these two people? At this point, suddenly someone recognized Wang Hao. After all, Wang Hao was very active in Kyoto, and there was a lot of content all over the internet. You! Your secretary Wang's son? A female technician went up very excitedly and held Wang Hao's hand. As soon as he saw that he was recognized, Wang Hao was so smug. Right, he's my father. I'm here. Who dares to kick you out? Li Yushu was instantly happy. There's a sense of being discovered for one's efforts. As the entire crew watched in disbelief, Gu Tian directly asked for the other party's card number. A phone call to the bank. Less than a minute. $5 billion straight out of the gate. A sharp popping sound emanated directly from the entire floor. Especially Li Yushu was on the verge of kneeling down for Gu Tian. 1 second he's a kicked and crying research guy, and a second later he's promoted straight to CEO of the arms robotics program. I'm going. There's funding. We're funded. Holy. 5 billion. 5 billion. That'll bulk up. Holy. It's really $5 billion. Many of the Polytechnic men wept with joy. Although it is a research project in cooperation with the Municipal Science and Technology Commission. But it is important to realize that this type of emerging technology consumes a huge amount of money and spends it like water. So every time, whether the funds are available or not, it takes a long period of time and a lot of application materials and reports have to be written. Of course, they are considering going out there and pulling in some corporate investment. But it was rejected by the boss Li Yushu. The reason is that he feels that the friends are all the same. But I didn't expect to meet Secretary Wang's son with his rich friend at the bottom of the valley. Brother Tin, have some tea. Brother Tian, you eat dim sum. As a representative of the Polytechnic straight man, Li Yushu will not be those smooth-talking condescension. Only hands serving tea, serving snacks, piled full of respect to try to please. And Gu Tian, who was sitting in the boss chair, crossed his legs and sipped his tea, while listening to a few Polytechnic men in front of him enthusiastically introducing their artificial intelligence robots. Brother Tian, look, this robot's hand, its knuckle dexterity can be said to be 90% of a human's. We've tested small ball sandbags frisbees it can throw, so it's not hard to throw grenades now. It doesn't recognize the grenade's pull ring, though, and requires human assistance to pull the safety off. Oh, Gu Tianwei raised an eyebrow. So you're saying you can drop one now, once you've pulled the ring, right? A couple of technician smiles stuck instantly at those words. Not. Dude, are you serious? We're just going along with what you're saying. The goal is to make you happy. It's capable of throwing grenades. But where are we going to get you that scary thing? Is it hard to believe this will go downstairs and buy you a grenade toy? Didn't wait until they asked if they needed to buy a grenade toy to test it out. Gu Tianke then walked to the window and shouted downstairs in a domineering manner.
Oi Shun.
Send up a grenade. The statement was made. The whole office was petrified. Li Yushu's hand shook, and the hot tea almost spilled Wang Hao's pants. Not. Wait for it. What did I just hear? Send up a grenade? Are investors this crazy these days? It was a shock, but he was inwardly inclined to send up a toy grenade. Everyone else has a wait-and-see attitude. Only Wang Hao stood up with a lifeless look on his face. Brother Tian, don't. This scary thing is full of people. Where are you going to throw it? Gu Tian turned around and grinned, raising his hand to point at the ceiling. Isn't Xie Bin upstairs? Of course, throw it to his floor. These words were spoken. The air froze for 3 seconds. Then,
Coation.
I declare you the wildest man in KYU. Wang Hao directly jumped up in excitement. Crowd. Chapter 63. Playing for real. Less than a moment. Kashunko then sent up a grenade. But for Li Yushu and a couple of technicians. How can this grenade be real? Throwing real grenades? Oh, it's not a matter of whether it's okay or not. It's a matter of whether it's criminal or not. However, in order to please the Gold Master, they could only do what the caretaker of the sky had asked them to do. Brother Sky, you've done a very realistic job with this grenade. It's heavy, ha. Li Yushu smiled and tossed it a few times in the palm of his hand. Next to him, Wang Hao had a whole heart attack. Don't. You don't throw it, you hurry up and stuff it in the robot's hand. Oh! Under the operation of Li Yushu's few people, the robot quickly clutched the grenade firmly. Just as Wang Hao was breathing a long sigh of relief.
Gating.
With a twist of Gu Tian's hand, the grenade's safety catch was pulled right off. Ah! What are you doing, Tian? Wang Hao's soul flew out of his head on the spot, screaming while violently drilling under the table in a prostrate position. Crowd. Is a toy grenade worth being scared of? Secretary Wang's son is giving this emotional value really well, haha. Li Yushu smiled as he stepped forward and activated the robot. Brother Tian, where do you want us to throw it? Where do we throw it? Gu Tian raised his eyelids to look upstairs. Of course, throw it upstairs. Ah? Li Yushu and the others glanced at each other, looking embarrassed. They wouldn't dare throw it upstairs. Upstairs is Shabin's territory. Itself shooed them away, and now it's time to go over and show up again. Wouldn't it make sense if they were rushing down to beat them up? Maybe even Secretary Wang's son will be beaten up. Ahem. Wang Hao tried to calm his panic and coughed. What's the point of being a wimp? Wherever my brother Tian says you should throw it, you throw it. After that, he patted the tech guy who was maneuvering the robot. Come on, set course for upstairs. Looking at Wang Hao's firm and dangerous eyes, the tech guy didn't dare to be slack. It's just a toy grenade anyway. Compared to $5 billion, taking a beating is really nothing. Fine, fine. Throw it upstairs, throw it upstairs. The tech guy immediately lowered his head and operated on the tablet. Less than a moment. The robot can just walk out of the office with a stiff step. The other tech guys in the hall instantly laughed at the sight. Of course, in their consciousness, the grenades couldn't be real. Let's just say that Secretary Wang and his rich young friends love the whole job. I'm going. Haha. What a way to throw thunder. Throw grenades. So funny. Throw a thunderbolt once. $5 billion. We need robots that can carry machine guns if Richie wants them to. At this point, Xiabin was jerking his Tibetan Mastiff Black Diamond while lecturing his minions and playing chicken. The cockamamie he's playing is simple. Undoubtedly, it's that Gu Tian's identity is awesome, but a paper tiger. He was previously exiled to Jiangzhou, or his dad joined hands with a number of legislators to straighten things out. Also bragging that if it wasn't for those 3 votes, it would be his dad sitting in that seat right now. The minions were undoubtedly hot to hear and called Brother Xie awesome. Xie is the king of Kyoto. Little Gu Tian, if you meet, absolutely minutes to take. What old man Gu's son?
Bull.
Brother Xie is the son of Elder Xie. It's happening right now. The black diamond that was originally lying at Xiebin's feet suddenly raised its head. And even more so, its ears were perked up with a ferocious look. Only the sound of clattering footsteps came from the hallway. At the sound of that,
Xiebin was furious.
the guys downstairs aren't done yet? Still knocking around. Zhang Tao sat up from the sofa in response and walked to the hallway floor to check it out. Next. I'll go. Brother Shay, the robot downstairs is running up. Check it out. Men are teenagers until they die. The handkerchief-throwing robot is nothing. This robot that can run upstairs is certainly intriguing. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, only a robot walked in from the hallway with stiff steps, heading straight towards the ground towards a few people.
Woof, 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 woof.
Black Diamond stood up and barked furiously at the robot. Yell, what? This robot also knows that I'm powerful and ran up here specifically to follow me around. Watching this scene, Xiabin was very pleased. A few of the juniors immediately flattered him. Right. Brother Xie is right. Does Xie have a dominant color? Ah. The robots downstairs heard you summoning them. Haha. Must have wanted to come over to join Brother Xie. Just as a few people were flirting and joking. Zhang Tao realized that something was wrong. The robot was clearly clutching something in the shape of a black cantaloupe in its hand. This is... What is it? Holy... Shay! It's clutching a grenade. This statement was made. The minions pranced off the couch. Nima, what a grenade.
No.
That pussy downstairs went crazy? The whole grenade. This kid downstairs came over here to scare us. Didn't he? Dare to scare us? Xiabin was also startled, and was angry when he calmed down. Go, bring people down. Smash it for me. Dare to catch me. Zhang Tao sniffed and was about to step forward to kick the robot over, which was once thought. The robot suddenly raised his arm and flung it. the grenade flying in a parabola in front of several people. It landed with a sound of bared smoke. The black adamantine Tibetan mastiff burst out violently out of instinct, ready to bite and play. As a result, just a meter out, seemed to realize what was going on. Emergency brakes wildly fled. Xiebin had gone to the range to shoot and throw mines, and when he saw this scene, he reacted violently and shouted, "I Nima! Brothers, it seems to be true." After saying that, he turned violently and rushed over to the large refrigerator on the load-bearing wall. What really? A few of the minions hadn't reacted yet. Only a loud boom was heard. Zhang Tao and a junior brother were directly blown away. The office was thrown into chaos as shards of glass flew everywhere. Gu Tian downstairs heard the explosion and the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. Looks like it worked out pretty well. At this time, Li Yushu and other technicians had long since entered an out-of-body state. Not brother. That explosion just now. You can't tell me. It's a real granada. The technicians in the hall were even more dumbfounded, and their eyes looked at the office where Gu Tian was in horror. Apparently, this rich young friend of Secretary Wang is definitely not as simple as being rich. Ryoko. Li Yushu's legs went soft and directly fell to his knees as he stammered out a question. Brother Sky. Brother Sky. Just now wouldn't really blow up, right? Gu Tian lightly sipped his tea and faintly mumbled. The $5 billion he invested, that wasn't for nothing. I've just been on the phone with the military district.
Chapter 64 Jibin Rejives Akik.
There really isn't such a weapon yet. It's always been a concept version. These humanoid robots move freely, and since they can throw mines, wouldn't they be able to carry machine guns? And if it's used in combat later? His chain should never be limited to entertainment bars. That would look low on him. If he's successful in the military industry, won't Pops have to admit from the bottom of his heart that he's done it? Wang Hao looked at the technicians one by one. His face was blue, and he quickly rounded out the scene. Aya, you guys don't be nervous. Tian is testing your extreme pressure-bearing ability. Do you know what is called real-world simulation? This is what is called scenario experiential development. Crowd. What the hell do we know? Your thunder, it's real thunder. This way. Aha! Get up, all of you. Get up. Destroy the downstairs. Xiebin stumbled to his feet, a whole storm of anger. They say you can't mess with anyone who's studying chemistry. Now it seems that the polytechnic ones are not to be messed with either. This direct hand rubbing of a thunder? Zhang Tao's entire body was a bloody mess, lying on the ground with his remaining consciousness trying to find his legs. Brother Xie. I can't feel my legs. Where is my leg? A couple of grizzled minions cried and went up to assist him. Woo-woo. Brother, your leg. It seems to have flown downstairs. As soon as I heard that, Zhang Tao gagged on the spot. Where did Xiebin care so much? I just don't like your noise downstairs. So you're rubbing thunder? You're damn better than Marjorie. I'm not going to beat the out of you today and send you to ICU to get well and then come back for an indefinite period of time. You are not aware of how the word bin came about. Accompanied by Xiebin's anger. The little brother in the office couldn't care less about cleaning up the mess. Carrying a baseball bat could follow Xiebin and rush down. Faced with a sudden scene, the tech guys in the lobby fled in terror. Where is your boss? Where is your boss? Get your ass out here. Wasn't it you guys just now? Wasn't that you guys? Xiebin picked up his baseball bat and directly smashed the row of computers in front of him to pieces. Just as the minions behind him were about to rush forward, Gu Tian and Wang Hao walked out from behind the terrified tech guy. Oh, I'm the boss. What can I do for you? Seeing this familiar face, Xiebin's that expression a whole lot of horror. The juniors behind him all subconsciously took a few steps back. Nima, isn't this the son of Gu Lao? What's he doing here? Truth be told, they, who were still furious just a moment ago, clearly felt the air around them become thicker as the other party suddenly walked up. That sense of intimidating pressure from someone who had been in power for a long time. Not even Xiebin had it. Brother Tian, that anthropomorphic-looking one is Xiebin. Wang Hao signaled Gu Tian in a low voice. Gu Tian looked along. Nice guy. No wonder Su Nanxue was disgusted with this person. It's not the feeling of being ugly that makes you look ugly. It's the fact that 2 handfuls of sticky rice flour won't solve the problem. Being swept away by Gu Tian's stern gaze, Xiebin didn't dare to take a breath. Instead, the black adamantine Tibetan mastiff squeezed out of the crowd and barked furiously at Gu Tian twice. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing this, Xiebin hurriedly bent down and grabbed the dog's leash, holding it firmly in his hand. If this goes up and bites the other guy, it's not going to be a good thing. You're Xiebin, aren't you? Keep your dog on a leash. Don't bite my staff. Gu Tian glanced at the other party and spoke casually. The corner of Xiebin's mouth jerked, and he braced himself. It was you. Your robot went up and threw a grenade, right? There was no way for him to pick his words apart now, so he could only try to take things at face value, which had thought that Gu Tian pressed no nonsense with him and directly admitted all. Not only did I throw the grenade just now, but I also kicked you in front of the school, and your little brother beat you up, all of which I did. But I have heard that you want to kill me handily? This statement was made. Hiss! The minions all sucked in a breath of cold air. No, salt isn't even salt anymore? A direct admission? Didn't Xiebin say he was more powerful than either of his opponents? But look at this situation. The other party did not put Xiebin in the eyes in the slightest awe. Xiebin didn't expect Gu Tian to be so direct and could only show his true colors, pointing and cursing. Gu Tian, don't think that just because you're powerful no one dares to touch you. If I hadn't been so damn careless at the time, I'm telling you, you couldn't even touch me. This statement was made. Wang Hao broke out in a cold sweat and subconsciously went to look at Gu Tian's waist. Nima, is that a faceplant? If Tian got angry and BIU'd it, it would be a big deal.
Oi oi oi. Xiebin.
Everyone is in a circle.
No nida.
It's not necessary. You two are in this position. There's really no need to just talk it out. Wang Hao pretended to be a peacemaker and went up to persuade Xiebin, trying to get him to put his hands down. He remembers it well. The last one that pointed his finger at Tian to stick it in his face and turn it up didn't sink in the river but threw it in a blender. It was beaten into fish feed for the fish in the office afterward, which was once thought. Xiebin also stopped acting and violently pushed Wang Hao away, angrily cursing. Wang Hao, you're pretending to be Nima. Don't think I don't know you two play well together. The words just fell. Gu Tian raised his leg and kicked. Bang! This scene came so quickly that the crowd did not react. The tech guys in the office in particular, who were hiding behind their desks and poking their heads out, were dumbfounded. Holy! Xiebin got punched.
No.
Is this brother Tian's identity more powerful than Xiebin?
Ego.
Too fierce. Xiebin crumples to the ground with that leg kick. Gu Tian, you're crazy. How dare you touch me? Brothers, what are you waiting for? We're outnumbered. What are you afraid of him for? Let's go. But it's not. The minions next to him were stunned for a moment, exchanging horrified looks with each other, but none of them dared to move. Leaving aside the fact that the other party's identity was counterintuitive. People can even straighten out grenades. If we really fight, I'm afraid we'll have to put our lives on the line. Just as the juniors were still hesitating, Gu Tian took a step forward directly. Swish! Almost subconsciously, Xiebin's minions took a few steps back in unison. Gu Tian condescendingly looked down at Xiebin with a smile on his face. It's fine if you want to get back. But first, find out if you have the qualifications. I used to beat up your brother this time of year. This statement was made. The temperature of the air around them plummeted. Especially the way Wang Hao looked at Gu Tian was nothing short of adoration. Tin stood up for him. He's so handsome. I want to talk about it. Xiebin clenched his fists in death. His face flushed red, unable to say a word. And Gu Tian withdrew his gaze and raised his hand to point around the hall. Remember, this is my place. It won't be a kick in the pants if I see you guys breaking in again. The words fell, and the entire room fell dead silent. Xiebin's breath almost froze. He wanted to go forward and make a move, but he knew the situation at hand better than anyone else. Single-handedly? Can't fight. With a little brother? The little brother wimped out before he did. It's the same as saying that this time, like before, it's careless. But then again, he really didn't expect the other guy to be there when he came down just now. Let's go, Hausi. Gu Tian waved his hand, and Wang Hao immediately followed. Everywhere you go. Xiebin's minions stepped aside, and a dozen people froze without daring to breathe. But just as Gu Tian and Wang Hao walked out of the crowd side by side, Xiebin in the back gritted his teeth and stood up, shouting out violently. Gu Tian, I'm telling you, don't be so damn arrogant. Do you know why you were sent to Jiangzhou before? It was my father who joined the other counselors to go to Elder Lin to sue you. Believe it or not, I'll get my dad to join with the other congressmen and send you even farther away. This statement was made. Boom! The air exploded directly. Chapter 65. Ilia Shougang. Wang Hao's expressive mouth was so open that it could fit a light bulb. It is the same as saying that the 1 year of suffering that Tian endured was all thanks to Xiebin's father. Just when Wang Hao felt sure that Gu Tian would violently pull out the truth and take a shot at Xiebin's brain. But Gu Tian didn't turn around, nor did he speak. Instead, he silently pulled out his cell phone and turned on the recording before pocketing it. I was going to let this poor motherless child go. Now it's good. The whole Xie family has to die. Doesn't Uncle Junior want to be in the cabinet? Xie Yong is quite suitable for that position. Xiebin thought Gu Tian had been bluffed and couldn't help but laugh openly. Haha, how about that? Doesn't it feel shocking? What if you're better? 1 word from my father will determine whether or not you will leave Kyoto. You beg me now, and I won't tell my father that you kicked me in front of the school, as well as stealing my woman. And my dad isn't like your dad. My dad spoils me. Listening to these dejected words, coupled with Xiebin's smug face, Wang Hao couldn't help but raise his hand and pinch the middle of the man. Otherwise, he really won't last the next second. Oh! Gu Tian slowly turned around, playfully sizing up Xiebin, and spoke faintly. You're saying that I was sent to Jiangzhou before? It was your father who headed the joint, right? That's for sure. Xiebin raised his head violently, his eyes slightly closed as he accepted the worship from his minions. But the minions didn't, instead swallowing hard in shock. They are not clear about the affairs of the dynasty. The only thing that is clear is that Shei's mental state after the setback is really worrisome. Under the guidance of Gu Tian's words, she been a big stupid beep a brain to show off. Gave all the names of the members of that little gang headed by his dad. From some members of the cabinet down to the chief of the Kyoto General Police Department. It also reveals that his dad Triumph has been in that position for a long time. Is being laid out in the dark right now. In the future, the Prince of Kyoto will be him, Xiebin. In the face of all this, there can only be one comment. Everyone in the room all spontaneously covered their ears. Overheard. Nothing to do with me. Doom retreats. Gu Tian just gave a meaningful smile to Xiebin and turned to lead Wang Hao away. Xiebin thought Gu Tian had been bluffed by him, and even turned toward the minions next to him and bragged in a deadpan manner. How was it? How about it? I told you guys. What Prince of Kyoto? He has nothing to fear. Minions. Inside the elevator. Old thief Xie Yong. So sinister? Brother Tian. I feel like this Xiebin is a bit abnormal. Wang Hao cursed. Gu Tian grunted and laughed. But if he was just a little bit more normal, I would have ate him to death that time. When Xiebin angrily scolded Wang Hao just now, he envisioned kicking the other party, and then the other party's anger came up, and a group of people started to surround and beat him and Wang Hao. Then Heishuan and the others would be justified in taking care of Xiebin. That said, Xiebin is, after all, the son of a cabinet member. If he had just given the other guy a peanut, this would have been a real problem on many levels. But what surprised him was, this Xiebin is not only momless, but also ing stupid. Haha, it's okay now. How dare the legislators led by Tse Young make a whole clique in private? And there's a suspicion that they're targeting and fighting against Mr. Tse's father? Dude, that's a cop-out, yo. Brother Tian, what are you doing with that recording? You're not going to play it in front of your dad at night, are you? Exactly. Wang Hao was speechless. This was something he couldn't evaluate, much less say anything. After lunch, the two are back at KYU. Before they even made it to the building, they heard a number of students running over to the plaza with their cell phones up. Quickly go and see Xiebin pulled a very large Tibetan Mastiff, walking his dog there. I heard it's a Tibetan Mastiff bought for millions. Really? Go check it out. No, is this a lack of care and attention since childhood? Still not going home to pick a coffin? What's the point of fooling around here? Looking at this scene, Wang Hao couldn't help but mock. Go over and take a look. Gu Tian laughed, while taking out his cell phone to send another message to Shishuan. Hey Shun, ask someone to send Gu Millionaire to Kyoto University. I want to slip away. Just see not far away Xiebin holding a Tibetan Mastiff at the square. Was surrounded by a group of people taking pictures of all kinds of people. just like a person with nothing to do. Honestly, he was in a great mood after taunting Gu Tian in the incubation building in the morning. The way the minions were looking at him now, it was called awe. Awe from the bottom of their hearts. Can you take a picture? Can you take a picture? Ouch! It's so majestic. Can I take a picture with the dog? Can. Of course you can take pictures. With Xie Bin's permission, many of the girls instantly surged up in excitement. I want to shoot too. I want to shoot too. Let me touch it. Look at the camera. Click. Such a scene. Looking at Xie Bin with a smile on his face. He just loved the feeling of being surrounded by people. A thrill of being a man of 10,000. There are too many people. While holding the dog, Xie Bin yelled with a fake generous smile. Don't squeeze. Don't squeeze. Come forward if you're pretty. Black Diamond likes pretty girls, haha. As for the ones that don't look good. Sorry, my Black Diamond picks people. It will bite. It's time to say no. The Tibetan Mastiff was as if he could understand. Immediately after the words fell, it bared its teeth at the average-looking sister and begged for a sticker at the good-looking one. The onlooker girls were instantly distracted. Those with ordinary looks, their expressions stiffened for a few moments, silently shrinking back, even pulling their masks down to cover their faces. And a couple of exquisitely dressed, well-built girls boldly stepped forward and crouched down to take selfies with the Black Diamond. Ouch! Don't lick me, it tickles. This dog is so good. Looking so fierce. I didn't realize it was still a clingy little cutie. It's so good. It's begging for a sticker. Xie Bin condescending face full of complacency. Eyes with squatting on the ground, a few girls collar quietly downstream. Instantly happy mouth straight grin. Ouch! Purple. This blue one. Gu Tian and Wang Hao, who were in the back, looked at Xie Bin's lewd and dead appearance in the crowd and laughed so hard that they almost jerked over. At this point, not far away came the sound of a V12 engine, startling Black Diamond into jerking up from the ground. The crowd also followed the sound, only to see a barbos speeding this way. Gu Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled. Here it comes. My pet is here. A pet? Wang Hao was full of doubts. When did you keep a pet, Brother Tian? What kind of pet did you keep? Chapter 66. Shishuan releases the tiger. Brother Bin is mighty. Bin is so handsome. Surrounded by a burst of boasting, Xie Bin cannot wait to hook his mouth into a triangle pants on the spot to have a cat master walk. But the sound of the bursting engine broke right through his intoxicated scene. The girl's eyes bristled and strayed. I'm going. Babs? Is this really Babs? It's so cool, isn't it? Not whose car is this? More handsome than Xie Bin's Bugatti, right? That's a very dominant look. Unlike Shibin, Gu Tian is long past the age of playing with cars. I'm tired of Bugatti's limited edition luxury cars. It's also a daily driver for the barbos, and when the mood strikes, I'll pamper the other limited edition sports cars in the garage.
No.
How much is my Bugatti? How much is this car? Xie Bin instantly broke defense, so angry that he dragged the Tibetan Mastiff to rush over to find fault. What kind of driving? Is it okay to drive on the square? Can't you see all these people? Do you know you almost hit someone? Before he could finish his sentence, Babs stopped directly in front of him with a crisp brake. Next, the car door opened and a man in a guard's uniform jumped out. Xie Bin was on his feet. What's going on? Wait a minute. The surrounding students also froze, thinking it was a guard from Shabin's house. I'll go. Xie Bin is awesome. Nice guy. All with guards. Mom, yeah. Does his family even give him guards now? Wait. What is Xie Bin's background? But before they finished marveling, they only saw that the guard didn't even look at Xie Bin, directly bypassing him and striding through the crowd. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, he walked straight to Gu Tian, snapped to attention, and saluted, reporting to Gu Qiao. Gu Million has been delivered. This booming voice was accompanied by the extremely iconic clothes and standing position. Boom! The air around them shook. Under the gaze of several gazes, Gu Tian gently nodded his head. Well, good. Next, the scene exploded. The students who had been whispering about Gu Tian's identity just a moment ago were collectively boiling at this moment. Gu Qiao, he still has guards.
No.
He's not some plutocratic broad. He's the son of a mercenary big shot. Zhao Mengxing. This is Zhao Mengxing, isn't it? This identity. My army commander father. Seeing Gu Tian and Wang Hao standing behind the crowd, Xie Bin's face turned green. Stealing my thunder again? Repeatedly. His father was a cabinet clerk, not a military general. Don't even think about configurations like guardsmen. A couple of chauffeurs and bodyguards would also require strict adherence to cabinet member travel rules. As for them, who are the children, it is impossible to press the issue. Cartoon fruitcake. The art of mouthing off. Ouch! How old are you to go out and still call yourself a guard? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Xie Bin held his Tibetan mastiff and led a few horsemen over with a smile. Brother Tian, that is coming over. Wang Hao stabbed Gu Tian with his elbow and reminded in a low voice. But Gu Tian didn't even bother, listening sideways to He Shun's report on Gu Millionaire's health data for the day with a light-hearted air. One look at being left out and then seeing the students around them stifling their laughter. Xie Bin's face was disgraced, and he walked straight up, aiming his spear at He Shun.
Yo.
Not a bad rank, huh? Which battalion? Let's hear it. After he was picked up by Xieyong in Kyoto, he spent all day outside spending time and drinking, and he didn't understand the power structure outside at all. It was even less clear that Gu Tian was traveling in a configuration as the son of Gu Lao. Of course, he's too retarded to figure out what's going on here. Most importantly, because Xieyong compensation monstrous favor, so that Xie Bin produced a kind of illusion under the sky I am the most powerful. Even though my dad didn't climb up there, sooner or later this position will be dad's, and you'll all have to move back a little.
Facing Xie Bin's provocation.
He Shun violently turned his head and swept a stern glance at the other party, his hand subconsciously feeling for his waist. It's okay to call me He soon at the Gu residence. If you don't call Master Shi when you go out of Gu's house, how dare you provoke him? You won't be beaten into a sieve? Wait! What's he going to do? Pull out the truth? I'll go. He has the truth. I want to see the truth. I have the truth too. Do you see it? Get out. Just then, Gu Tian raised his eyes and casually threw a glance over at He Shun. Subtext. There is no need, there are so many onlookers, there is no need to be the same as this, a moment to let the tiger bite his dog on the line. He Shun read Gu Tian's eyes and slowly nodded. A look at Gu Tian and the guards faced with Xie Bin's provocation and did not react. The onlookers instantly chirped. Holy! Xie Bin is even better than Gu Qiao. See, I told you my Bin was awesome. No one in the barracks dares to speak much in front of Brother Bin. That's the aura. Listening to the compliments that were flying all over the place, Xie Bin's heart felt a wave of relief. You have to look at the master's face to beat a dog, let alone the fact that he, Xie Bin, is still the son of Xieyong. And so it was. With his monstrous narcissistic courage added to the mix, Xie Bin took another step forward and looked He Shun's guard outfit up and down. You who? Dressed to the nines, huh? Did you just try to pull out the truth? Ha ha ha. Know whose son I am? Xieyong. A cabinet member? Ever heard of him? After saying that, his eyes were on the matching gun on He Shun's waist again. You who? Do you really have a gun? Take it out and let me play with it. I'll make sure it doesn't go off. This operation. Not to mention the onlookers, even the soldiers sitting in the back row of Babs looked dumbfounded. Next to him, Wang Hao's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Crazy. This is really crazy. What's He Soon's status? Gu Lao's exclusive personal guards, no less than the bigwigs of the military camp in terms of rank. His old dad, the city secretary, would have to respectfully call him chief when he saw him. Cabinet civil officials have to be careful to go around when they see it. And Xie Bin, an old denizen of the second generation with an IQ of less than 0.5%, spoiled by his father to the hilt, really thinks he's a 9 to 5, seeing that Xie Bin's hand was about to touch the holster. Plus Gu Tian spread his hands helplessly. He Soon's face went completely cold. There is no need to endure any more. It was accompanied by a furious cry. Get out of the way! He Shun twisted his waist, stomped his feet, and did a 360-degree roundhouse kick in the air. Bang! Xie Bin couldn't even react in time, only to hear a bone-cracking crunch.
Gating.
The whole person was kicked 5 meters away alive and smashed heavily on the tiles of the square. Boom! Dusty. The people all looked silly. What? WTF?
Xie Bin.
Taking another kick in the pants? Not. Gu Qiao. Dare to beat up Xie Bin? This kick will either kill or maim you. Brother Xie. Brother Xie. Xie Bin's followers rushed over in a panic, only to find that Xie Bin was quite difficult to kill. A mouthful of blood was spat out. The pudgy Xiebin hissed miserably, "Give me, give me, give me to beat them to death." This statement was made. His minions collectively jumped back half a meter in place. Beat to death? Beat who? It's not a matter of adding money or not. There is an occasion for brain burn. At the sight of his little brother dropping his chain again, as well as Gu Tianwang how revealing a smile of looking at a stupid beep, Xiebin sprayed out another mouthful of blood. "Pest! Black Vajra! Bite them to death for me!" The words fell. A large black Tibetan mastiff roared and leapt out, pouncing on Gu Tian. "Tian! Watch out!" Wang Hao reacted extremely quickly, rushing up in an arrow step to protect Gu Tian's front. However, in the next second, Gu Tian backhanded Wang Hao with a push, pivoting him away and ordering in a cold voice, "Heishuan, release the tiger." Chapter 67 Tiger Mastiff Battle. And so on. What? Release the tiger? What tiger? Could it be that I'm that fierce tiger of Tian's? Just as Wang Hao was thinking about whether or not to strike a fierce tiger downhill pose to meet the black Tibetan mastiff. Turning around, he saw the most horrifying thing he had ever seen in his life. Who? It was accompanied by a deafening tiger's roar. A mighty Bengal tiger popped out of the trunk. The crowd of onlookers crumbled on the spot. "Ainaya! Tiger! Who brings a tiger to school?"
Xiebin raises Tibetan Mastiffs.
"Gu Xiao raises tigers. Gu Xiao is better. What's so great about it? Run for your life. Call the police. Call the zoo." The students scattered in all directions, screaming and running as if they had seen a ghost. As for Xiebin's minions, they originally wanted to hold on to their momentum. A look at the trunk popped out a tiger, all hiding behind Xiebin. "Don't eat me if you eat me, Shay. The most important thing is that Shay is now incapacitated." "Ainaya, Brother Sky, don't tell me this is a pet you have." Wang Hao hid behind Gu Tian and hugged his waist, completely afraid to face the scene in front of him directly. Then the frantic, fleeing crowds. Xiebin had long been petrified. His mouth opened into an O shape and his face instantly turned pale. "No! This ing pensioner tiger as a pet. This is Kyoto. The average person who wants a large dog needs layers of approval and all kinds of connections. You pull a straight tiger? Oh! He's no ordinary man like me. But that's pretty anticlimactic too." Looking at the large, massive, pattern thing that was slowly walking towards it. Though the black Vajra looked menacing and bared his fangs, his limbs backed away honestly. This time Xiebin panicked and then retreated to him in the spirit of preferring to die a Taoist friend rather than a poor Taoist mentality growled. "Black Kong! Uing go! Uing go! Haven't you fought with zoo tigers and lions before too? You're on!" Sure enough, Black Diamond no longer retreated, but instead showed its teeth and surrounded Gu Wanliang with a low growl. "Woo-hoo woo-hoo." However, Gu Wanliang didn't have any of this garbage in his eyes. It only had Gu Tian in its eyes, wagging its tail as it prepared to walk towards Gu Tian to beg for a sticker. Brother Sky, how did it come over?" "It came over." Wang Hao was on the verge of crying in fear, his hands wrapped around Gu Tian's waist like a python. "Get up." Facing Gu Million's lack of any desire to fight back, Gu Tian angrily yanked Wang Hao's hand away. "Gu Millionaire, the big dog on the left. Him up." Who would have thought that Gu Million just glanced lazily at Black Diamond and then turned back to the tiger's head in a very arrogant manner. "It's like they threw mud at me and I took the mud and planted lotus flowers with a sense of spontaneity. But that's when. Roar. Woof." Black Vajra barked furiously and leapt forward to launch an attack. Gu Million did not expect that the dog really dared to make a move. Subconsciously a sideways, large body on the ground rolled to avoid it. Hiss! The onlooker students hiding over in the flower beds sucked in a breath of cold air. "I'll go. It dares to a tiger."
"No.
"This Tibetan mastiff is crazy. Isn't he?"
No.
"This tiger has more lungs and fog than Miyagi." Such a scene. Xiebin instantly laughed openly, completely forgetting the fear he had just felt. "Haha, your tiger counts for nothing. A rookie. My Tibetan mastiff can scare you both. Pulled from what circus? Haha, get up." Gu Tian didn't respond to Xiebin's mockery, but instead pointed at the yawning Gu Million, who was lying on the ground, and scolded. "If you keep NG around, I'll NG kill you tomorrow." The words were addressed to Gu Million though. However, he heard a ghastly wind wafting through Wang Hao's neck and subconsciously loosened his hand that was tugging on the corner of Gu Tian's coat. Once he looked at Gu Tian's serious and angry face, Gu Million's clear and dull eyes instantly disappeared. Woof woof, woof woof woof. The Tibetan Mastiff next to him was still playing dead. Holy, Brother Sky, it understood you. It understands you. Seeing the tiger stand up, Wang Hao exclaimed as a whole. And in the meantime, the students gathered behind the flower bed also noticed the shock. The tiger that had a clear and dull face a moment ago, at this moment, its eyes gradually glowed with a scarlet light. Holy! Why are this tiger's eyes red? I'm going. It's looking at Xiebin's Tibetan Mastiff. Holy! It's going to attack. Black Diamond, come back. Come back. Xiebin saw that things weren't right and hurriedly pushed his little brother forward to tug on the dog's leash. But it was too late. Gu Million suddenly stormed up. Leaping forward, he slapped a claw hard on Black Diamond's face. Bang! Boom! The Tibetan Mastiff that was untamed just now was directly slapped over several meters away. Aha! The fight is on. Tiger strikes. Too fierce. A single claw sent the Tibetan Mastiff flying, and Black Diamond was clearly dazed and confused, just as he was about to struggle to his feet. Roar! Gu Wanliang let out a roar and lunged again with a bowed body catapult. Boom! The huge tiger's body was a Tarzan. Woof woof! Not waiting for Black Diamond to turn and bite back. Gu Wanliang's bloody mouth could be coming towards its neck. One bite. Gating. Anyone who has been bitten by a tiger knows that the bite force of an adult tiger is upwards of 400 kilograms. Just this one. Black Vajra instantly ascended to the heavens, only the muscles of his limbs fluttering instinctively. It simply didn't expect that this creature on the opposite side of the battlefield could be this strong. Of course, it didn't have time to think about that. Ow! Gu Million shook his head violently again, flinging Black Diamond up like the Hulk storming Loki and slamming him hard on the ground again. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Adulte explosion.
With such a scene, many people's hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Some of the timid ones had already pulled their legs out and fled, while the bold ones hid behind the flower beds and watched. 20 minutes later. Ah! You gave me back my dog's life. You give me back my life. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Looking at a pile of mushy meat with hair in front of him, Xiebin cried until he fainted for a while. Black Diamond was not only his favorite dog, but also his father's favorite dog. How do you explain this going home? On the contrary, Gu Million was lying on his back beside Gu Tian, licking his blood-stained paws prettily. Wang Hao sucked in a breath of cold air at this scene and muttered in a low voice, Brother Tian, you have to be honest, don't you have some special ability? Sentinel beast. Such a big tiger, I've never heard of it from Tian. Now so docile and obedient to Tian, he bites when told to bite and lies down when told to lie down. He was really afraid that one day a heavenly vision would descend and the aura would revive. Some flew with their swords, some summoned spirit beasts, while he stood still in the wind. Gu Tian ignored Wang Hao. Facing Xiebin, who kept cursing and growling at him, he directly asked for his sidearm towards Shishun. His Hun was also kind enough to screw on the silencer for him. Click, click, click. Chapter 68. It's okay to show off, but you have to have 2 lives. Bullets pushed out one by one, until Pops makes a statement about Xiaoyong. The Shibin he can't jie yet. As soon as he saw Gu Tian holding the truth over, Xiebin's minions were scared out of their wits. Other people are just pretending to have a gun. But this guy is daring. Brother Sky, Brother Sky, Brother Sky, not so much. Brother Sky. It's really not that. Have something to say. Brother Tien. Brother Xie. Brother Itse is a bit impulsive. I apologize for him. Oh, Gu Tian's last bullet didn't retreat, and lifted his head to look at the little brother playfully. You said you apologized for Shibin? The long-haired little brother nodded and pounded his head. Yes, yes, yes. I apologize for him. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Xiebin sat paralyzed and furious. Lu Xuan, you ing trash. You dry him ah. You're afraid of him to do a few ah. He has a gun. I have a gun too. I'll have someone bring me my gun right now. The surrounding minions rushed up to cover Xiebin's mouth. Shay, say less. Say less. You have the truth, but you don't have a tiger. Your Tibetan Mastiff just got ed to a pulp by someone else you forgot. Okay then, let's play a game. Gu Tian hooked his lips into a smile and raised his hand to dislike black hole truth onto Lu Bolt's head. It's okay to be a hero, but you have to have 2 lives. Boom! The hearts of the crowd were in their throats. Play. Play. Play what game? Lu Bolt was trembling. How about playing truth or dare? How about I ask and you answer? Good. Good. Good Tian. Before the other party could faint from fear, Gu Tian asked the first question. Have you done anything bad yet? I didn't. Lu Bolt's brain is blank. Cannot think of anything. Gu Tian pushed truth forward against him, and Lu Bolt screamed outright, Brother Tian, don't. Yid. I've bullied girls against their will. I beat my ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend into a vegetable. Very well. Gu Tian hooked his lips in a smile and continued, let's play the second game below. I'll prophesize and you answer. Lu Biao, how dare not obey, nodded his head and pounded garlic. Do you believe me when I predict that you won't live through today? The words were not yet spoken.
Xi bin grault, Liu Shuan.
Don't you let him scare you. Gu Tian, what are you pretending to be? Have the guts to shoot. Shabin's little brother? Lu Xuan? Brother Sky? Don't. I believe.
Liu Bolt.
You're so wimpy? I'll kill you. Xiebin struggled and tried to get up to teach this untalented little brother a lesson. He himself was in such a miserable state, but these goons didn't even dare to move, and they were still under hard control. As soon as he heard Xiebin roar, Lu Bolt's entire body collapsed, shaking in place like sifting chaff. Brother Tian. Don't. I don't believe. I believe. I don't believe. The corner of Gu Tian's mouth hooked into a cruel smile as he stared at Lu Bolt and confirmed, Oh, you don't believe it, do you? Next. Eyes instantly glazed over. Congratulations. Wrong answer. Boo. Lu Bolt fell to the ground in response. What's going on? Caesiren. The little brother who was originally standing in front of Xiebin directly jumped in place and popped up behind Xiebin. As for Xiebin himself, he was so scared by this scene that he almost peed his pants. True. Lu Biao. Dead? Didn't wait for him to slow down. Gu Tianka walked up to him and bent down, raising his hand with the blackened muzzle of his gun against his head. The hellish trumpet blows again. Xiebin, let's play a game. Boom. Xiebin's canopy nearly spiraled off. Gu Tian. You. My Tibetan Mastiff has just been bitten to death by your tiger. You are now. I'm telling you. This is no joke. I've had my ribs kicked in by one of your guys. You. Put this away. I promise I won't tell my dad about this. We can be brothers from now on. Seeing that Gu Tian didn't have any reaction, Xiebin went completely insane, screaming at the top of his lungs. Gu Tian, how dare you? You dare to touch me? My dad will never let you go. Don't think you're powerful. You can't escape judgment. Your father will be dragged down by you too. The Gu family will be finished too. The hiss had just fallen. Gu Tian directly pulled the trigger. Click. The shots were not fired. It was just an icy, empty thud. However, Xiebin's entire body jerked violently and fainted as he leaned against the wheel. There was dead silence all around. The crowd looked dumbfounded. Gu Tian then slowly and methodically put away his pistol and swept a glance at the trembling Xiebin's minions with a smile. You have 3 seconds. Get out of my sight. This statement was made. Xiebin's juniors rolled and crawled, 7 hands and 8 feet to lift up Xiebin and Lu Bolt. There were even 2 people holding Tibetan Mastiffs that had long since turned to mush. A whole big escape scene. After these people leave, Wang Hao didn't have time to marvel at how handsome Gu Tiangang was, but instead surrounded Gu Million in amazement. Brother Sky, this is really a pet you have. Mom, you were so mean just now. How can you be so nice? You touch it, he doesn't bite. Gu Tian leisurely said, smoothly handing the truth to He Shun and deliberately sidestepping it. Luckily, that scene just now was blocked by Shabin's little brother and Bab's body. Otherwise, it would really cause a panic. Driven by curiosity, Wang Hao bravely stretched out his hand and hastily drew it back after touching it. I go to. This fur is so smooth. See, I told you it doesn't bite. With Gu Tian's continued encouragement, Wang Hao's boldness gradually grew and his hands began to rub the tiger's head. The scene attracted a crowd of people slowly gathering around on that side of the flower bed.
Ego.
Too obedient. Just now bitten the Tibetan mastiff to death. This will be so well behaved. I want to touch it, yeah. I want to take a picture of it. Gu Xiao, can I touch it? Just a little? Gu Xiao, I'm a college student. Can I touch it? I'm studying animal medicine. Watching a number of girls scramble to get to the front of the line. Wang Hao's heart blossomed, and he yelled in the same tone that Xiebin had just used. Photo ops are allowed. Touching is okay. But Gu Millionaire has a little fetish. It likes to look at black silk. Just to be safe, you guys go back and change into your black silks and come over and take a picture with it and stick it to it. It's guaranteed to be no problem. The words fell. The air froze for a second. Next. I love this color tiger. So much personality. Yeah, you wait 5 minutes for me. I have a whole drawer full of black silk in my dorm. Holy, I'm wearing light gray today. Am I going to be excluded? Less than a moment. The onlookers all dispersed in a flurry of excitement and ran back to the dormitory to change their clothes. At this point, the surrounding compatriots pressed on. They also want to go up to take a picture and touch it. They can't go back and change into black silk, right? The point is they don't have it. Maybe some will. Gu Xiao. Why do men make things difficult for men? I also want to take a group photo, how about it? Gu Xiao. Are you sure boys should change to black silk too? Gu Xiao. This request. I can't do it. Pest. Gu Tian almost couldn't hold back his laughter and quickly waved his hand for them to come over. Come on. Come on. Boys, take all the shots you want. The words fell. Many of the boys trotted over excitedly. Ouch. Thank you, Gu Xiao. You're really my righteous father. I'm going to take a better shot. As a headshot. It's happening right now. A delicate, cool voice came from behind, but with a hint of shyness. Gu Tian. Are you sure? Wearing black silk. It doesn't bite. Gu Tian followed the sound and turned to look, and in the next second his pupils shrunk, only to see that Su Nanxue had appeared behind her at an unknown time. Cool school girl plus JK uniform black silk wear. Direct contrast pull full. This way back to the office. Feeling the softness of the sofa below, Xie Bintang could open his eyes. Look at the minions, a whole bunch of confused. Shay, you just weren't. Xiebin ignored it and fished out the cell phone with the shattered screen from his pants pocket and dialed. He wailed when the call came through. Hey, Dad. Come and save me. I'm going to be killed. Black Diamond got bitten too. There's a tiger. Send someone over immediately. The head froze, and then could have confirmed in a rage. What? You've been hit? On a what? A circus tiger. Yeah, tiger. Come here and kill it. Special police officers all come here, help me. Chapter 69. Seeking justice for Black Vajra. This way. Looking at Su Nanxue's silky and tight black silk long legs, Gu Tian was surprised. The contrast is genuinely a bit much. It was just a casual joke by Wang Hao, but I didn't expect Su Nanxue to take it seriously. It's okay. No problem, it doesn't bite. Gu Tian reacted and quickly beckoned her over. At that moment, the other boys suddenly felt an unusual sweetness in the air and turned their heads in unison. Next, nosebleed came out. Holy! It's Su Nanxue.
Chol Hirl Su.
OMG. It's so beautiful. Holy crap. Who's going to be able to hold up against this? Is this still the schoolgirl Su I know? That iceberg goddess who doesn't eat earthly fire? Wang Hao's eyes also looked straight, and they all started to raise their hands to slap their own ears to keep calm. This was Tian's woman. He definitely couldn't have any bad thoughts. This is the most basic conscience of being a brother.
Roll.
Go. All of them go. Make way for Su Nanxue. Get out of the way. Accompanied by Wang Hao's yell, Su Nanxue blushed to death and walked forward with her hands unconsciously held on the sides of her skirt. It's a good thing Gu Million was so cooperative. When he saw Su Nanxue approaching, he even meekly plopped down on the ground, and the tiger's eyes were clear, allowing her to reach out and gently touch her head. The boys next to him were instantly nonplussed. OMG. She really touched it. How dare she touch a tiger? So schoolgirl. Are you Nangong Askya? What kind of fantasy link-up is this? There was a lot of screaming and the shudder of cell phones taking pictures. Su Nanshue, however, lowered her eyes and whispered with a slightly red face. Gu Tian. Do I seem to be overdressed today? Gu Tian was momentarily speechless. What kind of question is that? But, you can't wear anything but, you can wear this every day. Oh! With a red face, Su Nanshue nodded. And she didn't know if Gu Tian was telling the truth or joking. And she didn't know how to respond. Because the crowd of onlookers was growing. It was supposed to be about watching tigers. As a result, all of them came over to see Su Nanshue, which made her very shy, and she left reluctantly after taking a few pictures. As soon as Su Nanshue left, the girls who had originally gathered around the periphery immediately pressed on. A beautiful leg came like a tidal wave, and the thin high heel glistened in the sun. As far as the eye could see, it was almost all black silk girls. After all, they were going to be photographed with the tiger, so everyone went to great lengths to dress up. One is so that I can take nice pictures, and the other is in case I flirt with Gu Qiao or Wang Xiao. Gu Xiao, is this okay? Gu Xiao, can we take a picture? Gu Xiao, can I touch it? For a while, the scene was nearly out of control. Can, come take a picture. Can. Wang Hao laughed so hard that his mouth grinned up to his ears, squatting directly in front of Gu Wanliang and opening his hands. Permission was granted, and wave after wave of black silk girls came around. No doubt about it. Surrounded by the whirlwind of happiness, Wang Hao's fingers and black silk can wear out calluses. And in order to make room for a group photo with others from time to time, Wang Hao needed to constantly turn sideways or tilt his head. Sometimes it can be buried right into the soft ocean. Gu Tian stood on the side looking speechless. This kid is too good at it, isn't he? After saying that, he turned around and was planning to find a place to clear his head. Suddenly, Gu Xiao, a girl with a pillboxed head and a short black silk dress, trotted toward him, even as she held out her hand. Gu Tian froze, thinking that the other party wanted to shake hands in greeting, and subconsciously extended his hand, which was once thought. The girl's hand was like a navigational position. Gu Tian's body bowed violently, directly turning into a large shrimp shape.
No.
What are you doing? The girl blushed and blinked her watery eyes in confusion. Not. Didn't you just say you could touch it? Gu Tian almost didn't choke on those words. I mean, touch the tiger. Touch the tiger. What were you thinking? I misunderstood.
Gu Xiao sorry, Gu Xiao sorry.
Like a fried rabbit, the girl covered her face and rotated 180 degrees in place, running all the way to escape. Such was the scene that the faces of the surrounding compatriots were filled with shock. When you have the strength, around the sister is very active this sentence, but also at this moment to get the best interpretation. This is too proactive. That girl. So kawaii. Lori? Not. It was just like that. So much contrast without glasses? The other side, though Shibin was crying and preaching on the phone. But Xieyong spoiled his son. The first time he grabbed the phone and called the Kyoto General Police Department. Command. The entire Kyoto General Police Department nearly blew up. What's the point? Congressman Xi's son got his ass kicked at KYU and there's a tiger? This is a terrorist event. Launch. I'll start. Ordinary police officers, special police squads with real guns, anti-terrorism all out. One time. Lights are flashing and sirens are wailing in the streets of Kyoto. Inside the office. Principal, this old den. My family donated the building for nothing. Is my dog white and dead? Beat me up when you don't know who I am. And beat me up when you know who I am. So I'm exposed for nothing? Xiebin was furious throughout. When Gu Tian didn't show up, the world basically revolved around him, not to mention Jingda. It's okay now. When Gu Tian appeared, they all turned still. After he called his dad to tell him off, he called the principal to tell him about the tiger at the school and about his dog being bitten to death. The initial reaction on the other end of the line was shocking. A tiger? How can there be a tiger? Lock down the campus immediately. Send security immediately and notify the precinct police at the same time. Results. After hearing that it was Gu Tian's tiger, the principal side was outright quiet. What to say? Saying that this ing fully embodies the diversity of Kyoto University's after-school life and the harmonious coexistence of man and nature. Very educational. Education my ass. You're not even going to act, are you? That's when my little brother came over excitedly holding up his cell phone. See, brother Xia, the matter of your black Vajra being bitten to death is festering in the KYU forum. It's all over the place. Xia Bin is harboring a fire. Looked up and asked with a frown. Discuss what? The little brother nodded his head in succession and reported in a fast-talking manner. Everyone is talking and saying that Black Diamond is a female, and the tiger on Gu Tian's side is a male. Many people are outspoken about the need to speak up for women and justice for Black Diamond. The dog-loving society has issued a statement. It says it will severely punish the evil tiger, to seek justice for Black Diamond, and slogans, saying something like Black Diamond's blood can't be shed in vain, resolutely punish the murderer severely, defend the rights of canines, in the name of love, demand justice for Black Diamond. A series of words came down like a machine gun. Xia Bin's eyes lit up as he listened. Here's your chance. Slapping his thighs together, he was so excited that he nearly jumped out of his wheelchair. Good. So good. Go. Go. Contact the president of the dog-loving club for me right now. Tell them, make a big deal out of this and give each of them a gold bar. With the addition of the bill ability, the dog-loving community group has exploded. Sisters, this is no ordinary dog bite. This is vicious school violence. Black Diamond is a female. Tiger is male. Behind this lies the female. Question. Putting aside the fact that Black Diamond took the initiative to attack the tiger, what if the other party led the tiger to Kyoto University for a walk and injured someone? We want justice for Black Diamond. Meet at Kyodai Plaza in a few minutes. Protect the dog. Protect the mother. Protecting women. A fervent slogan exploded the group chat. Just half an hour. Dog lovers, animal protection societies, and justice-minded students from all colleges at KYU. There was also a whole bunch of dabbling club members who arrived in great numbers with banners and lighted signs. Chapter 70. Mr. Gu, listen to me. The sunset is infinite, but it's just near dusk. Gu Tian sat on a chair in the plaza, browsing through the bull news about Black Diamond on the forums. Pretty hard to kill. It didn't even take a second to think that this must have been made by Xia Bin, taking such a heavy kick from Hisun and witnessing his beloved dog being torn apart. How can you even have the strength to toss these? And not far away, Wang Hao was still happily holding Gu Wanliang and flirting with the girls. At this point, a vast procession appeared not far from the square, not only pulling banners and holding up lighted signs, but also shouting slogans. Punish the evil tiger severely and get justice for your beloved dog. The female mastiff fell under the tiger's claws, and the dignity of women cannot be trampled on. If you don't get rid of the evil tigers, you can't get rid of the dogs. President, I think it's better to forget about it. The identity of that tiger walker seems to be very powerful. He even dares to go against Xia Bin. A somewhat timid female member of the club couldn't help but tug on the corner of President Wang Lijuan's coat. Wang Lijuan, who has the face of Fu Shouer, raised her head arrogantly. What are you afraid of? If he dares to touch me, I'll sue him for rape. Let him squat for 3 years. Shibin said. He remembers exactly who gave him buns and who gave him fists. Just make a big deal out of it and he'll hand out gold bars. There were a lot of women in their dog-loving community, and she bet the other side wouldn't dare touch them. Such a scene confused Gu Tianka. Nima, is it such a wonderful day? What's the point of jumping around when she's getting married? Compared to Gu Tian's cluelessness, Wang Hao was about to drop his jaw in shock. Is this an offense? That dog attacked Gu Million first, okay? What about the Love Tiger Society? Come out and make a bubble. Under the emergency, Wang Hao could only lead Gu Million to stand as far away as possible, fearing that Gu Million would be frightened and take a bite of a brittle college student. Under the gaze of many students, Xia Bin pivoted his wheelchair and slowly walked over to Gu Tian. Unbelievable. Kill me one person, and thousands more. You must give me a statement today. My Black Diamond cannot die in vain. And I've been on the phone with the police department, regular constables, special constables, all on their way. You wait until your tiger is caught red-handed. Guten. This man must die today. Jesus couldn't even ing stay. Too outrageous. As soon as he saw Gu Tian revealing a look at a retard, Xia Bin grunted and waved his hand. The students, led by Wang Lijuan, shouted again, "Give me back my dog's life." The female mastiff fell under the tiger's claws, and the dignity of women cannot be trampled on. If you don't get rid of the evil tigers, you can't get rid of the dogs. Learning of the presence of so many club members on the plaza, the school's leadership came to the plaza without stopping. However, after seeing the gloomy face in the middle of the crowd, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "Isn't this Ing Gu Xiao? Get out! This is out of our hands." The principal turned and ran as soon as he hit the brakes, and the other school leaders ran out of the crowd with their heads down. It's coming, but it doesn't seem to be coming. Suddenly, tick-tock, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo, a sharp, piercing siren roared from the distance. The crowd turned around at the sound. Only a police car and special vehicles were seen whizzing by. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was surrounded. Immediately after, a large number of real police officers quickly jumped out of their vehicles and spread out information, standing by. The atmosphere in the room instantly tightened. Holy, this is a tiger that really wants to hunt Gu Xiao.
No?
Things have gotten this big. Support Shay. SHHHHH. Don't talk. You can't take money for nothing. Let's stand still. And at that moment, the door of a high-class black specialized car at the head of the group slammed open, only to see a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the chief superintendent of police running out of the car in a hurry. He was followed by several adjutants and special agents. Xiebin recognized the person at a glance and was so excited that he almost jumped up from his wheelchair. Uncle Ho, you're finally here. Hurry, the tiger is over there. Shoot it. Give me the truth. I will strike it down myself. I will avenge my dog's son. Ho Ping's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Xiebin's miserable appearance in his wheelchair, covered in bandages. If this does not give the Xie family an explanation, I'm afraid that I cannot even keep my own hat. Looking in the direction of Xiebin's finger, the pupil earthquake directly burst into profanity. What a big ing tiger. Ho Ping made an instant decision and waved his hand violently and yelled, "Attention all. Kill the target on the spot. Prepare to fire." Click, 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 click. A dozen heavily armed officers lined up, truth loaded, tactical pace tight. And at this point, Wang Hao, who was not far away holding Gu Wanliang's face, went white, waving his hands and shouting urgently, Hey, nada, what are you guys doing?" Everyone's attention was deadlocked on the tiger, and no one recognized Wang Hao at all. Once he saw that there was someone else next to the tiger, Ho Ping's heart thumped. "Attention, don't hurt the hostages. Gu Million. Xie Xiao, are you all right? Where is the person who beat you up?" Ho Ping was about to go forward to check on Xiebin's injuries and express his concern. That's it. Gu Tian violently stood up and took a step forward. Snap. A heavy slap on Hao Ping's face. "Dogs, open your doggy eyes and see who I am." What? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock and were a bit slowed down. Not Gu Xiao. It's really a bit anticlimactic. People at least come with skins. Just give a slap in the face? It's backfired. Ho Ping just wanted to raise his hand to counterattack, but after seeing the person in front of him, his eyes almost split. It was no one else standing in front of him. It's none other than the famous prince of Kyoto, Gu Tian, the Devil King. "Gu Xiao. Are you Gu Xiao? Gu Xiao. Gu you paralyzed." Gu Tian didn't give him a good face and went up and slapped him twice. Xiebin all but admitted in person that he was sent to Jiangzhou with the involvement of the chief constable. How could he not be angry now that he had seen this dog? Snap. "Gu Xiao, listen to me. Gu Xiao, you listen to me." Ho Ping was beaten back and forth. "I'm listening to your ass. Know why the you got to be the chief of the Kyoto General Police? That's because I blew up the old police station before." Snap. Gu Tian slapped him in the mouth while cursing, and finally, feeling unrelieved, he went up and kicked him. Bang! Ho Ping was kicked directly to the ground and half-kneeled with a thud. Everyone on the scene dumbstruck. The officers were confused and their hands were shaking. The only one who was alarmed was the deputy, who rushed in an arrow's pace to block the gun-wielding constable. Put it down now. Operation terminated. Who the hell would dare to shoot? The shot was a bullet that ran at you. Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao. Let me explain. Xie Xiao. It's Mr. Xie who said he was beaten up. There was a tiger on the other side. That's why I came. Chapter 71. Those who attacked Gu Qiao were executed by decapitation. The words just fell. Wang Hao rushed over with an arrow step and went up to a big beeping pocket as well. Explain your ass. Snap. Seeing the visitor, Ho Ping almost fainted. 3 big Buddhas. This is a big Buddha. Taking a stand for Xia Xiao and going straight to the point of no return? Wang Hao didn't even give him a chance to react, grabbing his collar and shouting, "Look at me. Tell me, are you the Kyoto General Police Department? Or the Xia family's private security? Answer me." Ho Ping shook his head like a rattlesnake drum. "Mr. Wang Xiao, listen to me. Mr. Wang, listen to my explanation, Say Naya, get out." Wang Hao violently let go of his hand, and Ho Ping, whose legs had long been paralyzed, directly fell to the ground and began to think about which prison had good food. "Xia Bin, is that all you've got?" Gu Tian slowly stepped forward and looked at Xia Bin with a smirk. Being suddenly named by Gu Tian, Xia Bin shivered violently in fear. The little brother behind him even subconsciously took a step back. Members of the dog-friendly club also exchanged nervous glances with each other. You, what do you want?" "My man Doha, I'm not afraid. You don't mess around, haha." "What can I do?" Gu Tian smiled faintly and turned to Wang Hao. "Howsy? Use your cell phone." "Huh? What? Shaking people?" Wang Hao was a bit confused, but still handed his cell phone up. Gu Tian took Wang Hao's cell phone, entered the number and started dialing. No one connected the first time. The second time there was still no answer. The third time there was still no one on the line. No one dared to laugh at this scene, but Xia Bin, the retarded child, laughed.
Noah.
"Who are you calling?" No one answered. "You're going to shake me, aren't you? Haha." After saying this, he raised his hand and signaled the members of the community around him. "No matter how good you are, you're not as good as I am. Do you dare to move them? Dog-friendly society member. Not a brother. College students are cheap, but they don't play with their lives. Taking money from people to do things for them. Give me back my dog's life. Give me back my life. Guardian of canine life. Say no to evil tiger atrocities. Evil tigers hurt people. Give a statement." But these were not as loud as earlier, and the banners were not raised as high as earlier. At this point, the cell phone finally picked up on the other end. A low tentative voice came. "Hello, Gu Tian. Gu Qiao? Whose number is this?" "This is Wang Hao's number." Although the other end kept asking, Gu Tian wasn't the least bit impatient. Next, an authoritative voice could have come through. "Hey, what are you kids doing all day? Is your cell phone broken or something?" Gu Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying to the other end, "Dad, don't rush to scold me first. I'll listen to a recording for you first. Pack real ha." "Dad? That's a dad." Ho almost bounced in place. "Nima, it's not ing time to think about that prison food being good." And Xia Bin was a whole lot more at a loss for words, his face white. His brain capacity was completely incapable of fantasizing about what would happen next. It just felt like this thing was going in a direction he couldn't control. "Okay, you put it on." With Pop's permission, Gu Tian directly clicked on the recording. Next, Xia Bin's previous arrogant and incomparable words then floated out from the speakers without any concealment. "What can you do if you're even more powerful? Do you know why you were sent to Jiangzhou? It was my father who joined forces with the other counselors to find Elder Lin. Haha. Sooner or later in the future, my father will sit in that position. Did you know that my dad is secretly laying it out? Ha ha ha." Xia Bin's voice on the recording was arrogant and domineering, full of a sense of superiority that almost overflowed the speakers. "Not this. Is it time for a suicide note?" Listen to the recording popping out word by word. Ho Ping's brain began to sweat like crazy, and subconsciously took out his cell phone and silently began to search for funeral one-stop services and cemetery price lists. And as Xia Bin felt the pressure of the air around him, he began to stutter and weasel his way out of the situation. "Gu Tian. Gu Tian. You're not.
Manhwa.
How can you tattle on your dad? My dad told me this when he was drunk, haha. Maybe it's not true, haha." Gu Tian lazily ignored him and continued to play the recording with a smile on his face if nothing else. Pops didn't say anything, but he could feel the anger rising on that end. Finally, the recording was broadcast. There was still no word from the other end. Gu Tian unhurriedly put away the recording cell phone and asked with a smile, "How's it going, Dad?" "Well," came a low, suppressed laugh from the other end. "That's good. So where are you now?" "What are doing?" Gu Tian slowly and methodically swept around and lightly said, "Where else?" Jingda chanting, surrounded by Xieyong's son with over 100 people. "Oh? What are you doing?" Gu Tian dusted off the ash on his cuffs and replied with a smile. "Nothing for nothing. I want to be the boss. And by the way, I want to trap Gu Million." There was silence on the other end for a moment, as if digesting the information, and then he asked, "How do you fence it?" Gu Tian gently raised his eyebrows. "How else can we surround it? Banner demonstrations, roundups, the General Police Department is here, just about to set up a ring and ask for a fight." The other end was quiet for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Oh, that's good." Then, the phone hung up with a beep. Only Gu Tian was left standing in place, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Ho Ping is not a little cute. He is not a cutie, and he is going to slip away as soon as he sees that things are not going well. After all, you can still get the whole death sentence if you slip away now. Then work on patenting some kind of electromagnetic magic light cannon in prison, and maybe you'll get your freedom back before you die of old age. "Uncle Ho, why are you guys gone? The tiger is still there. Shoot down quickly. Don't be a wimp." Xiebin was so anxious to see Ho Ping slipping away with his men that he was about to bounce out of his wheelchair. "Strike your grandma in the leg. The tiger's ass can't be touched." Ho Ping dug into the car without bringing his head back. "President Wang, it's your turn. You can't take the money for nothing." Xiebin's little brother tugged on the corner of Wang Lijuan's coat and reminded him sharply. "Now in this situation, even the chief commissioner of police has run away. If they didn't take advantage of the chaos and run with Xiebin, they would probably all have to be accounted for here." "Good." Wang Lijuan nodded at Xiebin's little brother with a look of a packet winner and turned around to yell at the community members behind her. "Class! We women can't be silent when a female mastiff is in distress. Defend your rights and demand justice from the vicious tiger." This voice, the female members of the society, who were originally a bit hesitant, were all set ablaze, and the banners were raised even higher. Their pace quickened, and they approached in the direction of Gu Tian with great vigor. And Xiebin's little brother took advantage of the chaos and pushed up Xiebin's wheelchair and started running. "Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing?" "Shay." Running away is still handing out gold bars. Staying is handing out urns. Wang Hao was anxious and hastily patted Gu Tian to signal. "Brother Tian." Xiebin ran away. The chief commissioner of police has also run away. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, Gu Tian hooked his lips and smiled. "Run? Can they run? None of them will escape today." The words fell. Rumble. A violent roar of propellers exploded from the sky not far away, crushing the ground with dust. The crowd followed the sound and saw that the sky was black. Several helicopter gunships are flying over in great numbers. Huge searchlights illuminated the ground in snowy whiteness, and the anti-aircraft machine guns on either side rose slowly. "Crouch! Brother Tian, run ah!" Xiebin's father transferred to Wu Ji. Wang Hao's face swished white when he saw the scene. Gu Tian tilted his head slightly and said with a smirk, Is there a possibility? These were transferred by my father." The statement was made. Didn't wait for the crowd's eyes to glaze over. The circling helicopter gunships adjusted their positions in unison, and the megaphones on their fuselages instantly turned on. "According to the special dragon laws of the cabinet, anyone who attacks Gu's old children shall be executed by decapitation." Boom! A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The whole room was in an uproar. "What? Gu old children? Wait a minute." Not waiting for several gazes to look at Gu Tian in unison. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A machine gun on either side of the fuselage of an armed forces direct fire. Chapter 72. What kind of beams are you fit to be a load-bearing wall? Moment. Several rounds swept sharply toward the ground.
Bang, bang, bang.
Fire, smoke and dust. Where have the people seen such a big battle? On the spot was scared out of their wits, ghosts crying and howling in all directions to escape. "Ayaha! Siren! Help!" Originally pushed Xiebin desperately running away from the minions. Once they saw the battle so vicious hand loose, Xiebin even with a wheelchair violently pushed forward, scampering their own escape to go. Clunk. Exerting too much force, Xiebin fell face down even with a wheelchair, was shocked straight grunt. Struggling half a day did not get up. Who would have thought it? Kyutin plays so true? Platoon so big? Wang Hao hid to the side and hugged the pillar, crying and yelling at Gu Tian. Tian, stop the whole thing. Stop it. There's going to be bloodshed if we keep fighting. However, the imagined bloodshed did not occur. The smoke cleared and basically no one on the ground was hit except for craters made by bullets. It's just a removal. But the effect of the scare is comparable to a massacre. Stop. Gu Tian lazily tilted his head, smiled and narrowed his eyes as he looked not far away. Why did you stop? The words just fell. Boom, boom, boom. Dust billowed in the distance as several more armored cars rushed aggressively. Along the way, police vehicles on the side of the road that hadn't yet been evacuated were knocked right over. The door slammed open as the armored car came to a stop. Clearly dressed in black tactical uniforms, face mask-taught Special Forces members quickly jumped out of the car, each with a black hole of truth, quickly and fiercely divided into several groups to surround and search. The aura of solemnity was overwhelming. Before a thorough investigation, all the people at the scene, in their eyes, were all suspects who threatened the personal safety of the Crown Prince. Don't move. Hold your head and crouch down. One more step and you'll be shot on sight. Some were so timid that they ran in other directions in fear before they could hear the order. Results. Bang.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
When guns go off, people die. When someone dies, someone cries. I'm not running.
I'm squatting.
I didn't do anything. I didn't mean to. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It's our president who ordered it. Araha. Less than 10 minutes. Everyone was controlled by the black-clothed soldiers, holding their hands over their heads and not daring to move half a bit. Reporting to Gu Qiao. All the people involved are under control. 56 in total. Please come here, identify the murderer yourself. A black-clothed officer like special soldier walked quickly to Gu Tian and reported. Gu Tian nodded calmly and stepped towards the group of club members. The footsteps were not fast, but like death knocking on the gates of hell. For these people, it's okay for others to look away. But they look away literally for the rest of their lives. Who would have thought that the person walking the tiger would be the legendary prince of Kyoto, the son of Gu Lao? If I had known in advance, I wouldn't give them the guts, not to mention the 3 of them, or even the 10,000 of them. Pity. There are no ifs and buts in this situation now. Although they kept telling themselves that what was in front of them might be an illusion. But the cold touch of truth against the back of his head was as real as it was piercing. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. By now there were already whispers of horror. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Gu Tian looked down at the group of shivering people with a leathery smile. Who ordered it? It must be Xibin chanting. Wang Hao smiled and walked behind Xibin, pushing up Xibin's wheelchair forward without saying a word, afraid that Gu Tian would miss him. Brother Hao. I'm sorry. Don't be. Stop it. Hao. Don't push. I don't want to go over there. After witnessing Gu Tian holding the power to mobilize the wushu direct with his own eyes, the special forces unconditionally obeyed orders. Only then did Xibin realize that he was not even as good as a new recruit in front of Gu Tian. No wonder Xie Juanhao was sent to the North Pole by the Xie family before when he just said the wrong thing. It's President Wang. It was President Wang who told us to come. She said that if we came over, she would give us gold bars. Yes. It's President Wang. Wang Lijuan. Wang Lijuan sent us here. It has nothing to do with us. It's President Wang. Right? President Wang. Wang Lijuan. Where's Wang Lijuan? Which one? Raise your head for me to see. Gu Tian fiddled with the truth in his hands, his eyes sweeping over them like the king of Hell's Point. Amidst the ghostly cries for mercy, Wang Lijuan was escorted out.
I'm sorry, Qiao. I'm sorry, Qiao.
I didn't know. Let me go. Let me go, Wu. Gu Tian didn't bother to look at her more than once, lowered his head and stuffed peanuts into truth one by one, said with a smirk, letting you go? Aren't you going to hand out gold bars? I'll send you the urn. Do you want it? The words fell. Wang Lijuan completely collapsed and desperately struggled, trying to escape from the black-clothed soldiers. Gu Qiao. Don't. Your father said that we are the pillars. We are the hope. The words just fell. Gu Tian raised his hand and fired a shot.
Bang.
Pest! The two black-clothed soldiers' hands loosened, and Wang Lijuan fell to the ground as limply as a broken sack. The weeping in the room came to an abrupt halt. Gu Tian nonchalantly took the handkerchief handed over by the black-clothed officer next to him and wiped the blood from his face in disgust. Others may be beams. I think you're better suited for a load-bearing wall. The words were not yet spoken. The two black-clad soldiers understood and lifted Wang Lijuan's cold body like carrying rags and walked in the direction of the mixer, not far from the corner of the construction site. Chapter 73. We won't live if we listen to you. Less than a moment's work. The members of the society were all escorted to the car with their heads in their hands. Granted, it was directed by Lydia Wang, but the black-clad officer wondered if there were other forces stirring behind this. Gu Tian didn't explain too much about this. Tian, don't forget, there's still him. Just as Gu Tian was about to hand over the truth to the black-clad soldiers, Wang Hao pushed Xiebin over from behind. Unlike the club students, Xiebin's minions were all bruised and swollen. It should be resisting arrest or facing the black-clad soldiers when Xiebin pretended again and got punched in return. Din, I'm sorry. I'm so wrong. I was so wrong. Feel the icy breath of death creeping closer. Xiebin finally snapped out of his arrogance and hubris, and his entire face was a wail of survival in despair. Oh! Gu Tian raised an eyebrow, leaning down to slowly survey Xiebin's wretched appearance. You know you're scared at this point? Xiebin hurriedly nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic. Right. I know, Brother Tian. You're my big brother from now on. I'll only listen to you. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. That ingratiating, humble-to-the-bone look. Where was any semblance of the high and mighty look he had before? Wang Hao grinned straight as he watched, his face filled with complexity. No fear of being laughed at. He was also beaten up by Tin early on. Back in the day, he fancied himself a kindergarten bearer until Tin turned up. He got beat up from the door of his kindergarten to his house, and in front of his dad. Afterwards, he went to his dad for comfort, only to be beaten up by him again. Gu Tian sniffed, snorted out a laugh, meaningfully patted Xiebin's shoulder, and whispered, Obey, then listen and we won't live. After saying that, he lazily took a step back. Click! The four black-clothed soldiers synchronized their movements and raised their black holes of truth in unison, pointing directly at Xiebin's forehead, heart, chest, and knees. The murderer Xiebin, for assaulting and threatening cabinet children, stirring up conflict among community members, and unauthorized mobilization of the police department to enforce the law. Several crimes. Live execution. Command. Bang, 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 bang. Before Xiebin had time to open his mouth to defend himself, and before he could even send out a desperate scream, he was shot into a sieve on the spot by a rain of bullets. Blood splatters. The whole place is dead silent. All that was left was a pungent odor of blood in the air. Wang Hao covered his mouth and almost fainted on the spot. What? He didn't expect Gu Tian to be so fierce? This is Xie Yong's son. And it turns out that that's Ed Up? Xiebin's little brother had been scared silly and flopped down on his knees. Living Shay. Their heavenly fearless Shay. That's it. Shooting down on the spot. At this moment they realized. There is a world beyond the sky and a world beyond the people. Outside of Xiebin there was Gu Tian. And Gu Tian's outside. Seems there is really no one. Just as blood and despair filled the air. Only to see the two black-clad soldiers dragging and pulling a person over. Puffy and woefully out of shape. Gu Xiao, what about this person? Puffy and woefully out of shape. At a closer look, it was actually the Director General, Ho Ping. But the uniform that represented his identity had long since been stripped from him, leaving him with a dirty lining. The black-clothed officer grimaced and threw him in front of Gu Tian. Gu Xiao, what about this person? Being the chief commissioner of police, he turned out to be the personal security of the Tsai family. As soon as Ho Ping saw Gu Tian narrow his eyes, he hurriedly held his head and knelt on the ground, rolling and crawling. Gu Xiao, I was wrong. Listen to my explanation. I really didn't do it on purpose. It was Xie Yong who forced me. Please give me a chance. Don't kill me. I can make a merit. I can give up all the evidence of the Xie family's crimes. You do realize that Xiebin is Xie Yong's illegitimate son, right? Do you know where Xiebin's mom went? It was me. It was Xie Yong who told me to get rid of it. It was Xie Yong who told me to get rid of it. Oh wow, is it that good? Just as Gu Tian pulled out his cell phone and was ready to record it and go back to eat melons with his old mom and dad, the sound of an incoming cell phone call came from the cloth bag by the wheelchair handle. Apparently it's Shabin's. The black-clad officer immediately stepped forward and pulled out his cell phone and handed it over. 2 words flashed on the screen, Dad. Xieyong. Gu Tian hooked the corner of his mouth and casually picked it up. On the other end of the phone came Xieyong's familiar and smug voice. Hey!
Son.
Are things settled yet? I've greeted Ho Ping on his side. He will definitely cover you. Whoever dares to touch you will directly exterminate his family for 18 generations. From now on, walk sideways in school. Don't hold back. If anyone dares to bully you, don't even ask who your father is. Also, remember to tell Ho Ping that I won't be able to spare him any favors when the job is done. By the way, what the hell is going on with Black Diamond? You kid don't scare me, huh? Perhaps sensing that the phone side had been silent. Xieyong's voice snapped. Alert. Hello?
Son.
Why don't you say anything? Gu Tian sneered. Hey, how are you, Senator Xie? The end blew up straight away. Who are you? Why do you have my son's cell phone? Where is he? Gu Tian pretended to be confused and said, Oh, you're asking about your son? It seems like he's been gone for a while. Xieyong roared. Gone? Gone where? Where the hell did it go? Who the are you? Gu Tian was no longer polite and said grimly, word for word, he's dead. Boom. The phone exploded right on the other end. My son is dead? Who are you? What are you babbling about? How much money do you want? I'll give it to you. Who are you? Where's Haoping? Where's Haoping? The explosive thunderous sound was so loud it jumped out of the lifter. Although Ho Ping, who was next to him, heard Xieyong frantically calling out for himself, he didn't dare to open his mouth at all. Does he dare to say yes at this time? But if you promise, you can catch up with Xiebin and cross the Naiha Bridge together in minutes. Gu Tian glanced at Ho Ping and said to the cell phone end with a smirk. Ask Ho Ping. He seems to be dead as well. This statement was made. What? Wait a minute. Haoping jolted. I'm dead? When did I die? Just as he was looking around to see if there was someone around who was renamed after him. A black hole of truth was placed directly against his forehead. Chapter 74. The black-clothed officer grimaced and said word for word, Director General Ho, have a good trip. Wait a minute. Can I talk to you? Bang! The gunfire was deafening. Ho Ping didn't even have a chance to struggle and fell straight down. On the other end of the phone, Xieyong's rant continued. But no one cares about him anymore. Gu Tian casually threw his cell phone to the ground and smashed it with a snap. Clean up the trash and keep starting. After saying that, he got into the car and left under the escort of the black-clad soldiers. Not to mention Gu Million, when he saw Gu Tian sitting in the car, he immediately plopped down in the next second and didn't even dare to lift his paw to lick it. The school was also the first to make an announcement about the scene. They are afraid that if they are late, the whole capital will know about it, and their heads will not be saved. The crew came to shoot. War Gallery 4. To explain it a little more like that, literally called the crew over. This is something they don't go and cover up, they are the ones who get covered up. As of dinner time, news of this farce has vanished without a trace. Early the next morning, inside the dining hall of the Finance and Economics Institute, since Gu Tian stepped in, the entire restaurant had a new look. The originally crowded queue for picking up food is instantly bright and spacious, and the number of seats has doubled several times over. The quality of the food is even more improved for the naked eye. The most crucial thing is that the sister-in-law who is playing vegetables is like suddenly awakening a professional conscience. The hand that had been shaking like Parkinson's was now as steady as a mechanical arm, spooning into place. What spills is rice and what falls on you is peanuts. Many boys were so moved that their eyes glistened with tears, and their meal cards almost rushed to overdraft just to have 2 more bites of this hard-won light that Gu Daoxiao had fought for. But it's better than this soul-sucking meal. Instead, the student's attention was firmly drawn to the 2 figures walking through the doorway.
Cholgirlsu.
Schoolgirl Shen. Nima. The iceberg and the clear sweetness are in the same frame. What a divine day today. OMG. 2 goddesses coming together. Only to see ahead, Su Nanxue and Shun Yao held their arms and walked into the restaurant. Su Nanxue is as cold and dusty as ever, wearing a white blouse and high-waisted skirt, with a cool temperament. Shun Yao, on the other hand, was dressed in a simple white short sleeve, Sky blue jeans wrapped around her long, slender legs, and a soft smile. The two walked side by side talking and laughing. Especially Shen Yao's brow-curved expression, looking at quite a few boys' hearts almost melted. At first Shen Yao's new sweet schoolgirl name was unrecognized. The reason for this is that she doesn't deal much with outsiders and a lot of girls are jealous of her. After learning that she was related to Gu Tian, the crowd's bit of sour jealousy instantly turned to awe and admiration. Hey! Sure enough, the women who can stand beside Gu Xiao are all dragons and phoenixes among men. One sweet and one iceberg. TSK. Which one do you think Gu Xiao will choose? I'll take both. Amidst heated stares and mingled murmurs, Su Nanxue and Shen Yao were incomparably calm as they lined up and punched their meals. Their temperaments were worlds apart, yet unexpectedly harmonious. Shen Yao, say yes, my treat. Su Nanxue smiled faintly and handed Shen Yao the dinner plate that Auntie had brought out. Shen Yao raised her head, blinking her watery eyes, and laughed sweetly. Haha. Then thank you, Sister Nanxue. Oh, said, taking the dinner plate with both hands, carefully, as if afraid of spilling this tenderness. Yesterday, I met Su Nanxue in a restaurant, and the two of them were considered to be very familiar, so I invited the other to have a lunch. And last night, Su Nanxue messaged her and asked to go to a restaurant for dinner together. Which side are we sitting on? Shen Yao looked around. The seat by the window over there is good, and it just so happens that the wind isn't too strong. Su Nanxue pointed to a clean table for four against the corner. The two then walked softly. Not far away, a student quietly turned on his cell phone camera to capture the scene, but didn't dare to be too blatant. Wow! One's an iceberg and one's a milky sweet. Too good to knock. It feels like if these two were to form a CP, they could directly blow up our Finance and Economics Academy posting bar. Pull back. They're all women around Gu Xiao, you think too much.
Shen Yao.
Su Nanxue sat down, sucked a mouthful of milk tea and tentatively asked, Where do you stay at night? Shen Yao and Gu Tian knew each other so early and were still on such good terms. So she was wondering, Shen Yao, this came to Kyoto, it couldn't be that Gu Tian had arranged some kind of accommodation, right? I live in the dormitory. What about you, Sister Nanxue? You shouldn't be living in the school dormitory, right? Me, I don't live in the dormitory. Su Nanxue smiled faintly. I'll go back to my aunt's house at night. Oh, Shen Yao nodded her head obediently, but in her heart, she was puzzled. She had never heard Sister Nanxue mention anything about her family situation, nor had she heard of her having any aunts. But she was by nature meek and knew her place, so naturally she wouldn't ask too many questions. Su Nanxue beamed as if she was organizing her words. Hey, Shen Yao, do you want to stay with me or not? Honestly, since the last time Gu Tian sent her home, the way her aunt's family treats her had gotten to the point where she couldn't get used to it. Every day when she came home, her aunt would gather around her to inquire about Gu Tian, asking her if the two had met today. Did the other side mention anything about the Qin family or anything? Her aunt also bought her a lot of clothes and jewelry and kept an eye on her every day so that she would be well groomed before she could leave the house. That JK. And black silk. That's what my aunt gave her. Says boys love this outfit. So now, going back to her aunt's house is more or less scary for her. More than a little bit scary. The family's enthusiasm had gotten to the point where she couldn't take it anymore. Faced with the sudden question, Shen Yao froze throughout. Wan at the same table had told her about Sister Nanxue. Sister Nanxue said what high cold people do not approach, not to mention the boys, and girls will not get too close. And now, offer to invite her to live with him? This shouldn't be. My goodness, Nanxue-san shouldn't be. Lara? Thinking of this, Shen Yao's expression was a whole lot of shock. What are you thinking? How could Su Nanxue not see what drifted through her mind? Immediately her pretty face flew red, and raised her hand towards Shen Yao's slender waist and gently pinched it. Yikes! Shen Yao didn't hold back a soft cry, her voice soft and sticky. A couple of boys eating not far away jerked their heads sideways to look. What's that noise? Who's reading study materials in public? I'm going. Ask for a share. What nonsense are you thinking about, La? Su Nanxue Scarlet blushed and hummed lightly. I mean, if you don't want to live in the dorms, we could rent a villa or a small house or something off campus and live together so I don't have to drive back to my aunt's house every night, which is too much trouble. Oh! Shen Yao then realized. Her little face flushed red as she nodded her head. Yeah. She enjoyed spending time with Sunanshue, plus the other party was also on good terms with Gu Tian. She naturally had no problem with the two living together. All daddies.
Pro daddy.
The pace is a little hard. Slow me down for 2 chapters. I'll get out of the car. 75. The Oil Prince of North Africa. The original student president had no choice but to leave voluntarily under the threat of Xiabin and rolled down in disgrace. There was also an announcement on the forums before they left. Important notice on the re-election of officers of the Kyoto University Student Union. All students are welcome to participate and compete fairly, however, while ostensibly written in a neutral manner. But those who understand. This announcement was actually the product of Xiabin's coercion a few days ago. After all, during that bullying, Xiabin had warned coldly and viciously. Anyone who dares not vote for him will suffer the consequences. And so, the original student council members greeted each other with a heartfelt hello. Prepare to dutifully vote for Xiabin in the campaign, go through the motions and be done with it. But the sky has a way of hanging on to you instantly. Right now, Xiabin can't be reached. Not only Xiabin, even a bunch of members of the dog-loving society were all gone. Someone went to inquire and the official response was, these people didn't have enough credits and the school ordered them to drop out under the rules. What? Not enough credits? Withdrawal? Dozens of people with credit problems overnight? That's a reason that even a ghost wouldn't believe. But no one dared to ask more. After all, there were people in the square the other day who were defending their rights again and the crew was filming. Today, one cannot even find a shadow. Don't know the full story though. But many thoughtful students sensed that there seemed to be a truly great Buddha about to emerge from Kyoto University. But whatever, the election of student body officers was pushed through anyway. Did you hear? The student council is re-electing a president. Seriously? Are there a lot of people running for office? I'm signing up too. I want to be in the student council. Here's your chance. The time is right. The place is right. This way. Gu Genius just woke up. Hei Shun pushed the door and walked in, holding a thick stack of document bags in his arms, the cover of which was clearly stamped with the words top secret in bright red and piercing. Gu Xiao, this is what you wanted. All the detailed information about the Xia family's Xiaoyong. There are also transcripts of statements made yesterday by some members of the General Police Department. Gu Tian's shuffling movement gave a slight start. How come you investigated it so quickly? This is a piece of work that he temporarily explained down last night. It's reasonable to say that it takes 2 or 3 days to investigate a cabinet member, even if others give him face, more or less, right? Kishin grinned a rather subtle grin. Of course it's fast. After all, there is a nod from your father himself this time. Speaking of which, Heishuan couldn't help but shiver, thinking back to Gu Lao's expression in that instant after listening to the recording provided by Gu Tian. Cold, morose, and murderous. Even as a personal guard who had followed the Gu family for more than 10 years, he had long been accustomed to seeing bloodshed. Couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart even at that moment. Honestly, he knew more or less the depths of the cabinet hierarchy. Xie Yong and Gu Lao were only 3 votes apart that year though, but everyone knows it by heart. Even without those 3 votes, Xie Yong is by no means qualified to sit in that seat. He's missing not by 3 votes. Instead, it's a whole mountain. An impenetrable mountain of Gu. Just did not expect Xie Yong actually so far hard obsession, secretly lay out for many years, even the children's generation have begun to move a crooked mind. And now, Gu Lao's attitude is already obvious. If you don't move, you will be thunderstruck. Authorize Gu Tian to let go of his hands. He himself pretended to be unaware of the situation and quietly watched from behind as Xie Yong frantically jumped to his feet and bared his fangs. Wait until the evidence is clear and the evidence is stolen. He wants the entire cabinet, all the power hierarchy, to see with their own eyes what it means to turn their hands to the clouds and their hands to the rain. After washing up, Gu Tian sat at the table and flipped through the information in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed. How did the strategic cooperation in resources with North Africa, which Lin Lao personally approved earlier, turn into a large private oil field? Flipping to the back, he snorted a cold laugh. Wasn't Xie Juanhao sent to the North Pole? How come he's now an oil prince in North Africa? His Hun bowed his head and didn't say anything, just nodded softly. Gu Lao has orders. No leading, no interrupting. He wanted to see with his own eyes how Gu Tian would strike and lay out when faced with complex power and great interests. This was a test to see if he had the ability to pick up the slack of the Gu family, which was once thought. As soon as Gu Tian closed the information, his tone was icy. He soon. Book me a flight. I'm going on a trip to North Africa. Ha! Kishin froze, a whole lot confused. Shouldn't this be deployed first? Find the relevant people involved and look into who's behind it all. Gu Tian didn't listen to the whole thing and directly interrupted. Deploy my ass. I'm going straight over there and blowing up the oil fields for him. Hiss. He Shun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this a joke? Running into someone else's territory to blow up an oil field? Not to mention Gu Lao, the president of North Africa, had to be so shocked that he stood up for the plenary session. But Gu Tian looked at his shocked face and said with a smirk, remember he soon. The reason why the enemy dares to push Lai Lai is because there is capital and territory behind it. What I'm going to do is break the ground he's living off of. Hishin's eyes flashed and he stood upright on the spot. Got it. Gu Xiao. Gu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Very good. He soon flew out to transfer the private jet and prepare the luggage. Hey, Mom. Do you have any friends in North Africa? Preferably the arms kind. The phone was silent for 3 seconds, and his tone was instantly helpless. No, son. How come it's so big this time? Gu Tian told the story of what happened to Xiebin yesterday from beginning to end. Qian Hui had only one thing to say after hearing this. Just do it and be done with it. She was also very critical of Xie Yong. Since it was authorized by her husband, Gu Feng, then she definitely had to support it unconditionally, letting this old fox, Xie Yong, know that the Gu family was not something to be messed with. A random slap is a slap like the palm of God. Chapter 76. Wang Hao wants to run for the student council. The two of them, Gu Tian and Shi Shun, had just walked downstairs to the Tianxi Hotel. A Ferrari can just whiz by. If Wang Hao hadn't gotten out of the car so quickly, his Huns subconsciously both pulled out the truth. Brother Sky, Capital University is running for student council. I want to join. I'm all done with the manuscript. But his eyes casually looked above the luggage that Kishin carried. Tian. Where are you going? I want to go too. Gu Tian laughed. I'm traveling to North Africa. Are you going? Wang Hao didn't think twice. I'll go. Looking at Wang Hao's serious eyes, Gu Tian somewhat regretted revealing his schedule and could only change the topic. Why do you want to be in the student council? Why do you get involved in everything? Wang Hao explained with a serious face. No, Tian, if I become the student president, I'll be able to check the dormitory every day. I'll check the women's dormitory, and if there's a pretty one, I'll recommend it to you the first time. Hearing pretty, Gu Tian immediately remembered Shen Yao and Su Nanxue. This went to North Africa to take care of some things, and I don't know when I'll be back yet. Not to mention the fact that I hadn't seen these two in the past 2 days. Shouldn't I go to the school and say goodbye to each other and say something? Thinking of this, Gu Tian turned to Shishuin and explained, That's Shishuin. I'm going to make a trip to the Capital University. In a moment, you can just go directly to the Capital University to pick me up. Shishuin immediately nodded. Okay, Gu Xiao. As soon as he saw Gu Tian getting into his car, Wang Hao was anxious. No, Brother Tian, aren't you taking me on a trip to North Africa? Let's go. Let's go. First we'll make a trip to King's University so that you can become the student president. No, Tian, being the student president is something that needs to be chosen by the students, not arranged by the school. And the campaign hasn't even started yet. Buzz. Gu Tian didn't explain that much, and with a kick of the gas, the car drove out of the Tianxi Hotel. Soon, the two of them arrived at Kyoto University, and the car went straight to the administrative office area of the main building. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the 3rd floor of the office building, the members of the student council are gathered around a long table. Looking at the thick pile of campaign sign-up lists, the atmosphere was indescribably subtle. Registration has long since closed, and dozens of pages of thick lists are densely filled with names of candidates. But the problem is not in the number, but in the distribution. This Zhou Yu, a rich young man from the imperial capital. His family has a head and a face. Face still has to be given. Former student president Zhang Zhe flipped through the list while underlining and annotating to himself. He's still the student president until a new campaign begins. Vice president, that's him. And this one, his family owns a financial company, his resources are steady, and he's a low-key logistics minister. Arrange it. The members of the student council looked at me and I looked at you, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Didn't Zhang say it was a fair campaign this time? Zhang Zhe swept a glance at him and snorted. You think the student council is a reincarnation bureau? Really talking about fairness? It's just like the imperial court. Even more official positions are just carrot pits, and people without backgrounds stand in to fill in the dirt. The crowd was silent. Of course, the most unacceptable thing to them was that Zhang Zhe not only grabbed the high positions for his connections, but also quietly wrote himself into the list of presidential candidates. It was said to be a rerun, but in the end, the original team actually continued to be the big head. They who work honestly are optimized away instead. President, us older members have been following you as officers, more or less to our credit. The small man with glasses gulped and spoke cautiously. If you really get re-elected, can you take us with you? Zhang Zhe lazily waved his hand. You don't understand. It's hard to be cold up high. It's windy up there. I'm afraid you won't be able to carry it. Crowd. It's happening right now. Click. The office door was pushed open. Who are you guys? Come in without knocking. Before Zhang Zhe could say his accusing words, he swallowed back hard in the next second. Seeing the visitor, the crowd stood up straight in unison, full of tension. No. How did these two great Buddhas get here? How could a small student council attract their attention? Gu Tian swept the people around him and his gaze landed on Zhang Zhe. You're the student president? I'm. Right. I'm. Still. For now. Zhang Zhe was so scared that he couldn't speak properly. Before the new round of election, I'm still in office. Aha. Gu Tian nodded and turned his head to point at Wang Hao. Here, enroll him, Wang Hao, running for student president. What? The air exploded instantly. Everyone's gazes all brushed towards Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe's brain buzzed. A Xie Xiaogang couldn't be contacted, and now a Wang Xiaogang has popped up? But being the veteran he is, he just couldn't give way so easily this time. Gu Xiao. This isn't very good. The campaign signups are over and the list has been posted to the official website. There's really no way to change the process. So many students are watching. And elections are voted by the students themselves. I can't decide alone, At this point, Wang Hao became anxious and his voice rose an octave. No? Registration just closed? Can't afford to play. Zhang Zhe nodded awkwardly. Right? Young Wang. That's how the rules of our student union process work. The words just fell. Snap. Gu Tian backhandedly pulled out the beretta at his waist and slapped it on the table. The air st. But still for an instant. Next. What? WTF? Truth? The crowd was scared as if they were in danger, and subconsciously withdrew several meters away. Not Gu Xiao. Not. Zhang Zhe's entire face turned green, the corners of his mouth twitching as if he had been electrocuted. He has heard that this Gu Xiao has a military background, so he backhandedly pulled out the truth. He didn't really have the guts to question whether this truth was true or not. I'll ask again. Can you decide? Chapter 77, The Mysterious Maybach Convoy.
Kan.
Of course I can add. I'll just add young Wang's name to the list of candidates. Zhang Zhe's fingers trembled as he typed Wang Hao's name on the keyboard. Gu Tian nodded lazily. Not bad. Those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Wang Hao was so excited that he almost danced. Brother Tian, I love you. My ambition is not in the female dormitory. My ambition is in the whole school. Crowd. But in the next second, Wang Hao reacted and turned his head to stare at Zhang Zhe. Suspicious. Wait a minute? You mean add me to the list of people running for office and then I still need to run? Meaning I might run for office or I might lose the election, right? This statement was made. Zhang Zhe broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. Yes, his chicken feet were detected. Young Wang. Xiao Wang. This is how the rules are. This, inside you, I really can't do this. Ask them if you don't believe me. The words were not finished. Snap. Gu Tian picked up the beretta on the table with one hand, raised his hand and flung it. The gun aimed straight at Zhang Zhe's head. Since the rules can't be changed, let's address the person who made them. Gu Tian coldly said. Click. Crisp safeties sounded. Killing intent instantly filled the entire conference room. Everyone covered their ears and shocked mouths. Zhang Zhe's pupils were seismic and his legs went soft. Don't Gu Xiao. I'll change the rules. I'll change the rules. I'll internalize whoever you say will be the president. At that time, all young Wang needs to do is attend a campaign meeting and go through the process and he'll be in office. Gu Tian faintly put away his gun and yawned. That's right, delaying me for 2 minutes for nothing. After saying that, he patted Wang Hao's shoulder. Do a good job in the future. Don't lose face, ha. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. His voice choked. Don't worry, Tian. I checked the dormitory must be just and fair and open. Try to only enter the girls' dormitory.
Guten.
Crowd. The two had just walked out of the administration building, and Wang Hao was still immersed in the dreamy bubble of life's highlights. Brother Sky, what do you think is inside the female dormitory? What are the powers of the student body president? What can I do? Gu Tian lazily ignored him, looked down and fished his cell phone out of his pocket, tapping on his contacts. Sunan Snow hit dial and the call was quickly connected. The voice on the other end was clear and cold, but with a familiar intimacy. Hello, are you at school? Gu Tian asked with a smile. It's off campus. Xin Yao and I came out to look at houses. We're both going to rent a small townhouse to live in. You too. Gu Tian froze for a moment. Well, Xin Yao and I, do you want to come over and help us choose? Yeah. Gu Tian was more or less surprised, unable to imagine that Su Nanxue and Xin Yao had familiarized themselves with each other so quickly. After hanging up the phone, Gu Tian directly opened the door and got into the car. Wang Hao immediately followed up. Where's Brother Tian going? When are you going to North Africa? Go look at the house. Su Nanxue and Xin Yao are going to rent a house. Gu Tian raised his eyes and glanced at him. Aren't you an expert in checking bedrooms? This doesn't happen to be a private house check. Wang Hao, why do you always feel like you're connoting me? The vehicle slowly pulls out of the south gate of KYU and prepares to make a right turn into the city. And just then, at the intersection ahead, an unusually low-profile but extremely luxurious fleet of vehicles slowly drove into the main road of the campus. At the forefront were 2 black Mercedes South classes driving the road, with several Bentleys behind them. Holy, who's this? This license plate is bigger than you. When will you bring out your garage car? Tian, you'll absolutely crush this fleet. Wang Hao's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Gu Tian didn't say anything. His eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the vehicles that slowly passed in front of him. And just moments after that, Maybach passed him on the wrong side of the road. Gu Tian clearly saw the rear window drop down slightly by a small amount. An extremely cold young girl sat by the window. Her beautiful eyes did not have any curiosity about the outside world, but instead an indescribable coldness and isolation. Before he could take a closer look, the car could drive by. This was immediately followed by Wang Hao's exclamation of surprise. Holy, Brother Sky, you saw it. Did you see that girl? Holy, the ultimate beauty. That face is extremely noble. Wang Hao also sort of said all the adjectives in his head, and couldn't wait to jump out of the car to catch up and take a few more looks. On the contrary, Gu Tian didn't say anything. Only the corners of his eyes jumped slightly and his fingers subconsciously rubbed the steering wheel. Then Wang Hao's focus was on the glass of that Maybach. The window of the car was slightly lowered by a small amount, and he could clearly see that the thickness was as thick as 10 centimeters. There is no doubt that what the other guy was riding in was a completely bulletproof car. What kind of status requires riding in a bulletproof car? Let's go. Let's go find Su Nanxue and the girls. Gu Tian didn't speculate too much about the other party's identity, but left the capital university with a kick of the gas. This way, Office of the Faculty of Social Sciences. Dean Li was straightening his executive jacket in the mirror. Today was the day of the Minister of Education's visit, so he naturally could not afford to be the least bit slow. Not much longer. There was a sudden rush of footsteps in the hallway outside the door. It was followed by the sound of the door clanging shut. Dean Li frowned, his heart thumping. That's the rhythm. It's not right, is it? A little while later, the Minister of Education is coming over. Who dares to close the door so vigorously? What kind of character is that? Without much thought, he decided to push the door open and poke half his head out to look around. Just a glance. Hiss! The scene in front of him made Dean Li suck in a breath of cold air. The hallway, at some point, had been filled with a group of burly men in black suits and wireless headsets. What the hell? Dean Li's heart was beating wildly. and he was about to open his mouth to inquire. Instead, they saw the other end of the corridor, surrounded by a dozen or so strong black-clad men. The Minister of Education carefully followed a young girl with a nod and a harumph. Don't mention how humble. 78. Travel to North Africa. Can. Such a student is definitely qualified to come to our academy. Looking at the other party's ridiculously excellent grades and resume, Dean Lee was thrilled, but after meeting the young girl's cool and indifferent eyes, he still couldn't help but fight a cold war. The other side didn't speak, just sitting there quietly, but as if there was an invisible, impenetrable barrier between them and everyone and everything around them. Good. Then if you say so, this matter is yours to handle. After the Minister of Education finished speaking, he immediately put away his official authority and replaced it with an extremely respectful attitude to bow carefully to the young girl who was sitting quietly like an ice mountain snow lotus. Ms. Lin, we will arrange the relevant procedures properly. You will be able to officially report to Kyoto University in a few days. The young girl still had little expression, just a slight nod that counted as a response, and then walked out of the office escorted by the black-suited men in suits. And the Minister of Education followed suit with his ass on the line. Only when all the people in the office had left did Dean Lee slump into his chair with a long sigh of relief. Looking at the young girl's name on the document, he was in a bit of a trance for a moment. Lin Shu-si. I think I've heard it somewhere before, but by the looks of it, the background is at least on the cabinet side, right? This way. Originally, Su Nanxue and Shun Yao just wanted to rent a quiet little house near the school to facilitate their study and life. As a result, before they could choose a property, Gu Tianka pulled out her card and prepared to pay. What's the point of renting? Why don't you just buy a set?
No.
Mister, this villa, it's almost 3 small goals. The salesgirl's mouth was open enough to fit an egg. Gu Tian didn't say anything, casually throwing the black and gold card, which very much represented his identity, onto the table and opened his mouth indifferently. Swipe your card. I'm in a hurry. Boom. The pupils of all the sales in the hall shattered together. I've seen hose, not that hose, where the sales lady dared to have half a doubt. Bolt possession directly to get the purchase contract operation payment. The other co-workers are about to cry with envy. Such a contrary client. Please give me a dozen of them. Just half an hour later, Gu Tian and the others then arrived at this single house that was less than 2 kilometers away from the capital university. The villa is set on a spacious plot and has a style that blends modern minimalism with vintage European. The courtyard is lush with greenery, a babbling brook, birdsong, and even the pool has its own thermostat system. The moment she walked through the door, Su Nanshua's entire body froze. It's not like she hasn't seen nice houses before, and her family has a cottage. But it was the first time she'd seen a way to buy a house as easy as buying groceries. Gu Tian. You. Aren't you being a bit impulsive like this? Before Gu Tian could answer, Wang Hao could chirp, No, you're saying that my brother Tian spending 3 small goals to buy a villa is impulsive. You know what? A while ago he spent $5 billion. He invested in a research team at the University of Beijing. What? 5 billion? Su Nanxue covered her mouth in shock. In contrast to the shocked Su Nanxue, Xin Yao was obviously much more excited, running around the courtyard like a cheerful bird. And the pool. I'll go. This villa is fantastic too. Gu Tian, you're too good. Sister Nanxue, look quickly. There are a lot of koi inside this fish pond. With such a scene, watching Wang Hao enviously gnawed his back teeth. When will he be able to capitalize on this? When could you be so pleasing to a sister as Gu Tian? This way. He soon also drove to the entrance of the courtyard and waited as instructed by caretaker Sky. Faced with the news that Gu Tian was going on a long trip, although the 2 women were a bit enamored, there was no way for them to ask more questions. In particular, Su Nanxue seemed to have sensed something from Gu Tian's meaningful look and could only gently admonish. So, be safe, huh? We'll wait for you to come back. Xin Yao also followed closely behind, blinking her beautiful eyes mischievously. Gu Tian, remember to come back early. Otherwise, Sister Nanxue and I will take up all the good rooms for you. Good. Gu Tian smiled faintly and sat in the car with Wang Hao. Under the unwilling gaze of the 2 girls, the car gradually drove into the villa area. All the way Wang Hao was thinking of a good trip. Brother Sky, I'm going over there to take a picture with the wild animals. The most important thing is that I'm going to capture a lion and come back to fight your Gu Million to see who is the grassland overlord. Gu Tian glanced at him and didn't bother to talk, just leaning towards the back of the chair and closing his eyes. On the contrary, Shishun's brows were tightly locked, checking the information in the tablet while reporting to Gu Tian in a low voice with a solemn face. Gu Xiao, the situation over in North Africa is not as simple as you think. Ostensibly an emerging resource state, behind the scenes there are warlords of all sizes, and whoever has the firepower in their hands has the say. Especially where you're going, it's part of a marginal oil field, and although nominally Xiejuanhao is the legal holder, according to the information, that area has been frequently meddled with by mercenaries and outside capital in recent years. Moreover, what you are moving this time is Xieyong's roots outside the country. When you land, remember to contact your mother's friend. Aha! Gu Tian nodded. For what he was going to do, Mom was very supportive this time, not only gave him a lot of money, but also gave him relevant contacts, letting him check Xieyong's assets behind the scenes. Before that, there was a man named Zhang Tianze who was an old subordinate of the old mom group. Later, for personal reasons, he left his job and went to North Africa to look for gold. Relying on all the courage and skill, he became the boss of a mining company there, and also knew many warlords. So Mom's point is simple, just go and contact this person. This person can provide everything he needs or wants to know. Early the next morning, a private jet from the Dragon Kingdom slowly landed at the North African International Airport. Out of the airport, a stretch Hummer followed by several bulletproof SUVs drove by. The car door opens. Young master, over here, only to see a middle-aged man wearing a large gold chain, welcoming him with quick steps, followed by two turbaned locals with battle-damaged versions of AKs. Such a scene confused Wang Hao. No, Brother Tian, aren't we traveling? This situation. It doesn't seem like we're traveling, right? Gu Tian ignored Wang Hao, sized up the next person, and slowly opened his mouth to confirm. Are you Boss Zhang? Boss Zhang was just about to nod his head when his sight slammed into Gu Tian's cold eyes, and it was as if his entire body had been violently lifted by someone's soul. That temperament, the eyes, this mighty pressure that stood still but seemed to stop the desert winds. Like, it's too damn similar. He had long known who Director Qian's husband was, and even more so, he knew that the other party's son was known as the Crown Prince of Kyoto, an existence that would shake Kyoto with a sneeze. It's more than a little nerve-wracking now that I've seen it in person. Yes, it's me. Zhang Tianze. Director Qian arranged for me to come and pick you up. I was in charge of the overseas mining industry in the group back then, and before I left, I was promoted by Madam. I've never forgotten this favor over the years, and when Madam gives the order, I, Zhang, will do it even if I have to fight for half of my life. The two bodyguards with AKs, once they took a look at their boss reacting like this, they were also curious about Gu Tian's identity in their hearts. Who the hell is this guy? Can you make bosses nervous like that? Gu Tian looked indifferent. I don't need you to fight for your life. I just need you to do your job. Understand. Boss Zhang immediately bowed his waist and bowed respectfully, as if he was greeting a big brother descending to earth. Don't worry. When we get over here, your business is my Zhang Tianze's life. Gu Tian didn't say anything and only raised his hand lightly. Boss Zhang understood in a second and immediately pulled open the car door. Young master, please. That friend next to you? Please too. Wang Hao. I have a name. Okay? The crowd got in and the Hummer heaved and slowly pulled out of the airport. Chapter 79, The Young Master Who Doesn't Know How to Use Hot Weapons. I want to get off. I said I want to get off. Wang Hao grabbed the seatbelt furiously in the car, looking like his internal organs were about to be turned upside down. What kind of road is this? The Gobi Crack Simulator, is it? I feel like my kidneys are being churned to pieces. Originally, he thought that this time he was going to have a luxury North Africa free trip with Gu Tian. It turned out to be hard to follow the prince's expedition to the desert oil field regimentation mission. Sand drifted into his eyes, not to mention his ass vibrated out of his 8-pack abs on the Hummer seat. Boss Zhang nervously looked at the navigation while helplessly turning back. Wang Xiao, you hold on. This is only half an hour away. There are still 70 kilometers behind. I can't. Wang Hao covered his stomach. I need to pee, and slow my little heart down on the way. Seeing this, Mr. Zhang could only ask the driver to stop the car. The Hummer creaked to a stop. Wang Hao jumped out of the car in a flash. Just as he opened the gates to release the water, he heard a rumble not far away. 5 or 6 armed pickup trucks full of armed men with black flags sped toward them in a cloud of dust. I'm going! Wang Hao's heart jumped and he forgot to lift his pants. Boss Zhang, is that your man? Boss Zhang hadn't had time to reply. Da 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 da. The next second, fire exploded and bullets whizzed this way. A few bullets landed directly in front of Wang Hao's feet, splashing yellow sand and blowing his eyes out. Holy, for real? I'm still pissing. Young Wang, get in the car. Run. Wang Hao screamed miserably as he darted back to the car with his pants in hand and pissed all over himself. The car exploded. The bodyguard cursed as he pressed the gas to the floor. The other bodyguards quickly swooped down to the car windows to block the view and began to rack their guns. Boss Zhang, on the other hand, had a face full of iron and cursed as he opened the weapons box inside the Humvee. These dogs are specializing in picking on merchant caravans. And seeing us in a Hummer, they must think we're businessmen here to invest. No, Tian. I'm here to travel with you. I don't want to die here. Wang Hao was already shaking, his hand shivering as he took the Desert Eagle handed to him by Boss Zhang, and even the cocking slipped. He didn't use the truth, much less ga people. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. You guys just need to defend yourselves. You don't have to fight them hard. Before Boss Zhang could finish his words, his afterglow veered violently and his pupils quaked on the spot, only to see Gu Tian open another weapon case at some point and drag out a rocket launcher from the bottom. Click. Skillfully open the safety. Click. Buckling the shoulder straps with precision, the stance is as steady as a veteran going into battle. Boss Zhang almost fell to his knees in fear. No, Gu Xiao, I thought you didn't know how to use weapons. On the phone, Chairman Qian was a man of many instructions. It says that Gu Xiao is a reasonable kid who doesn't dabble in violence, doesn't play with hot weapons, and even plays only Plants vs. Zombies in video games. I hope that no matter what, Gu Xiao will be kept safe and not allowed to touch anything dangerous. But now this is too damn anticlimactic, isn't it? Even the bodyguard in the car looked stunned. Before Boss Zhang could react, Gu Tianke spoke. Boss Zhang, stop the car. I want to change cars. Boss Zhang was about to ask why when Gu Tian had already turned back to Wang Hao, his eyes so calm as if he was arranging what to eat tonight. Haozi, is that okay? You drive. I'll meet the battle, we'll work together. Wang Hao was still a bit scared, but when he saw Gu Tian's eyes of a good brother for life, he was instantly infected. No problem, brother Sky. Just do it and be done with it. Soon, under the cover of the bodyguards, Gu Tian and Wang Hao switched to another car. Boss Zhang, run separately. Don't get too close to us. There was a lot of gunfire outside, and Gu Tian shouted into the walkie-talkie. Boss Chang was too worried about his safety and kept signaling the Hummer vehicle to come alongside his. While this would stop bullets, it also blocked his view. Gu Tian was seen slowly pressing down the window of the car and extending the bazooka. The Humvee vehicle immediately moved away. The armed vehicles behind them don't know this and are still chasing with their AKs clacking away. In their eyes, there were at least several big bosses sitting in this car in front of them. This would be rich in minutes if you grabbed a wave. Haozi, lower the speed of the car. The distance is too far. I can't aim well. Gu Tian poked half of his body out of the window while holding the bazooka steady. Wang Hao understood and immediately reduced the speed of the car. Good. Now. Gu Tian raised his hand violently. The bazooka aimed at one of the armed pickup trucks that was sprinting at high speed. Snap. The fire erupted and was deafening. Boom. The explosion was accompanied by smoke in the air, and the entire pickup truck, along with the 4 or 5 armed men on it, instantly exploded into a fireball in midair. The rest of the cars simply kicked on the brakes, as if they hadn't expected the other side to carry such a lethal weapon. Naya, brother Sky, when did you learn to use a bazooka? The way Wang Hao looked at Gu Tian was one of clear admiration. On this side, Boss Zhang and several bodyguards in the Humvee were all dumbstruck. WTF? You call that not knowing how to use a hot weapon? At this point, Chen Hui's secretary just happened to call and asked if Boss Zhang had received Gu Xiao and how Gu Xiao's status was performing. The corners of Boss Zhang's mouth twitched. Please convey, Director Chen. Young boss's performance. It's a bit over the top. Wait, Boss Zhang, I kind of don't quite understand. Can you elaborate on that? Just as Boss Zhang was about to reply, the bodyguard next to him could have exclaimed, Boss, your guest has turned around and gone after them. Your guest turned around and went after the militants. This cry of alarm caused Boss Zhang to hang up the phone directly and fling himself behind the back window, almost having a brain hemorrhage on the spot. I just told the chairman that Gu Xiao's performance was a bit over the top, but he just tore up the program, only to see Gu Tian's car turn around with a horizontal flip, blasting the gas pedal all the way, heading straight for those armed men who had just been bombed out of their minds. It's not an escape. It's a counterattack. It's a counterattack. Hurry! Quickly chase after him. If we don't catch up with the young master, he'll have to go on the news to mix it up with the warlord. Boss Zhang frantically slapped the passenger armrest while taking out his cell phone to shake people again. At this point, Gu Tian's SUV was like nobody's business. Wang Hao gripped the steering wheel with a death grip, his face full of excitement as if he had opened up the two chakras. Brother Tian, look, they're turning around and running away. Gu Tian didn't pay any attention to him and steadily raised the second bazooka. Howsy, drive steady. I'm going to start locking on. Roger that. Chapter 80. I need backup. Bang! The second rocket whizzed straight out, locking onto the target of the very car that had first started firing. Boom! The fireball exploded a huge deep crater in the sand, and the shockwave directly lifted off two cars that were following the side. A scene comparable to a Hollywood disaster movie. Those remaining cars finally realized that today's robbery wasn't about getting rich. It was about getting killed. WTF. Run. Retreat.
Fark.
Why are they carrying weapons like RPGs? Where the hell is this a businessman? This is a humongous bandit. The driver even pushed through the gas pedal. The front of the car threw out a serpentine trail and desperately fled into the distance. They only carried battle-damaged AKs, and in terms of firepower at this point, they were only crushed, and the other side's vehicles were still bulletproof. Brother Sky. They split up and ran away. Wang Hao was so anxious that his palms were sweating. Chase. Catch one and chase it hard. Gu Tian threw the bazooka in the back, skillfully picked up an AK, and backhandedly loaded it. Okay. Wang Hao slammed the gas pedal to the floor, chose a dilapidated armed car that was obviously dragging its feet, and posted it all the way up. Two cars running parallel. The armed men next to him showed their heads and their souls were scared out of their wits.
Fark.
Faster. Faster. Shit. It's them coming after us. Right next to us. Fight. Hit me. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Bullets bit into Gu Tian's car window like mad dogs. Pity. Bulletproof glass, made in the Dragon Kingdom, is way ahead of the curve. Gu Tian took advantage of their efforts to change ammo and slammed the window button, sticking the AK barrel out and starting to strafe. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Directly forcing the other side to not dare to show their heads. Tian, you're so mean. I'm getting on top of this chasing feeling. Wang Hao is thrilled as a spectator while racing, and the emotional value provided is spot on. It's not over yet. The corner of Gu Tian's mouth curled into a cruel smile, and with one hand, he touched a grenade from the box. With such a scene, Wang Hao's pupils quaked. He exclaimed, Brother Tian, don't you're on top. If this hadn't been thrown out, next year's day would be the anniversary of both of their deaths. Unfortunately, it was too late. Only Gu Tian violently bit off the safety, pressed the window, and threw it at the rear bucket of the armed vehicle next to him. Fire in the hole. The armed man was crouching in the back bucket of the car, still thinking about how to get out. A grenade just rolled watery to their feet. Walter, who dropped his grenade. Next. Boom! The explosion was like thunder, and Hodo even blew up directly with his person, carrying the burning wreckage in mid-air. Holy! It's exciting! Wang Hao kicked on the brakes, then followed Gu Tian as he carried the truth towards the burning wreckage. There were 4 or 5 bodies lying on the ground. Only the driver, the one in the driver's seat, was rolling and struggling on the ground in agony. Help! 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 Help me! Help me! Gu Tian walked slowly to him. Wang Hao still wants to open his mouth to persuade a mouth. Brother Tian, this person is still alive. Why don't you leave a living mouth and let Boss Zhang ask properly? Gu Tian didn't even look at it, lifting his AK and sending it away with a barrage of shots. And that's when. It was only after Boss Zhang and the others caught up and saw the scene in front of them, clearing their heads in shock. Wait a minute. What the hell is going on here? A group of 2 people destroyed 6 people. This does not know how to use hot weapons. This ing combat power is clearly a ceiling although extremely shocked, but for safety reasons or let Gu Tianwang how hurriedly sit back in the car, a foot gas pedal to leave this place. As for which tribal warlord these militants actually belong to, it's better to go back and find out slowly. Early the next morning. Early morning sunlight pours through palm fronds onto the golden earth of North Africa. Gu Tian lazily woke up from Boss Zhang's mansion. Have to say, Boss Zhang's hospitality is nothing short of lavish and 100% undiscounted. When he came back yesterday, Boss Zhang immediately ordered a banquet, with roasted whole sheep, Persian spice rice, and red wine from his private cellar, all of which Wang Hao ate with his eyes glistening. The security in the yard has also gone straight up a notch. Dozens of dark-skinned bodyguards patrolled around in tactical vests and with AKs. Brother Sky, come on, pick a gemstone. Wang Hao sat in front of the stone table, holding a ruby as big as a pigeon's egg in his hand, smiling like a little fortune hunter. The servant next to him carried a whole tray of gems. As soon as he saw Gu Tian strolling down the steps, Boss Zhang immediately greeted him with a big smile. Gu Xiao, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Not bad. Gu Tian yawned and lazily sat down on the chair. Gee, that's good. Boss Zhang rubbed his hands together and looked bashful. Gu Xiao, Madam has instructed her to say that you were ordered to come and investigate the background issues of the private oil fields this trip. You are so young that you have already taken on such a heavy responsibility. You are truly a tiger son of the general's family. A true dragon from heaven. Gu Tian gently waved his hand. It's nothing. Things are laid out in front of us. How can we not go and solve them? When Boss Zhang heard this, he hurriedly served tea and water, and was just about to ask which oil field was the target of Gu Tian's investigation, when the bodyguard could have walked over with the documents. Boss, I found out that the ones who tried to rob us yesterday were Muchua Kamo's soldiers. This statement was made. The smile on Boss Zhang's face stiffened directly. You said. Whose soldiers are they? Muchua Kamo. The bodyguard confirmed. Wang Hao, still gnawing on dates, asked with his mouth full of slurred questions. Who's this guy? Sounds like those people in white robes throwing backpacks. Gu Tian lazily raised his eyes to look at Boss Zhang. Very impressive? Zhang Boss breathing are a little unsteady, nodded with difficulty. Not only is it powerful, is one of the most cannot be messed with warlords in this area, the strength of the troops under his hand, then the local garrison are strong, specializing in picking mines, trade routes, robbery. In recent years, just our area, he took 3 big mines, 2 trade lines. The words aren't even finished yet. Outside, there was a sudden barrage of gunfire and explosions. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The entire manor ground shook twice in response. Boss! Muchua's soldiers are hitting. There's armor. There are armed vehicles. And heavy machine guns. Boss Zhang's face changed drastically, and he waved his hand. Hurry! Take my guests to the underground refuge passage. So soon. So quick to seek revenge. My gem. I dropped my gem. Then Wang Hao withdrew in panic. Gu Tian, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and dialed it without any panic. Hey, he soon. In. I'm in desperate need of backup here. The sooner the better. What support? Fire coverage kind of thing, helicopters, drones, vehicle-mounted rockets, man-pads. If there are tanks, you set me up with those too. Chapter 81. $10 million. Muchua's soldiers came in strong. In less than 5 minutes, the whole estate was surrounded. A camouflage-painted pickup truck roared into the main courtyard, and without stopping, it directly swung across the center of the courtyard, bringing up a cloud of dust and sand. The back bucket jumped down a couple of brawny black men, bare-chested and with bullet chains wrapped around their bodies. The first person, black robe and head wrapped, was none other than Muchua himself. Who is your boss? Come out or I'll kill you all. Boss Zhang was wiping the sweat from his forehead with a paper towel while jogging and rushing down the steps to greet him with a smile on his face. General, General, what wind has brought you here? My God, I was dreaming of you last night. Oh, so it's Mr. Zhang. Yeah, it's me. Yesterday's matter was a misunderstanding. Definitely a misunderstanding. Boss Zhang compensated with a smile and nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic, beads of sweat dripping down like beans. Walter, misunderstanding? Muchua's face instantly grimaced as he slowly brought his hand to his waist. 5 or 6 of his men were beaten to a burnt chicken and 2 of his cars were blown up. Now you're telling is a misunderstanding? Boss Zhang took one look at the situation and waved at the servants behind him. 5 or 6 servants came forward with trays of jewels. General Muchua, this is the newly mined chicken bloodstone from our mine along with other rare gems. All of them are offered to you. Yesterday's incident was truly a misunderstanding. Muchua's gaze fell on the gems and he casually twisted up a blood-red cockatrice and shook it into the sunlight, his frown loosening slightly. Boss Zhang's heart was in his throat. He does business here and only deals with the normal warlords. But like Muchua, a robber warlord, he has always been a well-watered man. But what happened yesterday was a bit too sudden to be true. Who knew that the lesser owner was so contrary? Which had thought the next second? Muchua pinched the chicken bloodstone and walked to Boss Zhang with a leathery smile. I can't imagine that Boss Zhang still has these goodies in his mine. One look at his unkind and greedy eyes. Boss Zhang instantly panicked and waved his hands. No, General. I only have this one mine that can still produce some stones. If I give it to you, then my business will be over. The words just fell. A dozen AKs were raised at the same time, their blackened muzzles aimed at Boss Zhang's chest. Muchua's smile slowly retracted and he said grimly, Are you trying to say that you're only willing to fool me with a few stones to put yesterday's incident behind you? Boss Zhang quickly shook his head. No, I didn't mean that. The words were not yet finished. Muchua grunted coldly and drew the metal pistol at his waist. His arm flung out and the gun was pointed at the several captured bodyguards of Boss Zhang. Bang! Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Several shots exploded. The 5 captured bodyguards collapsed on the spot. Boss Zhang turned around violently, his pupils contracting violently. No! These bodyguards were loyal to him and had followed him for years. It's now being directly replaced by the scene. It was taken in by Gu Tian inside the building. Brother Sky, come in quickly. Don't look. Wang Hao at the entrance of the basement was anxious and kept waving his arms to signal Gu Tian to hurry up and withdraw. However, Gu Tian crouched sideways behind the window and watched the scene outside with itching teeth. Boss Zhang's bodyguards, who had been drinking together last night, were now one by one in a pool of blood, their eyes still closed. Smoking shell casings on the ground and Muchua's condescending face. Tin, what are you doing? Without waiting for Wang Hao to react, Gu Tian violently ran wildly towards the door. This way. I'll ask again, will you give me this mine now, or when you're dead? Muchua held the gun against Boss Zhang's head. His finger pressed on the trigger, making the feeling that he could shoot at any time. At this point, stop! Stop! A stern voice rang out. 24 gun muzzles turned their direction in unison, aiming in the direction from which the voice had come. Seeing Gu Tian trot over, Boss Zhang's person was directly dumbfounded. Young master, didn't I tell you to hide? What are you doing out here? If anything happens to you, I won't be at peace even if I die. Gu Tian didn't respond in any way, only taking a step towards Muchua. Interesting, what are you? Boss Zhang's secretary? A staff member of the mine. Gu Tian stood still and calmly said, I came to talk to you. Muchua snorted. You? Talk to me? Do you know who I am? Muchua Kamo. Gu Tian spoke faintly, the de facto controller of the 3rd region of North Africa, controlling 4 mining roads, 3 oil fields, and a 3,000-strong unorganized armed force. Muchua raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. I didn't realize that this young man in front of me knew so much about his background. Gu Tian continued. I know that yesterday's misunderstanding upset you, so I'm asking you, how much does it take to set this thing right? This statement was made. The air felt like someone had pressed the pause button. Boss Zhang became anxious and said in dragon language, Young master, this person has a big appetite. It's not something that can be fixed with a lot of money. Where had he seen a balance in Gu Tian's account that was longer than a dragon ID? Muchua was silent for 2 seconds as he looked at the young man in front of him who didn't know how to die, and suddenly grinned. Fine, then I'll say a number, and if you can afford it, I'll pretend that that didn't happen yesterday. After saying that, he held up a finger. $10 million, make the payment now. If you can't, then don't blame me for taking over this mine from your boss. The words came out. Boss Zhang's face went white and he hurriedly bargained. General, can it be less? Even if you take over my mine now, it won't reach $10 million in a short time. But the next second, Gu Tian pulled out his cell phone, his fingers sliding fast. Then he raised his head and said very calmly, Say, how much is the account? The scene was instantly dead silent. Walter, and so on. The adjutant behind Muchua subconsciously held up his military cap, suspecting that he had heard wrong. He just said $10 million, not 10 million Zimbabwean dollars. Muchua's threatening smile froze on his face as well. He wasn't so much intimidated as he was a little confused. $10 million, certainly not a small amount for him. But for this little young man in front of me, there wasn't even any hesitation. Boss Zhang's entire body was dumbfounded. He's also worth over $100 million, but to really ask him to mobilize an 8-figure sum in 5 seconds? Not to mention 5 seconds. 50 minutes would be enough. Muchua stared at Gu Tian in silence for a full 5 seconds, once again re-sizing up this young man from the Dragon Kingdom. He saw a calm face. There was no panic, no high-profile bragging, not to mention currying favor or anger, only a kind of indifference unique to those in high positions. Just as he looked at Boss Zhang, he was about to ask what the young man's identity was. General, the account? Gu Tian asked again. Muchua did not speak immediately, but waved his hand. The adjutant behind him immediately handed over the account information. Gu Tian looked twice to enter his account information and did some maneuvering. 10 seconds later. Ding. Oh, really? The adjutant looked at the flat panel to reveal his joy and reported in a low voice, "It has arrived. General, $10 million whole." Muchua grinned, but didn't say anything about the pain or anything of that sort of scene, instead stepping forward and staring at Gu Tian's near face. "I remember you, young man. You're not a normal person, are you?" The corners of Gu Tian's mouth quirked. Non-committal. "Next time, if you're not here to deliver money." Muchua put away his smile and his tone snapped grim. "Then don't show up in front of me." With that, he turned around and gave a big wave. Behind them, a vote of bare-chested, bullet-banded soldiers quickly closed ranks, which was once thought of at this point. Gu Tian suddenly opened his mouth and drank. "Wait!" 82. North Africa Investigative Team. Ha! Muchua stumbled on his feet and slowly turned back. With one hand in his pocket, Gu Tian stepped forward with a smile on his face and looked straight at Muchua. "You just said this ends here. But I'd like to ask a question. You killed those bodyguards under Boss Zhang. How will this be handled?" Boom! The scene instantly exploded. Wang Hao, who had just stepped out of the building, stared wide-eyed and cried out in his heart that it was bad. He came out early. Boss Zhang's entire body nearly collapsed. "Young master, let's forget about this matter. Let's forget about this." Muchua grinned, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. "Ha-ha! What do you want to do with it?" He, Muchua, killed and set fire to the gold belt and never dared to ask him for a claim. And this young man from the Dragon Kingdom in front of me is really courageous. Gu Tian didn't rush to answer, but only swept his gaze lightly over the golden pistol Muchua was playing with in his hands. "Walt? You mean this?" Seeing that, Gu Tian nodded. Muchua froze for a moment and hesitated for 0.01 seconds before handing the heavy golden pistol forward. Surrounded by his own people, as long as the other party dared to make a move to attack him, they would be directly beaten into a sieve. "Take it and see what you want to do with it." The words just fell. Gu Tian reached out and took the gun. Next, without the slightest hesitation, bang! The golden pistol exploded. Bang! 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 4 shots in a row. Before the 4 soldiers standing beside Muchua had time to react, their foreheads successively exploded with blood and they directly fell to the ground. Wah! Boss Zhang's soul was about to float out, and Wang Hao almost turned his back in place. "Thanks, now we're clear." Gu Tian returned the gun with a leathery smile. Muchua, who had slowed down, didn't say anything, but looked at Gu Tian twice more with a smiling expression before jumping into the jeep. "Go!" The rumbling convoy raised a cloud of yellow sand and quickly moved away. Until this moment. Only then did Boss Zhang let out a sharp sigh of relief and sat paralyzed on the floor. "Lesser owners. Can you tell me specifically, what exactly are you doing in North Africa?" On the phone, Director Chen said he was ordered to come over to secretly investigate the operation of some local oil fields. He thought it had something to do with the future overseas business of the Chen Group. But now, what kind of business is this? It's a war of warlords, isn't it? The 2 of them just arrived and wiped out a wagon load of Muchua's regiment? A word of caution and kill the Muchua soldiers on the spot? And finally Muchua left without saying a word. Watching the sun slowly sink into the end of the North African desert, Gu Tian said meaningfully, I came here to do only 3 things. Boss Zhang swallowed his saliva and carefully said, Which 3 rooms? Gu Tian turned around, his figure reflected in the dusk. Blowing up oil fields. Blowing up oil fields. Or blowing up an oil field. Boom. Wang Hao sat on his butt. I knew it. I knew it. Where you would be so kind to take me on a trip. On the contrary, Boss Zhang had been petrified in place. In the meantime, a meeting in the direction of Kyoto, headed by Elder Lin, drew a lot of chatter from many members of the cabinet. Inside the conference room, more than 24 legislators had taken their seats. The atmosphere was not hot, but it was oppressive. Councillors talk in low voices in 2s and 3s. Oldly, what exactly do you think is the reason why Elder Lin suddenly asked us all to attend? What else could it be? Mostly something to do with that super son of Xie Yong's. You mean that Xie Bin? I heard that kid made a lot of noise in Beijing University. But what happened? He was cleaned up by Gu Lao's precious son. More than cleaned up. It's all over the news. They say he was killed on the spot. He wasn't even hospitalized. Gu. Now Xie Yong has only 1 son left. You say. This meeting, will it be Lin Lao taking advantage of the issue to stand up for Xie Yong? It can't be, can it? If it's for Xie Yong, then why didn't Xie Yong himself come? Yeah, why do I think? This is instead like a prelude to cleaning house. The words just fell. Da 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 da. The 2 concierges ran quickly to the door of the conference hall and, with a sharp movement, pulled it. A familiar figure entered the crowd's gaze. Elder Lin. All the councillors rose almost simultaneously and saluted him in unison, with heartfelt awe in their eyes. Lin Lao waved his hand and smiled gently. Comrades have worked hard. The words fell. The stage resounded in unison. No hard work. Elder Lin has worked hard. A brief burst of off-topic conversation followed. The meeting then got down to business. That's about the gaping hole in the progress of the Strategic Cooperation Project in North Africa. A brief silence fell over the meeting, with only the sound of turning paper. Less than a moment's work. Many members of this council were then frightened by the contents of the document and could not breathe a word. Lin Lao is exactly the year personally pat this strategic cooperation launch. Today, a large amount of money is going nowhere. Inflated purchase price of equipment by 3 times. Many program directors have multiple private accounts in their names. This? No way. Who's so bold? There is only one thought in the mind of every legislator at this moment. Then it's over. Who the hell is so bold? How dare they use the word Lin Lao strategy to feed money into their private pockets in a dignified manner? The specifics are clear to you all now. Lin Lao's tone was calm but carried an undeniable sense of oppression. So now I am announcing the formation of a North Africa Strategic Cooperation Program investigative team to depart for North Africa. The words fell. The door at the back of the conference room was pulled open sharply by 2 secretaries. A line of members wearing executive jackets with audit enforcement pinned to their chests walked in at a brisk pace. The leader's expression was solemn, and his posture was simply several blocks away from the ordinary inspection team members. But, when all the councillors saw the last member of the group, their pupils instantly quaked, and some even covered their shocked mouths. Simply because that last figure was no one else. It's none other than Elder Lin's daughter, Lin Shusi. She entered steadily after the other members, her beautiful eyes as cold as frost and snow, with a compelling aura of solemnity in her calmness. How could it be her? Elder Lin actually let his own daughter take command? Is this to be cleaned personally? No. What kind of position is this for her now? Is this considered to be in the cabinet, or am I mistaken, or? Chapter 83 Weapons in Place. Unlike other MPs, these councillors could not have been more clear about Lin Shusi. Because of some personal matters of the Lin family, Lin Shusi was away for many years, studying economics, finance, and international law. According to a number of legislators responsible for security, she is usually reticent, calm and sharp, and deals with things quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately. This time, Elder Lin didn't go through any procedures and directly transferred her into the cabinet, so I'm sure it's not a small-scale investigation, right? Maybe it's a way to pave the way to the pinnacle of power for Lin Shusi through this? The meeting was adjourned. Counselors left the room one by one. And the other end. Under the shocked gazes of the secretary and the man in black, Lin Shusi directly pushed open the door to Lin Guoxian's exclusive office. There was no knocking on the door, no niceties. Lin Guoxian was flipping through papers at his desk and raised his head when he heard the commotion. Shusi, you did a great job just now, with your speech and attitude in front of so many council members. Lin Shusi expressionlessly removed the executive jacket that represented the special inspector and casually rested it on the back of his chair. Although she was only wearing a sharply cut white shirt, her whole person carried a sharpness that was not to be approached. Looking at the father-daughter relationship still not eased, Lin Guoxian weighed his words. This matter, the reason I asked you to step forward, I hope you can understand my good intentions. What you represent is not only my personal attitude, but also the fact that many MPs will see clearly that you are still firmly on this side of the fence after you have returned from your studies. Lin Shusi raised her beautiful eyes, her gaze cold as frost, and looked at Lin Guoxian and said in a single word, Unfortunately, I don't feel any interest in this. As we agreed, you remarry my mom when I return from North Africa. Otherwise, Lin Shusi paused and her red lips flicked out again. This will be my last appearance in your life. When she finished, she turned to leave. The air froze instantly. Lin Guoxian pursed his lips, and although he still had 1,000 words to dictate, in the end he only whispered, I understand. At this moment, he wasn't the same old Lin who reigned supreme in the council, nor was he the strategic decision-maker who regulated the big picture. He's just a father who's been rejected by his daughter. The door was gently brought up, even the sound of it polite and almost merciless. The two black-clothed guards standing at the door subconsciously glanced at each other. The air temperature didn't drop, but they shivered at the same time. The aura of the return of the eldest Miss Kyoto is bigger than even Lin Laoa. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Gu Tian and Wang Hao basically did nothing. No one had a lethal weapon in hand, and Gu Tian didn't dare to take an easy step when he realized that the situation over here was more complicated than he thought. This day, Gu Tianzheng was being invited by Boss Zhang to visit his mine. At this point, the secretary pushed the door in and said that a batch of large engineering equipment and a large number of workers were about to be shipped to our mine. Boss Zhang was confused. He never recruited labor, much less purchased any large mining engineering equipment. And the secretary took another close look at the paper, only to see that it was clearly written on it, purchaser, Gu Tian. The young proprietor. Not. When did you purchase large equipment? With your background and rank. There's no need to suffer here. Boss Zhang turned his head to Gu Tian, who was calmly drinking tea and blowing the air conditioner and eating watermelon. Gu Tian took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. Boss Zhang, this isn't any engineering mechanical equipment. At that moment, Wang Hao violently put down the watermelon and rushed out like a snatch. It's a weapon. What? Weapons? The smile on Boss Zhang's face snapped open, and his entire body was petrified in place. What the hell did you say? Say it again. Wang Hao patted the lad with a serious face. Weapons, Boss Zhang. Real ones. The kind with full firepower. You don't really think my brother Tian's $10 million is that easy to get? Before Boss Zhang could react, the ground could rumble and quake. A few people thought it was an earthquake and rushed out. Even Gu Tian, who was mentally prepared, was shocked at this moment. See, not far away from the rolling yellow sand rolled up, rows of heavy trucks, semi-trailer containers, engineering boom trucks, transport vehicles like a long dragon, like a fish in line, the momentum like a torrent towards the mine. Brother Sky, what on earth have you shipped? Wang Hao's mouth was so open that he could stuff 2 hard-boiled eggs in it. Boss Zhang even sat on his butt, completely unable to accept the scene before him. Less than a moment's work. These cars then pulled into the mine. The giant crane clicked and unfolded its mechanical arm and began to lift the containers one by one to the ground. Yang! Every box that fell set off a cloud of sand and gasps of surprise. When the first 5 boxes were opened, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't a backhoe or a mining drill, but a vehicle-mounted rocket launcher stacked neatly in a yard with its barrel pointing skyward. Ainima, the rocket launcher. What's going on here? The tarp-covered semi is even tougher. As soon as the tarpaulin was ripped off, 5 tanks painted in sand camouflage appeared directly under the gaze of the crowd. Click, click, click. The air seemed to tighten when the tracks moved. Boss Zhang's eyes rolled back in his head and he almost fainted on the spot. Wouldn't his mind have to become a crater if he wasn't careful? WTF? Wang Hao exclaimed, Brother Tian, you're being outrageous. Should we set up a new warlord? And what's even more shocking, 6 helicopter gunships were disassembled into modules and transported. A large number of crates filled with weapons were also hoisted down. Rifles, grenades, rockets, howitzers, everything. But it's still not over. Another long line of trucks drove in, and the cars stopped. Densely dressed in black combat uniforms warriors jumped out of the car, holding new assault rifles, tactical daggers, bulletproof shields, and communication helmets, looking solemn and lining up at every second. The line was like a huge black wave, and you couldn't even see the end of it. The head commander sprinted towards Gu Tian and roared as he clenched his right hand in a fist and buckled his chest. Reporting to Gu Qiao, the Dragon Imperial Specialized Regiment is assembled.
1,682.
1,680 men are here. All preparations are complete. Waiting for transfer orders. The words fell. Always ready. The 1,680 people responded in unison, their lances like a forest, and their voices shook the soles of the feet of everyone present. Even Boss Zhang sucked in a sharp breath of cool air and muttered, Young proprietor. Should I change the sign at the main gate of my mine to Long Fei Temporary Military Training Area? Just as he finished, his cell phone could ring. The caller was the owner of another mine. As soon as it was connected, the other party's worried voice could be heard from the receiver. Boss Zhang, strengthen the security and defense of your mine these days. But I've heard that $10 million of yours has given the Mutua warlords a taste of their own medicine. They're going to blackmail you again, not like usual. Boss Zhang didn't exclaim in the slightest, but instead held his cell phone and slowly turned to look at Gu Tian. The two smiled at each other. It's okay. Let them come. Make sure they have it coming. What do you mean, Mr. Zhang? Are you going to play poker? You only have one life. Don't do anything stupid. Chapter 84. Does being upset with him count as a reason? Early the next morning. At first light, Hasna Airport was on full alert. On both sides of the special route runway, police cars were lined up, and soldiers with truth rifles stood in solemn formation. The red carpet was rolled out early. A group of high-ranking North African officials had been waiting for a long time. The Secretary of the Treasury, the Secretary of Energy, the Head of Foreign Affairs, all in suits. The leader was a representative of the General Council of North Africa, Hamza Baluchi, dressed in traditional black robes with a serious look, simply because today they were to welcome a special delegation from the Dragon Fang. Although the official name is to witness the progress of the visit to the Strategic Cooperation Project. In truth, everyone knows that Papa Gold is here for assessment and regulation. If any part of the process goes wrong, it is feared that the cooperation will not only be put on hold, but even the established projects will have to be re-inventoried. Coming. As the shout came from the tower dispatch, everyone involuntarily tightened their stance. An official jet from the Dragon Kingdom slowly landed in the morning light. The hatch opened. Flashing lights were going off all around them. Click, click, click. Members of the North African Special Investigations Unit Naziu walked slowly down in full executive jackets. The one walking at the front was Chun Hai, the senior team leader of the Cabinet's Cabinet Inspection Division. In his 50s, has handled countless cases. As per the past, he was definitely holding his head up, not to mention that what he was representing at this moment was the face of Long Fang. This time, however, he walked more or less restrainedly, always subconsciously looking at the figure behind him when he turned his head sideways. This figure was no one else but Lin Shusi, Lin Lao's precious daughter. The North African parliamentarians, who had diplomatic smiles on their faces, couldn't help but look at each other when they saw Lin Shusi at the end of the line. This is the accompanying secretary? Unlike, the aura is too much. How is she so young? The delegation of the Dragon Kingdom, the age is quite senior. This girl is a special case. Honored guests have come a long way to work hard. Hamza took the initiative to greet Chun Hai with a smile on his face and shook Chun Hai's hand with both hands. Let's go to the hotel first and take a rest. I've already arranged a sumptuous banquet to entertain you. Thank you, Elder Hamza. Chun Hai returned a polite smile and responded in a slightly raw foreign language. Just when the atmosphere appeared to be going into the usual diplomatic flow, a cool voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. Thank you, Elder Hamza, for your kind words. Such a cool and fluent accent made the ears of all the North African officials around him perk up as soon as he opened his mouth. The crowd then realized that the uncharacteristically young woman was standing at the back of the line, smiling politely at them. A banquet I don't think is necessary. We are traveling to rapidly deepen the energy win-win situation and build a long bridge of friendship. As for celebrating, when things fall into place, we'll naturally have plenty of reason to raise a glass and celebrate together. Won't we? A sentence that drips with toughness but not in a bad way. The smile on Hamza's face faltered slightly, and the other counselors flinched and exchanged glances. Walter? Who the hell said that? Isn't it this team leader Chun? This young team member? Why does he look like the leader of the group? Honestly, they really aren't afraid of the other side visiting and evaluating. The fear is that the external environment is complex and volatile. Just in case you're visiting and suddenly warlords are mixing it up not far away. For one thing, it's unsafe, not to mention secondly, it gives a bad impression that the place is not safe to invest in. Of course, you have to ask why they don't eliminate these warlords. The reason is simple: it's not a good fight, there are too many warlords. Some not only have money and turf, but are even augmented by heavy weapons smuggled from abroad. In a real fight, their group of regulars wouldn't necessarily be able to beat them. The other members standing behind Shinhai also had a strange look on their faces. They hadn't expected Miss Kyoto to be so direct and not shy about the stage. The level of admiration for it in his heart was rising. Yeah, my group is right, it's best if we just go ahead and visit. Chun-Hai smiled obediently and nodded. Of course, where was he not to nod his head? Although he was the leader of the lead group, everyone knew that what Miss Kyoto represented, that was Elder Lin's attitude. Ah? Oh, cock. Hamza quickly adjusted his tone. Your party's high efficiency and resolute attitude is admirable. I will immediately arrange for a vehicle to go to the first project site. Immediately after saying that, he ordered the other counselors to prepare their vehicles. When Chun-Hai and the others sat in the car surrounded by media reporters, the secretary, however, came to Hamza worriedly. Elder, the first project is very close to the Mutua warlords. I'm afraid. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Hamza waving his hand. It was too late for that now. The other man was anxious to see it, and he had promised. So what if it's close to the Mutua warlords? The big deal is to send more soldiers for protection. Most importantly, this Mutua warlord is a notorious bandit warlord who mainly focuses on robbing and ransoming and kidnapping private business caravans. So he's betting that the other guy won't make a move. That's all. Escorted by numerous North African military vehicles as well as a security team, the convoy slowly rolled out of the airport. This way. Boss Zhang, however, was anxious. More than 1,000 of the young proprietor's best and brightest men, heavily armed, were suddenly stationed at the mine. He Zhang at least is a serious mining, the result of a wake-up, turned into a logistics partner army? 1,000 people with 1,000 mouths. And that's with over 1,000 muscular brown men, tactical undershirts, and 8 meals a day to fight without taking a breath. 2 more days. He logistically has to pull the empty warehouse alarm. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of spending money, but the supplies and food were not well transported in. In the past, he had to ask the warlord's men to come and escort the food supplies. Now how was he going to get an escort? Hey buddy, you help me escort some rations over here. Right? Rations for nearly 2,000 soldiers. This mustn't scare the other side into disconnecting in place. This is not looking for someone to escort food. This is clearly looking for an excuse to exterminate. And what made his liver tremble even more were the piles of stacked weapons. Last night, everyone in the mine turned out and froze to free up several large warehouses to make a home for the young master's weapons. The point is that the damn thing isn't even loaded yet. There are also tanks, helicopter gunships, and military land cruisers still lying on their backs sunbathing in the open. The wind blows and the desert heat blasts. If the chain falls off in actual combat, and the young master has a short or long life, his 18 generations are not enough to chop him up. No more finding the right place to store it, but anytime there's a dust storm. He doesn't need to mine either, just turn the whole thing into a war site museum. Gu Tian was also anxious about Boss Zhang's complaints. Boss Zhang. Since Mutua is slow to come to fight us, why don't we take the initiative to fight him? This statement was made. What? Boss Zhang exploded in place. I have a damn. What the does that say? I'm a mining man. You talk to me about fighting warlords. Is this a copy or a cut and thrust? However, when he thought of his predicament at this time, Boss Zhang's expression suddenly changed. Young master, it makes sense. You say that makes sense. The Mutua warlords have a large territory, and there's plenty of food to go around, and we'll get the $10 million back. Wang Hao was dumbfounded at the sight. You guys are crossing the border from mining to conquering the desert overnight, but after all, Zhang boss is doing industry. Reason is still there. Young master, I'm not a wimp, fighting a war well. At least have to have a reason. We have to pay attention to a division out of the name. It's not very martial if you just start. That makes sense. Gu Tian nodded, lighting a cigarette in deep thought, contemplating for 3 seconds, then looking seriously at Boss Zhang. I look at him with displeasure. Does that count as a reason? Pest! Wang Hao's mouthful of old tea spewed out directly. Chapter 85 Mutua's Attack. As the saying goes, 3 ignorant cobblers are better than 1. The 3 of them had a meal of talking about military, justice, and logistical nonsense, hardening the map wall on Boss Zhang's mine into a situation guide plus desert plate segmentation preliminary. Looking at Boss Zhang's secretary, he couldn't help but scratch his hair. Is the mining business still in business in the future? Looking at the pace, it looks like a new warlord is about to rise in this land. At this point, the alarms at the mine site are blaring. Woo-hoo-hoo, only to see several foremen running in full of excitement. Zhang Dong, Mutua's soldiers are here. Zhang Dong, Mutua's soldiers have finally come to rob us. In the past, when the mineland alarm sounded, it was a chicken fight with workers scrambling to the bunker. But now what? When that siren sounded, everyone was as excited as an old bachelor seeing a widow. I've waited so long. It's finally here. Without waiting for Boss Zhang to lament too much, Wang Hao and Gu Tianke rushed out. Only a dozen or so armed pickup trucks bearing the flag of the Mutua warlord were charging aggressively their way. In each pickup truck stood 5 or 6 bare-chested soldiers with bullet belts wrapped around them yelling, "Da da 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 da." The heavy machine gun mounted on the pickup was the first to fire, with bullets directed in the direction of the mine. Mutua also poked his head out the window of the car, raising his AK and pouring bullets into the sky to boost morale. Brothers, tack, grab the gems, collect the dollars. The men followed suit and roared furiously, charge, grab 3 cars today, marry 3 houses tomorrow. How do they know? Today is not the day they go into the mines to rob them, but to deliver heads. At this very moment, hillside, the guns of 5 tanks painted in sand camouflage slowly raised. The gunner shouted icily, "Lock on target, prepare to fire." 6 helicopter gunships even took off slowly. Thousands of soldiers of the Dragon Imperial Special Warfare Regiment raised their firearms in unison, their black tactical armor glowing coldly in the morning light. As they watched the mine get closer and closer, the Mutua soldiers grew more and more distraught. Walter? Wait, do you guys ever feel like something's not quite right? Why are there so many silhouettes up ahead? My God, is that a black mass of heads up ahead? Oh by God, how? Why are there still helicopters flying? The lead vehicle kicked on the brakes, just as the soldier was about to ask Mutua if they were going the wrong way or coming to the wrong mine. But I saw that old dog Mutua had long ago fled in a jeep without a trace. Walter? What's going on, General? Oh and oh! Retreat. The situation is not right. It looks like we've come to a military base. Remove. Didn't wait for the crowd to react. Shoo shoo shoo. There was a dense, sharp cracking sound in the air. Boom 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 boom. Bullets and shells poured down like plowshares. The 3 pickup trucks in the front row were hit by rockets on the spot, rising straight up into the air and exploding into flaming fireballs in midair. Oh by God. Shedder. Sheet. WTF. What the is this? Aha. Rocket launchers. How did they get a rocket launcher?
Fark.
Who mines and has tanks? Retreat. Retreat quickly. This is a military base, not a mine. Boom. 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 Despite their frantic steering, the cannon fire hit with pinpoint accuracy. Such a scene took less than 10 seconds. In the meantime, above the mining position, Gu Tian crossed his waist with one hand and held a walkie-talkie in the other, standing on the roof of a rocket launcher vehicle, the red sand raised, his back as if the god of war was on the earth. Dragon Imperial Specialized Regiment. All hands on deck. Fight me to Muchua's lair. Pursue the enemy. Purge all backup strongholds. Roger that. More than 1,000 black-clad special operations teams were like tigers descending a mountain. The vast armed convoy headed directly toward Muchua's lair, with helicopter gunships circling in the air to follow. This way, Muchua went back to camp a whole lot more skeptical. If it hadn't been for the sound of artillery fire coming from the rear, he would have suspected for a moment that what he saw was a mirage. What the hell has this got to do with you? He's got an army out to kill him? But looking at the other side's specifications and firepower and accuracy, it doesn't look like the local army at all. But not before he shook himself. The adjutant could have rushed in. "General, we have to do something. The other side might give chase." Muchua clapped his hands and roared. "All prepare for battle. Send out the main force. All of them meet me in battle." "Yes, command." More than 1,000 men in the camp moved quickly to board vehicles, set up machine guns, and load ammunition. Some even started stuffing gas canister rockets into the barrels. But just then, in the distance, at the end of the horizon, yellow sand rolled and roared like a dragon's tornado. "A sandstorm?" a soldier asked in dismay.
No.
The sentry on the sentry tower took a look with his binoculars and his pupils quaked on the spot. "It's not a dust storm. It's convoys. A massive convoy is coming towards us. General, they're coming after us. Tank, tank, helicopter gunships, helicopter gunships." The words were not yet finished. Shoo shoo shoo. For helicopter gunships were the first to fly over, with their on-board rockets and machine guns blazing, and a washout bombardment of the Muchua camp. "What are you looking at? You're here." Boom, boom, boom. Bullets rained down and shells were scattered. The original camp, which was tightly prepared to meet the battle, instantly turned into a sea of fire and cultivation. In the tent, Muchua's soul flew away. Where is the half of the warlord leader? Fire! Withdraw! Fight if you can. If you can't fight, run. After saying that, he directly jumped into the jeep and followed the adjutant and a few of his minders to frantically flee for their lives. And the Dragon Imperial specialists and tanks also killed in, pouring frantic fire on the counterattacking remnants of Muchua. In the meantime, the SIT's convoy was traveling on the desert highway to the base of the first oil field project. Only a boom was heard. There was a clap of thunder in the sky. The distant horizon suddenly lit up with fire. Rolls of smoke rose up into the sky. Looking around, you can also see 3 helicopter gunships circling and bombing. With such a scene, the atmosphere in the car froze. Hamza's face screwed up as he grabbed the security minister by the cuffs.
FARC.
"This is not close to the Muchua warlords. This is a war zone." The Minister of Security's face went white. Chapter 86. You've got it all figured out. How could he have known that he could accidentally run into a scene of Muchua and the other warlords firing on him on this trip? But the key to this stance. Where the hell is this a warlords melee? Tanks and helicopter gunships again. This is clearly a war. The car was a mess for a while, and the North African delegation collectively broke their defenses. In contrast, the atmosphere in the SIT car was clear of shock. Not fear. Not. What a mess. It's still safe in the Dragon Kingdom na. At this point, Lin Shu-si slowly closed the document in his hand and looked at Chun Hai with a calm expression. "Team Leader Chun, there is an over-concentration of firepower ahead, most likely an armed conflict in the area. Please notify the North African delegation and have the convoy temporarily stop 5 kilometers away. Take stock of the terrain and draw up an observation line. In the meantime, you'll want to document the security level of the tour access, and I'm going to reassess the level of wind control for this strategic partnership." The words just fell. Rumble. An errant incoming shell exploded directly nearby, and the convoy formation was instantly disrupted. Immediately after, Hamza's voice exclaimed in shock when it came from the car's communication device. "I'm sorry, Team Leader Chun. The situation is now urgent. We have mistakenly entered a war zone. Now we need to turn around and avoid it." His words had just finished. Boom, 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 boom. Several shells landed directly on the highway and several defense vehicles dodged and rolled over into the ditch. "FARC, FARC, Maru Spice, Maru Spice. Our project is all ruined." No sooner had Hamza exclaimed in shock than he saw the most shocking thing in his life. Just see Muchua, the leader of the Muchua warlords. the bully who was known in North Africa for his brutality and ruthlessness and who gave even the president a headache. At this moment, he was actually ghosting around in an open jeep that had been blown up to pitch black and tattered, darting this way like a rabid dog. Aha! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! All of you! The bodyguards escorting the convoy didn't even recognize him, and their first reaction was to rack their guns in warning. Da 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 da. Warning shots exploded across the desert, but Muchua's car didn't slow down at all, but drove faster and faster. Walt! Are they crazy? How dare he come at us? The security minister's face turned green. Next, whoosh, Muchua's car flew straight up and across the highway, then hit the ground hard and loped off again.
Fark.
That's Muchua? A North African counselor nearly ripped the collar of his suit off in shock. The security minister was also dumbfounded. No way. Muchua, the warlord who is rumored to have made soup out of human heads, is actually being beaten up and running around like a hyena. But before they could think, Hamza jerked a shiver. Wait a minute. Muchua is running for his life like this. Then what kind of monster has to be coming from behind? The words just fell. Look behind you. The other counselors pointed back in horror, only to see the rolling yellow sand and smoke, but violently rushed out a dozen sand-colored tactical jeeps. 3 more helicopter gunships circled in mid-air. What's even more numbing is this. At the head of the tactical SUV, there was even a young man, carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder. The whole person poked out of the car to face the wind and sand roar. Howsy, don't you hit it. Hit and miss. Catch me alive. Catch them alive. Let's take him alive. Faced with a sudden scene, everyone in the North African delegation is collectively stuck. Wait. Not a local? He doesn't seem to be from our North Africa. Who is this man? Does this face look like a North African? Obaiga? Could it be alien mercenaries? Before they could finish guessing.
Bang. Boom.
Wang Hao fired another mishit RPG, which exploded at the edge of the sand a few dozen meters away from the North African convoy, setting off waves of sand that slammed directly into the escorting convoy. They don't even look at the logo, do they?
Fark.
These warlords are too rampant. Don't even look at our General Council logo. My God. Turn around. Retreat. Hamza raised the car phone and hissed. Protect the Dragon Fang delegation. If anything happens to them, we'll all be crucified on a pillar of shame. Request support from headquarters. Call the General Staff Council immediately. Immediately. For a moment the convoy was in disarray, the steering wheel in flour. All of them also roared all the way in the direction Muchua had fled. Muchua. Why are more and more people chasing us? In order to make a better exit, the North African convoys chose to disperse and break out. On the way to the breakout, however, the chaos escalated. Shells occasionally exploded and smoke confused the view. Within a few moments, the SIT men were completely separated from the North African delegation. The stretch Hummer sped through the sand dunes and the terrain was complex. Chan Hai inside the car had an anxious look on his face, constantly lifting the curtains to look out. What the hell is going on here? Didn't you say you'd take us to visit the first project base? But it wasn't the artillery fire that made him the most nervous. It was Lin Shu-si in the back row. Only to see that she didn't have the calm and collected look of an imperial lady just now, but rather, she was like a scared little rabbit, leaning tightly on the female group member. Missy, don't be afraid. I'll be actively getting in touch with the Dragon Fang right now. Chun Hai looked anxiously at the satellite phone while gauging Lin Shu-si's state. Just as he signaled the driver to head for the highway, the dunes in front of them suddenly rushed down on several sand-colored jeeps that directly surrounded the extended Hummer. More than 30 heavily armed Dragon Imperial Special Warriors surrounded the area in black. Grenade launchers, RPGs, high-explosive grenades. A whole air pulling full. Bang, bang, bang. Several gun butts slammed against the car door. Everyone get out of the car. Drop the communication devices. Hands in the air. Wang Hao was even more excited as he jumped out of the car, carrying the Desert Eagle. Ha ha ha! Finally caught you guys. Dare to blackmail my brother Tian for $10 million. This was because the Dragon Emperor Special Soldiers were wearing tactical armor and masked helmets. Chun Hai and the others couldn't see the faces at all, nor could they see any markings on the costumes. With such a threat, one can only honestly step out of the car. The group members were filled with nervousness, but they still rushed to protect Lin Shu-si behind them. If Missy gets hurt in any way, there's no difference between them living and dying. As soon as he saw that the other faces all looked like his own people, Wang Haoichi's entire body went numb. Wait. These are... Before he could open his mouth to ask, Chan Hai said in a trembling voice, "Hello? We are a visiting delegation to the Longfang oilfield project and do not represent any party." But Wang Hao wasn't listening at all, his ears buzzing and his mind racing. Muchua must have gotten a taste for it after extorting $10 million from Tian last time. Definitely prepared to extort more this time. Are these people in front of us the Muchua interpreters, negotiators, psychologists, a think tank specializing in blackmailing dragon traders? After all, the people who know you best are always your own people. The more he thought about it, the harder Wang Hao's eyes became. The most important thing was that he had just seen clearly that this car was obviously running closely behind Muchua's open jeep. It's not a gang. Why are you running along? Thinking of this, Wang Hao directly threw a slap on Chen Hai's face. Snap. One thing to your face, one thing behind your back. One thing. You're selling covers. Chen Hai was slapped dumb on the spot. Chapter 87 Xie Juanhao appears. On the other hand, Lin Shusi, a white shirt has long been dusted by the wind and sand. The broken hair in front of her forehead is messy and pasted on her cheeks, just like a helpless deer, tightly protected by the other female members of the group behind her. Missy, don't be afraid. They should have misunderstood our identity. It's fine. The female group member did her best to calm down even though she was also trembling. Take it all away. At Wang Hao's command, the soldiers quickly moved forward. Lin Shu-si subconsciously took a step back, but the next second the black hood was already over his head. There was a sudden blackness before his eyes. Evening. The atmosphere in the General Council building in North Africa was scorched to the core. Throughout the General Council chamber, all the councillors, elders gathered everywhere pacing around the room. Especially the president himself, with cold sweat pouring from the corners of his forehead and his shirt collar unbuttoned 3 buttons earlier. Hot, disturbing, blah blah blah. Anxious, nervous. Dragon Fang could be their biggest partner and an important investor in their financial and energy lifelines. To put it in layman's terms, Daddy Gold comes over to give you money. As a result, you sent the Gold Master to the stimulation battlefield. You escaped on your own, and as a result, the whereabouts of your golden father are unknown, alive or dead. Now the foreign media side has already paid attention to this matter, and many foreign media press corps are already on their way here. Lanfin even called just now to confirm. But they answered all outside rumors. If the meeting with the dragon delegation in 2 days' time could not go ahead as usual, then the matter would be lost. Check immediately. The president slammed his palm on the table and roared. I don't care who did it, which warlord crossed the border. Investigate them all. If they didn't do it, let them help find it, too. If they did it, tell them to release them at once. If anything happens to this delegation, our energy cooperation will be set back 20 years. All the council members, their faces as if they were dead, rushed out of the conference room clutching papers and making phone calls. A storm of searching erupted in the North African hierarchy. In the meantime, the intelligence networks of the major warlords in North Africa were rocked at almost the same time. The news of Muchua's regimentation was like a bomb that directly overturned the entire warlord circle. No signs, no prelude. Overnight, Muchua, a notorious warlord, was completely erased. What's even more chilling is that the one who took him out wasn't some veteran force, but an upstart force that has never shown its face. Tanks, rocket launchers, helicopter gunships, special operations teams. These are not the kind of configurations they should have for native warlords. Even the regular army doesn't have this equipment. Waterfax, is the warlords' war going to happen again? General Moza, what do you think about this? Go and investigate. Find out the name of this emerging warlord. Who the hell is the leader? Just as a number of warlord leaders were talking about it. An even more explosive piece of intel came right on the heels. That emerging force, on its way to pursue the remnants of Muchua's army, actually injured the convoy of the Dragon Party's strategic cooperation delegation by mistake. As soon as the news broke, the entire circle of North African warlords instantly exploded. They weren't afraid of Muchua dying a horrible death, but they were afraid of messing with an existence they shouldn't. And now, the emerging power not only invites, but even directly fires to accidentally injure the entire delegation. What is this delegation? That's Longfang's. It's the golden daddy behind dozens of their mines, oil fields, and logistics ports in North Africa. It's the behind-the-scenes source of North Africa's financial lifeblood. If Muchua was destroyed, it was a firefight between warlords. Something happens to that delegation, it's a sky-falling accident. It's fatal. If anything happens to that delegation, without the official North African hand, the airbases, drone swarms, and bombing formations of others on the Dragon side may have already taken off. Not to mention the warlords, plow fire coverage, even the runway at your airport could be gone overnight. Just as the major warlords are on the verge of a war, they are assisting in the investigation to find it. The Khalifa merchant group appeared to be extraordinarily calm. The Khalifa merchant corps is not a warlord in the traditional sense, but a highly commercialized armed interest group. They disdained fighting and killing, focusing on the idea that control is better than cooperation, that robbery is better than profit, and that their methods are not bloody but extremely old-fashioned. It's different from the usual warlords who want to dominate. Using their vast financial resources, they are quietly pulling together tribal elders and neutral organizations in the hopes of forming a self-sovereign nation in the future. Inside the villa, a large pile of sumptuous food was on the table, and around it the maids stood in groups and columns. The chief, Khalifa, grinned as he picked up his glass of red wine and raised it. "Mr. Shea, what do you think about this?" He had no other intention in asking. Just wanted to point out Sei Quan Ho. With all the chaos over here, look at these desperate warlords who even dare to move your Longfang delegation. And your oil fields have only grown under my umbrella, with billions and billions in profits bubbling up from the ground. Will I have to pay more protection money in the next few years? In exchange for the usual oil field minerals, he totally despises them. But the oil field that Mr. Xie is in charge of, that's a Longfellow strategic cooperation plan. To put it plainly, borrowing other people's chickens to lay their own eggs, with basically no inputs or costs in between. Xie Juanhao hung up the phone and brushed his fingers against the cuffs of his suit, saying calmly as always, "Mr. Khalifa, I'm a businessman and I don't pay much attention to these things, so I can't make any comment." After saying that, raised his glass and sipped lightly. The red wine swirled in the glass with slight ripples. Though he appeared to have a heart of gold, dark currents had long been rising within him. After all, he had just spoken to his father, Xie Yong, on the phone, and Xie Yong had approached him to confirm this matter of the delegation's disappearance. Since the incident with Super Xiong's brother, Xie Bin, the Kyoto General Police Department has been uprooted from within. The cabinet is closed to these matters, much less holding any meetings. Because of these unusual behavior, Dad could not care about the sadness immediately urged him to pay attention to safety in the wind and waves. This was most likely a precursor to the Gu family coming to harvest their Xie family. Fruity. Dad was right. Wind and waves, they really do come and go. How long has it been? Longfang's energy investment watchdog group can come uninvited? Observation? Study tour? Joke. This was clearly coming over to check on their Xie family. But now it's good. No sooner had he overpriced the Khalifa than this observatory group was misplaced by this upstart warlord. What he's going to do now might be to pay the budding warlord a visit. Since it's a new rising warlord, it will undoubtedly require a lot of money. He's just in time for a borrowed trick. The other side, no doubt about it. All of Muchua's camp all was taken in by Gu Tian as it was. It was also his first experience of being a warlord. And naturally, Wang Hao was his dog-headed military advisor, waving his hand. "Men, bring Muchua up to me. Let my brother Tin entertain him live with peanuts." Soon, a few Dragon Emperor soldiers came forward with Muchua in 5 pieces. The self-proclaimed Muchua of the Bloody Fang. At the moment, he looked like a crippled dog, his face swollen into a pig's head, a tourniquet stuck in his nostril, and blood dripping out of the corner of his mouth as he shivered. Sorry. I didn't know who you were. I really didn't know you were on this level. That $10 million. I'll give it all back to you.
Plus triple réparation.
As long as you don't kill me. All the arms, jewelry, cash, and land here are all yours. Gu Tian looked at him condescendingly and slowly raised the truth in his hand. "I'm sorry it's late. I killed you and these things are mine." Having said that,
Bang!
The sound of gunfire was deafening and a spray of blood exploded. Muchua's body fell back stiffly. The trial of the deputy was next, naturally. Instead, the soldier said that the adjutant died after being brought back due to blood loss. This undoubtedly caused Gu Tian to have a slight disappointment. However, Wang Hao suddenly remembered something at this time and slammed his thigh. Brother Sky. And there's also, I've captured a bunch of people too. Muchua's think tank translation team specialized in our Dragon Kingdom merchants. It seems like they're all from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 88. A Great Misunderstanding. Oh, you captured someone too? Or are you from the Dragon Kingdom? This Muchua really specializes in picking on our Dragon Kingdom merchants. Gu Tian was surprised. Just as Gu Tian asked Wang how to escort the people up as well. The cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as it was connected, Gu Feng's urgent voice could be heard. Boy, how'd you do? Are you safe? Our cabinet has received news. A new emerging warlord has risen over in North Africa. With an amazing voice, directly destroying an old warlord in a regiment. This statement was made. The expression on Gu Tian's face was a bit brilliant. This upstart warlord seems be himself. But it was something he certainly couldn't talk about. Especially with the weapons piece, he himself was the resource that allowed he soon to bypass his father and contact his mother directly to transfer. Dad didn't know. I'm still investigating. The oil field that Xie Juanhao is in charge of is protected by a warlord behind it. An armed group called what's called the Khalifa Merchant Group. And this armed group has also invested. Aha! Gu Feng said in a deep voice. Hold on tight. Lin Guoxian's side is also laying the groundwork. But I've heard that he's already sent a special investigation team to investigate the oil field issue under the name of a cooperative investment delegation. What? Elder Lin is going to make a move against the Xie family as well. When Gu Tian heard this, his entire body froze. Xie Yong the old fox, the water stirred too deep, even Lin Lao personally? Of course, he didn't dare to easily comment on Lin Lao's operation. After all, he, like Dad, was an old-time strategist who didn't take every step without a fight. To be able to get Elder Lin to step in. This shows that the Xie family has really moved the heavenly rules. Gu Feng continued. But now there's a big problem in that delegation. There's Lin Guoxian's own daughter, saying that her whereabouts are unknown along with the other members of the tour, suspected to have been kidnapped by mistake by that upstart warlord. Now that the entire parliament has blown up, Lin Guoxian has personally ordered a complete news blackout to investigate the truth and locate the delegation's position. The words fell. Boom! Gu Tian only felt his brain buzzing and almost didn't throw his cell phone out. Delegations? Old Lin's own daughter? Mistake? Me? After recalling what happened yesterday, he didn't go after any delegation, did he? That rocket, that howitzer, that charge, it was Muchua, wasn't it? Is it hard to believe that a few rockets really went astray? That's even more wrong. It's happening right now. Gu Tian suddenly thought of what Wang Hao had just said about there being another think tank. Click. Electricity in the brain. Gu Tian's entire body was struck by lightning. Dragon Nation. Captive. That Dad. I'll leave you to it for now. I'll hang up now. Just hung up. Wang Haoke was full of smugness as he commanded his men to bring in several people who were tied up in 5 different ways, wearing shirt suits and black hoods. The last one that was tied up was clearly a beautiful figure, tall, with a white shirt covered in dust and scratches. A few red marks from the ropes on her slender neck stinging brightly, and her peaks were strangled to the point of whimpering. But where was Gu Tian in the mood to appreciate this? Pills are spicy. Can a warlord humper have such a gorgeous think tank? A think tank clear of suits and shirts? You really caught me. When he didn't wait for Wang Hao to open his mouth to claim credit, Gu Tian took an arrow step and directly rushed up to cover his mouth and dragged him out. Howsy, you're crazy. Do you have any idea who you've got here? Wang Hao was also confused by Gu Tian's reaction. No, Brother Tian, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Looking at Wang Hao's clear and dumbfounded eyes, Gu Tian could only tell Wang Hao what his dad had just said in his head. No doubt about it. I'll be damned. Elder Lin's own daughter? What? Wang Hao's legs went limp on the spot, nearly fainting in fear. But Gu Tian still had his heart in the right place. In case what Wang Hao captured wasn't from the delegation. Howsy. Go to. Ask them to go. Ask the girl what her name is. But where would Wang Hao dare to go? He distinctly remembered that the man had introduced himself at the time and had already said that he was from the delegation. Instead of believing him, he gave the other guy a slap in the face. Hurry up and go. You ask. She's wearing a blindfold and she can't see your face. You ask around. Under Gu Tian's death-threatening eyes, Wang Hao could only tremblingly return to the house, walk up to Lin Shusi, and put on a kind of I'm a good expatriate citizen raspy accent. Hi, how are you? What's your name? The young girl's body trembled slightly, and in the next second a nervous female voice came out of the mask. Mia, and you? Wang Hao was instantly confused, but he couldn't take it lightly, so he conditioned himself to reflexively report names that he himself wanted to rush up and smack himself in the mouth when he heard them. The Edict of Jamal Abdul Jubilee Xuanwu.
Guten.
Even the soldier holding the hostage cocked his head in confusion. Ding dong. Gu Tian's cell phone rang. He had just asked Shishun to investigate Lin Shusi and sent over all of the other parties' photos and information. Seeing the picture, Gu Tian's pupils quaked on the spot. Isn't that the same girl who was in the car at the entrance to the capital? Take another look at the name. Hiss. Suck in a breath of cold air. Alias Mia. Wooly. It's really her. He kidnapped the old Lin's daughter back. Brother Tian, her name isn't Lin Shusi. Her name is Mia Ah. Maybe we're really mistaken. At this time, Wang Hao carefully walked out and came forward. Brother Tian, I don't think it's necessarily her. She said her name was Mia. Gu Tian turned the cell phone screen around, letting Wang Hao take a look at the information. Next, puff, Wang Hao knelt in place. Chapter 89, Confrontation between the two sides. This is despite the fact that confirmation has been as high as 80%. But Gu Tian still has his heart in the right place. What in heaven's name is so coincidental? How could Elder Lin dispatch his precious daughter here? It is said that daughters are their father's children. How dare Lin Lao throw his little cotton-padded jacket into North Africa to wade through this mess?
Impossible.
Absolutely not. So the soldiers were told to take Lin Shusi alone to a room, remove his mask and take a picture, then bring it out to him. Then, confirmation is 100% now. It's Lin Shusi, not father's little jacket, but pants. Ha ha ha. Haoko, you're finished. You pill hot. You've kidnapped Lin Lao's daughter back. People inexplicably wanted to laugh when they were extremely speechless, and Gu Tian was no different. On the contrary, Wang Hao Yi's entire face turned pale as he hugged Gu Tian's leg. Brother Tian, save me. Save me ah.
Misunderstanding ah.
I really didn't mean it. Either. Or I thunder myself. If this is known to Lin Lao, his old Wang family will really have to be killed according to the genealogy. Gu Tian kicked him away with a face full of disgust. Don't you rush to martyrdom. Hurry up and think of a remedy. If Elder Lin really knows we did it, you nuclear close observer, I'll have to go into exile again. Now it's neither a good idea to put it up nor a bad idea not to put it up. Dad has said that the cabinet has secretly investigated. He's tossed into a warlord over here, and it won't be long before 100% of it gets to him. Go. These men in the house into a comfortable room. Provide food and drink and necessities. Don't tie them so tightly, and keep an eye on them so they don't run away. Yes. In response to Gu Tian's order, the soldier immediately went to carry it out. Early the next morning, Gu Tian woke up groggily. He tossed and turned all night, and when he closed his eyes, it was Lin Shusi's cold, beautiful eyes, and his dreams were all about the cabinet's unanimous vote to shoot Wang Hao in place. More than investigating Xie Juanhao, he was now more anxious about how to get this hot potato of Lin Shusi out of the way. In addition, he and Wang Hao could still not be exposed. On the contrary, Wang Hao had already swung for the fences, sitting in the courtyard of the campground and staring at the sky, chanting under his breath. Brother Sky, I've thought it over. If I die in a while, you'll scatter my ashes in North Africa. Remember to put up a monument for me that says I mistakenly grabbed a sky ferry and lost my life in North Africa. Just then, a soldier ran over and reporting on Gu Qiao. There's a group of armed men outside asking to see you, and one of them is a Longwa businessman, claiming that his name is Xie Juanhao, saying that he's the head of the local oil field, and that he's heard of Gu Qiao's great name for a long time and would like to pay a visit in person. Snap. Gu Tian's cufflinks were undone and he almost strangled himself on the spot. You said. Who? The soldier said. Word for word. Xie Junhao. Wang Hao bounced up in place, his face slicing from the gloom of impending death to the shock of picking up a gold bar in seconds. Tian. Xie Junhao. Xie Junhao is here. He actually came to the door by himself. Let's knock him out. Lock him in a small dark room to jerk off the Xie family's crimes. And when we're done, blow up the oil field and let's call it a day and go back to the country. As for Lin Shushi and all this, let's pretend we don't know. The words just fell. Gu Tian, a sauce-popping chestnut, can be knocked on his head. Shut up, you. You've ain't kidnapped Lin Shushi back. You still have the qualifications to give me advice. Xie Junhao took the initiative to come over. Is it possible that he got wind of something? Or maybe Xie Junhao doesn't know he's here. After some thought, Gu Tian still decided to go and meet them. But at the same time, a plan on how to give away the hot potato that was the Lin Shushi observation group came to his mind. This way, Xie Junhao surveyed the soldiers and dresses in the house, always inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity. This equipment and the weapons used by the soldiers are not indigenous at all. More like, of their dragon kingdom? Of course, he didn't raise any suspicions. More still, he lamented the fact that this emerging warlord leader was really powerful, and that he was able to procure weapons and equipment from the Dragon Kingdom. It was accompanied by footsteps coming from outside the house. Xie Junhao couldn't help but look up. As soon as the door opened, he was instantly struck by lightning, and his entire body popped up. No! You! Why are you here? Gu Tian walked in with a smile, playing with the flavor. What? So excited to see me? Don't you know I'm here to collect you? This statement was made. Xie Junhao's face turned pale and his throat tightened. This was not the rise of some new warlord. This was clearly the Gu family's liquidation of their Xie family. Where did I offend you? Nonsense. Gu Tian scanned the bodyguards behind him while sneering. All of them hired bodyguards. It looks like you're fishing well in this oil field. Xie Junhao knew that he had already been exposed and simply stopped pretending, sitting back in his chair with a cold snort. I guess Gu Dasho has long since checked it out, right? Gu Tianyi raised his eyebrows. Yo, quite cooperative? Then I'll be blunt, we're here to find out how much oil your Xie family is raking in this oil field. Take me back? With just a few of you? Do you know who's protecting me? It's doubtful you'll get out of North Africa alive. Xie Junhao looked disdainful and crossed his legs in a cold voice. Gu Tian pretended to be dazed. Oh, the ones protecting you are the Khalifa armed group, right? No wonder the bottom line is so strong. After saying that, he stepped forward and contemptuously sized up Xie Junhao. Go back and tell the leader of the Khalifa armed forces. Tell him that I, Gu Tian, will destroy him tomorrow. This statement was made. Xie Junhao raised his head violently, and the next second he could laugh out loud. He was just now worried about whether Gu Tian would lay his hands on him now. I didn't expect the other party to be as arrogant and bossy as before. Haha, you don't really think that with your people, a few rockets and tanks, you can take on the Khalifa armed groups? Do you know how much arms he buys in a year? Know how many mercenaries, and foreign instructors he has under his command? You think you're playing CS? The words just fell. Gu Tian violently raised the truth in his hand and pointed it at Xie Junhao's forehead. In that instant, the air froze. Wow! All the soldiers in the room followed Gu Tian's movements and raised their guns in unison, aiming at Xie Junhao. Sure, Xie Junhao's bodyguard wasn't a hard worker either, and then he also aimed his AK at Gu Tian. The scene exploded. Xie Junhao's smug smile froze even more on his face. It was meant to shock and suppress the other side, but it turned out, this directly come true. Chapter 90. A shocking plan. Brother Sky, Brother Tian, you just shot him straight down. Take him under control. Just interrogate him. Won't we be able to go straight back? Xie Junhao and the others had just left in front of him, when Wang Hao ran in a very incomprehensible manner. Gu Tian sniffed and instantly sweated, glaring fiercely at Wang Hao. Who do you think I am? Yen Shuangyinya? I'm not going to get my ass kicked if we do this? Wang Hao froze, awkwardly scratching his head and muttering in a small voice. Then you were so tough just now? Saying something about destroying the Khalifa merchant group? Gu Tian laughed lightly. How Z? You don't understand. I didn't even think of breaking up with the Caliphate Merchant Association. Someone like Xie Junhao will naturally be taken in. After saying that, he looked at the soldiers and ordered, all of you now, get ready and withdraw to Boss Zhang's mine in a moment. What? Retreat? Brother Tian, we took great pains to occupy this place. Why should we retreat? Gu Tian didn't explain that much to Wang Hao. To be able to tie Lin Shuxi back, such a person's brain circuits pressed his brain circuits. Along with Gu Tian's order, vehicles began to roll out of Muchua's camp in great numbers. The other side, the top echelons of Longfang's cabinet were also in an unprecedented state of anxiety. The loss of the mission has gone beyond the safety window while external opinion continues to fester. What with the war in North Africa, strategic cooperation in the dark, and speculation about suspected kidnappings hitting the hot seat one after another. In the face of these pressures, the cabinet side issued a warning-level ultimatum directly to the North African General Council. The words were sharp and clear, and the whereabouts of the delegation must be accounted for immediately. Otherwise, all cooperation is terminated. The North African General Council was struck by lightning when this statement was made. Forced by the majesty of the Golden Master's old man, the General Council could only bow its head and respond formally for the first time. The confessed delegation had encountered a sudden warlord melee en route, the exact location of which was unclear, but they had mobilized all forces to line up and had sent ultimatums to all potentially relevant warlords to hand over their men by a deadline. When this news came out, it instantly detonated the internet in the Dragon Kingdom. One hot search directly bombarded the major social media platforms. #Longfang Cooperation Delegation to visit North Africa, suddenly lost in warlordism. #shocked. Dragon African Cooperation Delegation lost for 24 hours. The comments from netizens were even more cleanly shocked and horrified. Nima, these warlords are too wild. Good fellow, how dare you hit our Dragonfang? Fight to get one punch open. I don't want 100 punches. There's definitely a pretty country involved behind this. Absolutely. Pray that they are all safe. Pray. Catch. Nima, what's the catch? Don't be afraid to die. Lanfin was not satisfied with this statement. If it were an ordinary visiting group, such a statement might have gained some understanding. But the problem is that this delegation is not ordinary. The one sitting inside is Lin Lao's own daughter. Cabinet members all understand that Elder Lin and Elder Gu are big shots who hold the economic lifelines in one hand and control the military and political networks in the other. One is the godfather of tactics and the other is a giant of power, and when something happens to anyone's child, it's not like a misunderstanding can end it. Not to mention still being a girl's family. And so, in order to make the North African General Council actually feel the focus of the great disaster, a number of members of parliament directly through private channels, the real identity of Lin Shuxi submitted. It took less than a minute for the information to reach the North African General Council. The entire North African General Council blew right up. Shocked. Silence. Stunned. Fear. Pass my orders. Pass my orders. All major departments armed. Find it for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find Elder Lin's daughter for me. If anything happens to these people, you guys come straight back to me with your own heads. The president's roar resonated directly throughout the chamber. This way, as Gu Tian had guessed, his wave of hate pulling was about to make Xie Juanhao so angry that he exploded. It was equivalent to saying that Gu Tian's appearance had completely disrupted all of his deployments for the oilfield industry. It was not only the crown prince who had once stepped on his Xie family's head in Kyoto, but also a variable that he had never expected to appear in North Africa. Now this variable is sitting on tanks, rockets, and thousands of troops, blatantly coloring his most central oil field turf. He didn't have any time to hesitate, nor did he dare to hold back and watch for his father's orders. So the money moved quickly. An emergency remittance of up to $200 million jumped silently through the encrypted system and eventually reached the military treasury account of the Khalifa Merchant Group. $200 million for nothing else. All he wanted was to obtain Gu Tian's head so that he would shut his mouth forever. After confirming the arrival of the funds, the Caliph immediately gathered the core members of his armed group and prepared to launch a surprise attack on Gu Tian's camp. Around 4 in the afternoon. In the camp, most of the Dragon Emperor soldiers had already withdrawn to Boss Zhang's mining factory as they were. Gu Tian, on the other hand, was frowning. After all, what he was about to do right now was really a big gamble. The news from the foreign press had come to his attention. A large number of international journalists have already arrived, ready to report on the warlord's melee that has shocked the country and abroad, as well as on the loss of the delegation. At the same time, he received a death threat from Xie Juanhao. His plan was simple. After confirming that he had kidnapped Lin Shusi, he gave up on the idea of having a hard time with Xie Juanhao. A rabid dog can't be torn directly, it has to be led to bite. Didn't Xie Juanhao collaborate with the Khalifa armed group? Then dump the cauldron of kidnapping delegations on the other side. Pops also said that the delegation was ostensibly visiting, but it was actually there to investigate the Xie family's interference in the strategic oil fields. Then Xie Juanhao kidnapped the delegation, which makes perfect sense. All he had to do was to lay out a layout, bait the enemy, release the information and close the door so that the situation would fall to his side. The first step is to evacuate all troops to Boss Zhang's mine to create the illusion that the camp is under strength. The second step was to deliberately abandon the delegation and wait for Xie Juanhao to find out. The third step was to inform the domestic diplomatic media that the Khalifa armed groups had abducted the delegation. Step 4. Xie Juanhao is working with the Khalifa armed group. That's pretty well investigated and known on the North African side. When Lin Lao learns that his precious daughter has been kidnapped by the Xie family. If Lin Shusi died, it would be the Xie family's doing. If he hadn't died, he would have just heroically rescued Lin Shusi himself. By that time, the Xie family was finished, Elder Lin was grateful, his father was satisfied, and the wind was at his back. It's happening right now. Shoo shoo, shoo shoo. The sound of shells breaking through came from outside. Immediately after, boom, rumble, rumble. Several fireballs instantly rose outside the camp, and smoke rose to the sky. Tian, withdraw, retreat. The Khalifa armed group is coming. Xie Juanhao has brought his men to kill. Retreat. Chapter 91, The Final Settlement.
Da 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 da. Bang, bang, bang. Boom.
Rumble, rumble. For a time, cannon fire flew everywhere in the camp, and the sounds of disorganized footsteps mingled. Under the cover of the soldiers, Gu Tian and Wang Hao jumped into the jeep and fled with a kick of the gas. In the meantime, listen to the sounds of artillery fire coming from outside. Inside the room, Chen Hai and the others were in a panic. Team leader, what's happening? Is someone coming to save us? Team leader, can we get out of here alive? Woo! Some of the female members of the group were already whimpering. As people living in a happy Dragon Kingdom nation, where had they ever seen such a warlike scene? Not to mention the fact that there was such a heavyweight on the team, Elder Lin's daughter. The pressure and fear in everyone's mind is palpable. It's happening right now. Team leader Chun, I've untied the rope. Only a cold, excited voice rang out from the corner, only to see Lin Shusi violently break free from the ropes, remove the hood and run towards the rest of the group, and with a sweep of his afterimage, he spotted a sharp dagger on the table.
Oni-sama.
Missy, you untied the rope. Missy, I'm here. Missy, be safe. Missy, it's really you. The atmosphere in the room, which had been one of horror, changed instantly to one of joy. The reason why Lin Shusi was able to break free from the rope was actually a deliberate act by Gu Tian, and the dagger was left on purpose. Yes, it's me. I'm untying the rope. Don't panic, everyone. Lin Shusi didn't hesitate to pick up the dagger and helped all the group members cut the ropes in 3 tries. Missy, Missy, are you okay? Geez, how did you do that, Missy? The horrified voices instantly turned to clamoring cheers. At this moment, where did Lin Shusi have half of the appearance of a big lady in Kyoto? The white shirt could no longer be seen in its original form, and the originally white and delicate neck and wrists were strangled by the rope with red marks, which were shocking to the eyes. Chun Hai's eyes reddened and he almost fell to his knees.
I'm sorry, Missy.
For making you suffer by following us. Lin Shusi raised her hand to lift the sweat-dampened hair in front of her forehead, and her beautiful eyes firmly swept around the crowd, finally landing on Chen Hai. Team leader Chun, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. First, look for the communication tools they took away and see if you can get in touch with the outside world. Chun Hai froze and immediately reacted by nodding his head. Yes, yes, yes. Find the cell phone. Find the satellite phone. Yeah. Find the phone. The group quickly snapped back from their shock and immediately scattered in all directions. Outside, with the camps largely empty of soldiers, the Khalifa armed groups were overwhelmed. Xie Juanhao rode in an armored car with his bodyguards and killed them directly. Where are the people? My Gu Shao, what are you running for? What are you running for? Ha ha! Aren't you tough? It's happening right now. The afterglow suddenly caught a glimpse of several figures fleeing from a private house not far away. Go! Get me a live one!
Bang!
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 With Xie Juanhao's order, the soldiers poured out. Less than a moment, Chun Hai and the others were captured again and brought to Xie Juanhao once again, tied up. You who? My friend of Mr. Gu. Chun Hai has been completely desperate. Just run, this ing caught again? What the hell is this about? What the hell are you doing in middle school? Hello! Hello! We are the Longfellow delegation. Before Chun Hai could finish, Xie Juanhao coldly looked at the soldier. Go! Bring all these people down to me. Didn't catch Gu Tian but caught Gu Tian's people. Then he would threaten the other party to come to his door in person, or he would show them how his men were dying one by one before his eyes. And this way, after learning that Xie Juanhao really controlled the delegation and the others, Wang Hao and Gu Tian could be happy. The hot potato was literally given away. Especially Wang Hao was so happy that he jumped up and down in place, and he had his will already written. This is great. It's also because of Tin's resourcefulness. Under his shocked gaze, Gu Tian directly dialed his old man's phone. Gu Feng learned all this, a direct sentence. And in order to make what he said more true, Gu Tian even sent the soldiers to the soldiers who had photographed Chen Hailin Shusi and the others beforehand. Less than a moment. Cabinet direct earthquake. Many MPs' jaws dropped. I Lua Grass. Xie family so brave. I Nima. This time all 18 generations of the Xie family's ancestors must die. OMG. So crazy. But what more counselors exclaimed was that Gu Feng had planned ahead for a rainy day and was one step ahead of Lin Lao's layout. Elder Lin hasn't even made a move yet. Gu Lao had all but arranged for Gu Tian to secretly launch an investigation in the past. How could they get hold of the location and situation of such a precise delegation without the secret investigations of Mr. Gu? Of course these messages are deliberately avoiding Xie Yong. It's the same as saying that most of the cabinet counselors know about it. Xie Yong is the only one who is still in ABA guessing what the hell is wrong. And this way, faced with precise information about his daughter's whereabouts and ironclad evidence of Xie Juanhao's cooperation with the Khalifa armed group, waves of shock rippled through Elder Lin's gaze. He has always been as calm as a mountain, and has been in the power world for decades. What big storms have he not seen? But this time, for the first time, his bloodshot eyes flashed with undisguised shock and admiration. He never expected it. This all actually came from Gu Tian's hand. That mixed-up little devil who was the Gu family's most unappealing and viewed as a foppish paragon by the power world? Think about it. Lin Lao slammed the table and directly ordered, "Pass on my order! Inform the North African side immediately. Inform the Khalifa armed groups of their crimes, and the whereabouts of the representative group. At the same time, notify the Ministry of Security and the highest-level inspection team to initiate the final liquidation of the Xie family. Control all relatives in the direct collateral line such as Xie Yong. As for Xie Juanhao and the others, call for troops from North Africa immediately. At the same time, mobilize the Phoenix Special Brigade to depart immediately for North Africa to rescue the investigation team and escort all team members back to China safely without fail." Yes! The secretary's response to the order resounded throughout the office. Chapter 92: Gu Tian's identity exposed. And Gu Feng's side didn't drop the ball. His son really gave him a big face this time. Originally, he was thinking of relying on one net to kill the Xie family, sensationalizing the entire cabinet, and letting everyone see his thunderous hand. As a result, the Xie family hadn't even been wiped out in one fell swoop yet, and this series of operations of his had directly taken over the discourse. This, especially from the son, is a total ing godsend. It's okay now. His Gu Feng's son personally went to North Africa to investigate the Xie family's oil field matters, defying his enemies, while also investigating the truth about the kidnapping of the investigation team by hand. Then the next thing to do was not only to fully support his son in his fight against Xie Juanhao, but also to fully support his son in rescuing Lin Guoxian's daughter. Let Elder Lin and all the cabinet open their eyes and see that their Gu family really isn't a vegetarian. Pass on my order. Mobilize all members of the Dragon Imperial Special Brigade to depart for North Africa immediately. Follow Gu Tian's command with full authority. Gu Feng stood up violently, his majestic voice resounding throughout the office. Yes, Elder Gu. He Shishun answered, her face full of smiles. I was worried that Gu Shao would mess things up. Now it was really time to be impressed with Gu Xiao. After arranging this, Gu Feng immediately called his wife. They certainly can't take blatant military measures in this situation now. That would cause an outcry and Pretty Country would surely jump in with accusations. But providing support to Gu Tian is a matter of urgency. Qian Hui on the other end of the phone naturally understood. As a business empress, she had already secretly mobilized many resources to support Gu Tian. Now is the critical point. How can there be the slightest hesitation? After hanging up, Qian Hui immediately convened the highest level of the board of directors, and in the name of commercial investigation and development of the strategic market in North Africa, ordered several of its business groups to quickly transfer engineering equipment and heavy materials, and flew directly to North Africa on bombers and large transport planes. After doing this, Qian Hui stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the boardroom, her gaze piercing through the city's high-rise buildings, as if she had looked into the distant North African desert. The secretarial corps behind them held their breath, not daring to say anything. Go little Li and little Wang. I don't want little Tian to be a nameless person and do favors for others. He was born to be a king in the eyes of all. This statement was made. The secretarial team looked at each other in disbelief, and in the next second they all answered in unison, "Yes, Chairman." Next, everyone flew out of the office. 10 minutes later, a hot search parachuted into the major social media platforms, completely igniting the entire Dragon Kingdom network. Even the news that the delegation had been kidnapped in North Africa was suppressed. #panic. The Prince of Kyoto, Gu Tian, is fighting the Khalifa in North Africa. #the Prince of Kyoto rushed to North Africa. #hashtag rescue efforts for the mission. #hashtag my goodness. The delegation actually includes the children of Elder Lin, Miss Kyoto. In the meantime, the previous hot search about Gu Tian was also released in one piece. #the dark forces of the Qiao family. #wiped out by the Prince of Kyoto. #hashtag. Among these hot searches, there are even accompanying high-definition and uncensored photos of Gu Tian. In a flash, the internet blew up and so did the comments section. Millions and millions of netizens flooded right into the comments section. The people and students of Gangtok reacted violently. They used to drink from the same river as the Prince of Kyoto. They're still alumni with the Prince of Kyoto? The KYU students also reacted. Legend has it that the most mysterious Prince of Kyoto is actually right in front of us. And naturally, he had touched someone's tiger. The Prince of Kyoto. I'm going. He really is. Holy. I'm in the same class as the Prince of Kyoto? My God. The Prince of Kyoto goes to rescue Miss Kyoto. Oh my goodness. What a bombastic episode this is. The Major has come into reality. Woohoo. At this time, Gu Tian, who was far away in the mining region of North Africa, was crossing his legs and nibbling on a watermelon, brushing the comments and cursing as he did so. When did I say 3 days to eliminate the Khalifa? When did I say, give me 3 days and I'll give you a clean North Africa? And Wang Hao watched the marketing numbers video and even took off in place laughing. Haha, brother Tian, you're on fire out of the circle. If Elder Gu doesn't make a move, Gu Tian has swept away. Gu Tian's one sentence made the North African warlords so scared that they blew themselves up. Haha, these comments are hilarious. Office. Xie Juanhao was still proudly talking to Khalifa about the great plans for future cooperation, only to see the secretary stumbling in with a pale face. Xie Dong. Quickly look at the Dragon Country's hot search. What? The meeting was interrupted by the secretary. Xie Juanhao was very upset and took the cell phone with a face full of impatience. Next, popped right out of his mouth. I only saw that the screen clearly stated that there was the daughter of Elder Lin in the delegation, as well as the text of Guten's engagement with the Khalifa armed group and the rescue of the delegation. Wait a minute. Inema. One Gu Tian is already enough. Add to that the daughter of Elder Lin, and wouldn't North Africa have to have an earthquake? But the next second Xie Juanhao realized something was wrong. The earliest information he had obtained was that Muchua had been destroyed by the emerging warlord regiment, who had mistakenly wounded the delegation, leaving it unaccounted for. Instead, this emerging warlord is Gu Tian. Wouldn't that mean Gu Tian mistakenly injured the delegation? And this time when they went to attack Gu Tian's camp, Gu Tian escaped without a fight, and they also easily captured a group of Dragon Kingdom people. Now the hotspot suddenly reveals that Gu Tian fought with the Khalifa armed group and launched a rescue mission against the delegation. So there's only one truth? This group of dragons were the very people from the delegation that Gu Tian had deliberately thrown at him. I was taught a lesson by Gu Tian. It was Gu Tian who kidnapped the delegation, kidnapped the daughter of Elder Lin. He made me take the fall for this. Clunk. Xie Juanhao clapped his hands and pointed at the secretary, then shouted, "Quickly! Quickly! Release the people! Release all those Dragon Kingdom people who were captured! Quickly release them!" The secretary hasn't run out the door yet. Many more secretaries came running in full of panic. "Xie Dong! The reporter is coming! Reporters are coming! Many reporters are coming!" The words were not yet spoken, only to see all kinds of blonde hair and blue-eyed international journalists, carrying long guns and short cannons can run in. The microphone is almost dislike Xie Juanhao's face. "Mr. Xie, are you aware that your father has been secretly taken away? May I ask if your kidnapping of the delegation and the kidnapping of Elder Lin's daughter is due to your displeasure over this matter? Mr. Xie, are you aware that the dragon has ordered North Africa to take military action against you and the Khalifa armed group? General Khalifa, may I ask if you are aware that the one who fought with you recently was Gu Tian, the son of Elder Gu of the Dragon Kingdom?" Confronted with a sudden scene, Khalifa was dumbfounded throughout. "Walter? Mr. Shay? Walter? You mean that the man you told me to beat up was the son of Elder Gu of the Dragon Kingdom? Are you saying that those people my soldiers captured alive had the daughter of Elder Lin of the Dragon Kingdom?" Chapter 93 Phoenix Special Brigade. Who is Elder Gu? And who is Elder Lin? Any one of these two men, offended, would be enough for his armed group to face a beheading. Now that's good. The Khalifa actually greeted all the children of others. A live capture and a siege? The King Bomb is alive and well. Khalifa suddenly felt like she wasn't directing an armed raid against other warlords, but rather gnawing on a nuclear bomb fuse with her teeth. Collected $200 million to protect Sei Quan-ho, only to wait for an extermination package himself. Without waiting for Xie Juanhao's explanation and the interview with the reporter, Harry Falco rushed out of the office as if he had lost his soul. "Summon all the tribal leaders of the armed group. Tell them to quickly withdraw from the camp they just occupied. Everyone retreat. Also hold a briefing to convey to the outside world that this incident has nothing to do with the Khalifa armed groups. If the North African side needs to cooperate with the operation, the Khalifa armed group will cooperate fully." Accompanied by Khalifa's admission, Xie Juanhao went directly from being the gold master behind the curtain to a hot wanted criminal overnight. The Shay family, on the other end of the spectrum, followed suit with a joyful-sounding bonanza and was hung in the inner circle spotlight. Kyoto's circle of friends, the circle of powerful people, and many forums exploded at the same time. Holy! The Xie family collapsed their house.
No.
It's the genealogy that his family collapsed. I heard that Xie Yong turned the oil field that Lin Lao had patted down into private property. Naya, it's too rampant, isn't it? In the meantime, Xie Yong is still sitting in the conference room in a suit and following a few believers in a meeting. His tone is even more serious. "The next step is to strengthen the caliber of our foreign investments, and at the same time, you guys will help me collect Gu Feng's son again in recent months." The words were not yet spoken. The gate can be kicked in by real soldiers, rushing in with the air of "you're done." Faced with so many beloved looking on, Xie Yong directly put up the air of a cabinet member and shouted angrily, "By the waist! Do you guys know who I am? I am a cabinet member. If you want to move me, you have to go through the cabinet procedures. You are illegally enforcing the law." The response turned out to be not sorry for the intrusion, but pop, pop, snap. A couple of slaps to the face barely threw him into a spinning gyroscope. In the meantime, the Shay family's genealogy has also gone into tachyon mode. Immediate next of kin, even 8 relatives, even the dogs at the entrance of the village were taken away overnight. The Xie family's ancestral home, multiple assets, and the projects he handled were all seized and suspended, just short of a notice that the surname Xie was forbidden in this place. What is even more outrageous is that Xie Yong's inner circle, as well as the legislators who supported Xie Yong, were packed off to the execution ground that night. There was no notice, no phone call, only a break-in in the middle of the night by a large number of black-clad soldiers. Some were still in bed learning a foreign language when they were taken away in black hoods. After all, Elder Lin wasn't just angry, he was angry to the point where his brain was smoking. He has determined that the behind-the-scenes maneuvering in North Africa is definitely not Xie Junhao's strength alone, which is clearly Xie Yong's far-sightedness over the years, including this kidnapping of the delegation, which was also authorized by Xie Yong. When Xie Yong united with a number of legislators to privately advise, demanded to weaken the Gu family to restrict the children of the Gu family, and now seemingly reasonable suggestions, all the dam is in the planning of the chess fall. How big is this chess game? At least to the extent of shaking up the court. Early the next morning, a number of transport planes and private jets of various types landed at the airport. The tourists thought it was some kind of international tycoon descending on them, and they all stretched their necks to watch. But in the next second, a group of uniformly dressed, real guns, coolly equipped beautiful figures came out of the cabin in a line. Fengyi Special Brigade. Immediately afterward, the hatch of another transport plane slowly opened. The members of the Dragon Emperor Special Brigade quickly ran out of the airplane and quickly formed up. Captain Lung Feng shouted angrily, "Quickly launch a rescue operation. Support Gu Qiao immediately." Yes, the team's neat and tidy response echoed through the clouds. Many tourists were directly yelled at and shivered. Less than a moment's work. Everyone drove off the tarmac one by one in armored SUVs. Such a scene, watching the North African parliamentarians not far away, was dumbfounded. Hamza, in particular, watched the scene of numerous vehicles driving aggressively out of the airport, his forehead sweating profusely. Who would have thought that hosting a visiting delegation would result in 2 special operations units?
Fengyi?
Dragon Emperor? This is the most mysterious cabinet strategic level combat team in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, they had heard Councillor Long Fong privately reveal that Gu Lao's son, the Crown Prince of Kyoto, was an existence that would make Kyoto tremble 3 times if he was angry. Now the Prince of Kyoto and the Miss Kyoto are both here. If he's angry, there'll be tsunamis and earthquakes in North Africa. In the meantime, on the other side, the mine, dozens of armed helicopters with heavy firepower descended from the sky, and the entire mining area was suddenly filled with sand and dust. The ground is even more exaggerated. Teams of northern irregulars, armored convoys drove in from all directions as if they didn't want money. Looking at this shocking scene, Boss Zhang's entire body was dumbfounded. "I Nima.
Gu Qiao a.
I'm just a mining That's not in your mom's account of things. You are saving people, or to engage in military exercises If you keep this up, I'm going to turn this mine into a frontline command center." Gu Tian rubbed his wrist and said slowly, "Why, Boss Zhang? Didn't you say you're a good mixer in North Africa? Just this scene scared you." Boss Zhang looked desperate. "Gu Qiao, I'm not the kind of person you're talking about." The words just fell. One was dressed in a North African military uniform. As soon as he looked to be at the level of a regular general, he came to Gu Tian, raised his hand in a salute, and reported in a very fluent dragon language. "Reporting to Gu Qiao. The 5th Brigade Commander of the Northern Irregular Army reports to you." Next to him, Wang Hao directly stared in disbelief. "I Nima, this card face of tin. Regular generals have to initiate a salute?" But with that accent and that stance, it's obvious that he graduated from Kakuso, right? "Hello."
I'm Geu Tian.
Gu Tian immediately put away his relaxed expression and also firmly raised his hand in response. Although the Khalifa armed group issued an announcement claiming that the incident has nothing to do with them, and at the same time they will not get involved and block the rescue activities. But who knows if these people are true to their word? What if he traveled to Xie Junhao's oil field single-handedly and ended up in an ambush? Just as Gu Tian was explaining the details of the rescue to these few officers, the Dragon Emperor Special Brigade and Phoenix E Special Brigade each drove over aggressively in armored vehicles. Look at the dense vehicles and the dust that looks like a sandstorm. The local regular soldiers couldn't help but stare. Is that Dragon Fong speed? Is this how organized Long Fong is? It's really a shot through the clouds, and 1,000 armies come to meet. Stepping out of the car, Long Yun and Lung Fong were still fighting. The Phoenix E Special Brigade and the Dragon Imperial Special Brigade were sort of incompatible. "Captain Lung, it seems that your Dragon Imperial Special Brigade isn't giving its best this time. Only sent out so many people. Our Phoenix Special Brigade is at least twice as big as yours." Lung Feng sniffed and smiled faintly, directly pulling out his walkie-talkie and ordering, All dragon imperial specialists. All come out to rendezvous. Next.
Top, top, top.
The sound of neatly organized footsteps came from all around the mine. The corners of the mine were suddenly brushed up with explosion-proof nets, revealing underground bunker passages. The members of the dragon's royalty, dressed in black armor combat suits and equipped with the latest models of thermal weapons, came out like a tidal wave. First team, 2 teams, third team, 10 teams. The crowd was dense with people and clanging boots. Less than a moment, a procession of over 2,000 men was drawn up, as black as the eye could see. The expressions on the faces of Phoenix Yi's group of female team members ranged from huh to holy to KAM. You guys. You. Where did these people come from? Hatched from the ground. Lung Feng glanced at Long Yun, playing with the flavor. We Long Yu go for the actual combat stream, the tactical stream, and we all came more than 1,600 people in advance. You Phoenixes are amateurs. After saying that, he scattered his legs and ran towards Gu Tian, fearing that Long Yun would knock him on the head with a helmet. Chapter 94. The battle begins. Gu Qiao. Gu Qiao. These are your people. The North African officers were so dumbfounded that their eyes nearly hit the floor. This sudden emergence of densely packed black armored warriors, one team after another, armed to the teeth in terms of equipment. Even their eyes were sharper than their sniper scopes. When the hell did this transfer over? It is tantamount to saying that people have already mobilized so many people under their noses, and their security departments are still totally unaware of it? The General Council was also afraid that the other side was short of manpower and specially asked them to come over for support. Watch now. Support a hammer. Gu Tian could see their shock and could only smile and nod. Don't tell me if you've seen it all. We'll still be friends. Gu Qiao. Dragon Imperial Special Brigade Lung Feng reports to you. Lung Feng stopped jawing with Long Yun and trotted over to Gu Tian. Gu Qiao. Feng Yi Special Brigade Long Yun reports to you. Long Yun also followed closely behind, although they were incompatible with Long Yu. But in front of Gu Tian, she still had to obediently lower her haughty stance. All here. Gu Tian looked down and dialed the military watch on his hand, saying casually, "Then let's start closing the net." That one sentence pulls the aura right up to full capacity. Even the North African officer next to him couldn't help but swallow in shock. Like, it's too similar. They really saw in this youth in front of them the figure of Gu Lao, who reigned over the international power arena with a thunderous hand. All of them, depart. Accompanied by Gu Tian's order, the vast procession drove directly to the oil field where Xie Juanhao was located. Although the Khalifa armed group declared that it would not send troops, would not interfere with any rescue activities, and that it had drawn a clear line with Xie Juanhao, but people die for money and birds die for food. How could the old fox, Khalifa, let go of this opportunity to get so rich? In the face of Xie Juanhao's bitter pleas, a large number of weapons were still sold along with those mercenaries who were about to retire. These mercenaries were retired and he was required to pay a substantial settlement. But if you die in battle, that compensation is much less. Not to mention the fact that a number of the mercenaries were outlaws, the kind that didn't have any family. Good, since it's going to be a real fight. I, Xie Juanhao, am not a vegetarian either. Although facing the situation of a large army, Xie Juanhao has long been indifferent to life and death, and the whole person fell into a state of madness and self-confidence. Of course, the reason is simple. He had Lin Lao's daughter in his hands, so the other side would definitely not dare to play hard to get an attack. Afterwards, he could hold Elder Lin's daughter hostage and demand that the other party send a special plane to escort him to a country that did not have any cooperation with the North African side or the Dragon side, and apply for asylum there. Phew, shoo, shoo, phew, shoo. With the helicopter gunships covered in fire, the fight went straight to the ground. Boom, rumble, rumble. There was a lot of gunfire and smoke. The defense line set up around the oil field was instantly torn a hole in it. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Boom, rumble. On the ground, the mercenaries returned fire in a hurry, RPGs swishing at the swarm of helicopters. The pilot, while releasing the jamming rounds, turned around again and backhanded the anti-aircraft machine gun, taking a number of the mercenaries straight away. Tian, that's too much ING firepower. Xie Juanhao is even more shady than his dad. How much ING money did he earn? How many weapons did he buy? Wang Hao stood behind the armored car with his AK, dodging the bullets coming from the front. Gu Tian held the binoculars like an old dog. What are you afraid of? That's all he's got. If it wasn't for the fear of hurting Lin Shusi, we would have destroyed him in minutes. Telescope. Dragon Emperor and Phoenix E Special Brigade performance is very anticlimactic. Zoning advance, tactical and cooperative. Black pressure like a tidal wave forward. 1 minute it's a 3-3 play, the next it's a lightning strike. Those mercenaries who frantically returned fire were complete newbies in front of them. Some were shot to pieces before they could fire. Bang, bang, bang. Aim and hit me. The bullets shot from afar rubbed sparks on the armored car, scaring Wang Hao to lie down directly. Lung Feng, there are snipers above the watchtower. Find a way to take them out for me. Gu Tian yelled into the intercom. Lung Feng was also a bright man, and raised his walkie-talkie for a burst of signaling. The next second the helicopter gunships in mid-air directly fired several rounds. Boom! Rumble. The watchtower was blown right out of the sky. Perhaps being so frightened by the attack just now, Wang Hao suddenly thought of something serious and took a look at the time. Maru Spice. It's broken. This would have been the time to run for student council. Although he had already been internalized, but according to the process but need to go on stage to introduce themselves. He knows his speeches by heart. Brother Sky. Brother Tian. Something's happened. Something's wrong. Wang Hao trotted over from the smoke with his cell phone held up, his face full of panic. What happened? Lin Shusi is dead. Gu Tianyi exclaimed throughout.
No.
This is supposed to be the time to run for student council. I'm missing out. Looking at Wang Hao's face full of cannon fodder anxiety, Gu Tian was speechless with a capital B. It's NG artillery fire and I don't know if I'll make it back alive. You're still thinking of becoming an official? If you save Lin Shusi, no one will dare to touch you in the cabinet, not to mention running for the student council. Of course Wang Hao wasn't exactly the type to go into the cabinet. Just send them a direct message and say that you'll just introduce yourself in a video link later. Tell them to get ready for the work. Gu Tian put down these words, wrapped his hood around his head and picked up his AK and did forward. Only Wang Hao was left in a mess, and after a long time he suddenly said, Brother Tian's words are reasonable. It doesn't seem to be a conflict between fighting a war and running for the student council. At this time, in the conference room of the capital university, the crowd was boisterous. Gu Tian's identity as the Crown Prince of Kyoto was exposed online, and it caused a huge uproar. Many of the Kyoto University students cried out in admiration. And to learn that the list of candidates for the student council includes Wang Hao, the brother of the Prince of Kyoto. Nice guy. A large number of student councils have flocked into the conference room to come over and watch the student council campaign. Hey, how come there's no Wang Hao in the candidate seat? Have any of you seen Mr. Gu? It seems like Mr. Gu didn't come to Kyoto University. Didn't you watch the news? Gu Qiao is in North Africa, negotiating for the delegation. No, what about Wang Hao? Did Wang Hao abstain? How could it be? I heard that it was Wang Hao and Gu Qiao who made a special trip to find the president to ask to run for the election. So how could they give up so easily? Chapter 95, a campaign where lives hang in the balance. No, didn't he promise us? Now he's not replying to our messages? He's not answering his phone either. Is he back or is he not? Xunyao pouted and stared sullenly at the greenish cell phone screen. Su Nanxue didn't know how to answer, but just looked around with anticipation. How she wished that Gu Tian would suddenly come up behind her and say I'm back. After all, it had been reported on the news that the warlords of North Africa were in chaos, and the Longfei delegation was trapped in the war zone, their lives uncertain. And Gu Tian, that former prince who used to lazily sunbathe in front of the entrance of the capital university, saying that reading is no fun, but he went deep into the war zone in North Africa, following other staff members to go forward to intervene. The other party's origin that is standing at the tip of the pyramid of the family, is born to be gilded with the son of the powerful, is able to lie flat for life, sitting in the glory of the prince. But it was such a man who had no choice but to take up the responsibility and go deep into North Africa alone. He can obviously be high up, but with his actions, he is telling everyone not all the powerful children will only hide in the shade. He, Gu Tian, used his figure to hold up the most hardened look of the 3 words prince. Thinking of this, Su Nanshua's heart was gripped a little bit, and those images of former days of playfulness and laughter suddenly became distant. Gu Tian, I hope you return safely. for the scene where Wang Hao was not present and Gu Tian was not present. Former student President Zhang Zhe and the other candidates were straight up happy. It's good that you didn't attend. Not attending their winning percentage went straight up. Originally, Zhang Zhe was still thinking about becoming a vice president and letting the president go to Wang Hao. It's okay now. With the support of so many former student council members, he's sure to be re-elected again. As for rich brother Zhou Yu, then just be the vice president. Facing the urging eyes of Zhang Zhe in the candidate's seat, as well as getting a sign from the leaders in the spectator's seat, the moderator announced the start of the campaign meeting. The first ones up for election were a bunch of rookies who took the stage and spoke eloquently. There was a lot of sighing from the students on stage as well as the judges. Followed by Zhang Zhe. As the former president, he was naturally aware of the problems that existed in serving the Kyoto University student body. The judges nodded their heads in appreciation of the high quality of the speeches. He was followed by Zhou Yu, who was also in great form on stage. Just when Zhang Zhe and the others thought this one was a sure thing, the judges suddenly received a message from Wang Hao. No doubt about it. The judges exchanged complicated looks and called the host straight down. After an exchange, the host ran to the stage with a face full of excitement and raised the microphone excitedly. "I've kept you all waiting. Our last contender, Wang Hao, he didn't abstain." This statement was made. The conference room went straight to pot. All of them came to see the prince's friend Wang Hao campaign. How could they not be excited? And Zhang Zhe and Zhou Yu and the others' faces changed drastically. What? Wang Hao didn't even come over, how can he campaign? Did? Oh, is salt not even salt anymore? While the crowd was curious, the host pointed to the screen behind him and reminded, "All right, everyone, please look at the big screen. The last contender, Wang Hao. The video link is on." Snap. The big screen lights up. In the next second, everyone's expression changed. Where the hell is this? Not the dorms. Not the den. It's not even a scene that could occur to a normal Kyoto student. Instead, it's a war scene. Boom! A deafening explosion exploded directly into the frame, and the conference room sound system could have been shaken out of its fire. The skies hovered with helicopter gunships frantically pouring bullets. Smoke and dust rolled in the distance, shaking even the horizon. The camera shook like crazy, and even the live projector came with earthquake effects that almost made the students in the first row think they were sitting in 4D seats. The moderator's mouth twitched, and the school leader simply crushed the mineral water bottle. Yet, where is this? A war scene? What the hell? Isn't this a campaign video link? Why do I feel like I'm watching War Wolves? Before the crowd could slow down, Wang Hao himself was seen finally appearing from the screen. Dressed in camouflage, half of his face was covered in gunmetal. His hair was blown up into a battlefield haircut, but his eyes were determined like the kind that had just joined the organization. He quickly propped his cell phone in front of him, a confident grin of the old "I'm a soldier king" hanging at the corners of his mouth. "Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Hao from the first class of the College of Finance and Economics, and I'm running for student president." The words just fell. Phew! A shell trailed fire past him, and the camera shuddered as a mushroom cloud rose directly behind him.
I'm leaning on leaning on leaning on leaning.
Lean on your waist. This is not a speech. This is a life or death campaign. God damn it. We're running for student president, not for king of war. Several of the other contenders on the podium were blushing more than one. Some shredded their speeches on the spot. Zhang Zhe was even more disoriented, his soul out of his body. Is this Wang Hao? Is this Wang Hao? Is this really him? Where's Gu Tian? Gu Tian should be with him. Xin Yao's entire body was on the verge of jumping up from her seat, and her pink hand deadlocked on Su Nanshua's sleeve to ask. And Su Nanshua had helplessness and worry written all over her face long ago. Just then, a sharp-eyed student suddenly screamed, "Look! That person behind Wang Hao wearing a hood and carrying a rocket launcher. He seems to be Gu Qiao." Huh? What? Gu Qiao is there too? Gu Qiao. It should be Gu Qiao. That figure and that physique is definitely Gu Qiao. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It doesn't seem like it. The man carrying the rocket launcher is shown nimbly changing positions behind the armored vehicle, and when the rocket launcher is finished, he picks up his AK and fires at the faith in front of him.
Tada! Tada!
Da. Da 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 da. It's a point and shoot, an auto, and the pressure is solid as hell. Anyone who has been to war knows that real-life combat can't be turned on. This scene made the group of special forces in the conference room look skeptical. Professional. This is so damn professional. And faith-based shooting? I don't think this is Gu Qiao. Gu Qiao's identity, how can he be so professional? So desperate? This. In the picture, clearly an actual combat veteran, right? While the crowd was speculating. The person in the image who resembled Gu Tian's physique suddenly yanked his hood, revealing a familiar and untamed handsome face, twisting his head and cursing angrily at Wang Hao. Howsy, get thee on me. The video hasn't even been played yet. IKD all NG12. The voices struck into the conference room like thunder. The whole place is dead silent. Next. Boom. The conference room exploded. All rise. Shocked. Frenzied. Seething. It's really ING Gu Qiao ya. I Nima. Gu Qiao. It's really Gu Qiao. Gu Qiao. Please take real people to eat chicken. Then these boiling and cheering students. The faces of the school leaders in the gallery went white. They were silent, just horrified. Chapter 96A Call from Elder Lin. Such a bombastic student government campaign scene will surely go down in school history forever. It's really Mr. Gu. Wang Hao. I choose Wang Hao. The prince's brother is my brother. Gu Tian. It's really Gu Tian. He's actually doing something so dangerous. Xin Yao jumped straight up, with a look that was even more anxious than her own on the front line. On the contrary, Su Nanshua's face had long been covered with complex emotions. On the one hand, she was worried, but on the other hand, she carried a few points of inexplicable pride and numbed feeling. She knew these two were abnormal, but she didn't think they could be abnormal to this extent. No doubt about it. The result of the campaign is definitely Wang Hao. After all, no one can refuse to vote for a student president who has participated in real-life chicken. Not to mention the fact that the brother of the student president was also the famous prince of Kyoto. The other side. After learning that he had been successfully elected student president, Wang Hao could be described as having an excited heart and a trembling hand. Tian, let me do it. I, Wang Hao, will not only succeed in my campaign today, I will also take Xie Juanhao's dog's life. Gu Tian, on the other hand, sat next to the armored car with his eyes narrowed, sipping his coffee. It wouldn't take long to see the soldiers escorting Xie Juanhao out. In the meantime, Xie Juanhao completely panicked into a dog. His hard-earned defense was directly overwhelmed in front of the opponent's powerful offense. Overpriced mercenaries were either seriously injured or hiccuped, and some even threw in the towel on the spot. Director Xie, it's not good. They're rushing in. Our oil fields are all surrounded and they'll hit here soon. The secretary rushed in like a madman, her whole body dazed with fear. Xie Juanhao, mad to the core, copied the table Glock with one hand. Go! Bring out the hostages. We'll walk out together. Soon, faced with blackened muzzles and densely packed soldiers, a team of shivering mercenaries escorted the delegation out. And the figure that Xie Juanhao was holding at the forefront was heartbreaking at a glance. Slender wrists bound, a quivering jaw and a few imperceptible huffs. She was no one else but Lin Shuxi, Fingyi Special Brigade's highest protection. Gu Tian subconsciously looked at Wang Hao the moment he saw her. Wang Hao also turned his head sheepishly. Fengyi Special Brigade Captain Long Yun instantly reddened his eyes and ripped off his tactical helmet. Xie Juanhao, you let go of Missy. I'll be your hostage. Hearing Long Yun's voice, Lin Shuxi under the mask immediately cried out with a sobbing voice. Long Yun, you came to save me? Woo-woo. Don't be afraid, Missy. He can't get away. Xie Juanhao, you can't escape. Hurry up and release Missy. When we get back, I can find Elder Lin alone to plead for leniency for you. Xie Juanhao was mad as Glock gasped against Lin Shuxi's temple. Don't come over. Don't come over. Gu Tian, if you dare to take a step forward, I'll have all of you buried with me today. After saying this, he even lifted up his clothes with one hand, and the layers were full of detonators and explosives. Looking at Wang Hao and Gu Tian and the others, they subconsciously took a step back. Lung Feng was filled with nervousness. Gu Qiao, what should we do about this? Gu Tian didn't speak, his brows furrowed in thought. Honestly, Lin Shuxi's death really had nothing to do with him. But, more or less, it will affect Pops. This is the same as Lin Lao's head in the cabinet. Your son is safe and my daughter is dead in North Africa? How presumptuous. Ahem. It's not me who tied it. Say Quan Ho's. It's happening right now. Gu Tian's cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. An extremely special encrypted number to be exact, encrypted through and through with no attribution. Gu Tian's brows furrowed and his fingers crossed reflexively. Next, a sharp but authoritative voice came out. Gu Tian? Is that you? I'm Lin Guisien, your Uncle Lin. What? Lambert. Elder Lin. Gu Tian's pupils snapped, and he was close to shouting out, Lin Shushi, your father called me. What do I say? Ah. Right. Uncle Lin, it's me Gu Tian. Gu Tianjin did not expect to receive a call from Generation Purpose on such an occasion. There was silence on the other end for a split second, followed by a deep sigh. Gu Tianya. You should know everything.
Lin Shuxi.
My daughter. She just came back this and ran into these things. I, Lin Guisien, have never owed anyone anything in my life, but only this daughter. I owe so much. Ah? Gu Tian held his cell phone and looked down at the desert eagle in his hand. Not. This is getting melodramatic? The one who kidnapped your daughter is Tsai Quan Ho. Or else, why don't you have a word with Tsai Quan Ho? Lambert. Now this situation. Your daughter, she is being held hostage. That. The point Gu Tian wanted to make was to say something useful like how to save your daughter, rather than sensationalizing. But Lin Lao did not respond to Gu Tian's words, but continued sadly. You may not know, Lin Shuxi's mother, we divorced a long time ago. These things your father should not know either. It's me. Cared for the career masses and misplaced my family, and she had a grudge against me since she was a child, but I chose to ignore it. What? Divorce? Hiss. Gu Tian sucked in a breath of cool air. This melon is too big. He'd already pictured Pops to find out, a whole dazed look on his face. In Gu Tian's shocked expression, Elder Lin told him all about the Lin family in a brainwave. There were almost tears in Gu Tian's eyes from hearing that. I didn't expect that Lin Lao, who was at the peak of his power like his father, to be such a negligent father? A father who's afraid to face his daughter? When you think about it that way, it's better for him to be Papa Gu. Gu Tian took a deep breath, and his eyes became more determined than ever. Uncle Lin, you can rest assured. This time, I will definitely rescue Lin Shuxi and put him safely in your hands. An inaudible sound of gratitude came from the other end. Thank you, Xiao Tian. Lin Bo begs you. Be sure to bring Shuxi back safely. Snap. The cell phone hangs up, under the eyes of the crowd anxiously awaiting his orders. Gu Tian slowly raised his head, took a deep breath, and directly shouted angrily in the next second. Already, including Xie Juanhao, and all the hostages. Shoot them all. Boom. This order was like a shock of thunder that shook the ground and shook everyone's soul out of their body. Chapter 97. Gu Tian as a hostage. Wang Hao almost fell off the roof of the car, and Lung Feng almost fainted in shock. If it wasn't for the team members pulling Long Yun would have definitely rushed forward and grabbed Gu Tian by the collar. The scene blew up for a moment, and there were only 4 words in everyone's head. Gu Xiao is crazy. This is the Kyoto Missy? Is that how it has always been in the battle of the sons of the world? Brother Sky, are you crazy? Are you crazy? Gu Tian ignored Wang Hao and directly took a step forward, staring deathly at Xie Juanhao with a sneer. Gu Tian, are you crazy? Do you have any idea who I've hijacked? Lin Shuxi, Lin Lao's own daughter. If you shoot her down, you definitely won't live either. When he finished speaking, he even pulled off Lin Shuxi's hood with one hand. Keep an eye on Lin Shuxi. This man is Gu Feng's son, Gu Tian. He's going to shoot you down. In the sudden blinding light, Lin Shuxi slowly saw the figure standing against the light. He had a radiant, imposing presence behind his shoulders, a sneer at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes hid a breathtaking sharpness. For a moment, the trance outweighed the fear within. He's Gu Tian? He was the prince of the Gu family that his father had spoken of when he was a child as the one who didn't do enough to make things happen, but did more than enough to cause trouble. Feng Yi Special Captain Long Yun broke free from his team members and stopped Gu Tian with red eyes. Gu Xiao, she's a big miss. Are you crazy? This order of yours, we cannot carry it out. If you dare to shoot, I. Before the words were finished, Cold Front rushed up with an arrow step and dragged her to her death. Long Yun, you calm down for me. Do you think Gu Xiao doesn't want to save your family's Missy? Do you really think he's going to shoot? Long Yun struggled and refused to back down, his entire body on the verge of breaking defense, tears welling up in his eyes as he stared at Gu Tian in death. And Gu Tian, still standing there calmly, truth in one hand, pocket in the other. Lung Feng instantly understood. Gu Xiao is going to resort to psychological tactics. Fruity. Amidst Xie Juanhao's growling threats, Gu Tian pointed at him and started outputting. Xie Juanhao, I realized you're a ing idiot. You're just like your super hung brother, with a touching IQ and outrageous brain circuits. Why don't you pick a valuable hostage? Why did you pick Lin Shusi? She's an orphan, you know? The statement was made. Crowd? Hey. Gu Tian's eyes raised, his speech speeding up, striking with precision sentence by sentence. Her father, Lin, divorced her mom a long time ago, and it's a clean split. Elder Lin can't wait for her not to come back to the country. You think he cares about this daughter of his? Come on, he doesn't even remember her birthday, okay? You hijacked her. Who can you threaten? Boom! The scene exploded instantly. The crowd's expressions were clear of shock. Orphans? What? No. Elder Lin divorced his wife? That's a pretty wild story. Ainima. No wonder I've never heard of Mrs. Lin. Xie Juanhao was confused and green. You are talking nonsense. How can she be an orphan that no one wants? Elder Lin is her father. Everyone in the cabinet knows that. Gu Tian took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled violently. Right, I know that too. If her father loved her, how could he have left her overseas for so many years? Is this something a normal father could do? Your super Xiong brother, your old man Xieyong are spoiled into a treasure. And her, she's the one no one wants, no father, no mother. Now it's all hijacked. Is there anything about her on the news? No. Anyone come to her rescue? No. You know why I brought so many people? My mission is to do battle with your Khalifa armed group and seize your oil fields. To take you back. That's all. The crowd couldn't tell you how wonderful the expressions were when those words were spoken. There's shock. There's horror. There's skepticism. There's curiosity. There is also doom and gloom receding, all said by Gu Xiao alone. Overheard, nothing to do with me. And Lin Shusi had been forcing her composure, thinking about how the other party would save her. But the barrage of zingers blasted down and blew her straight into a small fountain. Gu Tian, you're talking nonsense. Ni. Woo 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 woo. You're the one nobody wants. Your whole family is unwanted. Gu Tian watched her cry, still looking like it was none of my business, and even swept a fake strong glance at Long Yun and Lung Feng and the others. What are you guys dawdling about? On my command, shoot them all and go home afterwards. At this time, Long Yun already understood Gu Tian's meaning and followed Lung Feng with a wave of his hand. Click, click, click. All the truths present were aimed at Xie Juanhao and the others in unison, with the feeling that they would pull the trigger in the next second. Now Xie Juanhao was completely flustered. I was questioning Gu Tian, but when I thought about it, it did seem to make sense. If Elder Lin really loved her as his daughter, why did he send the other person outside for so many years? And he hadn't even met Elder Lin's other half since he was a kid. Hadn't heard anything about it. If Lin Shusi is really the eldest Miss Kyoto, then how dare these people point a gun at her? And how does Gu Tian make these solidly counterintuitive statements? There was no waiting for Xie Juanhao to think too much. A large number of soldiers can just step closer holding up the truth. Don't come over, ha! Don't come any closer. Back. Back off. Back off, all of you. Looking at Xie Juanhao, who was gradually about to collapse, Gu Tian raised his hand and everyone behind him immediately stopped. Xie Juanhao, don't you just want to run? How about this, you hijack me? My father loves me and my mother spoils me. If you hijack me, I guarantee that no one will dare to touch you, and you'll be guaranteed to leave here successfully. What do you think about letting me go when you're safe and all is forgiven? This statement was made. Lin Shusi's cries came to an abrupt end, blinking her tearful, beautiful eyes incredulously at Gu Tian. She hadn't expected it in any case. This man, who had never met her before, who was so cheap that he had just said she was an orphan in public, would come forward at this juncture? In a flash, the warmth of emotion and amazement masked the fear within. Just as Xie Juanhao hesitated, Long Yun began to act, pretending to be very reluctant to pray. Gu Xiao, don't. You can't be a hostage. Elder Gu and your mother are still waiting for you to return home. Our mission this time is to kill Xie Juanhao only. How can you gamble your life for a woman with no blood relation? If these hostages die, they die. Your safety is the most important. Other group members held hostage. Lindsay. With such a scene, Lung Feng was so angry that he wanted to go up and give Long Yun a general flying kick. How? Your master's life is a life. My master's is not anymore? Xie Juanhao believed it and yelled, Good, put down your weapons. You come over. I'll let her go. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Gu Tian placed his cell phone all his equipment, all of it on the ground, and then walked towards Xie Juanhao with his hand raised. And Xie Juanhao is considered a gentleman. When Gu Tian came close, he pushed Lin Shusi out violently, while he himself held Gu Tian hostage in a lightning-fast manner, with his gun pressed against his temple. Don't come any closer. I'll kill him if he moves again. Chapter 98. Return to China. Lin Shusi was caught off guard and pushed out, stumbling and almost falling. But instead of immediately running across the street, she stopped in her tracks and turned her head in a daze to look at Gu Tian, who was being held back by Xie Juanhao. The wind blew Gu Tian's slightly disheveled hair, and his cheeks were cut out in cold lines by the sun. Meeting Lin Shusi's gaze, Gu Tian smiled faintly. Go on, go back. Lin Shusi fiercely bit her lower lip, her eyes so red that they were about to explode. No one has done this to her since she was a little girl. No one would say that in a life-or-death situation. She's been neglected by her father for over a decade, raised in the cold overseas, taught to rationalize and weigh her interests. But at the moment Ran realized that the man was not playing the hero. He really thought of her as someone worth protecting. A wave of unfamiliar emotions hit the softest corners of her heart like a tidal wave. No doubt about it. Looking at Missy safe and sound, Long Yun and the rest of the team embraced her with tears of joy. On the contrary, Wang Hao and Lung Feng and the others had expressions of a whole blank stare. Xie Juanhao, won't you release these hostages? Xie Juanhao sniffed, tilted his head and coldly chortled. Release them too. The mercenaries froze, then released the investigation team as well. After all, Gu Lao's son had the highest gold content, and would definitely be able to ensure their success in leaving this place. Captain Leng, I have a not very mature, but it should work. Looking at Gu Tian, who was being held dead against his head by Xie Juanhao, Wang Hao anxiously tugged on Lung Feng's coat. Lung Feng slightly tilted his head, listening to Wang Hao's narration, his brows gradually tightening. How? Wang Hao's approach is a bit pediatric, but it can indeed be given a try. We can't just watch the other party hold Gu Tian hostage and board the plane, can we? Regarding Wang Hao's suggestion, Lung Feng hesitated for a moment, but still ordered his men to do it. Snipers should be in position. There's only one chance. If you miss it, you're screwed. Half an hour later. Buzz off. A commercial helicopter landed slowly. A quick smile finally appeared on Xie Juanhao's face as he took a step back holding Gu Tian hostage. Stay back, all of you. Nobody come over. Anyone who dares to move, he dies. At this point, Wang Hao suddenly jumped off the roof of the car, pointing to the distance and shouting in a broken voice. Xie Juanhao, look at your father coming. Your dad is really here. As soon as these words came out, Xie Juanhao subconsciously turned his head to look. It's the second. Gu Tian's eyes plummeted cold and suddenly erupted, turning violently, his right elbow slamming hard into Xie Juanhao's jaw, breaking free of his restraints. Ah! Fool the old man! Xie Juanhao roared and raised his hand to fire. Bang! Gu Tian was hit in the leg and planted himself hard on the sand. Lung Feng seized the opportunity and shouted angrily, Fire!
Da 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 da. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang!
The firepower was all over the place, and bullets poured out like a torrential downpour. Xie Juanhao and the mercenaries were directly beaten into a sieve. 10. Wang Hao rushed forward with a violent roar and carried Gu Tian to safety with the rest of the team. Immediately after, shoo, 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 this area becomes a Thule hell. The helicopter that was about to land instantly turned into a ball of fire before it could lift off. As for Xie Juanhao, he couldn't even find the dregs. On Gu Tian's side, just after he was carried over, a large number of medical personnel could have swarmed up. Lin Shusi also stumbled forward and rushed to kneel in front of Gu Tian. Her eyes read, "Are you all right? Don't you scare me." Wang Hao also rushed up at this moment, flopping down and directly kneeling on the ground, grabbing Gu Tian's hand and starting to cry and mourn. "Tian, what am I going to do if you die? I'll never talk bad again. Kick me if you like. Just don't die." The scene moved Long Yun and her special team members, and some of them even had tears in their eyes. Is this still the same Kyoto imp Gu Tian among them? He'd rather get shot himself than save Lin Shusi. Even if the other party is from another family, even if they know it is a trap, they will go to their deaths without hesitation. Moment. The barriers, misunderstandings, and hostility between Feng Yi and Long Yu seemed to quietly disintegrate. Early the next morning, Kyoto airport closed. Before dawn, dozens of meters of red carpet has been spread to the end of the tarmac. The state guest car lined up. A special plane returning from North Africa landed slowly. The hatch opened, the gangway dropped, and the crowd held its breath. Gu Tian was the first to show up in his wheelchair. Black suit, white bandage, knees still bloody. Behind them were Lung Feng and Wang Hao personally pushing the wheelchair. On both sides of the red carpet, standing in line were the Dragon Kingdom's cabinet senators and councillors. The expressions they looked at Gu Tian with were clear of admiration and even carried a bit of awe. One, it was because they had long heard of the mixed little demon king's name, and two, this time the other party had really refreshed their three views this time. At the end of the red carpet stood two majestic figures. One was Elder Lin and the other was Gu Feng. "Gu Tian, you this time. Lin Bo is really sorry for you. 1,000 words I." Lin Lao walked quickly to Gu Tian's side, looking so guilty that he choked a little in the middle of his words. This scene was watched by numerous counselors, and their hearts were shaken. Being the son of Elder Gu was already anticlimactic enough. Now that he had saved Elder Lin's daughter, was he going to be completely invincible in the future? Sealed in place, full dad plus Providence script, who tops that? Gu Feng stood on the sidelines, and although he did not say much, he always stared at Gu Tian. And in those eyes, it was not just recognition, but a deep-seated pride. "Good boy. Awesome. Father is not half convinced. Father is fully convinced." Lin Shusi secretly returned to Kyoto that day, escorted by the Phoenix Special Brigade. He is currently undergoing total confinement therapy with a counselor and is in retreat with no one to disturb him. Gu Tian, on the other hand, was delayed for a day due to a bullet wound in his leg and did not return to the capital until today. After some pleasantries, "Tian, it's time to go." As several specialized cars drove up to the edge of the red carpet, Gu Feng instructed in a faint voice, and his secretary immediately stepped forward to push the wheelchair. But right at this moment, Lin Lao suddenly spoke out, "Gu Feng, let Xiaotian go back in my car today." This statement was made. What? The secretary froze, her hands freezing on the handles of her wheelchair, even her breath lagging for a moment. And the rows of counselors on both sides of the red carpet all looked sideways at Elder Lin in shock. What? Wait, what did Elder Lin just say? In the field of power, who picks you up, who drops you off, and whose car you ride in is never a superficial trifle, but a stark signal of power. Especially the old Lin's car. It was a symbol of the top of the pyramid of power. It wasn't a car, it was an extension of status, a projection of power and ability. To put it bluntly, this move is a blatant message to everyone in the room. I, Lin Guixian, recognize Gu Tian as a person. I'll guard him from now on. Before the crowd could slow down, Elder Lin had already raised his hand to personally receive a black-faced brocade box from the guards and said gently, "Gu Tian, I didn't prepare any formal medals which would logically require a merit badge for you, but because of your status as a student, I was going to send you this." The words fell. Elder Lin slowly opened the brocade box. Moment. A harsh silver light shot out. Inside the brocade box was a visually strikingly shaped badge, with silver wings like swords that closed into an arc, and a phoenix with spreading wings in the center. The crowd thought it was an empty title medal. As a result, his eyes glazed over the next second when he saw the font engraved on the badge. Oh my god.
Fengi Badge?
I'll go. Nope. Handed over the mobilization of his guards to Gu Tian. Chapter 99 Su Nonshuous Concern. Phoenix Command Badge. Feng Yi Special Brigade. a special warfare system built by Lin Lao himself. Like the Dragon Emperor Special Brigade, it was only to protect the characters at the top of the pyramid as well as the bloodline. Since the formation of Phoenix, there have only been a total of 2 badges. One is a return to the Old Forest Pro execution. The other one is in the hands of Lin Shuxi. And now, Elder Lin had actually handed over his own one to Gu Tian. This represents more than just trust. More so, he had completely and unreservedly given away the key to the lifeblood of the Lin family. Gu Feng next to him was also filled with shock. He hadn't thought that Lin Lao would be able to thank Gu Tian to such an extent this time. At this pace, Gu Tian would be able to eat more than even him in the future. This, Elder Lin. This gift is a bit too expensive. Gu Tian looked down at the badge in the box with a bitter face. He can now mobilize the Dragon Emperor Special Brigade. With this badge, wouldn't it be possible to mobilize 2 of the cabinet's highest-ranking guards? Lin Lao laughed. If you don't take it, I might have to shove it in your pocket myself. When the words came to this, how could Gu Tian dare to excuse himself any longer? And he hastily reached out to take it. He then sat in Elder Lin's car under the stunned gazes of Gu Feng and the crowd of counselors. In the blink of an eye, it's a week gone by. Although it is said that the injury is 100 days, but when it comes to Gu Tian, all of them do not apply. What tendon repair, nutrient input, laying down and calming down? Are you kidding? His little injury is just a slightly dirty corner of his shirt. Not a penetration of any kind, just a graze on the leg that left a battlefield tattoo. But the point wasn't that he was mildly injured. The point was that the week he lay in his medical bed, the ward was the hottest punchline at the pinnacle of power. There is a steady stream of cabinet members, large and small, making house calls. Even Pops teased that his ward was becoming a mobile cabinet office. Anyone who dares not come to visit him is doing a confrontation with Lin Lai and Pops. Brother Tian, when are you coming to the capital university? You've become a mythological figure in Kyoto University. The principal even approached me yesterday and asked if I could build a statue of you, and said he wanted to name the square in front of the school building after you. In the cell phone, Wang Hao's voice was excited. When he came back from North Africa, his old city clerk dad looked like he had a new chip on his shoulder. He used to come home and Pops totally treated him like a rebel and looked like he hated him. Now, can't wait to serve him tea and rub his shoulders. Gu Tian was happy, plus Su Nanxue and Xinyao were also asking him all the time when he was going to go to Beijing University, so he just got dressed and got up. Okay, don't rush it. I'm going to KYU now. Immediately on the other end of the cell phone came Wang Hao's joyful thing. Really? I'll wait for you, Tin. It's the same as what Wang Hao said. As soon as Gu Tian had just appeared at the capital university, cries of surprise rose like waves, and everywhere he went, there was a sea of people. It's him. It's the man back. Ah, it's really the prince. I'm going. Escort the vehicle. Mamya, what a prince. From the academic building, dormitory building, library, and playground, students swarmed out. Even the school leaders surrounding Gu Tian were rushed by the students to take off. In the end, there was no choice but for a large number of police officers to show up, and only then were they able to barely maintain the atmosphere of the scene and escort Gu Tian into the grand staircase classroom of the main teaching building. Awesome, not Brother Tian. This identity and aura of yours is definitely triple Andy Lau. Sitting in his seat, Wang Hao was still full of excitement. Not like those students out there. The students in the large classroom had long since accepted Gu Tian's identity as a rebel. Before, they thought that the other party was the son of a certain military region bigwig, but now the truth was revealed that the other party was Gu Lao's son. But no matter whose son it was, for them, it was only to be seen from afar, and it was to be blamed for not having been cast in a good birth. Gu Tian ignored Wang Hao and instead lowered his head to send a message with Su Nanxue. Originally, Su Nanxue was planning to take a vacation today. As soon as she heard that Gu Tian had come to school, she was instantly full of blood and her mood was not depressed. Sunangsu, today is a big finance class. Don't go to the wrong classroom. Kyutin, I'm already here. Sunan Snow, wait for me. I'll be right there. Gu Tian had just received this message when the sound of pouring cool air came from the front row of the class. Immediately after, I'm going.
Chol Hiril Su.
What is this wear? JK. Black silk. Jedi. Yet. My nose is about to bleed.
Ma.
This is specially dressed for Gu Xiao, isn't it? Only to see the doorway of the latter classroom, a figure that people couldn't take their eyes off of, slowly walked in. Su Nanxue, in a white and blue JK uniform with black silk under a short skirt, ran towards Gu Tian with her feet clattering on her small leather shoes. At this moment, it seemed that even the air was colored with a sweet-smelling soft light. Gu Tian, how are you? Is the injury better? Under everyone's gaze, Su Nanxue had bent down and squatted in front of him, her beautiful eyes staring at the bandaged place on his leg. Here. Does it still hurt? Gu Tian patted his leg and grinned. It's fine, it's fine. It's just a small injury. You just know how to talk tough. Su Nanxue muttered in a low voice, then reached out and gently pressed her hand on the spot near his injury. A little rubbing will be more comfortable and better for healing. Gu Tian froze for a moment and was just about to flirt with her, but when he looked up, he saw the young girl's cheeks flushed and her eyelashes fluttering gently. And the expression on all the boys' faces at the moment was no longer stupefied. It was a collective downer crash. Am I an NPC? Not supposed to be in this world? I'm such a tool person. More of me in the classroom doesn't hurt the progress of the plot. Oh, she's squatting down. I can't even stand up from my youthful station. Good Lord, did you take my Cupid's arrow and skewer it? Why can't you shoot me? Gu Qiao, make some effort. I'll push you later. Don't ask me what my name is. Jingda boiling lamb. Chapter 100. Your legs are 1 meter long, aren't they? Su Nanxue didn't pay attention to the voices of the outside world. At the moment, there was only heartache in her eyes. There, it doesn't hurt anymore. Sit on the seat, you're squatting like that. It's a bit too that. Gu Tian favored him with a smile and raised his hand to pat the seat. Su Nanxue was stunned, then softly hummed and stood up. At that moment, the temperature of the classroom rose a few degrees. Spring didn't come, but Gu Daoxiao did. In the classroom, the professor at the podium rattled off the PowerPoint content. The classroom was quiet. Most of the students had long since gone out of their souls and hung up their flesh. Gu Tian also propped up his head, half opened his eyes, and dozed off. But the next second, the vision slipped and the sleepiness cleared instantly. Under the hem of Su Nanxue's skirt, the pair of long black silk legs, resting so peacefully in the middle of the field of vision, the perfect proportion plus the light refraction, directly triggering the tactical level of sobriety. A spirited kind of thing. Su Nanxue was concentrating on taking notes when she suddenly heard Gu Tian's low and curious voice from beside her. Hey, did you take dance lessons before? Eh, how do you know? Su Nanxue was a bit surprised, slightly glancing sideways. Then her face reddened into an evening glow, only to see that Gu Tian was lowering his head and comparing lengths to her legs across the room. You, what are you doing? Su Nanxue was so shy that her entire body leaned towards the back of the chair and looked at him helplessly. This is in the classroom. There are so many people around. But Gu Tian was serious and continued to gesture with his fingers. My span is 20 centimeters. According to the proportional projection, I feel that your leg length should be 1 meter 1. Su Nanxue was a bit speechless. She hadn't really done any serious math on how long her legs were, and suddenly kind of wanted to know the results when she was told that. Can I measure it? This statement was made. Su Nanxue froze for a whole. She didn't expect Gu Tian to be so direct. Oops. I don't know. Su Nanxue's ears burned slightly. Don't look away, and muttered in a small voice. She can't just say yes, you touch it. Not right. You measure it. I'll measure it then, haha. I'll see if my presumption is accurate. After Gu Tian finished speaking, he actually really lowered his head and used his hand to measure a span on someone's leg. Not this. Gu Tian. You get up. Now is the class. You get out of class amount. Su Nanxue's face reddened, and she lowered her voice in helpless supplication. The words just fell. A sudden shadow appeared on the table. Su Nanxue turned her head to see that the professor had stood next to her at some point, shocked confusion written on her brows. And at the moment, Gu Tian's head was still sticking out on the floor of the table. My span is 20 centimeters, and if your legs are 1 meter long, then I only use 5.5 strokes. The professor sniffed and blushed. No. What is this doing under the table? What 20 centimeters? Gu Tian. Su Nanxue's voice was already on the verge of tears, and one of her hands kept tugging at the corner of Gu Tian's coat. But Gu Tian didn't know this and was still immersed in the great cause of measuring data.
No.
What is Gu Xiao doing? What's he doing under the table? I'm going. Not. I'm serious. My brain is starting to run away with the plot.
I'm humanly stupid.
Is he using the step classroom as a bedroom? Next. Shouldn't it be paid content? Is this class finance or biology? For a moment, the surroundings clamored, and the professor's face grew ironic. He didn't dare look down. I'm afraid I'll see something I shouldn't and ruin my reputation of 40 years of teaching. Not to mention the girl in front of him he knew. Jingda Su schoolflower, teaching building poster resident, in the office always heard many teachers talked about. But at this moment, look at the other party's cheeks reddened and her eyes panicked. This is clearly an encounter with harassment. Terrified and helpless. And the boy hiding under the table must be a rogue student who doesn't know any better. Thinking of this, the professor's anger mischievous. 40 years of teaching experience in the sense of justice like a volcano erupted. Slammed the table. Snap. The student under the table. You feed the chickens. You come out here right now. Come with me to the faculty office. Or I'll call security now. The words just fell. Snap. An infrared laser dot landed precisely in the middle of his forehead. Immediately after. Swish. 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 A series of red dots hit him one after another on his forehead, chest, and shoulders. Stunned, the professor turned his head and scanned the classroom. Who's shining a laser at me? The students were filled with terror and kept raising their hands to indicate the side of the building outside the window. There. Your ing headlocked. The professor followed his gaze and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Fogweed. Sniper? Only to see the opposite building roof at some point has appeared a few black-clothed figures, quickly flashing, obviously sniper posture. Is the professor going to trigger the prince's security mechanism? I'll go. Is this the prince's security capability? Make way, make way, make way. Don't spill this old man's blood on us. The students gasped in shock, and even the few near the window subconsciously shrank back. And at that moment, Gu Tian finally slowly poked his head out from under the table and looked at the professor with a confused expression. Professor, why don't you have a sound when you walk? Scared me, I was just measuring a leg length. Seeing this familiar and extremely recognizable face, the professor was struck by lightning. I don't know. This is not Gu Xiao, Prince of Kyoto. No wonder I was aimed at by the red dot. Bother. 3 seconds later, the professor used all his life's cultivation to squeeze out a mechanical smile. Gu students. That. You continue, ha. Ha. Gu Tian looked at him with a confused face and just sat upright. The professor stumbled down the steps with his hands behind his back, returning on his way out, forcing himself to ask, I have a tape measure. Do you use it? After saying that, he actually pulled out a ruler from his pocket. Boom! The classroom blew up. Against all odds. This is so anticlimactic. The professor deserves to be in the system. There's too much life in this eye. This is not a measurement of legs. This is a measurement of one's own life. Gu Xiao was born with a halo wrapped around his neck. I was born with my umbilical cord wrapped around my neck. Gu Xiao measured a girl's leg and the professor handed him a ruler. I measured a girl's leg and had to be sentenced to 3 years. Gu Tian took the tape measure, hooked his index finger, and slowly pulled it away by a few centimeters, making a soft sound like a tada. Thank you, professor. I'll give it back to you when I'm done with it. Su Nanxue at this moment had long been so ashamed that her face was burning red. Her hands covered her face to death, her fingers still whispering, Gu Tian, you stop talking. Can we talk about this after class? She didn't want to raise her long legs in front of the entire large classroom of people and let Gu Tian hold a ruler to measure them. It's too much of a social death. She's a girl. Chapter 101 Lin Shu sees arrival. With the bell ringing at the end of class, the professor let out a long breath, as if he had made up his mind of some sort, and ran wildly out of the classroom, clutching his laptop. But the aftershocks have not subsided in the classroom. In between classes, the students gathered in groups, discussing only one topic, Gu Tian. Infrared just now. Did you guys see that? I thought I was blinking, but then I looked, and holy, 3 dots in the face of our professor. No, this battle of our Gu Xiao. Is he here to attend classes, or is he sweeping through the capital university? Dude, don't mention it. I feel like I'm going to be a part of history now when I even sit behind him. While the crowd was talking, the classroom door was slowly pushed open. The original cacophony of voices came to an abrupt end. All eyes went to the door in unison, only to see a tall girl with a drawn-out aura slowly walk in. Dressed in a well-tailored beige waisted shirt dress, her feet stepped on black thin high heels, and a string of pearl bracelets between her wrists gently swayed, making a crisp sound. Knowledgeable, cool, and aristocratic. This entry directly refreshes and reconstructs the aesthetic ceiling of the boys in the class. Mommy, 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 mommy. Where did this come from, Sky Immortal? Better looking than schoolgirl Sue, right? This is also too rich and too cold and too kill. Missy internal flavor directly soar full. Did she come over to walk the red carpet? More than the crowd's exclamations of surprise, Gu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly recognized the visitor. Lin Shuxi. But he was a bit curious as to why the other party suddenly appeared here. And the rest of the classroom was getting ready to go crazy about where the goddess was actually sitting. Lin Shuxi stopped. Her beautiful eyes coldly swept through the rows of students. Her aura pulled like a magnesium light until her eyes were fixed on the last row. That's right. When she saw Gu Tian, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up for a moment. And then, without hesitation, she stepped towards the back row. The whole place exploded with this walk. All could see that this was clearly for Gu Qiao. Envy and complaints about not having a good birth were heard. And at this point, Wang Hao was still lying on the table and huffing and puffing, when he suddenly smelled a fragrant wind on his face, and with a jolt he sat up, and a Jedi-level figure whisked past. Slim waistline plus long legs plus high heels plus gently shake pearls. Brother Sky. Quick look. Beauty. Lin Shuxi's footsteps lurched, turned back and smiled with a hook of her red lips. Hello, Wang Hao. Long time no see. These four light words were like silk across the throat, immediately causing the classroom boys to lose their collective guard. Wang Hao's face collapsed on the spot. I Nima.
Lin Shuxi.
What the hell is this to get on my case? Hello, hello, hello? Lin. Miss Lin, hello? Lin Shuxi nodded slightly, but her eyes had drifted past him and headed straight towards Gu Tian until she walked next to him and sat down gracefully. Cross your legs and straighten your skirt with skill and restraint. Hello. Gu Tian. How's the injury? After saying that, his gaze lightly swept over the bandaged position of his leg. There was no thanks in his beautiful eyes, no guilt, only a little scrutiny and as if you're not dead, a calm. Gu Tian leaned against the back of his chair and let out a light laugh. There's nothing wrong with the injury, eh? Why are you here? Lin Shuxi hit her lips and smiled, the cold demeanor of a noble lady instantly resurfacing. What? Can't I just come to Kyoto University and go to school? Gu Tian stared at her for 2 seconds and his eyes sank. Contrast. It's just so damn big. He remembered very well that when he was in North Africa, the other party was crying pearly and pitifully. Now that's good. Oh, you've got that Missy swagger? Yes, of course I can. You can go to school wherever you want, it's just that I almost didn't recognize you. Gu Tian surveyed her outfit, his tone half-heartedly teasing. Lin Shuxi didn't answer, just gently pushed the broken hair on her ear. Her tone was not salty. Are you free after class? Have dinner together. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly lurched. It looked like everyone was swiping their cell phones, copying notes, and pretending to discuss, but in fact their ears were all perked up in silence. The boys' pupils in particular had a collective earthquake. Holy! Such a beautiful goddess took the initiative to invite Gu Qiao for dinner. No! Who the hell is this girl? Young Mr. Gu. You're having dinner with her. So is it okay for me to have dinner with schoolgirl Sue? If you don't go, Mr. Gu, can I go for you? I'm going to be number 1 in the department. I want to be as good as Gu Qiao. Bearing you with urine to wake you up, you took the first place in the whole department. I guess you don't deserve to be a chauffeur for Gu Qiao. Wang Hao gave Gu Tian a wink. Brother Tin. Honky tonk, right? Think twice. Although Wang Hao is a big fire-burning bamboo forest, a serious bachelor. But just now he had been stealing glances at Lin Shuxi's body language and facial expressions. Finally, a conclusion was reached. This one is a mixture of a proper cold imperial lady and an arrogant young lady. More than that, it made him uncomfortable in his mind. Putting aside for the moment the fact that he had mistakenly kidnapped Lin Shuxi at the very beginning. Tin got shot later. It was for her. But what about her? Looking at Brother Sky with only a light scowl, as if Brother Sky had saved her and deserved it? Gu Tian didn't see the reminder in Wang Hao's eyes. His brows narrowed slightly as he thought for a moment before shaking his head. Probably not. I have plans after class. Lin Shuxi's beautiful eyes were slightly stunned, and she hooked her lips and smiled gently. What? You want to accompany your girlfriend? The words just fell. Ding dong. A pop-up window popped up on Gu Tian's phone. What flavor of coffee do you want? Macchiato? Or a different flavor for you? Gu Tian's eyes shifted and his thumb tapped on the screen a few times as he calmly said, No, I have an appointment after class. Though it's rude to peek into someone's chat. Still, at this distance, she caught a glimpse of the one on the screen with the playful tone and concerned question, obviously a girl. Lin Shuxi pursed her lips, indifferent on the surface, but extremely unhappy on the inside and said, Okay. After getting up, that share of Missy's arrogance came up again. The heels gently turned. Looking at Gu Tian smiled and did not smile. Have a good date then, after all. A girl who can make young Master Gu ask for a date in advance must not be ordinary. After saying this, she lifted her hair. Her side face was as cold as frost, and she stepped on her high heels and clattered down the steps. Background extinction. The entire classroom was instantly frozen for a few seconds by this scene. Gu Tian didn't look up. His fingertips were still resting on the interface for returning messages. Only his brows frowned lightly. Is it really nifty? I saved you, and you don't speak properly. You look like a haughty young lady? Who are you showing it to? Not when you were crying your eyes out. At this point, once again there was a light footstep at the classroom door. Sunangsu returned with 3 cups of coffee. As soon as they entered the door, many boiling sheep envied their back teeth. Gu Xiao this day by day. It really is their whole life. On the front foot, the haughty royalty came over and invited for dinner. This will be Kyoto University's cool and cool Su schoolgirl running errands for coffee? No, for Gu Xiao it's coffee. For them it's cow horse stimulants. Ouch! I don't have to tell you I must have a cup of me here. Wang Hao fiercely rushed up with an arrow step to catch the coffee. Su Nanchua smiled and handed him a cup, then walked over to Gu Tian and gently passed his cup of macchiato over. Gu Tian, I just met a very pretty girl in the hallway. It seems like she walked out from our big classroom. Did you see that? Chapter 102. Investigate this woman. For Su Nanchua's words, Gu Tian just smiled and didn't answer. After all, boys get it. 99% of girls ask such questions. Both want to hear a textbook answer. That's what I didn't see. Even if I saw it, it's not as pretty as you. The afternoon sun was just right, warmth sprinkled on Lin Shuxi's hair, and when the breeze blew, a few strands of hair gently lifted up and landed on her lips, itching her. She was the only one who turned people down. No one ever dared to tell her she wasn't available. But today, Gu Tian's sentence that he had an appointment after class was like a piece of ice, cutting through the jade neck and onto his chest, cooling it down. Mood. I can't tell if I'm angry or twisted, but in short, I'm screwed up and very much want to hit someone. If anyone tries to piss her off again today, there will be enough peanut rice. If one packet isn't enough, then there will be 2. Because there are 2 great Buddhas in Kyoto University, there are more stalls selling fried chicken kebabs and pancake fruits near the entrance of the school. Maybe you'll think that these, for the convenience of Xiao Gu and Miss Lin, have nothing to eat a bit of technology and hard work? That would be wrong. The owner of the pancake fruit seller wore a headset, an inch of hair, and his eyes were sharp as he swept around. The eggs are all mushy and you don't even know it. The clear-eyed college student was still questioning aggressively. Money back. It's made worse than a 9-turn sausage. But in return, the stall owner said, Get lost. You haven't even paid yet. Pure love female big stunned. On the spot social death. Oh. Sorry. That. Sweep code is this code? Turn around after. Sisters avoid lightning. The pancake maker at the entrance of Kyoto University is awful. The owner is even mean. At this point, I'm going. It's beautiful. An exclamation of surprise. Quite a few students instantly gathered around, their gazes drawn to Lin Shuxi, who was walking towards the parking space. But Lin Shuxi was used to it. She attracts a lot of attention wherever she goes. Just as she pulled the door open and was about to get in, a boy with an egg burrito and an electric donkey wandered up to him head-on. In full view of everyone, the boy hung back and spoke, Pretty girl, date? The words immediately caught the attention of the surrounding students. Honestly, about? Beautiful women, this belongs to the lowest and outdated way of picking up people. Hitchhiking is all about yellow skins begging for seals these days. Beauty, do I look like your boyfriend or your husband? Or pretty girl, why don't I accompany you? They say there are hooligans in this area. Holy, this brother is so brave.
No.
Where did this brother get the courage to have a face that looks like a corpse patch? Classmate, please don't judge a book by its cover. He's just a little disgusting looking. Please don't be so hostile.
No.
Such a vulgar pickup line. Mom, the co-driver's $1,000. She's got an Aston Martin, right? In the face of the strange murmurs around her, Lin Shusi thought that she had misheard herself and raised her slender finger to point at herself. Are you calling me? Right? Beauty, I'm calling you. The boy nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic, staring at Lin Shusi with a florid face as he swallowed his saliva. My fair lady. And he kinda doesn't want to make the effort right now. He's from Kyoto College and heard that there were suddenly more snacks on the Kyoto University side. So he rode his electric donkey over to city for a bit. I bought a hand pie and ended up with the flavor of my grandmother who passed away more than 10 years ago. It's as bad as his grandmother's. Not eating out of the ashes. Just as he was about to argue with the stall owner, his afterglow suddenly glimpsed a beam of light from the school gate, which almost illuminated his eyes really hard. Beautiful. So beautiful. He had never seen such a royal and noble beauty. Whoever was 3 times like her was a jinx. Grandmaster said, if you see a pretty one, go after it. If you can't, then get another one. One has a long life anyway, in case it works out. Just when the boys fantasize about holding hands with rich white women on their way to the top of life. Lin Shu-si spoke up, her disgusted eyes glancing at the boys.
Sorry.
I don't have a dog. This statement was made. 1 second social death. The crowd was up in arms with wow. This sentence kills, pulling full stop. Sisters, copy it down. Whoever dares to flirt with you in the future, just take this sentence. Sister, you're overthinking it. No one's flirting with me. Haha. The warrior who rushes for love rushes into a clown.
I'm Nime.
The top man in Joker. Batman's big client. Amidst the taunts, the boys sat on their electric donkeys, the corners of their mouths twitching as their souls slowly came out of their bodies. But just when the crowd thought he would leave in embarrassment, the boy's face suddenly surfaced with the same sense of determination they had when they threw mud at me, and I took the mud and planted lotus flowers and shouted, "You don't like having a dog? Then I can be your cat." After saying that, he directly tucked in his hand and acted cute like a cat. Meow meow. Abby awkwardly. Boom. The surrounding atmosphere was blown right through. The boys collectively went wild. Brother, you'll succeed in anything you do with this perseverance.
I'm manless.
I'm unclean. Brother, open a live broadcast as a netizen. Stop it. Just stop it. Keep going, I'm really going to kick your ass. Others tilt their heads back 45 degrees and spray milk tea furiously. It's not about being disgusting anymore. It's a ing physical challenge. Lin Shusi's pupils were even more seismic as she looked around and chirped. Where is everyone? I don't want to see him. Make him disappear immediately. The words just fell. Boom. There was a sound of breaking wind not far away. A dump truck loaded with construction waste was aggressively heading straight for the electric donkey man. Didn't wait for the crowd to gasp. Bang! The electric donkey man instantly completed an indescribable arc in the air before smashing heavily into the concrete floor on the far side. Holy! The man is gone.
No.
Not. It's just gone. Later, I'll suddenly miss him a little. Everyone brushed over to check, only to see the rear of the dump truck, clearly printed with 8 big words. Kyoto Environmental Protection Garbage Collection Vehicle. On this side, Lin Shu-si, however, pulled open the car door with a face full of disbelief and got in. When he was about to start the car, he suddenly saw Wang Haogu Tian and a girl at the entrance of the school, walking out with a smile on their faces. The girl's ponytail flicked out, plain but bright, smiling with a shallow pear swirl. Gu Tian was holding a cup of coffee in his left hand, his right hand in his pocket, his head slightly sideways as if he was listening to what the girl was saying. The distance between the two men was excessively close, like the kind of ambiguous distance where you can kiss as soon as you look down. The atmosphere in the car went cold. Lin Shu-si's slender fingers unconsciously gripped the seatbelt, her expression cold and terrifying. At this point, The bodyguard knocked on the window of the car and leaned over to whisper, "Missy, that man just now has finished cleaning up." Lin Shu-si didn't care about this matter, but raised her hand to point towards Gu Tian's side. "That girl next to him, do a background check for me." The bodyguard sniffed, not reacting at first, and when he followed her line of sight, his pupils directly quaked. "No! Missy actually wants to check the women around Gu Qiao. This is..." Chapter 103 Xin Yao, the Happy Fruit. Evening. Moonlight poured through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows and spilled into the living room. Gu Tian sat paralyzed on the sofa, holding the remote control and looking for an agreeable TV program. The afternoon was meant to be spent going home. However, Su Nanxue invited him inside the villa, saying that his room had already been furnished for him, and Xin Yao cooks at home to celebrate his safe return. The two women had done this, so how could he refuse? So after dinner, I sat paralyzed on the couch to kill some food. "Gu Tian, do you think my new socks look good?" A milky sweet call came from the stairway. Xin Yao ran down the stairs in a halter-shredded dress. The spring light on her chest and her white calves could be seen. Looking at the two bare socks in the other party's hand, Gu Tian leisurely said, "Any better looking won't delay you from wiggling around." He realized that Xin Yao didn't treat him as an outsider at all now. When she was in the capital university before, how can she say it? The other party gave her a feeling of an obedient and well-behaved little sister next door. Now, it's just a little Lolita with a lot of spunky ghost ideas. How dare you dangle yourself in front of his eyes in a bikini in the villa and not treat him like a man at all? Humph, you're not even looking at people, okay? Xin Yao huffed and ran to the sofa and sat down. Gu Tian ignored her little emotion and said lightly, "Where's Su Nanxue?" Hearing this, Xin Yao revealed a wry smile and came over to squeeze her eyebrows. "Sister Nanxue is taking a bath. The bathroom door is unlocked. She's not wearing any clothes, so." Gu Tian was speechless with a capital B. "Look my eyes. Come home to me. Who showers and wears clothes and washes? You. Do you believe me when she comes out later and I tell her?" Gu Tian immediately put on airs after finishing and yelled upstairs, "Su Nanxue, Xin Yao said you're bathing without closing the door and told me to go and watch." Upon hearing this, Xin Yao immediately panicked and jumped up and started to plug Gu Tian's mouth, saying pitifully, Don't. It's wrong. Gu Tian. Gu Qiao. I'll rub your legs." After saying that, she directly jumped down from the sofa and sat on her knees beside Gu Tian's legs, her small hands gently kneading, blinking her beautiful eyes every now and then to observe Gu Tian's reaction, fearing that Gu Tianjin would betray her. "Well, good. That's more like it." Feeling the tingling in his legs, Gu Tian smiled with satisfaction. His gaze then wandered over the young girl's body, and the next second undoubtedly landed on Xin Yao's pride. Of course, he didn't mean to look there. The camisole pajamas themselves are loose. Plus, the other guy sat on his knees and massaged his calves. With a casual glance, the sight could be camped there. It's time to say no. Compared to when she was at Jangha, Xin Yao had really grown up a lot. Now that you've come to KYU, eat well. Maybe a little more nutritious. What's more, he would have seen in the refrigerator then a carton of papaya milk. I don't know if it's her drinking or Sunangsu. Maybe both drink? Xin Yao sensed Gu Tian's reaction and then looked down at his chest, instantly understanding. If it was a normal girl, then the next second would definitely cover her clothes and jump up and yell at you for being a hooligan. But Xin Yao was no ordinary girl. She would never let go of any opportunity to catch and flirt with Gu Tian. Seeing that Gu Tian's gaze hadn't shifted away yet, Xin Yao's crafty almond eyes turned and daintily said, "Gu Qiao, I'll pull the neckline down a bit more? Convenient for you to see more clearly." This statement was made. "Fogweed, are you polite?" Gu Tian's face instantly reddened.
"No."
"What are you babbling about? Am I Gu Tian that kind of person? I was just thinking about things, understand? I'm telling you, Xin Yao, don't try to test me. I will only be tested honestly and by the people." Xin Yao giggled at his reaction and pretended to believe it. Yes, you're thinking about things. I believe you." At this point, Su Nanxue also changed into her pajamas and wiped her wet hair as she walked downstairs. Like Xin Yao, she didn't have too many scruples about how conservative she wore. White silk pajamas, loose, a slight bend in the waist had a tendency to overflow with spring light. But Gu Tian glanced at it without moving, comparing it very objectively in his mind. Su Nanxue's legs were indeed quite a bit longer than Xin Yao's. What interesting things are you guys talking about? I can hear it from upstairs. Looking at the young girl's exquisite body, Gu Tian smiled tenderly. What else can we talk about? Definitely chatting about your delicious cooking. After saying that there was a tacit understanding to look at Xin Yao. Xin Yao nodded her head like pounding garlic and said dully, right, right, right. Sister Nanxue cooks the best. All right, if it's delicious, I'll make it for you every day in the future. After Su Nanxue finished speaking, she looked at Gu Tian's injured calf wrapped in gauze. Xin Yao, have you changed his medicine yet? This statement was made. Xin Yao was stunned, then spat out in embarrassment. Maru spicy. I forgot. With that said, he got up and scampered off to get his medicine. Before Gu Tian could say it doesn't matter, he was gently poked in the head by Su Nanxue's slender finger. You. Can't you be bothered? You don't even know how to change your medicine? You cook so well that you end up forgetting about it after dinner. Gu Tian skimmed his lips and simply looked down without looking at her, lest she continue to chant. As a result, this lowered his head. He swept Su Nanxue's straight and white to glowing legs, while his hands stroked up along the line of sight as if he had a consciousness. Slip. Good legs. It's a shame you don't go pedaling. Su Nanxue inclined her head to look at him. Didn't move, didn't speak, just leaned against the edge of the sofa, her gaze faintly watching the TV. It's in a villa now, not like a classroom. She wouldn't be that petty with Gu Tian. At this time, the sound of Xin Yao's footsteps came from the stairs. Su Nanxue leaned over, met Gu Tian's eyes, and said coquettishly, What? Haven't measured it yet? Are the legs 1 meter long? Gu Tian was just about to open his mouth. I got the medicine. Is it from this purple bottle? As soon as he saw the two of them so close to each other, Su Nanxue sat diagonally on the edge of the sofa, slanting her long white legs. The picture was as provocative as it could be. Xin Yao immediately exploded, her volume soaring. Hey, hey, hey! You two aren't secretly doing anything, are you? Gu Tian hadn't had time to speak. Xin Yao pointed at the corner of his mouth with sharp eyes. Why is there lipstick on your mouth? Gu Tian froze for a moment and reflexively raised his hand to wipe his mouth. Huh! Xin Yao immediately laughed with a wild face. Ha 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 ha! Fooled you again. And you really believed it. I didn't even see any lipstick. Gu Tian squinted at her. Xin Yao, are you the one looking for a fight? I'll admit it even if you beat me. I can be happy for a day if I lie to you once anyway. Xin Yao didn't wimp out and smiled as if she had succeeded in stealing a battery car. Su Nanxue, on the contrary, was indifferent, slowly and methodically pulling the sling back up, sitting back down by the sofa, and casting a sidelong glance at Xin Yao. You're crazy all day long, and you don't mind. I'm not tired. Xin Yao rationalized. I can still change Gu Xiao's medicine. You're not allowed to grab it from me, huh? After saying that, he sat directly in front of Gu Tian on his knees and opened the medicine box with skillful movements. Gu Tian and Su Nanxue glanced at each other with a tired and helpless feeling in their hearts. After all, Xin Yao is like a happy fruit, never internal conflict, and… Xin Yao, what the hell are you doing pouring alcohol into the wound? Chapter 104 Watching a movie in the villa. 2 women and 1 man, this atmosphere should not be too wonderful. Although it was already 11:30 at night, all of them were still watching TV without the slightest bit of sleepiness. At this point, Xin Yao sipped the papaya milk with a straw and said indignantly, No, we're all adults now, still watching these childish variety shows. Adults need to watch movies that adults watch. This statement was made. Gu Tian's eyes then lit up. Yes, on the contrary, Su Nanxue was full of skepticism and reconfirmed, Xin Yao, you said you want to see… What? An adult movie? Xin Yao didn't respond to him and picked up the remote control and searched through the TV. No? Still have to search? I thought. What kind of netbook material?
I'm Nime.
The Midnight Bell? Gu Tian's excited heart landed before it could fly. Su Nanxue touched her hot face and breathed a long sigh of relief as if she had survived a robbery. The so-called adult movie is… horror movies. I'll give you guys this. This horror movie is known as a once-in-a-decade ghost movie. The kind that's not for the faint of heart. I'm not afraid. Don't you two get scared and cry later. Qiao smiled smugly and got up to turn on the living room lights to the maximum.
Guten.
Soon the movie begins. The three of them were nestled on the sofa, with Gu Tian in the center, one on each side. The movie didn't feel like much at first. By the end of the day, the images were getting weirder and weirder. Sudden black and white flashes, then suddenly a shot of a female ghost disliking her face, accompanied by a mournful scream. Ah! Qiao was so scared that she bounced directly onto Gu Tian's body, her white and smooth arms hooking around his neck in death. Ahem. Panasonic. You're going to strangle me? Gu Tian squeezed the words out of his teeth with difficulty. Only then did Qiao awkwardly get up and drive away, hugging the pillow again and watching the TV. Genus is dish and love to watch. Just then, a second female scream suddenly sounded. Gu Tian consciously pressed down on Qiao to prevent her from bouncing up again, which was once thought. Su Nanchue fiercely wrapped her arms around his neck, and her entire body was on the verge of tilting into his arms. You! Don't you move. Let me put my arms around.
I'm scared.
Do you think I can move? Gu Tian said with a face full of bitterness, glancing at Qiao on the other side, who was holding his arm in a death grip. The screen image flickered on and off as the horror movie played on. The two women, one on the left and one on the right, hugged and leaned against each other, and Gu Tian directly became a living pillow on the sofa. Although Su Nanchue was not as excessive as Qiao, her long legs still quietly rested on Gu Tian's knees. But that's when, pop, the power's out. The TV and lights went out instantly. A cool breeze blew in and the curtains flew up. Ah! Ghosts! Qiao was shocked and confused on the spot, and her entire body lunged towards Gu Tian. Ah! It's scary. Su Nanchue was also startled, her hugging pillow flung aside, and she directly wrapped her arms around Gu Tian's shoulders, sticking to Gu Tian's body in death. No! What kind of horror movie do you guys watch when you're such rookies? Gu Tian was pressed in the center full of black lines. One hand subconsciously propped up, and ended up bumping into something strange. What's this? What? Round and round. Soft and Q-tip? Who's that? Just as he moved his hand to feel for his cell phone, he was about to turn on his flashlight. A soft, warm lip suddenly pressed against his lips. It wasn't an accident, it was an actual kiss. Gu Tian's entire body was instantly confused. Who dares to take advantage of this young man while the power is out? Kiss a little longer if you can. Just then, the backup power in the villa is automatically turned on. All the lights in the living room were on. Su Nanchue sat on the sofa, hugging the pillow face sideways, could not see the expression. Qiao whole person paralyzed on the carpet, small face miserably holding legs. Just now. Seems like a ghost touched me. It's her. Gu Tian smiled sheepishly. But whose kiss was that just now? Just as he turned his head to look at Su Nanchue. Su Nanchue slowly stood up, smoothed her hanging hair, and let out a faint yawn. I'm a little sleepy. I'll go upstairs first and sleep, haha. You guys have an early night too, good night. With that, he turned and walked out of the living room. Gu Tian stared at her back, a bit puzzled. Could it be Sunny Snow? Didn't wait for him to think more. Qiao sat down next to him. His little head raised, Milky Fierce said, Quickly say, just now you are not. Me? What's wrong with me? Gu Tian directly glared, backhandedly pointing to the corner of his mouth. Did you just boop me? Qiao froze, blinked her eyes, and in the next second, she covered her face with both hands and squealed in a low voice in a pretense of shyness. Yikes! Oops! You found out. She thought Gu Tian was being wicked and joking with her, so she could only play along with the other party. But Gu Tian believed it. After all, only Qiao could do such a thing. Before, when he was in Jangha University, he even teased his clothes and touched his abs from time to time. Okay. Go to sleep. Sleepy your father me. Gu Tian stood up and threw the pillow aside. Yada yada yada. You're still a father. I'm going to cover you to death. Qiao's voice was so milky that she could pinch out bubbles, and she picked up the sofa pillow and pounced towards him. As a result, the next second he was carried down by Gu Tian with one hand, now and then dangling in the direction of the bedroom. Put me down. Put me down. Big bully. Die early. Qiao stirred her legs and struggled. The shoulder straps all slipped a little. But Gu Tian pushed open her bedroom door and threw Xinyao onto the bed like a throw pillow. The mattress received a shock, causing her luscious body to bounce a bit, her buttocks and breasts rippling, and she looked at Gu Tian in a real daze. Without waiting for Xinyao to climb up and yell petulantly to find Su Nanxue to complain, Gu Tianka closed the door and left. Then the villa is springy and fragrant. Wang Hao sighed. That's really miserable. Slumped on the bed, his eyes stared dully at the roll of toilet paper on the nightstand. Want to reward yourself? No way. Wang Hao, you're a man with dreams. You can't always be so scribbly. Fall in love. Let's have a sweet, sweet relationship. Wang Hao took out his cell phone with a face of awe-inspiring righteousness and clicked on the slip, a slide dating software. What's with all these people again? Clear net red face, high cheekbones, snake essence chin, heavy makeup filter 300 layers, even the name with a unified style. Coco, Sugar, Kiki. Sister-in-law in 2000. There were even a few familiar faces, the kind he had fought 300 rounds of. He has no shortage of girls in his life, and he's having them left and right at random dinners. But still lonely and isolated inside. Who doesn't want to find a girl who is comparable to the level of White Moonlight? At this point, a clean avatar popped into his view. No filter, no beauty face, plain and fresh, with a light smile, a bit of student spirit, and a sense of first love. Wang Hao's pupils directly lit up. Holy, is this God's reward for me? Take another look at the information. City Dando. As a Black Gold member, he didn't even need to wait for pairing confirmation. He just swiped right to force a successful pairing with a single click. The software then pops up a prompt box. You have been successfully paired with Sweetie Sia. Say hello. Wang Hao rubbed his fingertips, took a deep breath, and decided to start the game a little more steadily, thinking carefully for 3 seconds to send out his first sentence. Porky the Pig. Hello? Can I talk to you? Absolutely. I'm so damn polite. Her eyes would light up if she saw that. Wang Hao moved his ego to the point of exuberance in place. Compared to the social media platforms either about it or call mom greetings, he thinks the sentence is really a breath of fresh air. But a minute passed, and there was no movement on the other side. Wang Hao was a bit impatient. He wasn't a remarkable-looking man, but not so much so that he could be ignored, was he? At this point, ding dong. Chapter 105 Netizen Xia Tian Tian. The girl across the room replied, replying with a question mark. Just a question mark though. But for Wang Hao, who wanted to have a mouthful of vegetarian food, it was all a great surprise. He also wanted to know some vegetarian girls with clean backgrounds like Tin. No plastic surgery and heavy makeup fixes. No. So it was that Wang Hao's heart was thrilled and his hands trembled. That's it. The long night. The two began to chat. Day 2. Gu Tian sent a dozen messages to Wang Hao and made 3 phone calls, all of which went stone cold. According to his understanding of Wang Hao, when this dude doesn't answer his phone, it's usually just one thing. That's doing errands. But it's been all morning and you haven't heard back? You didn't die of exhaustion in the house, did you? So Gu Tian drove to Wang Hao's house with worry. The neighborhood security guard saw the familiar license plate from a long distance away and rushed to press open the gate, even rushing outside the booth to give a salute. Wang Hao home door password Gu Tian backward, into the bedroom straight after entering. A push open the door is a grass in me. Howsy, are you practicing immortality? The bedroom was filled with smoke. Wang Hao was half lying on his bed, brushing the live stream, his head puffed up, and his eyes red and bloodshot as if they were congested like the Alliance's 10 consecutive knees. Thank you, Brother Hao. Thank you, Brother Hao. The female anchor in the cell phone screen voice constantly, whine so that people listen to the bones are tingling. Gu Tian walked over and opened the floor-to-ceiling window as soon as he could, and fresh air hit his face. Holy, Brother Sky, when did you get here? Wang Hao covered his cell phone screen while blocking his eyes. Gu Tian almost slapped this rebellious son to death. How did you kid get hooked on live streaming bounties? Doesn't it smell good offline? You know, it's easiest to get on top of something like watching a live stream and rewarding it. Especially at night, those female anchors 18 whiny skills in turn, ears numb, wallet deflated. What's even more outrageous is that someone who swipes tens of thousands of dollars a night may not even get a mouthful, completely emptying their balance and zeroing in on their feelings. But with tens of thousands of dollars out there, how many can you find that don't eat cilantro? Maybe meals are included and transportation, and the emotional value is still pulling full stops. Which once thought that Wang Hao raised his arms and shouted, "Brother Tian, she's not like the ones offline. She's a pure vegetarian. She started the live broadcast to earn tuition." Gu Tian sneered. "Sue your ass? Why didn't she talk about her mother who died early, her father who is in debt, and her brother who can't afford to study?" Hearing this, Wang Hao froze for a few seconds, put his head away, and muttered in a low voice, "I just want to find a vegetarian girl with a clean background to have a relationship." When these words came out, Gu Tian froze. Maru spicy. Did what I just said stick in Haoko's heart? "Haoko, do you have a fever? You lack a woman." Wang Hao immediately retorted, "No, I don't want to look for the kind of woman who has a dinner party net face and is looking for the gold master's materialistic woman. Sweet Summer is different. She said I'm not handsome, but there's an inner kind of handsome, that's soulful handsome, you know. She said she didn't want me to be poor or rich. She'd eat roadkill with me. She said she could sense that I was harboring a story inside me, and she was willing to take her time and listen. I feel like I'm late, but she just happened not to leave." Once Gu Tian heard this, his nose almost gave way to anger, forcibly lifting his hand to pinch himself to avoid a short circuit in his brain. This ing. Typical kill tray, all right, but he couldn't point it out, so as not to hurt Wang Hao's fragile heart. "That." Gu Tian coughed lightly and slowly picked up his water cup. "How many gifts have you swiped?" Wang Hao lowered his head and clicked on the app to flip through it, and faintly said, "Not much, just swiped 230,000. Pest. Gu Tian almost couldn't hold back the tea in his mouth. 230,000 isn't much? Dude, you're forgetting your roots, haha. Your dad gave you pocket money in the early days. It was only $5,000 a month. Back then you had to hobble your dad's official car when you went out, and now a sweet word from Brother Hao, and you're doing such outrageous numbered bills? Oh, not much indeed." Gu Tian put the cup down on the table and patted him on the shoulder, saying with a calm face, "Let's go, and go to Kyoto University for classes. Maybe I'll meet a veiled true fairy who looks like your sweet sister today, and I'll personally ask for your contact information for you. Brother Tian, steady," which knew that Wang Hao fell back onto the bed with a longing look on his face, murmuring with a small white flower-like smile on the corner of his mouth, "Brother Tian, I want to go to Ben now. I wanted to surprise her. I've ordered flowers, bought a necklace, and a hotel." Gu Tian's brain buzzed when he heard this. Done. I didn't realize it before, but now I do, and this guy is still a relationship brain. "Are you sure, Hahaozi, you're fine here? Just brush the live broadcast? There is no need to meet, in case it's a Qiao Biluo?" Who knows that Wang Hao slowly looked out the window and said in a serious manner, "Brother Tian, you don't understand. Meeting is very important. Meeting is the antidote to dead wood." Well, brother, you're on your own." Just as Gu Tian was about to politely exit, Wang Hao tugged on his arm. "Brother Tian, you accompany me. Otherwise, brother, I don't have the courage. Just now when I rushed ranking 1. Ranking 2 was clamoring for me to have the guts to come to Dongdu and try it out." Guten. He really wanted to kick Wang Hao to the bed, but thinking of the time in North Africa when Wang Hao had fought bravely for him, he finally agreed to the request. After talking to Su Nanshua Xinyao and the others, Gu Tian and Wang Hao then boarded a plane and headed straight to the eastern capital. A flight of just over an hour. The two sat in the first-class cabin. The flight attendants served tea and water. Not only the service is high specification, the mood is even more pulled full. Landed in Tanda and went straight to the airport rental. Wang Hao Ben is now too eager to connect. The machine's car is not booked. "Master, going to the Eastern Capital University, this will go or not?" Wang Hao closed the car door and anxiously asked the driver. The driver closed the thermos cup full of wolfberry, slowly turned around and said lazily, "You two boys did not look at the time? Nuna, I do not need to rest." The words just fell. A stack of red bills could have hit him in the face. "Going or not?" Gu Tian raised his eyebrows. "Go?" The driver kicked the gas, only to hear a roar as the cab took off straight away. An hour later, the cab could have come to the entrance of the University of Eastern Capital, wandered around, and buzzed off again toward the shade of the trees. For no other reason than that the honored guest will not be blinded by the harsh sunlight when he gets out of the car. The car door opened. Wang Hao was the first to rush down, holding a rose in his hand, holding a carefully selected diamond necklace. Brother Tian, I'm nervous. Should I tell her I'm here this time? Or should I hold off for a while? Gu Tian wore sunglasses. The corner of his mouth picked up. Say it now. Let's just say, sweetie, don't be strong in the future. Your strong is coming. At this point, the school gate end. Xia Dang Tian was walking out with her best friend Li Yi, stepping on thick-soled high heels and wearing a halter ultra-short skirt while cursing the street. Grass mud horse. The cab is going so fast. You two are going to jump into the sea. The cab that had just swished past her and stopped a short distance away. When the duo got out of the car, Xia Sweetness saw it as well. Li Yi laughed and trembled. Come on you? How much did you earn last night? There is a big brother in the live room again. Yeah, greasy ingrates. Xia Sweetness rolled her eyes and lazily said, after brushing more than 200,000, I landed 100,000 or so in my hand. White cash money, comfortable. Chapter 106. Bringing Wang Hao to the present. Awesome sisters, Yi Li exclaimed. So you're treating us to a Japanese dinner tonight? I want the kind where you can kill tuna on sight. For sweet summer. She was admired and envied from the bottom of her heart. People know how to put on makeup, go out of their way, and do everything in a way that they will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. Both of them are from ordinary families. But people Xia Sweetheart just went to college and made the live broadcast fly, not only to fall in love with the rich young man of the university, but also made a crooked Negro international student called M. At that time, East Metro University had some kind of international university building program. The program sounds lofty, but in reality, it's just a bunch of crooked students brought in at a high price. It's not over when these people come. In order to take care of these people, a system of chaperones has also been arranged. It's the idea that students can voluntarily sign up to be chaperones for these crooked students, without pay but with credit. There was no doubt about it, and Natsuki was chosen. It has to be. Xia Sweetie flipped her hair in triumph. By the way, how have you and Em been doing lately? In the face of her girlfriend's inquiry, Xia Sweetheart's eyes dimmed and she touched the bruise on her chin. The day before yesterday, she upset him and was slapped a few times. Wait, you've been beaten up? No, why don't you break up with him? What do you like about him? Do you like him? For this crooked boyfriend, Li Yi is persuaded to split up, not asking why, just because she does not have. You shut up. Xia Tian gave her a blank look. She knew her best friend was trying to flirt with her again. I just wanted to get a favorable grade on his chaperone assessment. It's a matter of my graduation credits. There's no way around it. Even though M was always beating her up, she really didn't think anything of it. After all, she's opening her eyes to the world, too. And she massively enjoyed going out with M and people admiring her. Just then, ding, a message popped up on WeChat. Greasy grievance. Sweets, I'm over here at the East University entrance. I bought you a gift. Surprise. Xia Sweetheart froze as she looked at the picture Wang Hao sent over, and Hitomi shrieked out in the next second. Holy! That came over last night. It's right over there in the front flower bed. Li Yi hurriedly looked around. Really? Where? Where? Holy! Wasn't it those two guys over there in the flower bed? Weren't those the two guys who just got out of the rental? Xia Sweetheart looked in the direction of her best friend's finger, and her face froze on the spot. Are they really? Come in a cab? You swipe this money. It's not your money for a wife, is it? Thinking of this, Xia Sweetness rolled her eyes and just wanted to turn around to avoid disappearing. As a result, Li Yi pushed her. Go on. $200,000 have been swiped and you still don't see a side. Maybe we can cheat again. Xia Sweetheart hesitated for a few seconds. Her best friend's words did make sense, and her fingers flew as she tapped down a few sentences. You're really here, aren't you? I'm so excited. I was just about to leave the school. After posting this, I snapped a picture of the flower bed by the school gates not far away. Is that you? Are you the one in the white tee with the rose? I thought I saw you. Wang Hao took one look at the news and jumped up in excitement on the spot. Brother Sky. She sees me. It's all me in her eyes. She doesn't see you as me. Gu Tian's face was filled with black lines as he sniffed. You're the one holding the roses. It's a cutie. Recognize it too, right? Howsy. Steady on. Don't get excited and stab the flower into someone's mouth. Gu Tian had just finished saying this. Ah! Brother Hao. Brother Hao. Is it really you? Is it really you? only to see a beautifully dressed girl running straight over and jumping headfirst into Wang Hao's arms. I'm so happy. You're really here. Behind her, Li Yi, with a smile of wishing you happiness, took her cell phone and opened the camera, posing to record the moment of my best friend's happy, running present. That's right. It's me. It's me. I'm coming for you. Feeling the other party's delicate body, Wang Hao was excited, his eyes filled with pure love's yearning. After saying that, he took out the prepared crystal necklace and handed it over. Xia Sweetness let out a wow sound, picked up the necklace and shook it, then jumped into Wang Hao's arms again. Ah, thank you, brother Hao, you're too good to me. After saying that, he fiercely stood on his tiptoes to Wang Hao's cheeks and barfed, leaving a clear red lip print. With this wave of surprise attack, Wang Hao's legs went weak. When confronted by Xia Sweetness asking who Gu Tian was, Wang Hao waved his hand and bragged about being his personal bodyguard. Xia Sweetness naturally smiled and didn't say anything, and holding Wang Hao's hand, she walked to the side to discuss the next day plan. Looking at Gu Tianyi, the whole thing was speechless. Bold and rebellious. But thinking about how rare it was for Hao Zi to be so happy, he let it go. Why are you wearing sunglasses? Are you really a bodyguard? Or is he? Eli laughed, not going any further in the middle of her sentence. The clothes Wang Hao wore were low-key luxury brands, and they, green tea whores who weren't even considered celebrities, naturally couldn't recognize them. So, in the eyes of both of them, Wang Hao was a swollen-faced, infatuated man. And Gu Tian was the one he paid for the whole row. Anon. Yes. Right? I'm his bodyguard. When you go out, you give yourself face, but Gu Tian has played a full game for Wang Hao. Just when he thought that Wang Hao would take a meal next, didn't expect to go straight to the hotel. Wang Hao booked 2 rooms, because Xia Sweetie's best friend was like a doggy. So another room was booked. No doubt about it. After arriving at the luxury hotel, the two of them, Xia Sweetie and her best friend, were skeptical of life as a whole. Not. The booking is for the Dongdu International Hotel. It's over $4,000 a night here. 3 rooms is over $10,000. As she entered the room, Li Yi called Xia Sweetheart to one side and squeezed her eyebrows. Sweetheart, cheer up, oh. There's probably still money in your hand. Ruthlessly make him pop gold coins for you. Xia Sweetie gave an okay gesture and went to find Wang Hao with a smile and a twist of her waist. The two entered the room. Within a few moments there was the sound of learning. On the other side, Gu Tian was on the phone with Shishun. Gu Xiao, why did you suddenly run to the eastern capital? What? I still need to report to you when I come to Dongdu. Gu Tian crossed his legs and raised his eyebrows. Shishun hurriedly compensated for the smile. No, I do not mean that. I mean, if you notify in advance, once the plane landed, the fleet, security, sealing the field and so on, we can give you a proper arrangement. This trip to the eastern capital was Wang Hao's temporary intention to run to the present. Gu Tian was just trying to have fun and didn't want to make too much of a scene, so he went out and directly dragged Wang Hao to the airport, all the way to a low profile and low profile again. Ku Shishun, as the Gu System's chief logistics dispatch, had a reaction speed comparable to a rocket taking off once he checked the flight's location. Gu Tian's side had just landed 10 minutes ago, and the logistics were clearly arranged. At this point, there was a sudden roar of a sports car outside the window. That V12 engine, Gu Tian's ears are familiar, do not even have to think about it, must have sent a sports car. Come to the window and look down. Nice guy. He soon sent 2, a Barbos and a Lembo. The escort's vehicle is a clear Land Rover, parked steadily on the side of the road. The license plate is a clear Kyoto A. The surrounding people look at the heart of the drums. Needless to say, now that I push open the door, I expect the hotel corridors to be filled with bouncers. It's okay, he soon. You're fast enough. No, Xiao Gu, have fun in Dongdu. After hanging up, Gu Tian casually pushed open the door of the room. Oh wow, the hallway was full of clean-cut men in black suits. Seeing Gu Tian show his head, the crowd bowed their heads in unison and greeted him. Gu Xiao! The sound was so loud that the couples in the surrounding rooms locked their doors. Chapter 107. Wang Hao was dumped. This way, Wang Hao came over to Gu Tian with a satisfied look on his face after he was done. And when the black-clothed man in the corridor saw Wang Hao, he nodded his head. Gu Xiao's brother. Can they not recognize him? Yell. The 5-second real man is back. Gu Tian teased as he opened the door. Are all your men out there, Brother Sky? Yeah. bailing you out and wishing you a smooth landing. With a happy smile, Wang Hao began to report on his battle and post-battle feelings. Though he spoke eloquently. However, Gu Tian had no face to listen. How could he share such things? And this way, Xia Sweetie had undoubtedly come to her best friend's room. Seeing another $10,000 or so in Xia Duanqian's balance, Li Yi was shocked. Nice guy. Did BFF really hook up with a rich brother? Noah sweet. You this. Just a little while ago. He transferred $10,000 to you again? Are you made of gold? Xia Sweetheart, however, rolled her eyes. I saw that he only had 10,000 left in his balance, so I let him transfer it all to me. When she finished, she started pulling out her makeup case and started touching up her makeup. With such a scene, Li Yi next to her was undoubtedly envious and jealous. According to what she knew about Natsuki, the time for abandonment came next. Sure enough, Xia Dangtian, who had put on her makeup, was very dashing as she slipped on her Chanel bag. Come on. Let's go eat. I need to eat something to get some energy. I have a date with M tonight. Huh? We're just leaving? Don't you have to tell him? Xia Sweetheart twisted her head in disgust. What are you talking about? He's broke and has no value to me. Li Yi didn't dare to persuade her more, and could only follow Xia Tian away. And Wang Hao also planned to go to dinner with the next few people. It turned out to be a message rip-off. The red exclamation point. Tin. Why did she delete me? Huh. Before Gu Tian could react, Wang Haoke ran out to look for Xia Tangtian. Only Gu Tian was left with a face full of confusion. What the hell? Spiritual little sister crash old man? A piggy bank?
Ferry jumping à jumping?
Downstairs at the hotel, dusk was falling. Wang Hao didn't take the elevator and ran down from the 44th floor in one breath. From afar, he saw Xia Sweetie and Li Yi were smiling and carrying their bags to the street outside. Wang Hao couldn't care less about his face and chased after Xia Tian on the spot, tugging on Xia Tian's hand. Sweets, why did you delete me? Was I bad in the room? Xia Sweetheart turned her head to look at him. Long gone was that would-be petite look, but a cold and sneering look. Aha, right. I'm not happy with you. I'm dumping you by deleting you. Will you please stop pestering me in the future? Do you understand? As the words fell, he broke away from Wang Hao's arm in a very disgusted manner. Boom! Wang Hao was struck by lightning. Humiliation swept through his body like a tidal wave. It's not like he's never been in love before, but this time he's really putting his heart into it. Although the two of them had only known each other for less than 2 days, he had never doubted the other either. But now, not only did she verbally abuse herself, but she stomped on the relationship herself. Li Yi sked from the side and swept Wang Hao like a monkey. Aya, don't be sad. Just practice more if you're a vegetable. It's not your fault you didn't do well in bed. You didn't try hard enough. Boom! Second strike effect pull full. Wang Hao's face turned directly gray, but he was still convinced that there was room for retention and pleaded again. Sugar, what did I do wrong? Why are you doing this to me? Xia Sweetheart was originally still a bit impatient, but seeing the picture of the other party's humility, the heart inexplicably a little bit of pleasure, sneered. You're right and good to me, but I do not like you now. Everyone is not suitable. What's not suitable? I can change to accommodate you. Wang Hao's eyes were red, completely betting on his dignity to confess for the last time. Accommodating my ass. 1 a.m., 1 FM, we're all on different channels. Wang Hao stubbornly wiped a handful of tears from his eyes and roared in a mute voice. I can change the channel. Ido. Xia Tian finally couldn't help herself, and with a disgusted face, she lowly yelled, Change the niggas channel. Can't you understand human language? I said, don't like you anymore. Get outta here. Li Yi added from the side. TSK, TSK, TSK. Licking a dog to the point of losing even the bones. It's too tragic. After saying that, he followed Xia Sweetie with a smile and left in the taxi. Only Wang Hao was left standing in place, his eyes empty and lips trembling. At this moment he also feels himself like a dog. If Tin sees this, how would he laugh at him? Although this scene was not seen by Gu Tian, but the hordes of spiritual little girls and boys on modified electric donkeys next to them saw it. So they all gathered around and pointed at the disheveled Wang Hao. Agu, brothers look. The licking dog flipped the car. Ha ha ha. Did you just get slapped by that chick? Her face is all bruised. Licking dogs have nothing. Hey brother, why don't I introduce you to two little sisters and you can just treat me to a dumpling? Bro, you know why that chick did that to you? Because you're ugly. Ha 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 ha. Dude, look at my back seat full of chicks. Facing the mocking voices around him, Wang Hao lowered his head. His eyes so dead that he looked like he had seen through his children's love. In the old days, he would have absolutely beaten these mental boys until they vomited bile. But now, he did think the spiritual boys were right. What's the point of licking a dog when you've lost your face in the end? He's perfectly capable of being as flirtatious as he used to be, with a web face to the left and a web face to the right. What a quest for pure love. At this point, Gu Tian walked over from behind. Hey, Hao Chan, what's going on? Did you find them? Seeing Wang Hao's eyes red with snot and tears, Gu Tian blurted out. Dude, what's wrong with you? Wang Hao didn't answer, just silently shedding tears. The spiritual boy next to him spoke up instead. What can it be? Your brother licked the dog and ended up with nothing, right? Dumped by someone else. Ha ha. Ha ha. You didn't see it just now. It was undignified just now. You were begging for it. A few spiritual boys spoke while also imitating Wang Hao's tone just now. Accompanied by their narration, Gu Tian's face gradually became gloomy. Next, shut up. The roar startled the spirit boys with a violent shudder. But the next second all went into battle. What's up, bro? Want to fight? Come on. Come on. Touché. Come on. Yell at us. A few people twisted the throttle and the electric donkey buzzed. The spiritual guy at the head of the group charged straight up on his electric donkey, the front wheel almost toppling into the side of Gu Tian's leg. Roar ah! Roar your mama! Why don't you dare to speak? Didn't you just tell us to shut up? The words just fell. Bang! A thrown stick smacked him in the head without warning with a muffled thud. The mental boy at the head of the group planted himself with his car. Before the other spiritual boys could react, a group of black-clothed bodyguards came swooping in like a black tide, their hands clear of throwing sticks and telescopic rods. Holy! No! Who is all this? Run, 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 ah! Chapter 108. Death to anyone who touches my brother. Get them. Don't hit them too hard. Save your breath. The black-clad officer stepped out of the car wearing sunglasses and made a faint remark. Next. Clunk. Bang! 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 The electric donkeys were knocked to the ground with their cars. Some were directly pressed by the bodyguards on the back of the head, face dead against the road teeth. Teeth are rubbing sparks on the ground. Some of them just tried to run, but they were thrown off by the bouncers who jumped out of the green belt and threw them away with a shaking stick. Less than 10 seconds. The entire group of mental boys who were still barking a moment ago were on the ground. Gu Qiao, what about these people? The black-clothed officer stepped forward, and although his voice was not loud, the group of black-clothed bodyguards were already rubbing their fists, waiting for Gu to give the final order. Gu Tian didn't even give these people a second glance. His eyes all fell on Wang Hao's despondent back as he returned to the hotel. Let them pay attention in their next life. Understood. After returning to the hotel, under Gu Tian's forced questioning, Wang Hao reveals the scene under the hotel. Gu Tian heard a whole storm of anger. Money scam. It's nothing. Emotional deception. It doesn't work. You can insult his money, but you can't trash his heart. Snap. Gu Tian slammed the table and looked at the black-clothed officer and said angrily, Go! Seal the hotel for me. Let Wang Hao rest well here. Whoever dares to disturb him and make noise will be shot on the spot. Yes. In less than 20 seconds, the hotel was completely cordoned off. Gu Tian continued to order, Within half an hour, bring the mayor of East City before me. Yes. The black-clad bodyguard turned and went to execute it. When the crown prince gets angry, Kyoto has to shake 3 times. Not to mention your little East City. One snap of the fingers and you're off the map. The originally frustrated Wang Hao was also dumbfounded by Gu Tian's angry look. He had never seen Gu Tian so angry. That Tian, who was usually as hangdog as he was and looked at everything in a cloudy manner, at this moment, there was real fire in his eyes. Brother Sky. It's not necessary. It's really not necessary. It's just a woman. I'm just looking the other way too. Wang Hao struggled to pull out a smile, but his expression was permeated with embarrassing heartbreak. But Gu Tian didn't turn around and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the traffic of the entire East metropolitan area. You're my brother. Whoever is going to bully you, I'm not only going to destroy him, I'm destroying a city. Boom! Wang Hao's brain buzzed and exploded, and he even felt his heart being yanked. He knew that Gu Tian had his hand in the sky, and that he could call in the ability to destroy a city with a snap of his fingers. But he never thought that the other man would say such things for his own sake. This is not a brother. This is the family that life can give. Brother Sky. Wang Hao's throat choked. Half a day did not say anything. Can only ruthlessly wipe the corner of the eye. Hard to suppress the emotions. Soon the mayor of East City was brought in nose to nose. Honestly, he was confused. He was still in the middle of a meeting when a large number of black-clad men came in with a crash and beat him up without a second thought by raising their throwing sticks. The subordinates saw this and rushed to stop it. As a result, these people backhandedly pulled out their cabinet special operations passes. Nice guy. For a moment he forgot about the pain. As for the other subordinates in the conference room, they were directly scared and flashed to the side. And then it came here. My lords. Oh no. Comrades, may I ask? What am I being brought here for? You guys don't have to keep beating me. I'll be honest about whatever you guys want to ask. Mayor Azuma sat paralyzed on the carpet, wiping a nosebleed as he scanned the room with bruise-covered eyes at the hordes of black-clad bodyguards. He's got his head up his ass, and he's not greedy. At this point, Gu Tian pushed his way in. Seeing this familiar face, Mayor Dong broke out into a cold sweat on the spot. Ainima, Prince of Kyoto. How could he not recognize this face? Although all the information has been deleted online, he saved a screenshot of the photo at the time. Thought I'd definitely have to go up and say hello to Go in case I did meet one day. As a result of this ING encounter. Was it because the other party visited East City and he didn't receive him, so the other party got angry and violently beat him up? It's not. The point is that no one informed him. Gu Tian gave the other party a contemptuous look. You're Mayor Dong? Right? Yes. It's me. Mayor Dong nodded his head like garlic, not daring to raise his head to look directly at Gu Tian. He'd heard the trail rumors. Anyone who says anything about looking directly at the prince doesn't end well. Gu Tian saw that he was so abashed and didn't bother to talk nonsense, directly explaining. You notify the implementation. Tomorrow the city's police force and medical resources do not travel to East University. Ah? What do you mean? What's wrong with the University of the East? Dongshi's face was full of doubts, but he didn't dare to ask and just nodded and pounded his head once again. Good. No problem. Once he saw that the other party didn't have any objections and nodded at whatever he said, Gu Tian was instantly annoyed. I nod my head at everything I say, and I'm definitely good at flattery. Come on, man. Give me another beating. Hey. No, Mr. Gu. Before Mayor Dong could explain, sandbag-sized fists hit him like rain. Day 2. Gu Tian slept until noon. Although he pretended to be a brotherly love in front of Wang Hao last night, his body was honest. But it wouldn't hurt to sleep a little more, and let that what's-her-name, sweet summer or whatever, live a little longer. Take another good breath of East Metro air. After a simple meal, Gu Tian then set off with his men towards the East University. In the meantime, M and Natsuki just went back to school. Unlike usual, M had a scowl on his face, which was already dark, and the scowl felt even darker. Natsuki was thoughtful. She felt weird about the atmosphere last night and M's state. Holy, on what grounds? Who are schoolgirls? Maybe. She was the one who initiated the posting. There was already a lot of competitive pressure to choose a spouse, but now it's even more. The surrounding students immediately pointed at the duo when they saw their appearance. But to Xia Sweetheart, it looked like these people were just envious. I envy her for having a crooked boyfriend. Thinking of this, Xia Sweetheart held the other's arm closer and asked delicately, Baby, why do you have a dark face? Were you too tired yesterday? This statement was made. Are you polite? M instantly exploded and violently pushed Xia Tian away and started cursing. Fark, get out of here. Don't eat the pickled carrots. Yesterday, he had received a picture from Xia Sweetie's best friend, Li Yi. The picture shows Xia Sweetie clearly cuddling with a guy in front of the school and later going to a hotel. He can be a philanderer, but his women must never, ever fall in love with him. Boom! The scene exploded. Holy, what the hell?
No.
Holy, it's too sudden, isn't it? Haha, serves you right. What kind of girl is she? What's wrong with the boys at Dongda University? Oops, Xia, love of vanity, very famous green tea in our department. Chapter 109 Gu Tian's Journey to Eastern University. Xia's sweetheart was completely dumbfounded. Her mouth opened and closed, her face reddened. No, baby, what's wrong with you? What did I do wrong? But the finger was honest enough to press on the video function. Who doesn't get his shoes wet when he walks by the river? Although she didn't know why M was angry, she was prepared for anything. If M had ditched her and beat her up, she could have been able to use those videos and still be on fire online. It may be black and red, but black and red is still red. Shut up. Get out of here. Dirty woman. Enraged, M slapped the phone out of her hand and slammed it to pieces. Upon hearing these words, Xia's sweetness instantly realized that things were lost. Not ah, baby. You listened to my explanation, ah. M didn't give her a chance to explain and went up and slapped her. Snap. A few slaps down. Xia Tian was thrown to the point where she sat paralyzed on the ground, whimpering and begging for help from the surrounding onlookers. If it were before, someone would have gone up to help him. But today, it happens all the time, and more guys are realizing that there's nothing they can do to love this kind of thing. To put it bluntly, it's your own work. You choose your own path and you walk it on your knees. Once she saw that no one dared to step forward, M's temper got the better of her and she slapped again, cursing the school gates as she did so about cuddling with other men. He even disliked the photos of his cell phone in front of Xia Tian. Behind the crowd, Yui Li laughed extraordinarily well. Who made the other person earn so much money and not share a dime with her? You said you'd treat her to a big meal, but you ended up taking her to a roadside stand? It's happening right now. The security guard at the entrance to the school ran over and pointed menacingly at the crowd and yelled, "What's doing? What are all doing?" As soon as she saw the security guards come over, Xia Tian, who had been slapped into a pig face, even kneeled and crawled over to beg. "Help, uncle! Help, uncle, security! He hit someone! He hit someone! Call the police for me!" Even though Xia's sweetheart's face was bruised and beaten to at least a pound, the security uncle still recognized her at once. This woman always slipped out of the school in the middle of the night, and sometimes when she came back late, she always tapped on the window of his security room and shouted at the stinking security guards to come and open the door. Now that you need him, you're calling him Uncle Security instead? HM. Hey, don't make a scene, haha. If you guys are like this. The security uncle turned around and was about to go accuse, when he saw M glaring menacingly at him. Holy friends. Eastern treats its friends so well that no one would dare to say number one on the all-university list. If he offends the other side. It's not good how the school leaders should criticize him. With the mindset of one more thing and one less, the security guard could only put down his posture and went up to the front with a smile and said, "That student, can you understand what I'm saying?" M grunted, "Can. It's good to be able to. That, you can't have a gang fight in front of the school. If you guys have relationship problems, you can go somewhere else. Otherwise, I'm in a bit of a pickle." As soon as they saw such a humble gesture from the security guard, many students with a righteous heart couldn't look away. Holy, nada, uncle. It's all beaten up like this. Don't you care? That's right, Uncle Security. Why are you kneeling like this? And a friend. Is he your dad or your mom? Go on. Pitchfork him. In the face of the righteous student's accusation, the security guard instantly got angry. Can't control Yongren, still can't control you, right? Go. Why don't you guys care? Why don't you guys care? Don't ing accuse me from the moral high ground. What am I looking for? That doesn't hurt when I'm paid $3,500 a month. That's a solid old iron when you get down to it. The students instantly turned red in the face, not knowing how to dislike them anymore. Seeing that everyone was indifferent, plus the fact that he didn't want to cause any more trouble, M simply went forward and grabbed Xia Tian's hair.
Fark.
Sweet Xia, get up. Let's go back and talk. Ah, you let go of me. Help. Just when the crowd thought this melon-eating scene was about to end, a big black Lamborghini Bull drove aggressively this way. No doubt about it. There were instant gasps from the crowd. Big bulls are nothing. There are too many of them in Shake Shack. The key is the big bull with the Beijing A888888 license plate. Have you ever seen? Quick look. Master Kyoto. Holy, the leopard number. That license plate should be able to buy my life. Be confident, bro. Remove the should and it will definitely buy your life. There's even a rich young man from Kyoto in our East University? M was also confused. He'd never seen anyone drive such a cool and expensive car at Eastern University. Wouldn't this attract hordes of girls in minutes if it really came to Eastern University? He's gonna have to hold on to something in the future or all the good ones are going to the other side. Hello, I'm Crooked. I like it here. Can you teach me dragon language? This pickup line probably won't work for long. Under the shocked and curious gazes of the crowd, Gu Tian stepped out of the car expressionlessly while holding up his sunglasses again. What's the situation? What's with all the people? Did the news of Mayor East leak out? But in the next second reacted to the fact that these people weren't looking at him. Instead, they all took out their cell phones and started clunking pictures at his car. Ahem. That. Any of you guys know Sweetie Sia from Eastern University? As soon as Gu Tian's words left his mouth, everyone froze for a second, then looked in unison at the girl whose hair was being yanked by M. Just now all heard this old black fish say something about Fark. Something about sweet summer? Who's calling me? Could. Slapped in the ears and hear hallucinations? Xia Sweetheart, who was suddenly named. Her agonizing struggles came to an abrupt end, and she even forgot about the pain and looked quizzically in the direction of the source of the voice. What do you mean? What do you mean? Is someone in there? Gu Tian was a bit confused, but followed the gazes of the others forward into the crowd. Next. Fogweed. Did you say this was Sweet Summer? No. The one who's about to get slapped in the ing face is Sweet Summer? Gu Tian was close to removing his sunglasses and sticking them on for a closer look, and still tentatively leaned in to ask in order to prevent killing the wrong person. I take the liberty of asking. Are you Natsu, sweetie? And Xia Sweetness recognized Gu Tian at a glance and struggled for help once again. Yes.
I'm Xia Sweetheart.
You're Wang Hao's friend, right? Help me. Help me. Help me. Hey. Save your banana bara. I can't thank this brother enough. Gu Tian raised his head and was about to see which one of his brothers had come to his aid, when his expression froze violently. No, I'm not. Who's that? Crooked? Wearing sunglasses, he really didn't get a good look just now. M took a closer look at Gu Tian and instantly became angry. He recognized the face. It was one of the two men who stood with Xia Tian in the photo sent by Li Yi.
Fark.
It's you, isn't it? It's you, isn't it? Wasn't it you who snuggled up to her yesterday? After saying that, he raised his sandbag-sized fist and made a move to attack Gu Tian's face. The surrounding students were stunned.
Oi oi oi.
There's a fight, there's a fight. Holy, this foreigner is so fierce? Fighting Red Eye?
No.
This man seems to be able to beat this foreigner just the moment the fist was about to slam down. Gu Tian backhanded an object from his waist and snapped it directly against the middle of M's forehead. Beretta Truth 9mm Military Edition. The bright people don't say anything. Fastest bullet in 2 seconds. Chapter 110. This is not the Sea King. This is the Demon Queen. With such a scene, the pupils of the surrounding students were so frightened that their pupils were violently seismic. But after a short period of shock, they began to click and eat their melons again. In their minds, it must be false. Who can pull out a real one in broad daylight? Of course, if the other party suddenly pulled out 2 entangled steel pipes, plus a wooden handle, they would definitely run faster than a rabbit. Walt? Truth? M's expression snapped and she looked incredulously at the object against her head. He had lived here for many years and knew the laws here, and was very strict about truth control. Instead of pulling out a handful of fake truths, why not just pull out a whip? But then again, even if it's fake, that BB would have to be a bruise on the head. At the thought, M's throat slid and he opened his mouth to threaten. Try hitting me? Let me tell you. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, believe it or not, I'll have the University of the East expel you. There was an uproar around the room at those words. But Gu Tian's mind wasn't here right now. Sizing up M's nervous appearance and speaking faintly, Who are you? What's the relationship with Sweet Summer? Xia Sweetheart cried as she stepped forward and tugged on Gu Tian's pants leg, denying, I don't have anything to do with him. He is my ex-boyfriend. He's my ex-boyfriend. He pestered me constantly. That's why I asked Wang Hao to break up with me. I was afraid that he would find trouble with Wang Hao. Originally, M was still nervous, but when he heard this, He instantly became angry and pointed at Xia Tian and questioned, "Fark by bitch, what did you say? It's not the same meeting you had last night when you were lying in my arms. You're cheating on me by hooking up with other people on the outside, and you have the nerve to call me your ex-boyfriend?" Xia Tian cried even louder and defended, "Ooh-hoo, how am I supposed to have money to spend if I don't hook up with other people? Who gives you the money for the cell phone and computer you use, and the money you eat and drink?" "Ah?" M's face darkened at the comment. The onlookers were struck by lightning. "Naya, what the hell kind of relationship is that?
No.
This woman has multiple feet. This is not the Sea King. This is clearly the Demon Queen. Good man. That's not a boat that's stepping on. That's the Pearl. Exactly. It's a good thing we didn't try to talk us out of it just now. Haha. The road you chose, you have to finish it even if you cry." On the contrary, Gu Tian was a whole lot more skeptical. He was now pondering whether to tell Wang Hao about this complicated matter. But if he told, he was afraid that Wang Hao would not be able to stand it. The most important thing is yesterday. What Wang Hao said when he shared his feelings after the war. Doesn't seem to feel anything. Maybe it's his problem. Now look at it, how does that feel? So says. Gu Tian gently raised an eyebrow, the truth in his hand still resting against M's forehead. "You too. You're cheating on my brother." These words were not tight, but carried a bone-chilling chill, and when he met Gu Tian's cold eyes, M was directly scared out of a layer of goosebumps. He instinctively felt something was wrong. Obviously, he had the Dongda body protector, and none of these onlooker students dared to step forward. But now, he actually saw a threat from death in the eyes of this man who came out of nowhere. And the threat was not one of rage or anger, but with the calmness of judging one's prey. "You! Who the hell are you?" M's voice shook a little. "And who are you to this stinking? And who is Wang Hao?" Gu Tian didn't answer. Instead, he used the truth in his hand and gently knocked on his forehead. "You ask too many questions. Don't worry, you'll know all about it in a minute." The students on the sidelines were still watching, but as soon as they saw Gu Tian's powerful aura, coupled with the fact that his condition seemed to be able to go 50-50 with this foreigner, they immediately yelled, "Dude! Him! The pair of dogs! Brothers them! Bro! Punch him in the cotton field!" The scene was about to boil over. Gu Tian had wanted to continue interrogating the other party for a few more sentences, but once he saw that both of their behavior had caused public anger, then why is he hesitating? Click! Gu Tian gently pressed the safety, which had exploded with a crisp bang, straight through the crowd. Hiss! The crowd of onlookers all sucked in a breath of cold air. Wait, what was that noise just now? Just now. Did he turn on the safety? No way, no way. Didn't I say that was fake? Holy, is that the real truth? Brother, don't be impulsive. I just changed my clothes. And M's face swished to a dark gray, beads of sweat crackling down her forehead. Don't you come over here. Stay the away. If you dare to move me, I will report it to the police department. I'll call the president of Eastern University directly to report it. The corner of Gu Tian's mouth hooked out a cruel smile, throwing down a sentence that you should go find King of Hell to report. And with that, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, M leaned back and collapsed as if she had been drained of all her strength. Ah! Truth! It's the real truth. Ah! Siren! In the midst of the crowd scattering and wailing, a black Land Rover drove by. As soon as the car door opened, hordes of black-clad soldiers jumped down. Some armed with throwing sticks, others with truth began to block the scene and maintain order. Xia Sweetness was also so shocked by this scene that she almost fainted. She literally had her soul come out with that gunshot. Thought it was a joke, but it turned out. Watched him go down. If she didn't run, wouldn't she be next? Ah! Xia Sweetie also hugged her head and blended into the group of students. Gu Xiao, the perimeter blockade is complete. The target has infiltrated the campus. Are we moving forward? A black-clothed officer walked quickly to Gu Tian's side and lowered his voice to report. Gu Tian dusted off the dust on the clothes on his shoulders and smiled coldly. Let's go. The only chance she has to run away is to reincarnate. After saying that, he lifted his leg and took a step. Wow! A group of black-clothed special agents stepped neatly in black, and the tiles of the entire East Gate entrance seemed to shake 3 times. At this point, there was a sharp, confused shout from the front. Hey, 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 what are you guys doing? I called the police department, ha! Come on, people. Stop them now. Several varsity security guards rushed out aggressively in their uniforms, holding steel forks. Yet the next second, dozens of black-clad soldiers raised their truths in unison to aim at them. Whoa! Counter-terrorism. Regular army? Clunk, clunk, clunk. Too late to think that much. The guards backhandedly threw away their steel forks and shields and raised their hands in surrender. Chapter 111. Only kills the wicked and never misjudges them. Suddenly, there were some students who responded. No. This row. It can't be the Prince of Kyoto, right? Beijing A's leopard number. And the row. Holy. It can't really be the Prince of Kyoto, Gu Qiao, right? At this cry of alarm, the students, who had scattered in terror, were on their feet. And at this moment, Gu Tian just happened to remove his sunglasses and scanned around indifferently, wanting to see where Xia Tian had hidden. But also, because of this action, he was immediately recognized. No doubt about it. The scene instantly exploded. Holy! It's really Gu Qiao. Gone. It's really the prince. Alive. Ah! I said, why does that license plate number look so familiar? Prince. It's really you. The originally austere atmosphere suddenly and bizarrely transformed at this moment into a scene of fervent worship of some kind of high-level creature descending. But that's not surprising. After all, those marketing numbers and forum blurbs made it clear a long time ago. The Crown Prince of Kyoto, in charge of life and death, does not ask for procedures, but only executes the wicked and never miscarries out a sentence. He tries and executes sinners, and if you are an honest man, he does not look at you much at all. Eastern University students, though generally brittle, could all understand. Where does the crime come from when you grab a meal card during the day, hit the tiles at night, fall in love, or take a hot shower? So instead, after the panic faded, frenzy prevailed. Gu Qiao, Gu Qiao, who are you trying to judge? I'll lead the way. Gu Qiao, please help me judge my boyfriend. He's always fighting with me. Gu Qiao, can we take a picture? Balls up. Faced with a sudden influx of students, the people in black stayed on guard the entire time, always preventing accidents from happening. As far as taking pictures and stuff, that's something they don't worry about. After all, Gu Qiao's name and photo would now automatically activate the system's red-level control mechanism once it appeared on the social media platform. Hot word blocking, image blocking, location tracking. I'm guessing that before the post or video spreads, the person has already been offered a job with food and shelter. The Crown Prince can be looked up to, but never recorded unless he gets a nod from the Crown Prince. Guys, did you see where that Xia sweetie ran off to just now? Gu Tian swept the crowd with a cold expression. The words were not yet spoken. Quite a few people could have jumped on it. Gu Qiao. She ran towards the administration building. I saw it. Running towards the administration building. Ha ha ha. That green tea is miserable. She's messed with the prince. The Crown Prince lets you die on the 3rd night, and Hades wouldn't dare keep you until the 5th night. Getting in position, Gu Tian waved his hand. A large number of black-clothed men followed right behind them. Ah, Principal. Principal, help me. Xia Sweetheart stumbled into the administration building like a madman, flopped down on her knees in front of the office door, and tapped on the door for help with a face full of blood and tears. Help me. Help me. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have cheated him out of his money. I shouldn't have played with his feelings. Listen to the tap on the door inside the office. The principal and a group of school executives were green in the face, leaning in and shivering. Coming. It's really coming. How did the University of the East provoke this big Buddha? Ah, he had received orders from Mayor East last night. Said Dongda might have messed with the Prince of Kyoto. Tomorrow the Crown Prince can see whoever he wants, and check the accounts if he wants to. The scene in front of the school. Although their school executives didn't step in, they were always watching. The details of what happened they have figured out. It's not good for this bastard outside the door to play with anyone's feelings. But you're playing with the Prince of Kyoto's brothers? You're not looking for death, are you? You are people who have been eating meat for a long time and want to change their taste for some veggies. Turns out you're a stinky piece of rotting meat masquerading as a vegetarian dish. It's okay now. They've come to judge you in person at the University of the East. It's no use begging anyone. The God of heaven can't save you. Nobody move. Nobody move. All pretend not to hear. We're not hiding in an office. We're standing next to the bench. The principal stumbled to his feet and explained again to his shivering subordinates. At this point, inside the hallway, a group of heavily armed men in black had arrived in a solemn manner. "Xia sweetie, don't run. There's no point." Looking at Gu Tian at the forefront, it was like a knife like scrutinizing eyes. Xia sweetheart was scared out of her wits, screaming and turning around to run wildly to the nearest women's restroom. The only thought in her head, "I won't dare come in if I go into the women's restroom," ended up pushing open the door to the restroom and giggling. There's still Yui Li in the cubicle inside. As soon as they met, the two old and hugged each other and cried, "Ah,
Sugar, I'm scared.
I'm more scared than you are," as Xia sweetie thought. Gu Tian and the others had a footfall when they reached the door of the women's restroom. Only, meh, sculpted and intellectually touching. Gu Tian raised an eyebrow. The black-clad man behind him then pulled out a concussion mine, yanked off the safety, and flicked his wrist. "Here come the grenades." Boo! The toilet exploded with a loud bang. The tiles shattered. The cubicle door blew all the way off, and two screams came from the smoke rolling in. Gu Tian walked in slowly, his footsteps landing on the crumbling ground. Xia Sweetness and Li Yi were lying on the ground covered in sewage and with bruises and swollen noses, no longer having any image. "Gu, there's someone else with you?" Gu Tian leaned over and squinted her eyes, sighing. "Worthy of being good girlfriends, even hiding in the restroom is complimentary."
I'm sorry.
"I was wrong. I will apologize to Wang Hao. I will be good with Wang Hao." "Pest!" Gu Tian snorted and stood up violently and drank. "Are you worthy?" With that, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out without any hesitation. Xia Sweetness and Li Yi didn't even have time to scream again before they completely sank into the blood mist. Blood splattered on the broken tiles, red as a settlement of dirty sins. Gu Xiao, what to do about it? The black-clothed officer leaned down and whispered for instructions. Gu Tian didn't turn around, just faintly spat out, "I want to see her heart, whether it's red or black." This statement was made. The black-clothed officer was in a cold sweat, not to mention the black-clothed people next to him, who had long been dumbfounded beneath their masks. Yes, no questions asked, just executed. 10 minutes later, the black-clad officer walked down the stairs with a black Ziploc bag in his hand, red liquid dripping slowly along the opening. That's when the school leaders came running down with nervous faces. The principal at the head of the school was panting, his expression full of respect and bashfulness. "Oi, Gu Xiao. Xiao Gu, stay back. It's hard for young Gu to come in person. The East University is in great splendor." When these words came out, several vice principals behind them nodded their heads and the students at the scene were shocked. Just when everyone thought that Gu Tian would enjoy this treatment of worship from all the people. Finally, Gu Tian spoke up, "That you all don't have to be like this. Just treat me as a student. Just treat me as a normal student." This statement was made. The principal and the others were stunned, and then they showed a dazed expression. Sweeps are dead tender. Turns out the prince doesn't like being browbeaten. Want to experience the life of a normal student and be treated like one. That would be too good an arrangement. The principal instantly changed his face and pointed at Gu Tian's nose before spraying. "You student, do you realize what you just did? You killed M, a friendly student of our school, in an open-armed brawl in front of the school. There's also that Xia Sweetie. She's the chaperone we've arranged for M to serve him with food and clothing. She's gone now too, and we'll have to find another." When these words came out, the expressions of the onlooker students directly exploded. Just as the principal licked his face and prepared to ask Gu Tian if he was satisfied with such an attitude, Gu Tian smiled with evil contempt. "Oh wow, Blackie, the chicken feet are showing." Chapter 112, Shin Yao's part-time job. Back at the hotel, Wang Hao practically bounced to Gu Tian's room very happy. However, in Gu Tian's opinion, Hao Zi was using a smile to cover up his heartache. "Brother Tian, where have you been this morning? I call your phone, also do not answer. Messages also do not return, you should not go." Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Tian casually threw the black plastic bag in his hand onto the coffee table. "What the hell?" Wang Hao froze, casually opening the pouch and looking at it. "Brother Sky, you What the hell are you doing? Why is there a pig's heart here? Gu Tian sat paralyzed on the sofa and glanced at the casual. Your subjects. This statement was made. Wang Hao took a violent step back and looked at Gu Tian in shock. Gu Tian nodded. It's all in the words. Brothers. You don't blame me, do you? I was thinking that this guy Wang Hao would still be eerily silent for a few seconds. Who knew that this guy suddenly grinned and retorted at Gu Tian? Your subject. Gu Tian was stunned. And then he understood everything. You object. You object, you object. The two of them were just like 8-year-old school children arguing, disliking each other one sentence after another. So much so that in the end, Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh. After all, he could tell that Hao Zi should have gotten his strength back. Oh yeah, those school executives at Eastern University, of course, he didn't spare them, running through them all from top to bottom. Even the eggs in the back room at East University shook loose. As for the fawning principal, he gave it a hang at the school gate. Come on, Tin. Go back now and you can still get up early for breakfast in the morning. Go! Soon, a flight took off slowly from the eastern capital. In the meantime, Su Nanxue had insomnia again. It seemed that she would lose sleep if she couldn't see Gu Tian. Even though she had an exam tomorrow, she couldn't sleep. So it was off to the living room to watch TV. As a result, he heard a rustling sound from behind him. I don't need to think about it to know that it must be that girl Xin Yao. Xin Yao, stop right there. If you go out part-time again, I'll tell Gu Tian La. Fruity. Xin Yao tiptoed around with her small bag again, ready to slip out of the villa. It's been a while since I came to Kyoto. She basically spends all of her food and drink expenses on the card Gu Tian gave her. At first, he had been shocked by Gu Tian's illustrious birth and hadn't thought that much about it. But it never feels quite right now. Attending the university arranged by Gu Tian, living in the villa arranged by Gu Tian, spending the money given by Gu Tian. She. A little. Of course, she didn't tell Su Nanxue about these thoughts. She talked to Sweetie, who was very understanding. Women, of course, need to be more independent, not to mention that many students at the university are working part-time. So, she then got a part-time job at a bar. The hours there are a little more casual. And she didn't know why. The boss seems to respectfully admire her. The paycheck was so high for her that she was given a month's salary on her first day on the job. She asked her boss why and he said, too much money to burn and spend. Of course, she didn't go into any of that. After all, in her eyes, everyone in Kyoto was rich. In case the owner backed out, she could have refunded it again. No, Nanxue sister. I go out to work part-time. In order to enrich the experience, better familiar with the rhythm of life in Kyoto. Shun Yao immediately blinked her big, innocent eyes and prayed pitifully. Su Nanxue didn't want to hear her explain so much. On her first day at the bar, the boss gave her a separate 10,000 paycheck. What is the purpose behind this? I expect Xin Yao, this silly girl, will not think. She had privately inquired about the identity of the bar owner, a whole greasy middle-aged old man. Being so nice to Xin Yao and giving so much money is obviously a plot. Not allowed to go, haha. If you're short of money, I'll just transfer it to you without you having to pay it back, and quit that part-time job while you're ahead. Su Nanxue pretended to be displeased and rebuked, just short of standing up and blocking the door. This time Xin Yao panicked and could only delicately plead again. Sister Nanxue, you're the best. I promise. This is my last part-time job. I'll quit tomorrow, okay? Balls, let me out. Okay? Words are said to this point, and then see Xin Yao, that pampered cute praying posture. Su Nanxue heart softened. Good. Last time I'm going, haha. If you want to work on yourself, I'll help you find a proper job later. No more bar nightclub jobs. Aha. Xin Yao nodded and ran out like an excited bird. Soon, Xin Yao arrived at the entrance of the bar called Supreme Space. I ended up just getting out of the cab when I met up with the bar owner getting out of the limo. Look, that part-timer is late. Haha, crashed into it with the boss. Will the boss not scold her to death? This woman is always pretending to be pure. I asked her for a WeChat and she didn't even give it to me. It's like today is her second day on the job, and it starts and ends? Haha. Going to work is just an excuse. Coming over to troll for Richie is the goal. A few of the boys who greeted the guests at the entrance of the bar looked down and gloated, just when they thought they could watch Xin Yao being scolded by her boss. A sight for sore eyes appeared. As soon as the fierce and still a bit greasy boss saw Xin Yao coming down, His face smiled like a flower. Ouch! Egu! Xinyao! Why are you here so early? Didn't I explain everything to you? You don't have to come so early. Crowd? Hey, no. What the is going on here? ING 5 years old staff still not as good as a girl piece? Caretaker. It's definitely a ING family. Sorry, boss. I'm late again. Xinyao tucked in her small hand and said with a bit of embarrassment. Ouch! Don't. How can you call this being late? I'm happy that you're here. Come on. Come on in. Don't just stand there at the door. It's hot out there. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to make a pleased gesture, allowing Xinyao to walk in front of him. In this scene, the jaws of the several welcoming boys were about to drop, staring at Xinyao back and hesitating to come to their senses, only to turn back to the boss and open wide right in front of their faces. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Does the welcome let you look in or out? If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get the out of here. The rant scolded a few people like they were grandchildren. Looking at their puzzled and still aggravated expressions, the boss said in a deep voice, If you were Xiaogu's friends, I would have offered you up just like I did to her. The words came out. A few people's eyes nearly glazed over. Who? Wait a minute. Whose friend did you say she was? Gu Xiao? Chapter 113. The Rich Young Man of Magic City. Unlike usual, the bar was extra busy tonight. The front and back rooms were all about the manic atmosphere of perfume and music mixed together. One by one, the atmosphere group ladies entered the venue, and even the bar owner rushed over to greet them personally. This kind of battle, no need to guess, came the Gold Master Big Brother. Sure enough, surrounded by the cheers of the crowd, a couple of rich young men, dressed in gold and silver, so extravagant and flamboyant that they almost wrote, "I've got money," on their faces, strutted onto the dance floor with their arms around a young model. Walking in the forefront of the yellow-haired man is Lu Lord's Magic City Rue Ba International Chairman of the Only Son, the family business across the new energy, real estate, medical sector, rumored assets of tens of billions of dollars to start. Right behind him was the fat man with a half-pound gold medal around his neck, He Jie, the crown prince of Hixing Times Media. There are quite a few hit movies and TV shows that come from people's industry chain. As for the side followed by the little brother, are also some of the rich second generation of Magic City, top stay in the background of extraordinary value. And the stop they came back to was nowhere else but Kyoto. Oh, Kyoto, but that's it. Lu Lord's holding a cigar. His eyes swept over the bar lights and wine, with a pressurized look of contempt. It's all a bunch of old rags. With this crap atmosphere, how dare you compare with our Magic City? Mordor is the center. This is a harem at best. Brothers, get high tonight. $10 million as a poverty alleviation experience. A few people laughed as they made their way to the VIP card seats. The young ladies on the dance floor immediately danced harder when they saw this battle. Each one was eager to show all their best, and some were eager to stick it on right away. But it was obvious that Lu Lords and the rest of them didn't eat this at all. The more they initiate, the less interested they are. To put it bluntly, they play at conquest, not hunting. There is no pleasure in things that come to their doorstep unsolicited. What really excites them is to smash a person's bottom line with money, and watch the other person go from refusing and struggling to compromising and degrading. This process of money overriding personality is what they enjoy the most. It's not a witch hunt. It's a soul hunt. This group is cynical but pathologically entertained by this crushing of other people's dignity. Brother Fu, can you add a V? Handsome boy handsome. Do you want to play dice? I'll play with you. Can I sit down? Just sit down. Brother Fu, I think you are so handsome. My sister's heart is moved. Make a toast, make a friend. Compared to the few girls who were still watching, those sea kings who had long been accustomed to mixing with nightclubs had already pasted up with their wine cups in their hands and smiles, their bodies more enchanting than one another and their smiles more sweet than one another. But sitting in the middle of the sofa, Lulu, press simply do not care to take care of, backhandedly picked up a bottle of foreign wine on the table worth $500,000, towards the ashtray to pour. You guys, whoever wants to drink the wine in here, $200,000. Settle it on the spot. As soon as the words fell, the assistant next to him snapped open his handbag, and a thick pile of red tickets fell onto the sofa with a splash. In a flash, everyone by the dance floor by the card table looked stunned. Nima, the night show hasn't even started yet either, and it's already at this pace, so they really don't dare to think about what's coming next. Holy, that's $500,000 a bottle. Just fall down.
No.
He meant to give 200,000. Don't drink. It has no dignity. And it's not good. It's hard to drink mixed with soot. Several of the nightclub female sea kings exchanged complicated looks with each other. Some can't pull their weight and some gulp at the red tickets on the couch. I'll do it. I'll drink. When the first girl in suspenders stepped forward, two other hotly dressed ones rushed forward. 1 minute the three were best friends, the next they were grabbing for ashtrays.
Mine.
I said I wanted a drink first. Sister. I grabbed the cup first, all right? Ouch. Give it to me.
Mine.
The handsome men and women who had been pointing their fingers were now in a real silence. The next scene was even more explosive. Hajia laughed like crazy and opened another bottle of $500,000. And with a crash, poured it all into the trash can. Come on. Whoever drinks from this. 100.
Kada.
The assistant pulled open the suitcase and poured it out in public. Boom. The visual impact of this scene is simply too strong. The group of men and women who were still on the end of the line a moment ago suddenly broke their defenses. I drink. Give it to me. I'll do it. Don't grab it. I touched it first. 100 of them. Enough to buy me a suite back home. Aya. Give it to me. I snagged it. Many handsome men and women went out of their way to compete for the trash cans. Watch as they scramble and get garbage paper towels smeared and spilled all over them. Hijia laughed until his cheeks trembled, and Lu Lord even stamped his foot on the edge of the sofa and laughed. Ha ha ha! Goa! You group of Kyoto people. Really worth it. With the official opening of the night, the whole bar was instantly thrown into a manic climax. On the other hand, over in the VIP area, Hijia, Lu Lang and other rich young men of Mordor were playing more and more outrageously and getting more and more morbidly excited. Come. Whoever puts red dates in their mouth can't swallow them. Eat 1 and give 10. Someone show off a bottle of Remy Martin, the sip and swallow kind. 20. Wave after wave of human nature challenge games are staged, and they completely disregard these handsome men and women around them as human beings. The assistants are even moving boxes of bills inside, as if they were feeding a group of wailing acrobats. Handsome men and women got closer and closer, and the whole thing fell into a frenzy of pursuit. And this side of the general area. It's rampant. This group of Mordor sons of Es came to our Kyoto to spread their wildness? He's not showing off his wealth, he's insulting. Do any of you have Xiao Gu's contact information? If Xiao Gu comes over, they definitely won't be able to leave Kyoto alive. Bro, how could I possibly have Gu Xiao contact information? It's too much for me, isn't it? A couple of Kyoto natives with dyed hair were looking on, and indignantly walked over to the theory. Gu, you guys are so great just because you have a few stinking dollars, aren't you? Can't you have a good time? The result was that the words were not yet finished. Bang! The landlord violently pushed through the crowd and kicked the leader of the group, the guy with dyed gray hair, to the ground. Get the hell out of here. I'm having a good time. Several bodyguards also responded to the sound up. To the gray-haired boy, a burst of punches and kicks, beating the boy's mouth corners of blood, a moment difficult to get up. This is for your medical expenses. Herger was even more ruthless, copying a stack of red tickets and smashing them into his face. The remaining few local guys were so angry that they could only mouth the input. Rich is marvelous? There are many richer than you, and I haven't seen anyone as crazy as you. Right? Being rich is marvelous. Lu Lord snorted, with a cocky look of what can you do about it. After saying that, he even pointed at the crowd and swept a glance, smugly saying, Do you think I'm right? The crowd nodded in unison, their eyes fixed straight on the red ticket in his hand. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Lu Lord snorted and with a wave of his hand a bunch of money spilled into the air. Come on, keep grabbing. Many people instantly fell into a frenzy. This scene filled many of the Kyoto natives on the sidelines with anger. At this moment a person came to their minds. The Prince of Kyoto, Gu Tian. Although they were terrified of Gu Xiao at this moment, for some reason, they wanted the other party to appear in front of them. Just when the atmosphere was epileptic to the extreme, Shen Yao just happened to come over with a wine tray and put the wine ordered by Lulu and the others on the table. That innocent and soulful little face was like a fresh breeze blowing into a dirty pond as soon as it appeared. Lu Lord's eyes lit up and he'd sked as he tugged on Shen Yao's arm. Gu, this waitress is quite chic. Chapter 114 Conflicts between the two rich young circles escalate. What are you doing? At the sudden scene, Xunyao furrowed her brows and shook it off without hesitation. She'd noticed the gang early on. It was really a heartfelt revulsion. In terms of background and wealth, Gu Tian mustn't crush these people. But Gu Tian didn't look like this in everyday life. With this fling, the Lu Lords froze for a split second, and then laughed immediately afterward. Ha! That's not a lot of energy. That's what I like in a little wildcat like you. After saying that, he directly then grabbed a pile of money from the table and gestured Xunyao to look at the gray-haired guy on the ground who had just been beaten. Here you go, $50,000, go on. Spit in his face and all this money is yours. If any of them touch you, I'll protect you. The words fell. The bodyguards took a step forward in unison, and the sudden sense of oppression startled the beaten boy's friends so much that they immediately took a step back. A lot of people on the sidelines looked at the $50,000 in that hand with glowing eyes. Most of them are spelling the stage. Even some of the pretty girls have Parisian black silk on their legs. 50,000, man? A mouthful of spit and 50,000 straight up? No way. You still hesitate? This is Mordor Fu. He's got his hands full. That's right. If I had these big brothers to protect me, I'd be willing to go up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire, not to mention spitting at others. How much does she make as a waitress? Just when the crowd thought Xunyao would falter. Instead, Xunyao raised her face and looked at Lu Lord with milky ferocity. You think you can just insult people just because you have a few stinking dollars? With that said, he turned towards the beaten gray-haired guy and handed him a tissue to wipe the blood from his face. It was a surprisingly quiet moment all around. No doubt about it. The world is cool. This act of handing paper towels instantly made the gray-haired guy ground raise his head incredulously to look at Xunyao and receive the paper towels with a trembling hand. Thanks. Thank you. Seeing that a tiny waiter dared to step forward, Gray-hair's goonish friends gritted their teeth and violently pushed Lulu's bodyguards away to help him up. The scene. Lulu and the others' faces instantly couldn't hang on. Originally they wanted to toy with and humiliate those few Kyoto people, but as a result, they were educated by a waitress instead? Yoo-hoo, quite a backbone, $200,000? Accompany me for one night. He just slowly stepped forward and stared at Xunyao up and down lewdly. In the past, Xunyao might have been shocked. But now that he had seen the world after following Gutian and Sunanshue, his state of mind had long been different. So she directly tilted her head and swept the other party with incomparable disgust, coldly opening her mouth. Stop measuring other people's character with your nasty ideas. You only have prices in your eyes, and I never have a label on me. $500,000? Think about it. You probably won't make $500,000 in half a lifetime. Xunyao turned around without saying a word and prepared to leave, but was stopped by Lulu, the corner of his mouth hooked. How about 1 million a night? The words landed in an uproar. Holy, $1 million? Big brother. See if I can do it. Even though I'm a guy, I can bend it for you. Sisters. $1 million, 1 million, yay. Richie rich. $500,000 is fine.
Roll.
I'll take 10,000. Accompanied by the surrounding murmurs, Xunyao took a step forward and pointed at Lulu, angrily rebuking. You people, you're dirty, nasty, and childish to the extreme. Do you really think that you can manipulate human nature and by conscience by relying on money? Unfortunately, I am not your toy or your backdrop. Boom! The atmosphere at the card table exploded straight away. Lu Lord's face darkened on the spot as he droned. Stop her for me, if I don't beat her until her mouth is soft. My name is not Lu Lord. Several bodyguards swooped in and yanked Xinyao's arm. What are you guys doing? What are you doing? The words just fell. Snap! Lu Lord threw a slap directly on Xinyao's face, hitting her whole body to fall on the sofa, followed by going up and punching again. Bang! Xinyao fainted. Hiss! The whole room was shocked. Nima! Dare to hit our Kyoto women? The gray-haired guy got angry and roared, jumping up from the ground. Brothers! They are spreading their wildness in our Kyoto and beating up our Kyoto girls. Him! After saying that, directly picked up a bottle of beer and heavily smashed on the door of Lulu's head. The wine splashed, glass ballast flying in all directions. Ah! Lu Lord screamed miserably and retreated 3 steps in a row, holding his head and roaring, Get him for me! Dare to hit Lu Xiao. Them. The rich second generation of Magic City and the bodyguards brought with them instantly moved. Gray Hair's friends, who were usually wimpy as hell, were completely lit up this time. Them all. Bullying our Kyoto girls. Catch up. Let's play for our lives today.
Bang, bang, bang.
Whoa, wow. The sounds of bottles smashing, tables and chairs toppling, and the roar of the crowd converged into a gale. Him. Brothers. Fight them. Really? A few rich brothers from Mordor can ride us and piss on our heads. Is there really no one in Kyoto? Grass. Give it to me. More and more Kyoto people poured into the fray. The Bay Area is completely out of control. Shake the man for me. Shake me, people. Call me. Shake me, people. Get all the Mordor brothers in Kyoto to come over to me. Those who are in Mordor, get on a plane and fly over here immediately. Tell them that whoever doesn't come over will not be my Lulu's brother from now on. And call Kong Qiao. Ask him where he is. Tell him to come over too. The landlord hissed at his minions. Though there were quite a few of them bodyguard trained, they couldn't hold up against dozens, and an increasing number of locals surrounding them. Brothers, let's shake people too. Him up. Bullying our Kyoto circle for not having rich young men, right? Brothers, give me shaking people. Put Qin Xiao.
Du Qiao.
Zhao Xiao. Shake Xiao Xie and the others too. Xie Xiao died a long time ago. The grass is probably growing out of his grave. Huh?
I'm sorry, Xiaoxie.
Much offense. I wish you a speedy reincarnation. It was accompanied by several calls outward. The two big circles of rich young men in Kyoto and Magic City had completely exploded. The circle of friends went wild like a pop-up. Something happened at the Supreme Space Bar in Kyoto. Holy. The Mordovia rich young men are ing with the Kyoto rich young men. It's too wild. These Mordors are really rampant. Spreading cash. They even hit the waitress. This gang in Kyoto. They're really lawless. How dare they bully us from Mordor? How much do we spend in Kyoto? Did we give them face? The major rich and young dynamic update frequently, positioning, 8 group message explosion. The streets were also roaring with the sound of sports car engines, and all kinds of limited edition luxury cars rushed onto the road one after another, drawing gasps from the passers-by. Nima. Has the Heavenly Palace revealed a corner? What the hell? What's with all the luxury cars? Holy. What happened? Mama yeah. Limited edition Pagani Windjammer. Niet. In the meantime, at the airport in Magic City, a private airplane urgently taxied out of the tarmac, its flight path heading straight for Kyoto. Chapter 115. Kyoto rich young man versus Magic City rich young man. Soon, a large number of luxury cars drove up in front of the Supreme Space Bar. Not to mention the parking lot was full, but even the sides of the road were full of cars. Some rich young men can't find a parking space, so they just pull out their phones and dial the number of their private cars. Hey, go downstairs and move your car so I can park it for a while. Costs $50,000 to move it, with such banknote capacity in play. Not to mention the street of the bar, the next street was filled with clean-cut supercars. Coupled with the growing number of vehicles in the crowd of onlookers, a number of road marshals temporarily worked overtime to get there. Nothing else. The identity of these car owners. Any one of them they can't afford to offend. And the 3 resident figures of Kyoto's rich and famous circle showed up one after another.
Qin Qiao, Du Qiao, Zhao Qiao.
Tisk, TSK. The streets are really bustling today. It's almost like a car show. Qin Chi slowly got out of the Bugatti, lifting his hand to hold up his sunglasses, the emerald gemstone on his thumb sparkling in the headlights. No way. He's in this condition now, in this row, and it's hard not to keep a low profile.
Yo.
Mr. Qin. Long time no see. Aya. Mr. Qin has been glowing lately. He's so happy. Du Qiao and Zhao Qiao immediately greeted them with smiles. Before, the few of them were on an equal footing, and meeting each other pressed for any compliments or bragging rights. But it's different now. Qin Chi's cousin, Su Nanxue, is the resident female companion of Gu Xiao's side. Who is Gu Xiao? The titular prince of Kyoto. That's why the status of other people's Qin family took off straight away. Before in Kyoto, then who has money and power. But what's the competition now? Then who is closer to Gu Xiao? Pull it down. Don't be polite to me, brothers. Qin Chi spoke with his mouth, but his face was smiling with a spring in his step. Xiao Du and Xiao Zhao hurriedly answered. That's that. It's the same low-key yet powerful Qin Xiao as before. After saying that, the two of them mysteriously came together and inquired about Gu Tian's situation. After all, being able to know just about anything about Gu Tian was bragging capital in their respective circles. Hey Qin Chi, I did hear that a while ago Gu Xiao went to North Africa? Is that place? Are those things rumored really true or not? Xie Juan Hao. Seems like a horrible death? Gu Xiao personally led the way, carrying a bazooka. As soon as I heard that, Qin Chi's entire body was like chicken blood, and his back straightened up 3 centimeters. Honestly, it was something he knew as much about as the duo did, basically from hearsay. He asked Su Nanxue, but Su Nanxue kept her mouth shut and asked nothing. But now, the stage is all set up. He can't even sing without being sorry for who he is now. What was he called in ancient times? Called Uncle of State. What is the Qin family? Imperial relatives. But how could he easily let go of such a chance to pretend and brag? Heh, are you guys too far behind on this news? Qin Chi gave a grunt of mock disdain, swept Du Xiao Zhao Xiao, and deliberately looked around at the surrounding hordes of rich young men who were eavesdropping. What is this move? Make sure it's all heard but not too loud. If you're too loud, you're suspected of playing hard to get, and you'll be easily chewed out afterwards. Only after seeing the atmosphere set in place did Qin Chi slowly open his mouth. To tell you the truth, I was still at home last night drinking with my sister and Mr. Gu. I'll give you that over in North Africa? Small scene. Gu Xiao's hands are so sharp. Before Warlord Xie Juanhao's side could react, Gu Xiao gave the order. The rocket launchers took off, the missiles took off, and the satellites gave them a lock. Nice guy. An armed group. Gu Xiao's seconds are up. The words fell. The crowd's collective pupils quake. Du Xiao and Zhao Xiao exclaimed. Holy? Really? Qin Chi lifted his head, the corner of his mouth raised. Believe it or not, it's up to you guys, said, pretending to take out his cell phone. Gu Xiao also sent a video with me at that time, to give you a look. Really? Really fake? Send it to me. Holy! Qin Xiao is mighty. Where is it? Take a look. The two were so excited that they almost posted it. As a result, in the next second, Qin Chi snapped and covered the screen with a solemn expression. Ahem, Cabinet SSS classified. This kind of video can only be viewed on my cell phone, cannot be transmitted. Yeah, understand. I get it. Yes, we'll just look. Just look. Du Xiao Zhao Xiao nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic. But the more they said that, the more the other little rich boys next to them crowded forward and backward. Qin Chi took this moment to deliberately slide around on his phone, then sighed. The video is out of date. Can't click on it. The words came out. Sighs rose around him, and his eyes were filled with envy and awe. With such a scenario, Dragon King Qin Chi crooked his mouth, put away his cell phone without any panic, and pinched the cuffs of his sleeves. The kind of person Gu Xiao is, even if you guys watch the video, you won't be able to understand what it means to be a real man. Boom! The atmosphere of the scene instantly sublimated. It's happening right now. Several minions ran out with bruises and swollen noses. Young Qin, something has happened. Wang Ping, Zhu Hong and the others are almost killed by that gang of Mordorians. Ah! Ha! When Qin Chi heard this, he froze, just now pretending to be on top of his head. He almost forgot about the main event of coming to the fight. Brothers! A bunch of dogs came to our turf and beat up our waitresses. Them! Get in there! This yell instantly ignited the surrounding rich young men of Kyoto, large and small. Whether they were watching or were called by friends, they all rushed in. Go! Them all! Hello, secretary. Call me $5 million into the card. I'm going to pay some medical bills tonight. Hey, Mom, hit me up for some money. I spent over budget today. Really think we don't have anyone in Kyoto, do we? Go in and take a look. I'm willing to NG pay for it if it really kills someone. Right? People can't money tops. We can't let this one go today. All of you, just slink away and drink. In the meantime, the group of rich young men from Magic City also rushed over. A clean slate of heavy extravagance, limited edition supercars, private security, and even lawyers in some cases. Bullying us that there's no one in Mordor. Lu Xiao and the others were beaten? Bullying us Mordorians? Let's see who has the highest rank. Today, I don't believe that our young masters in Mordor can outwit a few old royal brats from Kyoto. The crowd roared with laughter, and with a frenzy of playing it cool to the bone, they collectively pushed the door and rushed in. Chapter 116, The Practical Qin-Chi. This way, the night is like ink. Inside a heavily guarded and mysterious villa, there was a sudden buzzing roar from the front courtyard. Lin Shusi frowned slightly, casually pinning a strand of hanging hair behind her ear as she slowly walked to the balcony and pushed open the window. Sure enough, it's cousin Kong Chuan stealing her car again. Hey, 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 what are you doing so late, Ogawa? The cool voice startled the Bentley into braking hard.
Cease.
I have a few friends from Magic City who just came to the capital and called me out to get together. Kong Chuan sheepishly stepped out of the car, one hand in his pocket, his eyes unconsciously drifting. Say it's a party. Actually go out and help the field. Just now, there was a series of calls from the brothers in Mordor, saying that they were beaten up by locals in a bar in Kyoto. The scene was a big one. Many of the brothers from Mordor rushed over. It would be a real shame if he didn't go over there. Especially the many minions calling him Chuan, as well as saying in the group that Chuan is waiting for you to come over. His restless teenage heart was instantly overwhelmed. Are you sure? Lin Shusi stood in front of the window, her beautiful eyes carrying a few moments of skepticism as she looked downstairs at Kong Chuan with a smile. As per her agreement with Dad, Uncle will be out in a few days, and as soon as his cousin Kong Chuan learns the news, he arrives in Kyoto ready to meet his dad. For this cousin, whom she hadn't seen in years, Mom had explained her on the phone. Said Kong Chuan looked obediently sunny on the surface. Privately, he is a rebel, surrounded by hordes of friends. So she was told to keep a close eye on him and stay out of trouble during these days in Kyoto. After all, Dad himself had a strong opinion of his uncle's family. And Kong Chuan is now in Kyoto, which is equal to being under Dad's nose. If he causes some trouble, Uncle is afraid he really won't be able to get out. Sis, I'm really sure. My friends are waiting for me now. How could I lie to you? Just let me go. Looking at Kong Chuan's pitiful appearance, Lin Shusi eventually went soft. But it's prudent to do so. She still sent a small team of Lin family guards to join Kong Chuan. Such a scene. Kong Chuan was ecstatic. Driving the sister's car that symbolizes the status of the car, and the Lin family guard's real gun bodyguard escort, row face pull full la. This is a treatment that can only be enjoyed by coming to your cousin's house. Don't worry, sis. I'll be back early. After Kong Chuan finished speaking, he kicked the gas and raised his head. The escort vehicles behind them followed. This way, although Qin-Chi and his gang of local rich young men from Kyoto were large in number and their convoy was intimidating. But when you really fight, you realize that it's all crunchy. It's not the same with these rich young men in Mordor. They are well prepared. The team of bodyguards chartered a private jet directly to fly over, and as soon as they landed they went straight to the scene, black suits and baseball bats. The two sides from the beginning of the mouth-high spray each other, to later physical collision, completely evolved into a real melee. Fists talk, pipes greet. A whole wave of rich young men from Kyoto fell directly into the wind. Many people had their heads opened up and were crouching in the corner with wet towels to stop the bleeding. And there were even people who wrapped their designer suits as bandages, bleeding but gritting their teeth and refusing to leave. Qin-Chi Zhao Xiao just rushed in, and before he could shout out harsh words, he was thrown on several big ears by Lulu Hijie and others. Du Xiao was even confused as he was kicked off the couch on the spot. In hell, shake the man for me. Call all the bodyguards from their respective homes, and those who can fight. Who the hell is afraid to go on again? Will sit at the kids' table at future dinners. Qin-Chi let out a roar, and a few small rich young men shivered and began to make phone calls. They were caught off guard by the first wave of offense. Originally said to come over to support the row, so as not to be looked down upon by the gang of cubs in Mordor. Who knew that the gang from Mordor was prepared and shady. They had just entered the door when the other could have rushed up. 2 words, according to the rules of the circle. Self-resolution. It's either fisticuffs or it's all about who calls the shots. Anyone who lets the officials come in, what with the police department and all, is admitting that you've gone soft in the circle and can't afford to play. But the problem now is that both sides have vastly different backgrounds. Hijie, the landlord of the Magic City, is not far from Qin-Chi's background. The only difference was that the few Lululiang Hijie were slightly older. Naya, you're the one who just Anji slapped me, right? Qin-Chi cursed as he pushed away the people around him, pointing at Lu Lang. Lu's face is also colorful. I do not know whether the other person or their own people just hit the red eyes according to his face to come a punch. Yes, I slapped. What can you do about it? Little brat. As soon as he saw that the other party admitted it, Qin was furious and ready to go up and give the other party a flying kick. As a result, he was stopped by Xiao and a few of them just as he was getting up to speed. Nothing else. This kick, if it went down, would have pulled off a second wave of melee straight away. Their bodyguard fighters were still on their way, and the group would definitely suffer now. Don't drag me. Him to death. Sneaking up on us. No martial arts. Whoever wants to get him killed for me, I'll pay $10 million. Qin's words came out. There was a clamor around the room. Lu Lord was also not willing to show weakness, and said viciously to his people, whoever gets him killed in a while, I'll give $11 million. Another wave of clamor. Lu Xiao is mighty. These pups are afraid that they haven't seen what true capital means. Lu Xiao is awesome. Lords are awesome. Despite the outcry, no one really dared to step up and light the gun. They are all rich young men with backgrounds, even if they do get each other killed by mistake, even if they do get that money. But where are the life flowers? People with that illustrious family lineage definitely have to put down a jungle hunting order. Little than cubs. When your brother and I were in the circle, weren't you still watching the bear with your mom's cell phone? The 6 words, son of the chairman of Rueba International. Take them out and look them up yourself. Still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Qin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and snorted. You reba a few. You go and ask around about brother's name. Qin, the Qin family in Kyoto, the Qin group, the family business. This statement was made. The small rich young men on the Kyoto side who were still a bit weak instantly stabilized. Family businesses are great, as are publicly traded groups. But when you look deeper, there is a qualitative difference. The rich kids of Kyoto, reacted in a second to what Qin was trying to convey. Sure enough, Qin then opened his dislike. Although he also eats, drinks, and loves to mix it up, can run a number of projects privately and is considered a hands-on business. Let me ask you, you're so arrogant. Does Rua International Corporation belong to you? And a ING International listed company. Do you know what a listed company lives on? By financing, by external inputs of capital, by stock price stabilization, by betting agreements. Is the name of a chairman's son worth saying? How much does your dad actually own in the company? Any voting rights? Can he make a decision? Besides, you're kind of holding type enterprises. To put it bluntly, a big project smashed down financing is not in place. The net worth of the evaporation, your father have to jump off the building. This statement was made. Boom! The atmosphere instantly blew up, directly punctuating the reality that the circle wasn't open to picking a fight. The rich young man from the Magic City side was speechless on the spot. Even the Lu Lord's face was a shade of green and white. Little arm cubs. Make a couple bucks? How dare you ING educate me? Chapter 117 Kong Chuan appears. Sure. Qin dared to dislike so solidly, and the bottom line was simple. Their Qin family is a family business. To put it bluntly, the group of your own family, not relying on anyone, the right to speak is all in your own hands. Clean funds, clear holdings, and financial independence. If you say you can flip the table, then you can really flip the table without even having to go through a board meeting. Unlike these rich young men, they do not rely on foreign capital or go through the financing chain, but are truly family giants who stand on industry and family money. Well said, young Qin. Awesome. Haha. Gave him the talk of numbness. So true. Many of the rich young men in Kyoto applauded and gave their middle fingers to the rich young men of Mordor. Now the rich young men of Mordor are on fire. The Lu Lords in particular were so angry that their teeth creaked as they barked out an order. Brothers, give me a fight. After saying that, he directly raised the bottle and led the attack towards Qin. Xiao and Du Xiao took a look at their opponent's broken defense, and took advantage of their high morale to meet them angrily as well. One time, the two groups fought to a standstill once again. The bodyguards Qin and the others had called rushed over to join the fight. There was a lot of bar bashing. At first glance, the situation was completely out of control, and such a powerful son was injured. The bar owner cried on some fish shelves. The supreme bar low price transfer. Naya! Qin carried a bottle of wine and chased after Lulu and slammed it. Bang! Bang! Wow! Lu Lord was smashed to the ground and scurried madly for his bodyguard to call for help. Help me! Don't fight! Protect me! Protect me! The two bodyguards immediately disengaged themselves and rushed in front of Lu to protect him, going up to the red-eyed Qin.
Bang!
Qin was kicked straight out and smashed into the corner couch. And Xunyao, who had fainted in the corner, just happened to wake up in a daze. The two of them looked at each other in all directions. Next, Qin directly exclaimed in shock. This girl he could not know. Sunny Snow's BFF. The other party was brought to Kyoto from Jiangzhou by Gu Qiao. On the contrary, Xunyao, surveying the scene of the group beating in front of her, and then seeing Qin covered in blood, directly let out a terrified scream. Ah! This scream nearly sent Qin heavenly spirit cover spiraling off in fear. Fogweed. Auntie. Not me. I didn't do anything. I was kicked and flew over. Xunyao. Are you Xunyao? Me. I'm Su Nanchua's brother. Qin couldn't care about the pain on his body. The desire for survival pulled full, seemingly trying to calm Xunyao down. Just now, the brothers unanimously asked him to shake Gu Qiao over as well. But where would he dare to shake it? For one thing, Gu Qiao didn't even bother with that. Rather, it was so late now, in case he disturbed Gu Qiao's sleep and killed a few of their Qin family members in the morning to relieve his anger. Would he kneel or not? But it's okay now. He had the right reason to swing Gu Qiao over. Xunyao's screams, who was suddenly recognized, came to an abrupt end, and she surveyed the other party with a face full of horror. This is... you. Your brother Qin. Phew. Qin wiped the blood from his face and let out a long sigh of relief as if he had survived a robbery. Misty grass. It's Angie scary. He had just thought about the Qin family holding another emergency meeting. Yes, it's me, and you work here. But soon noticed that Xunyao also had injuries on her face.
Noya.
What happened to you? Got hit or did they hurt you by mistake? As soon as she heard this, Xunyao pointed at the engaged Lu Lords and cried out with a wow sound. Yes, it's him. That's him. I work here part-time. I gave them drinks on the table and they insulted me and asked me to stay with them for the night. I didn't agree and he came up and slapped me. As for the rest of the cries, Qin didn't even hear them in his heart. The word insult me alone had revitalized him. Good. You Mordor sons of yes. Big guts. How dare you insult Xiao Gu's women? Women. Haha. Looking for death. After calming Xin Yao's emotions, Qin directly took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Who's dialed in? Certainly not Gu Qiao. Instead, it's Sunan Snow. As Qin thought. Su Nanxue hung up and immediately called Gu Tian again. Although Gu Tian was sleepily confused. But once he heard that Xin Yao had been beaten, he instantly sobered up. No nonsense. Straight to the courtyard and drive off. And in the bar at the moment, the second wave of Mordor's rich young man's melee fell into a downward spiral. Covering his head, Lu Lord stumbled behind the bodyguard, furiously cursing at Qin. Kid, don't get cocky too early. Are you the only ones in Kyoto? Once our Kong Shao arrives, let's see how you all die. I'll kill your whole family. Once you hear Kong Shao, the tirades of the rich young men of Magic City came to an abrupt end. Who did Lu Xiao just say?
Kong Shao.
Young Kong of the Kong family?
Kong Xuan.
Nima. Does Kong Shao have to call out to Lin Lao as his auntie? Yeah. Lu Xiao is so damn poker. Really shook Kong Shao over. Then the shock of the rich young men of Mordor. The rich young men of Kyoto, however, snorted with laughter. What Kong Shao, what Lu Xiao, this Xiao or that Xiao? None of them are as good as Gu Xiao. You beat up the woman next to Mr. Gu? Oh, Jesus can't even keep you guys. You guys might be playing hard to get when you say you're going to destroy our family. But when Gu Xiao said to exterminate your whole family, it wasn't an angry remark. It was a schedule. Keep dancing. I'll write your obituaries tomorrow. Kong Shao, right? So what? Dog thing. Let me tell you, the waitress you just slapped is called Xunyao. Know who she is? Who's that? Your mom. Hajie yelled disdainfully as he put a paper towel over the wound on his face. Heh, you're still talking at the end of your life. I'm afraid you don't know how dodgy her background is. Do you? Qin laughed. Words eyebrows cold. Words a stutter. She's friend of the Prince of Kyoto, Gu Xiao. This statement was made. The air was like a thunderclap. One by one, the pupils of the Magic City's second youngest who were originally still fooling around were seismic. Not the other way around. The key is the name Prince of Kyoto. That horror effect is not usual.
Gulaoesson.
North Africa Purgatory returns advocate. Negotiation artist who kills without blood. Humanoid liquidator. Hell-trained special agent. Fogweed, what did he just say? Did I hear you right? Prince of Kyoto. Gu Qiao? That waiter just now was a friend of Gu Qiao? That's the one. People are not in the Magic City Circle, but the circle has people's legendary Gu Qiao. It's happening right now. The door to the bar was kicked in violently. More than a dozen black-clad soldiers with loaded guns and heavily armed masks instantly poured in to form an encircling position. Freeze! All freeze! The click of truth loading the gun was loud and clear. Immediately after, a droning teenage voice rang out from behind the soldiers. Who the hell bullied my brothers from Mordor? Only to see a teenager with dyed granny gray hair, strutting out from behind the soldiers with a pair of sunglasses in his mouth and an old man's worldly appearance. What? Qin Shi and the others were dumbstruck as a whole. Who the hell is this? Gu Qiao's illegitimate son? It's impossible to grow this big then? Chapter 118. Gu Tian comes over single-handedly. The visitor was none other than Kong Chuan, the teenager recognized as the most battle-hardened in the Magic City Circle. Although Kong Chuan old man that year those things made a big fuss all over the city. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. The blood ties are still maintained there.
Kong Qiao.
Kong Chuan is really here. Kong Qiao. No way. This little ancestor has come over to join in the fun. The Magic City's rich young men recognized it at a glance, and all of them instantly jumped up again in excitement as if they were playing chicken blood instantly. Lu Lang and He Jie and the others were originally still immersed in the fear of the name of the Crown Prince of Kyoto. As soon as I saw this platoon of Kong Chuan, my first reaction was holy. It must be Elder Lin who is behind this. How else could Kong Chuan have pulled off such a row?
Kong Qiao.
You're finally here. Holy. You came just in time, Kong Qiao.
Kong Qiao.
These Kyoto people are bullying us in the face. And I've been opened up. Several of the Lu lords leaned towards Kong Chuan's side almost with tears in their eyes. No doubt about it. Kong Chuan was enjoying these compliments, and with the corner of his mouth raised, he swept across these people in Kyoto. I'll say it for the last time. Who bullied my brothers from Mordor? Stand out. Don't make me do a roll call. Gulp. Looking at the black hole of truth in front of him, and the arrogant and domineering look of the teenager. Many of Kyoto's rich young men gulped in horror. Dead memories are really attacking them. Early on in the teenage years, this is how they are dominated by Gu Tian. They fought and shook people who were all clean-cut gangsters and hooligans. People Gu Tian shook people, all clear-end truth guards. Zhao Xiao and Du Xiao frowned as they looked at Qin Shi and muttered, "Damn! What the hell? Who is this kid? Does Mr. Gu have any friends or relatives in Magic City?" Qin Shi was also confused. "I don't know. The other side has a weapon in their hands. Let's not act rashly. Gu Qiao is already on his way." Zhao Xiao and Du Xiao nodded, then turned around to pass the message to the people behind them. In Kong Chuan's rampant voice, Qin Shi took the initiative to take a step forward. Not salty. "I hit it? What's wrong?" Because of the height difference, Kong Chuan didn't dare to go up and risk dumping the other person's slap, and could only curse viciously, "Nima, give you face right." Then he turned his head to the guards and ordered, "Go! Give me to shoot him." This statement was made. There was an uproar all around. Even Qin Shi was violently stunned. No, so great, just when the crowd thought that Qin Shi was really going to drink the seaweed and egg drop soup. The soldier, however, did not make any move, but looked at Kong Chuan with an embarrassed face. That meaning is obvious. Miss Lin asked us to protect you in case anything unexpected happens. As a result, you damn well asked us to come over and help you fight? Dream on. Not following my orders? Kong Chuan's face twitched twice as he jumped forward as if he were jumping, flinging Qin Shi a big slap. "Pop! I'll let you live for a minute. Apologize to my brother." Qin Shi lunged forward to counterattack, only to have a gun pressed against his forehead, and had no choice but to take a step back. The rich young men of Mordor were up in arms en masse. "Kong Qiao is awesome. A rich young man from Kyoto? It's nothing more than that. Laugh your ass off and kneel. Don't kneel yet. The rich young men of Kyoto were so furious that their faces turned red, and many of them cried from anger. Where is Gu Xiao? Where is Gu Xiao? Why hasn't Gu Xiao come yet? Woo! The face of our Kyoto has been pressed to the ground. Gu Xiao, where are you? We need you. Woo! Gu Xiao, we miss you. Just as Kong Chuan continued to clamor rampantly. Suddenly, boom! Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of tracks roaring came from outside the bar. Immediately after, it's just a clang, clang, clang of smashing and a car alarm. Wait, what the hell? Has anyone's car been cut up? How can that be? Who dares to cut off the car of our rich young man in Mordor? Just as the crowd hesitated to go out and take a look, the front door of the bar slowly pushed open. All eyes looked over in unison. Only a tall, upright young man, talking on the phone, wandered this way. Although there wasn't a single attendant, the aura gave the impression of 1,000 troops. This is... Holy! Gu Xiao. It's Xiao Gu coming. It's really Gu Xiao. It's really Gu Xiao. The rich young men of Kyoto who had been downcast a moment ago instantly became excited as if they had been given an adrenaline shot. Well, I've arrived. Gu Tian walked down the steps while talking to Su Nanxue on the phone. It's fine, you take an early rest. I'll send Xinyao back at the party. Your brother. Gu Tian looked around. His eyes landed on Qin Chi's face and smiled at the other end. Your brother is fine. No one is fine. When these words came out, they then met Gu Tian's gaze. Qin Chi almost jumped up with joy and hurriedly muttered to Xiao Du and Xiao Zhao in a low, proud voice. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Gu Xiao is on the phone with my sister. And my sister asked about me. Du Xiao and Zhao Xiao were filled with astonishment. Holy! You sister, you're too topsy-turvy. Although Gu Tian was just standing in place to make a phone call, no one around him dared to speak out loud anymore. Even the Magic City's rich young men who had been fooling around just now were all gagging at this moment. This is... the Prince of Kyoto? This aura. It's not an exaggeration. Is this really oppressive? Brothers. Should we run away now? Or do we stand in Kyoto's camp? Time just ticked by, and in the middle of the dance floor Kong Chuan, who had just been flaunting his power, had a whole ugly face to die for. He's definitely the best-looking kid in the room with this platoon. But now, all eyes were drawn away by this young man who suddenly walked in.
No.
Who the hell are you? You're not going to stop talking on the phone, are you? Sun Chuan couldn't bear it and grabbed towards Gu Tian's cell phone, which was once thought. Gu Tiandu didn't look at him squarely and backhanded him with a big beeping pocket slap. Snap! The crisp slap in the face was like thunder in the tense atmosphere. Sun Chuan was directly slapped back several steps. The crowd was so shocked that their eyes almost stared out of their sockets. Naya! Holy! Gu Xiao phone did not even hang up. Backhand a big beeping pocket.
Gong Shao.
Just like that. Beaten? Chapter 119. I've seen you on your knees a lot. Well, it's okay. There was a doggy barking just now. I'm done with it, you go to bed early. Gu Tian spoke calmly, casually hanging up and slipping his cell phone into his pocket. The whole bar silent. Everyone froze, especially on the Mordor side. This is Kong Chuan, Lam's nephew, the young master of the Kong family, the one who walks horizontally in the Magic City, usually, not to mention offending, even talking has to yield 3 times. But in Gu Xiao's mouth, son of a, doesn't that mean? Elder Lin is the dog's aunt? The crowd didn't dare to think any further. After all, they only felt a gloomy wind running straight from the soles of their feet to the sky. Qin Chi and the other rich young men of Kyoto immediately surrounded them. Qin Chi in particular, that attitude was a whole lot of guilt. Gu Xiao. I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble, Xin Yao. I've asked a few of my heterosexual friends to take them out. Gu Tian faintly swept a glance at Mordor's gang and turned to Qin Chi. You don't need to intervene. The next lives of these people are under my control. The words came out. Hiss. The sound of cool air being sucked in was loud and clear. Just ask the whole of Kyoto. Who dares to have the courage to say this? Naya, you dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Sun Chuan covered his face and roared angrily as he stepped forward again. He had just been struck dumb and his mind was completely blank. Before he could give his name, The other man backhanded him a big beeping pocket. You know how much a big beeping pocket has to hurt him in the heart for a little teenager. The words were not yet spoken. Gu Tian raised his leg and kicked Sun Quan out with a bang. Ah! Don't you dare kick me! Kong Chuan's face twisted in pain, hissing with his hands clasping his stomach. Not before he stumbled to his feet. Gu Tian didn't bother with nonsense, stepped forward and grabbed him by the collar, sneering, I don't care who you are, because I only remember the living. After saying that, Bang Bang's hard fist hit Sun Quan's face. Ah! Protect me! Shoot him! What are you waiting for? Kong Chuan hissed at the group of black-clad soldiers like a madman. But the soldiers had long ago put away the truth and watched from a distance, one more nervous than the other. Are you kidding me? That's Gu Qiao, the crown prince of Kyoto, Gu Lao's only son, an existence that even Elder Lin had to give up 3 points. Your damn Lin family's collateral relatives. To put it mildly, if Gu Qiao beats you to death, we'll all have to brag about a good fight. Ah!
I'm dying.
I feel like I'm going to die. Seeing Kong Chuan being punched and spitting out blood, the captain still walked forward with a stiff upper lip. Gu Qiao, he's Miss Lin's cousin. We were ordered to come and protect him. Only then did Gu Tian notice that there were so many black-clad soldiers standing behind him at some point. He really didn't see them when he came in. Heh, who's so good? And you've sent out the barracks? Who? Lin Shusi? You mean this son of a is Lin Shusi's cousin? Gulp. The captain swallowed his horror and nodded. Yes, Gu Qiao. Gu Tian turned his head to look at Qin Chi and the others, his face full of shock. It wasn't him who hit Xin Yao? Woo-woo. I just arrived. Kong Chuan on the ground covered his face and curled up to mourn. Boom. The scene was instantly awkward to the extreme. Qin Chi and the others met Gu Tian's eyes and almost subconsciously raised their hands in unison to point at Lu Lang. Ainima. Lu Lord's legs went limp and he fell to his knees with a thud. Gu Qiao. Misunderstanding. I really didn't know she was your friend. Honestly, he really had a fluke just now, thinking that Kong Chuan with this background and this platitude. Even the Prince of Kyoto, Gu Qiao, was able to go 50-50, stabilizing their face for their Magic City rich young circle. Who would have thought that? Kong Chuan's counter-intuitive background is a complete Karami in the eyes of others? Beaten to his knees and sprayed with blood in public? If he doesn't kneel and voluntarily concede, wouldn't that have to be like Kong Chuan, who was beaten into a pig's face? Misunderstanding. Gu Tian slowly walked forward and sneered. I've really seen more of you kneeling down. After saying that, he slowly turned his head sideways and looked at the group of rich young men from Mordor, smiling skinlessly. Aren't you all living a little too confidently by spreading yourselves around Kyoto without my permission? The words came out. A sudden sense of oppressive pressure came over him. The rich young men of Mordor were like enemies, staggering backward while begging for forgiveness and explanation. I'm sorry, Gu Qiao. I'm sorry. I'm here to play. Yes, Xiao Gu. I came here to drink. Didn't spill my guts. Gu Qiao. I love Kyoto. I love Kyoto. I'll sing Welcome to Kyoto. Gu Qiao. My ancestry. I'm from Kyoto. No doubt about it. In this scene, the rich young men of Kyoto were so cool that they were flying. Haha. Wimped out? Why are you guys wimping out? Don't talk about being wild. If Gu Qiao were to get really angry, all 18 generations of your ancestors would have to crawl out of their graves and apologize. You rich young men of Mordor are the circle, we, Gu Qiao, are the ceiling. Didn't you say that the circle of rich young people in Mordor is the center? What's going on? The center exploded? Don't you love playing the ashtray drinking game? Come on. Drink a cup of fate's remaining ashes in front of Gu Qiao. Lu, you're not the son of the chairman of Rua International. Keep going. Keep going wild. Gu Qiao, I'm really wrong. Please don't be angry. Looking at Gu Tian standing in front of him with a condensed face, Lu Lord's soul was about to fly away in fear. I'm not mad. I'm just thinking about which way to send you to hell. Gu Tian coldly smiled, stretching out his hand out of habit and waiting for someone to pass the truth. But this time, didn't. The captain understood what Gu Tian meant and said with embarrassment, Young Gu, we are the guards of the Lin family. Now only accept orders from Miss Lin. That just came out. Snap. A silver light flashed. The Phoenix badge disliked him directly in the face. Now what? Gu Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. The captain's eyes nearly glazed over. I'm going. The Fengi badge. This was the badge that Elder Lin had personally established as the highest level of authority for the Lin family guards. Seeing this badge was equivalent to seeing Elder Lin himself. Next, all of them. Line up. Wow. All the black-clothed soldiers all leaned in and stood in a line in unison. Reporting to Gu Qiao. The Lin Family Escort Company's 6th team is assembled. At your service. Boom. The whole place exploded. All rise. Chapter 120. At the peak of power, one word seals the sky. The faces of the Magic City's rich young men turned pale, frozen in place by this scene in shock, not knowing what to do. I had thought that there was someone in the Kongchuan Lin family who was able to turn the tide against the wind. As a result, now it's good. The Lin family's escort army was directly at Gu Xiao's beck and call? Not. Aren't these people brought by Kong Xiao? What the hell? Why are these people listening to him? What the hell kind of badge did he just take? Is it more powerful than the seal of passage? The scene transformed so suddenly that even Kongchuan was staggered. These people he saw with his own eyes were called by his cousin. How? The other guy just lit up a badge. These people all stood at ease? Watching Gu Tian slowly take the sidearm from the soldier's hand and point it at himself, Lu Lords crawled forward with his whole ass in the air and hugged Gu Tian's pants leg to death. What dignity, what the name of the Magic City brought. At this moment, none of it is as important as life. Gu Xiao. Mistake. Misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding.
I'm sorry.
I'll cover all of your friends' moral damages. $10 million. $20 million. $30 million. I'm the son of the chairman of Reba International. I have shares. I'll give you all of them. All to you. Pissed. Gu Tian didn't hold back his laughter and leaned over to poke Lu Lord's forehead with the truth. Who are you? Who are you to negotiate with me? In front of Mom's group, what Rua International are all brothers of brothers. The projects taken over by these corporate groups are basically thrown at them only if they don't catch Mom's eye. If it wasn't for the influence on my father, my mom, who is from a plutocratic family and the queen of the business world, would have monopolized every industry in a minute. As soon as he saw that money could not impress Gu Tian, Lu could only bring out his last trick, which was the emotion card. It is often said that all hearts are made of flesh, and there are many things that can be done by groveling and bowing down and admitting a mistake. No matter what the other person's status, they can basically forgive you. Gu Xiao. You also have a background. We are all in the circle of powerful children. We can't let Kyoto and the Magic City's circle of powerful children get hurt over such trivial matters. Mentioning power in front of me? You're afraid you don't have any misunderstanding of the word power. Gu Tian sneered, after saying that the cell phone dialed a number. Hey, it's me, Gu Tian. I'm a bit interested in Rua International Incorporated. Yeah, but the board, I don't want to see any of the old ones. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Gu Tian slowly hung up his cell phone and slowly pocketed it. Next, a gasp could be heard from the crowd. Holy, Lu Xiao. Reba International Holdings changed. The highest shareholding. It's Gu Tian. This statement was made. Wow, the whole room was in an uproar. The eyes of the crowd looking at Gu Tian were clear of shock. Fogweed, what the is this? A couple of seconds. Reba International has a market capitalization of $100 billion. It just went into someone else's hands? Scary as hell. Nima, what kind of operation is this? Who can handle this?
No.
Just now, he was talking about giving away his shares. Now the whole group has become someone else. No way. This is absolutely impossible. It can't be this fast. The Lu Lords went crazy and seemed to look back at the crowd, waiting for further confirmation. But another rich young man from Mordor stared at his cell phone screen in horror and exclaimed again. Lu Xiao, your father. Your dad jumped off a building. Wikipedia just updated. Your dad just jumped off a building. Boom. The whole place was boiling like a frying pan. Lu Lord's eyes widened abruptly as if his soul had been drained. Gu Tian slowly stepped forward and looked at him condescendingly, saying with a single word, "You don't go into business and see me as a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you don't go into politics, you'll see me as a mayfly looking at the sky. The fact that you've lived this long is the greatest forgiveness I can offer you. the corners of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile when he finished speaking. Bang! A gunshot. The landlord's head snapped around and he slowly fell to the ground in dead silence. There was silence all around, and the air seemed to freeze. No one dared to move. No one dared to breathe. Even the rich young men of Kyoto. All of them had their pupils trembling and their backs sweating coldly. All of them convinced. As for the Magic City's rich young circle, all of them have a dead expression, and some of them have already begun to secretly move towards the exit with trembling legs. Qin Chi. Gu Tian suddenly spoke. Qin Chi reflexively straightened his body. I am here. No, I am. Who just hit you? Ah. Qin Chi thought this matter was over, but I didn't expect. It's not over yet? After meeting Gu Tian's cold eyes, he didn't dare to hide anything and could only raise his hand to point at Jie and a few bodyguards. He remembers it well. When they fought then, the men were completely deadly, and some of them even pulled out daggers to stab at the fatal parts. In the Kyoto folk jungle, including the seeming chaos of a brawl between them rich young men now. The truth is that there is a set of unwritten laws of the jungle. That is, the old folk artisans used to say that fists and feet have eyes, and woe betide the life. From small street fights to large gang conflicts, no matter how strong your background is, there's a bottom line that you have to default to. You can use force to shock your opponent, threaten him with harsh words, or even teach him a lesson with a heavy hand. But you should never use a deadly weapon such as a dagger to attack a vital part of the body, let alone intentionally take someone's life. To put it bluntly, it is also considered to leave room for the philosophy of the world. Today do not leave three thin face. It is difficult to find half an inch of life in the future. But the devil comes to these corners. Nice guys, totally down and dirty, carrying baseball bats and bottles of wine to fling at the back of their heads. Go on, bring the men here. With a wave of Gu Tian's hand, the black-clad soldiers quickly stepped forward and pressed the men into a row, kneeling on the ground and ghostly begging for mercy. Gu Xiao, we were wrong, really wrong. We didn't mean it. Gu Tian didn't bother to listen and swept them away in a solemn voice. It's really remarkable that you guys have survived until now. But don't worry, I won't let you die too slowly next. Captain, in. The black-clothed captain quickly stepped forward. Execute. Yes. The captain turned and then waved his hand. The black-clothed men behind Jie and the others raised their truths in unison, aiming at their heads. Open the safety. The captain yelled with a raised hand, set up like an execution in a penal colony. In this scene, many of the rich young men of Kyoto had already covered their eyes, completely lacking the guts to look on. Zhao Xiao covered his chest and muttered one after another. My goodness! Who can stand up to this? Du Xiao even sat on his butt on the ground, muttering, I can know why my family sent me out at that time. Otherwise now my grave grass is a meter high. At that time I was young and impetuous, and if I really didn't send it out, I might really run into Gu Xiao's gun. Tonight is truly the top of the ing heap of power. A word to the wise. Chapter 121. You don't deserve to make me angry. Release. With a roaring command from the captain, the bar's electric switch was instantly pulled down and the scene was plunged into darkness. Holy, the power's out? What's the situation? Before the crowd could slow down. Bang, 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 bang. Several tongues of fire erupted wildly in the darkness. Ah! The crowd screamed in terror and fled in all directions. And when the electric switch was turned back on, the lights came on, only to see Jie and the bodyguard and the others, kneeling down in front of them, the red liquid slowly dripping into a patch. Gu Tian stood still, blandly accepting the tissue handed forward by the captain and wiping the blood splattered on the side of his cheek, as if he had just swatted a few flies in passing. Who else? Gu Tian tilted his head slightly, his eyes sweeping over the rich young men of Kyoto behind him. The air stood still for an instant. Nope, it's gone. It's really gone. Gu Xiao, there's really no one left. Qin Chi shook his head frantically, cold sweat swishing down his forehead. All of them originally only expected Gu Tian to come over to pressure the scene and support the face of their rich young circle in Kyoto. Who would have thought that Gu Tian would come over and directly start the clearing mode? He was now even a little skeptical that if the execution went on any longer, he might have to stay as well. But how could Gu Tian stop? It is often said that if you throw one punch, you can avoid 100. Who is he, Gu Tian? Known as the Prince of Kyoto. Though he had long since stopped mixing with the rich young man's circle in Kyoto, can still be the default rule maker throughout the circle. Any rich kid from Kyoto who gets into trouble outside and makes a mess of things all over the city. Then there's no need to go back to Kyoto. After all, it's a dead end when you come back. It is because of these default rules. He was in exile as well as back until now, and basically nothing bad has come out of this circle in Kyoto. But now these people from Mordor have come here to make a scene? You can pretend to be a high spender, but you can't hit someone, hit his friends, and step on Kyoto's face. So if we don't blood these people tonight, tomorrow there might be a circle of rich young men from other cities who will also come to Jingdu to spread their wildness. Seeing Qin Chi and the others shaking their heads like rattlesnakes, Gu Tian could only go and deal with the last one. Lin Shu Si's cousin. Brother.
I'm sorry.
I just slapped him. It's my friend. My friend asked me to come for a drink. You already gagged my friend. You can't me anymore. Kong Chuan huddled in the corner, watching death come closer and closer to him, and began to hiss and beg for mercy. But the more he begged for mercy, the colder Gu Tian's eyes became. In terms of size, he couldn't beat Gu Tian. In terms of background, he's 100,000 miles off. In terms of ruthlessness, he couldn't even touch the edge. He was only not Lin Shu Si's cousin, while others were Gu Lao's sons. To be able to mobilize the Lin family's escort army with his backhand, this ability and background could be imagined. You're not even qualified to make me angry. Gu Tian hooked up the corner of his mouth and looked down on him condescendingly. In Gu Tian's opinion, the teenager in front of him was a total milquetoast brat. But what can a little kid do? It's the little kids who get beat up. Thinking of this, Gu Tian slowly raised the truth in his hand and aimed it at Kong Chuan. Being the moment the trigger is pulled, Kong Chuan's survival instincts erupted, dragging his blood-covered body to pounce on Gu Tian and try to grab the gun. Ah! Brother, don't ah!
Bang!
Guns exploded. The bullet grazed the side and hit Kong Chuan's thigh with precision. Ah! The screams were endless. Just as Gu Tian was about to end his suffering, behind him came the urgent cry of the captain. Gu Xiao, leave someone under the gun na! After saying that, he rushed straight over and handed over his cell phone. Hey, Gu Tian. You're crazy, aren't you? A sharp, petulant voice came from the other end of the phone. What the hell did my brother ever do to you? I'm warning you, don't think you can be lawless just because you saved me once. I'm telling you, if you dare to lay a finger on him, I'm not done with you. What's this? Lin Shu Si? Gu Tian was stunned for a moment, his gaze slowly sweeping over the surrounding soldiers. No doubt about it. When they met Gu Tian's gaze, all of these people lowered their heads. That's right. Things were reported to Lin Shu Si by them. If they didn't tip them off and Kong Chuan really became under Gu Xiao's gun, then all kinds of punishments and penalties would surely await them. You know that you can become Elder Lin's escort. That's a blessing that many people don't get in several lifetimes. Reporting this matter to Miss Lin now in the event that Kong Chuan had a death, then they basically didn't have to take any responsibility. Hearing Lin Shu Si's voice, Kong Chuan crawled over as if he had grabbed a life preserver. Aya!
Sis,
Save me.
I'm dying.
My leg is bleeding. I can see bones. Aya ha! Sis, if you come 1 second later, I'll really die ah! Do. Gu Tian hung up the phone directly and looked at Kong Chuan with a lightly raised eyebrow. Finished acting? Kong Chuan's wailing came to an abrupt end. Where did I? It is a real pain. Next, a whiplash could come right at him.
Bang!
Kong Chuan was kicked straight back into the corner he had just curled up in and fainted on the spot. The scene was dead silent. The entire audience looked at this killing god, not even daring to breathe. On the other hand, Lin Shu Si's hands were shaking as she clutched her cell phone. Originally, she thought Kong Chuan was acting. But when you hear the heartbreaking wails coming from the other end, come on people, prepare to go out. Mobilize the Phoenix Special Brigade for me. Lin Shu Si stormed towards the balcony and shouted at the soldiers standing guard and patrolling the courtyard. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. That is, when Uncle comes out, he must see Kong Chuan safe and sound. If anything happened to Kong Chuan, his mother would blame herself for the rest of her life. This side of the bar. It was thanks to Qin Chi and the others who couldn't look away to stop Gu Tian. Otherwise Kong Chuan would have started to grow corpse spots by now. Gu Xiao, we promise. We'll never come to Jingdu to cause trouble again. Nope, we won't cause any trouble anywhere. Thank you Gu Xiao for messing with my dog's life. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Gu Xiao, thank you. You are truly my new parents. Thank you Gu Xiao for sparing me. In the next life, I'll be an ox and a horse to pay it back. In the face of Gu Tian sparing them, each and every one of these rich young men who were usually arrogant and domineering in the Magic City were grateful. Good. Gu Tian put away the strange smile at the corner of his mouth and turned to look at the rich young men from Kyoto behind him. And all of you listen up. Whether in Kyoto or elsewhere, don't give me any trouble in the future. This statement came out like a thunderbolt. The crowd nodded as if they were pounding garlic. Qin Shi even walked to the front of the crowd and raised his hand to yell. From now on, we'll all listen to Gu Xiao. Right? From now on, we'll only listen to Xiao Gu. Gu Xiao is our big brother. Only listen to Gu Xiao. Never disgrace our Kyoto. From today onwards, Xiao Gu's words are holy orders. The other rich young men quickly responded with cheers of statement. But this joy didn't last long. When the crowd walked out of the bar, they all stared at each other in disbelief. Holy, where's my car? Holy, tank armor. Who transferred the armor? Ah, me Pagani. No way.
Rolls Ferrari al-ing arushed
Only to see both sides of the street standing black with loaded and heavily armed soldiers. To add to the numbness, several tracked armors were rumbling forward, roaring through the pile of supercars like tofu. Click, 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 crunch. Boom, boom. Black smoke rose in all directions. Chapter 122, Armored Appearance. But soon many people realized that the car that was run over. Seems that all of them are from Mordor? It's my car. Many rich young men in Magic City went crazy on the spot. Ah, my big bull. That was my dad's birthday present to me. Oh, my limited edition Pagani. Don't run over it. Don't run over it. Stop it. Oh, my rented car. Noah, how can I go home? The scene. The rich young men of Kyoto looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air, their gazes bristling at Gu Tian in unison. No doubt about it. This must be the handiwork of Mr. Gu. They were inside the bar at that point, and they did hear the sound of tracks rumbling from outside. No one thought much of it at the time. Now, Fogweed, dare I say that Gu Xiao had already summoned the armor to strike before he even entered the door? Qin Shi looked at Gu Tian with a shocked expression. Gu Xiao, you are. Now run over this gang's car in Mordor. That moment. Do you have to run over their car? Gu Tian exhaled slowly and said blandly. People teach people not to be able to. Things teach people once. Although these people bowed their heads and admitted their faults, seemingly with a sincere attitude, they were fundamentally motivated by nothing more than the fear of death. In the future, I won't come to the capital. But this incident today, the whole thing is not good enough for these people to go back and brag about it. For example, facing the prince's truth, I do not blush and faintly indicate that the prince gives a face. And then I came back. The prince is nothing. He's just like me, an ordinary man. To prevent this from happening, he'll just have to give these people another vivid and extremely visual lesson. My car. My favorite car. Car lost. Drive here and walk back? Horrible. Horrible. The night wind whistled, and the wreckage of the luxury car lay strewn across the street. Glass shattered all over the place, just like the hearts of these rich young men. Many others hugged and cried and howled their hearts out. But crying is crying, and it's hard. In his heart, he was convinced to the core, heartily convinced. It was because they finally realized that Gu Tian was not a purely powerful son, but the ultimate form of a powerful son. People are not rich, they are rule makers. You hit people with money, they run you over with armor. You talk about context, people talk about badges. You get a hitter, they transfer a brigade of armor. Haven't you cried enough? The place is about to be cleared for lockdown. With a loud heckle from the captain of the armored soldiers. These people turned around and ran faster than a rabbit, fearing that the so-called clearing was a clearing of life. Gu Xiao. Then we will go back first. Gu Xiao. You also go back early. Thank you, Mr. Gu. You've done Kyoto a favor tonight. One by one, The rich young men of Kyoto walked up to Gu Tian and whispered their goodbyes. Well, I'll go back early. Tomorrow Kyoto will still be the same Kyoto as before. Gu Tian nodded faintly, just as the limo crowd was about to disperse. Suddenly, the night sky suddenly resounded with the dull roar of propellers. A blinding glare of light was cast from the vault of the sky, one after the other, pinpointing the entire neighborhood. The crowd looked up in unison, only to see 4 helicopter gunships flying aggressively towards the bar area. When Qin Chi saw this scene, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Gu Tian.
Noah.
Gu Qiao. It's over, isn't it? Now this is... But he had heard about it. When Gu Tian was in Kyoto University before, he faced Xiebin's hordes of minions and directly called in a straight-arm strafing. There were a lot of people taking out their cell phones and filming to try to get it out to the outside world. Afterwards, these people should have dropped out of school. Some even disappeared. And tonight these... So many people have personally experienced, have seen Gu Xiao's tactics with their own eyes. Is there an imminent need to silence them in order to prevent things from getting out? These are not my people. Gu Tian stuck his hands in his pockets and watched expressionlessly as the wushu hovered in the air. The crowd exploded. Not Gu Xiao's. Whose is that? Hasn't tonight been enough of a blast? Just when everyone was still in a daze, engines roared from intersections on both sides of the street. Several specialized anti-terrorist vehicles were seen driving in. The car door opens. Densely packed soldiers poured out holding up the truth. Freeze! None of them can leave the scene. All stand at attention. Wait to be inspected. Ryun jumped down from the lead vehicle, holding up a tweeter and heckling, and the helicopter gunships hovering overhead began dropping ropes one by one. A Phoenix crew in tactical attire slid down. Under the fear of truth, a number of rich young men subconsciously held their heads and crouched down. Whoa! What the hell is going on here? Is this one of Gu Xiao's people or not? Is Mr. Gu looking for an excuse to silence us? Then Gu Xiao. Whose man is this? Facing Qin Chi's trembling inquiry, Gu Tian didn't say anything, only turning his head bashfully to look at the gradually clearing silhouettes within the bar. The crowd followed his gaze. Kong Chuan was seen stumbling out of the bar, covered in blood. Looking out at the gusting wind and the searchlights hitting the ground, he had a whole lot of doubts about life. Woo-hoo! Am I dead? Am I coming to hell? Just now, he got up from the ground in a daze and saw the ground full of mutilated corpses and rivers of blood. He Jia Lulu, along with a few rich young men and their bodyguards, were all lying in a pool of blood, with varying degrees of death. That scene is clearly a scene from hell, isn't it? A look at Kong Chuan walked out on his own, and although he was covered in blood and staggered, he was indeed still alive. Long Yun hurriedly authorized his men to lift the stretcher and rush up. The result is the next second. Platoons of soldiers then stood in front of them with their truths in unison. Not only that, the 2 armored fighting vehicles even turned their barrels and aimed at Long Yun and the team members carrying the stretchers. You guys! What do you guys mean by this? How dare a small armored battalion block our Feng E Special Brigade from carrying out their mission? The Phoenix E members' faces suddenly changed, and their footsteps were stopped in their tracks. Then have had more training and have never had a cannon aimed at their heads. It's been a long time, Captain Long. Gu Tian carried the half-dead Kong Chuan and walked out with a cold smile.